Chapter 1. Upon the azure expanse of the ocean, a luxurious cruise ship glides gracefully, a testament to human ingenuity that has rendered the sea conquerable. Within the opulent halls of the vessel, every gentleman exudes refinement, while the ladies embody elegance and poise. In stark contrast to this picturesque scene lies the maintenance room beneath, where a young man in his 20s is engrossed before a laptop, which displays an animated series. Entitled One Piece, his rapt expression betrays his fondness for the show. As the final episode concludes, he stretches and muses aloud. Indeed, watching several episodes at once is truly exhilarating. We've reached Wano. The confrontation with Kaido must be imminent. With such a formidable foe, I wonder how Oda intends to resolve this. Could it be a fifth gear? While the young man contemplates, a sudden uproar erupts from above, prompting Will, the ship's chief engineer, to investigate. It would be unfortunate if some mechanical malfunction disturbed the guests, especially since the captain has always treated him well. As he turns to ascend the stairs, a loud splash resonates, as if something has leapt from the water, followed by a heavy thud, the sound of a colossal object plunging into the sea. The commotion on deck intensifies, punctuated by the shrieks of several women. At the sound of their cries, Will accelerates his pace. This is serious, I must hurry up there. Upon reaching the deck, he finds a throng of guests and the first mate gathered in a state of alarm. Disregarding formalities, he rushes to the first mate's side. What on earth is happening, John? John, the first mate, a balding man with a white beard, usually amiable, now wears an expression of sheer terror. Well, I just witnessed a golden carp, larger than our ship. My heavens, how can such a creature exist? Will, astonished, mirrors John's disbelief. A carp larger than our cruise liner? We're a vessel of 200,000 tons. That's impossible. Just as he finishes speaking, another resounding splash captures his attention. Turning around, Will's perception of reality shatters as he beholds a magnificent freshwater carp, its entire body shimmering gold with a tail of vibrant crimson. The colossal creature soars above the ship, rendering the liner insignificant in its presence, a mere equal in size. With a resounding thud, the enormous carp seems to collide with an invisible barrier, rebounding back into the water. Will feels the world around him tremble, not the ship, but the very fabric of reality itself. The monumental upheaval sends him sprawling to the ground. After several moments, regaining his composure, Will hears a deep, ancient roar emanating from the depths of the sea. This is not my place, release me. I have transcended, yet so many lives have perished. How shall I face my master? The once clear sky had become a tempestuous expanse, dark clouds swirling in a colossal vortex, rumbling ominously with muffled thunder. The foreigners aboard the vessel may have been perplexed, but as a Chinese national, Veer was acutely aware that the current situation was utterly shattering his worldview. Is this the trial of transcendence, or the carp leaping over the dragon gate? Veer had no desire to linger on such thoughts. He merely yearned to escape this place swiftly, trembling hands fumbling to retrieve the walkie-talkie from his waist. Captain, this is Veer. Proceed at full speed immediately. An unidentified colossal creature has appeared nearby. If we are attacked, we risk sinking. The captain in the cockpit was taken aback by Veer's sudden, urgent shout. What on earth is happening, Veer? He barked, full speed ahead. Leave this area at once. The captain had placed considerable trust in this young Chinese man, who had served for 6 years, and the keywords sinking and giant creature heightened his alarm. Veer's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie once more. Captain, you must come to the deck and see for yourself. I can't explain it adequately. After notifying the captain, Veer rushed to the edge of the deck, peering into the sea where a massive shadow glided beneath the surface. At that moment, Veer could do little more than watch. After a brief interval, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. The captain had arrived. What on earth is going on, Veer? Why the sudden command to accelerate? Look at the sea, Captain. It's a creature larger than our queen Ives. It must be a freshwater carp. The captain's expression transformed as he gazed downward, spotting the enormous shadow as well. Just as confusion reigned, a resounding thud echoed. Veer felt the ship collide with something. Though nothing was visible ahead, he sensed his body lift off the deck, soaring through the air for several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, subsequently losing consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Veer awoke in pain, realizing his right hand had lost sensation. As he looked up, he beheld an unforgettable scene. The sky was awash in silvery light, forming a vast silver-blue vortex. A magnificent golden carp soared through the air, shifting directions while fixating intently on the heavens. Before Veer could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the sky seemed to rage, unleashing a silver-blue lightning bolt that struck the carps as he meandered towards the quaint town. Vale discovered that the soul devoured from the young boy not only rendered his own spirit more complete and rejuvenated, but also bestowed upon him a plethora of fragmented memories. For instance, this body belonged to a 9-year-old, not on Earth, but in a locale known as Rog Town, where the language spoken was entirely unfamiliar to him. As he gradually sifted through these memories, Vale felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Rog Town? It seemed vaguely recognizable. While perusing these recollections, he suddenly stumbled upon a fleeting memory today. At the age of 9, he overheard that it had been 13 years since the execution of the Pirate King, Roger, and his own aspirations of becoming a pirate began to crystallize. The Pirate King? Have I been transported into the realm of the Pirate King? This world, rife with martial prowess, was exhilarating. No longer would he be a mere ordinary individual, he could wield a sword and engage in combat. How thrilling this revelation was. I am resolutely determined to grow stronger and embark on adventures across the globe, to explore this world, encounter diverse races, challenge formidable warriors, and savor culinary delights from various regions. As for beautiful women, I shall leave such matters to fate. I do not subscribe to the notion that every transmigrator is akin to a bulldozer, their brains a viscous, milky substance. Should I join the Marines or become a pirate? Neither. I shall embrace the life of an adventurer. I have no desire to resemble a certain rubbery individual, hoisting a pirate flag while dabbling in the affairs of both adventurers and Marines. But now is not the time for such musings. If I do not eat soon, I shall perish from hunger. However, it appears I am devoid of funds. What to do? As he walked, troubled by thoughts of theft and unreliable option, and lacking the skill for it, concluded that perhaps pilfering was his only recourse. Yes, a swift grab and then flee. After a 5-minute stroll, he finally arrived at Rog Town. It was morning, and the town was teeming with life. The streets were bustling with pedestrians and the lively calls of various vendors. The sight of numerous stalls only intensified Vale's hunger. He spotted a stall selling grilled meat skewers, surrounded by eager patrons awaiting the delectable offerings. Surveying the vicinity, he noticed that no one was paying him any heed, allowing him to stealthily slip his hand into the pocket of a nearby gentleman. Extracting a few bills, she did not bother to count the exact amount before discreetly departing. After walking a short distance, he examined the money he had acquired. To his delight, it amounted to approximately 20,000 berries. He wondered how many meals this would afford him. He casually selected a small eatery, ordering a bowl of porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables, and began to eat slowly. Unaware of how long he had been famished, the sudden indulgence in copious amounts of food was undoubtedly reckless. Vale sensed that this body was rather feeble, an unremarkable child, indicating that the path to strength would require careful planning. In any case, he resolved to stabilize the situation before contemplating how to grow stronger. He pondered why those illustrious predecessors of transmigration seemed so formidable, arriving on deserted islands, yet thriving, ultimately emerging from such isolation capable of challenging admirals. Truly baffling. If I were cast away on an uninhabited isle, I would certainly not witness the dawn of another day. Gradually, he finished the bowl of porridge before him, still feeling hungry, though not to the point of weakness. What should one do? Perhaps one could venture nearby to seek a workshop that fabricates ship components. Although not skilled in shipbuilding, I possess a fair understanding of the parts aboard a vessel. Even if they are not from the same era, I should be able to comprehend them reasonably well. After a prolonged search, I finally stumbled upon a quaint establishment named Old Red Ship Parts. Upon entering, I was greeted by a modest shop filled with an array of vintage ship components, most of which I recognized, to my relief. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man in his 50s, bare-chested, with a pompadour hairstyle and a slightly rotund figure. He was likely the proprietor of this shop. The middle-aged man inquired, "Youngster, is there something you wish to purchase? Everything here is intended for maritime use." After a moment's contemplation, I hesitated before expressing, "Sir, do you know where the naval base is? I encountered a calamity at sea and drifted ashore to this island. I'm uncertain if I can return." The man sighed and asked, "What of your family?" I endeavored to display a sorrowful demeanor, remaining silent and lowering my gaze. Noticing my reaction, he shook his head and inquired further, "Are there others in your family?" I shook my head, thinking it was about time to shift the conversation. "Sir, your shop specializes in ship components, does it not? May I work for you? I am quite capable and familiar with these items." The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, skepticism evident in his voice as he replied, "Youngster, it is unseemly to lie, and you are far too young for employment. Sir, I truly possess the skills that my father once operated a shipyard in Water 7, and I learned to craft these components from Uncle L since childhood," I asserted confidently, maintaining eye contact. Upon hearing Water 7, The man's eyes gleamed with interest as he asked, "Is that true? Can you genuinely fabricate these parts? Come, let us proceed to the workshop and see. If you are capable, I shall pay you 30,000 belly each month." In the workshop, I encountered several straightforward machines. Drawing upon my academic knowledge and prior practical experience aboard a ship, I found working with these simple devices exceedingly manageable, producing an assortment of components with ease. The middle-aged man, visibly pleased, remarked, "Impressive. What is your name? You shall work here from now on. As for lodging, you may reside in the small room upstairs. I will show you shortly. Additionally, you are to manufacture 200 of these components daily. What do you think?" Estimating the workload of 200 pieces, I calculated it would take approximately 3.4 hours, which was quite favorable. Having secured stable accommodation and an income, I could now contemplate how to enhance my skills. That I readily agreed to the terms and introduced myself as Veer, while learning that he was called Red. I followed him upstairs to inspect my new quarters. The small room was quite satisfactory, approximately 10 square meters, ample for my needs, complete with a bed, a wardrobe, and a mirror. Standing before the mirror, I beheld my reflection for the first time in this world. Standing at approximately 1.2 meters tall, with short black hair and dark eyes, the child's appearance resembles that of an ordinary young boy, perhaps due to his still developing features. The only distinguishing trait is the unsettling laughter he emits, which suggests a certain lack of vitality, prompting one to maintain a prudent distance. In any case, my adventure in the world of One Piece is on the brink of commencement, and I am filled with anticipation. The following morning, after a restful afternoon and night, I, Veer, felt considerably revitalized. The few light meals I had during this time restored my body to a state of normalcy. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I began to ponder how I might grow stronger. In my previous world, I had a profound admiration for the sword masters of the pirate realm, so I shall first focus on mastering the sword, complemented by physical techniques. Most importantly, it is the mastery of haki. As I grow older, I must acquire the techniques of haki, particularly the armament haki. In my view, the observation haki and conqueror's haki pale in comparison. Only a formidable armament haki truly signifies strength. A quintessential example is Zephyr and Garp, who attained their esteemed ranks through their exceptional mastery of armament haki, one rising to the rank of admiral, while the other relentlessly pursued Roger across the seas. Therefore, armament haki is essential, observation haki comes next, and conqueror's haki is merely a matter of fate, not something one can consciously strive for. However, at the tender age of 9, with my lamentably poor physical condition, the aspiration to learn armament haki feels like a distant dream. It would be wiser to focus on swordsmanship, which can also enhance my physical abilities. I shall first explore the surroundings and see if there are any sword academies in Rogue Town. Finding a renowned master seems utterly hopeless, so I shall begin with the basics. Although I lack the mystical powers of chi, vitality, or chakra, as someone who has witnessed the majority of the narrative of One Piece, I possess an understanding of how to strive for strength and what true power entails. After greeting Reed downstairs, I ventured out. In any case, I should first familiarize myself with the general situation of Rogue Town. Before long, the morning had slipped away. With a large meat skewer in my left hand, made from an unknown animal and an unfamiliar fruit in my right, I savored my meal as I walked. It was truly delectable, although purchased from a roadside vendor. It tasted infinitely superior to any meat I had ever eaten on earth, and the fruit was a delightful blend of sweet and sour. As I looked up, I realized I had unknowingly reached the outskirts of Rogue Town. Just as I was about to turn back, I spotted a moderately sized sword academy by the roadside. The courtyard was modest, adorned with a simple sign bearing the elegantly inscribed words Sword and Tin Academy. I had previously visited several sword academies that did not meet my expectations, with two even teaching theatrical swordplay, quite disheartening. Nevertheless, I decided to take a look. Upon entering the academy, I found a small courtyard bustling with a dozen or so children diligently practicing their swordsmanship, while a few older youths provided guidance. Before I could take 2 steps, a burly man in his 20s approached me with warmth, saying, "Little friend, are you here to enroll in the Sword Academy? Allow me to show you around." We nodded and said, "Indeed, I wish to enroll in the Swordsmanship Academy. May I inquire about the specific requirements?" The young man chuckled with increasing delight and replied, "Our Swordsmanship Academy in Rogue Town is quite reputable. We have even produced a naval lieutenant. My name is Khan. If you enroll in the academy, you may refer to me as your senior brother, and I shall introduce you to the instructor. By the way, how shall I address you, young brother?" As Khan elevated the young boy's title to young brother, War was diligently observing his surroundings, feeling that this place was quite suitable for his initiation. But he preferred to meet the headmaster first. Following Khan, he responded, "My name is Weir, and I work at the Red Shop." Khan, astonished, inquired, "Really? You are so young and already working. That is truly remarkable." Weir smiled as he responded, "All my family has passed away. What should I do if I cannot find work? Fortunately, I learned a trade from an uncle at a very young age." Khan nodded, "Indeed. Such is the state of affairs now. The seas are tumultuous, and the government's oversight over us is quite lax. This is still in Rogtown and other places. The streets are teeming with pirates." Weir smiled softly but remained silent as he followed Khan across the courtyard to a traditional Japanese house. Khan gently tapped on the sliding door made of paper and wood, respectfully announcing, "Master, there is a new apprentice here." Shortly, a steady voice emerged from within. "Ah, Khan. Come in." They removed their shoes and entered the room, which was spacious and minimally furnished. In the center lay a cluster of about 20 cushions, with a single cushion at the front and a few others arranged neatly behind it. On the foremost cushion sat a robust elder with closed eyes, clad in a black kimono. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet he bore none of the weariness typically associated with age. Instead, he exuded the aura of a seasoned leopard. Though no longer as fierce as in his youth, he remained undeniably a formidable creature. The elder opened his eyes, gazing at Weir, and inquired, "Young one, do you wish to learn the art of swordsmanship in my dojo?" Weir nodded, expressing his desire to learn the art of swordsmanship. The elder did not inquire about the reasons behind his choice, dismissing such trivial questions. "Very well," he said. "The tuition fee is 10,000 belly per month, with clothing and accommodation to be accounted for separately." Weir found himself somewhat bewildered. This development seemed amiss. In the realm of the second dimension, one would typically inquire, "Why do you pursue the sword? What drives your desire for strength?" Following which, Weir would respond with fervent declarations of his aspirations, prompting the elder to marvel at his remarkable potential and take him on as a personal disciple without charge. Despite these fanciful thoughts, Weir promptly replied, "Very well, master. When may I begin my swordsmanship training?" "My name is Weir." The elder chuckled softly and responded, "Please complete the necessary formalities with your senior brother Khan. Come for class tomorrow morning at 7. My name is Adonis, but you may call me Teacher Nis, or simply Teacher." Weir nodded slightly and said, "Teacher, see you tomorrow," before departing with Khan. In a neighboring room, after paying 13,000 Baileys, Weir received a set of garments, a wooden sword, and a small wooden plaque symbolizing his status as an apprentice, reminiscent of a receipt from days gone by. He turned and exited the sword hall. Shortly after Weir's departure, Nis opened the door and called out to Khan. In the previous room, with his back to Khan, Nis inquired, "Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding the new apprentice? We should inquire in town shortly. Ensure we do not accept anyone unworthy." Khan nodded respectfully and replied, "Teacher, I just asked him. He mentioned he works at Red's shop, but is uncertain about his specific duties. Furthermore, he is an orphan. There should be no issues, as he is merely a boy." Nis nodded thoughtfully, "Then let us find an opportunity to verify with Red. If all is well, accept him. The initial training can be entrusted to Bart. He hasn't been particularly busy of late." Khan nodded and exited the room. Inside, the elder picked up a knife that had long rested behind him. The sheath and hilt were entirely black, adorned with a series of purple dots that extended from the base of the sheath to the top of the hilt. Each circle was intertwined with Y-shaped black lines. Holding the knife, the elder sighed, seemingly whispering to the blade before him, "Where are you? I have sought you my entire life without success. Are you still in the hands of my family?" Weir, bidding farewell to the sword hall, strolled back with a sense of elation, having finally discovered a path to strength. Although uncertain of the outcome, the crucial aspect was that a beginning had been forged. How far could he stray from there? Upon returning to the shop, it was nearing noon. After a brief meal at a nearby eatery, he promptly headed to the workshop, for he had not forgotten the day's work yet to be accomplished. Gradually, he operated the machines, producing simple components with surprising speed. In less than 3 hours, he completed the day's task and exchanged greetings with Red before returning to his room. What should he do so early? Pondering for a moment, Weir decided it was time to commence some preliminary training. Yes, first, he would assess his physical condition. On the floor of his small room, he began to perform push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Before long, perspiration beaded on his forehead, and after a spell, he found himself utterly spent. How could this be? Had he completed fewer than 20? This was the world of One Piece, and his physique was woefully inadequate. Although he had anticipated such a revelation, the reality was still disheartening. Rising, He descended the stairs and found Red seated behind the counter, appearing bored. Weir approached hesitantly and said, "Boss, I enrolled in the sword hall today." Red looked up, surprised, and remarked, "Well done, Weir. You signed up for the sword hall on your very first day. Is there something troubling you?" "Indeed, my employer. Today I expended over 13,000 burley in registration fees, and I find myself devoid of funds. Therefore, I was wondering if it might be possible to receive an advance on this month's salary." "I understand that requesting payment on my very first day of work is rather inappropriate, yet I find myself in a desperate situation," Weir murmured, appearing somewhat embarrassed. After contemplating for a moment, Reed replied, "Very well, how about this? Here are 3,000 burley. You may take this for your immediate needs." Weir sighed inwardly, yet maintained a cheerful facade as he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, boss." He casually accepted the 3,000 berries, exchanged a greeting with Reed, and then exited the shop. As he strolled down the street, Weir pondered the pressing necessity for funds. While 3,000 berries could sustain an ordinary person for a month, it was woefully inadequate for his aspirations of strength. Training demanded extensive physical exertion, which in turn required a substantial quantity of food, preferably a variety of meats. Additionally, he would soon need weighted training equipment and weapons, although they were not immediately essential. Lost in thought, he ambled along the street, contemplating the means to earn money. Robbery? Theft? Such notions were out of the question. Weir had to maintain a long-term presence in Rogue Town and could not afford to engage in foolish acts. The consequences of being caught were too dire, especially in the unpredictable world of pirates. Who knew how juvenile offenders were treated? The prospect of enslavement was terrifying. Even if he were inclined towards robbery, it would only amount to snatching lollipops. Targeting adults was simply impossible. There was also the option of selling information. But that path was fraught with peril. What if the buyer refused to pay and decided to silence him? His lack of combat prowess was a significant hindrance. Combat prowess? I did visit the Swordsmanship Academy today. The headmaster was a lost cause, but that senior named Khan might possess some degree of martial capability. If information were truly to be sold, what should be on offer? Was Roger's surrender a viable tidbit? Was Whitebeard's health deteriorating, reliant on medication? A list of revolutionaries? The appearances of the Gorsii? No. While these pieces of information commanded astronomical prices, they were far too reckless to pursue. The location of Sky Island was an intriguing choice. Most people were oblivious to its existence, believing it to be mere legend. In any case, he decided to consult Khan first, uncertain of his stance on the matter. After a short walk, he arrived once more at the Swordsmanship Academy, feeling more familiar this time. He entered directly, finding no sign of Khan in the courtyard. He proceeded to the interior room and gently knocked on the door, announcing, "Master, I am the new apprentice, Weir. May I enter?" "Come in," came the calm voice of Nis from within. Weir stepped inside and noticed Nis seated within, prompting him to inquire, "Master, where has Brother Khan gone? I wish to find him regarding some matters. As I have just arrived at the sword pavilion and am unfamiliar with the others, I apologize for intruding upon you." Nis regarded Weir and replied, "Khan has likely gone to the back mountain to practice his swordsmanship. If you exit through the back door of the dojo, you will reach the outskirts of Rogue Town. Brother Khan should be there." "Thank you, Master. I truly apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave now," Weir said. Glancing at Nis, who nodded in acknowledgement, Weir turned and exited the room. Once outside, Weir smiled, visibly pleased, and sought out the back door, making his way forward. The back mountain of the sword pavilion revealed a vast open space, bordered by a dense forest. Khan, whom Weir was searching for, was in the clearing, wielding a sword. Although Weir had yet to learn the art of swordsmanship himself, he could only speculate about Khan's skill, which he presumed to be commendable, considering he was a senior disciple. Approaching, Weir called out, "Brother Khan, are you practicing your swordplay?" "It's Weir. What brings you here?" "Training doesn't commence until tomorrow. Are you eager to begin your practice?" Khan chuckled, playfully teasing him. Weir chuckled softly and said, "Brother Khan, I have come to seek your partnership in a lucrative venture. A grand undertaking that could yield substantial profits, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of belly." Upon hearing this, Khan, naturally skeptical, shook his head and replied, "What grand venture could possibly require such a perilous endeavor for hundreds of thousands of belly?" Upon hearing this, Weir felt a glimmer of hope and interjected, "Brother Khan, I arrived in Rogue Town due to a shipwreck. My family once resided in the illustrious Seven Waters City, a family of considerable influence. However, we traveled to the East Sea to visit a close friend of my father's, only to be beset by a formidable band of pirates along the way. I was the sole survivor. Khan, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Then why do you not seek refuge with your father's friend? What compels you to toil in Rocktown?" With a bitter smile, Ver remarked, "As time passes, relationships fade, my dear brother. Since childhood, my father has instilled in me the wisdom of not harboring excessive hopes for any endeavor." Upon hearing these words, Khan was taken aback. Could such profound insights truly emanate from an ordinary 9-year-old? It seemed utterly implausible. How could a typical child exhibit such composure and maturity, articulating thoughts with such clarity? It appeared this young lad possessed an extraordinary depth. Intrigued, Khan inquired, "What was that business you mentioned earlier, involving hundreds of thousands?" "Intelligence," Ver replied, "specifically information regarding the exact location of the Sky Island. The land of gold is indeed a reality." Sensing Khan's growing interest, Ver intensified the allure of his proposition. "The Sky Island? Does it truly exist?" "I thought it was merely a legend," Khan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Ver. Ver chuckled softly and introduced himself to Khan. "Of course not. The Sky Island is not a mere legend. There exists a race there that differs from us. My father visited the Sky Island in his youth." Khan fell silent for a moment, contemplating before he spoke. "If you know the precise location, that information is indeed invaluable and easily tradable. Wait a moment." With that, he headed towards the swordsmanship hall. Before long, Khan returned with 2 bags in hand. Approaching Weir, he tossed one to him, saying, "In a while, follow me to the black market in Rog Town. Before we reach the black market, put on the clothes from the bag, but do not wear them just yet. Also, regarding how we will split the earnings from the sale of the information, remember that I am acting as your bodyguard. Khan, let us split it 55 to 45. Would that be acceptable?" Weir replied. Khan pondered for a moment before responding. 55 is reasonable enough. Let us go." Following Khan through the winding streets of Rog Town for quite some time, they finally arrived at a bar that seemed to have been closed for ages. Outside, they donned 2 oversized black cloaks with hoods. What was most ridiculous was that the cloak was so large that Weir felt as if he were wearing a wedding gown, and the hood was ill-fitting as well. But they had no choice but to make do. Upon entering the bar, they found a masked man seated at the dilapidated counter, who darkly inquired, "Customer, do you require assistance?" "We have information to sell," Weir said, tugging at his hood, feeling uncomfortable in the shabby garment. "What kind of information?" The masked man eyed Weir curiously. In all his time dealing with information, he had encountered those who indulged in food or smoke upon entry, but never someone who fidgeted with their hood so incessantly. The precise location of the Sky Island, Weir found that the hood was increasingly bothersome. Not only was the material rough against his skin, obstructing his mouth made it difficult to articulate. He could only adjust the hood with both hands, as if fearing it might slip off. "What evidence can you provide to prove the veracity of this information?" The masked man's voice faltered, his shoulders trembling. Sandia tried. "Golden Bell, Great Serpent, God, Gone Foul, Enormous Finds, the Land of Gold, Historical Texts." Finally, Weir managed to settle the troublesome hood, letting out a sigh of relief. "Very well, these are indeed matters concerning the Sky Island, and some of this information is quite confidential, beyond even my own knowledge. How much are you willing to sell this information for?" As they began to discuss serious matters, the masked man's shoulders ceased their tremors. Veer pondered for a moment before quoting a price of 1 million Bailey, informing the masked man that there might be a substantial amount of gold there. The masked man shook his head in disapproval. 1 million is out of the question. Even if there is a significant quantity of gold, what you possess is merely information. At most, I can offer you 500,000, he replied in a low, somber tone. Weir uttered no more than a single phrase. 600,000. The deal was struck, with the understanding that should the intelligence prove inaccurate, the consequences would be well understood by both of them. As he spoke, he produced a briefcase, opened it to reveal a sum of money, then closed it and placed it before him. At an altitude of 7,000 meters above the White Sea, and soaring even higher at 10,000 meters, where the air was exceedingly thin. With that, he grasped the briefcase and departed without a backward glance. The first intelligence transaction for Weir in the underworld was thus concluded, albeit marred by a tattered hat that disrupted the otherwise solemn atmosphere. Upon exiting the bar, Weir strolled slowly through the alley, finally shedding the ill-fitting black cloak. He vowed never to don that wretched garment again. Behind him, Khan followed in silence, seemingly preoccupied with his own thoughts. "Brother Khan," Weir inquired, "the previously agreed upon 50-50 split of the 300,000 Bailey, shall I provide it to you now?" Or shall we discuss it further at the Swordsmanship Academy? Not having walked far, Veer spoke. Khan was momentarily taken aback, responding stiffly. Let us not rush. We shall divide later. By the way, junior brother, what compels you to return to the Sword Pavilion? Aren't you commencing your training tomorrow? Oh, I went to the Sword Hall in search of you, yet you were absent. Not knowing anyone else, I had no choice but to seek out the master. He informed me that after the matter is resolved, I should return to meet him. Without so much as a glance, Veer replied indifferently. Khan's expression shifted, and in a fit of exasperation, he exclaimed, Did you inform the master? Why did you disclose it to him? Veer abruptly turned his body, locking eyes with Khan. What? Shouldn't we inform the master? By the way, brother Khan, why don't we offer the master a share as well? Just the two of us, 100,000 each. What do you think, brother Khan? Veer squinted his eyes, gazing at the towering and robust Khan before him. Khan's expression darkened further, after a prolonged moment of hesitation. He appeared to recall some dreadful memory. Then, let us allocate 200,000 as the master's share. It is only fitting, Khan replied in a subdued tone. Falling into silence thereafter, Veer smiled faintly and continued walking forward, never glancing back at Khan, who silently followed behind. A look of reluctance etched across his face. Upon reaching the entrance of the Sword Pavilion, Veer, without turning his head, inquired, Would you like to join me in meeting the master, Khan? I shall not go. I need to train on the back mountain. Please hand me the money, Khan replied, appearing distracted, even oblivious to the change in Veer's address. Veer retrieved 200,000 belly from his box and, without another word, entered the Sword Pavilion. For Khan, today was particularly significant, as the tumultuous ups and downs of life had overwhelmed his youthful mind, leaving him struggling to comprehend the whirlwind of events. A newly initiated junior disciple informed him of a lucrative deal worth several 100,000 belly. Initially, Khan doubted the validity of such a claim given the junior's age and the amount involved, yet the boy's enthusiasm eventually swayed him. Ultimately, he accompanied the junior to the black market, where they indeed sold intelligence for 600,000 belly. Was information truly so valuable? Who could say? Yet, contemplating the imminent acquisition of 300,000 belly made Khan feel as though he were walking on air, for he had never encountered such wealth in his life. Suddenly, a thought struck Khan. Why not simply eliminate this brat? Wouldn't all 600,000 belly then belong to him? The Sword Pavilion was hardly a sanctuary for the faint of heart. For Khan, it was entirely normal to take decisive action. Furthermore, with 600,000 belly, he could procure a decent sword, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Even if he chose to part ways with his master, he could enlist in the military, perhaps even as a naval officer. Just as Khan began to entertain such notions, the young scoundrel revealed that their master had learned of his clandestine dealings. A wave of fear and confusion washed over Khan. Having been with his master for 5 years, he understood that he had never earned his trust. At the Sword Pavilion, he had always played the roles of doorman, errand boy, and enforcer, while others were oblivious. Khan was acutely aware of his master's formidable power and the dangers it entailed. One senior disciple, having offended the master, had mysteriously vanished along with his entire family, instilling in Khan a profound sense of caution. Henceforth, he became the obedient pupil, dutifully adhering to his master's every word. The prospect of losing 300,000 belly and the uncertainty of his master's impending punishment only deepened Khan's gloom. Meanwhile, Veer entered the pavilion and rapped gently on the door of the central chamber. Master, it is Veer. I seek your counsel. Come in, came the soft reply from Nis within. Upon entering the room, Veer settled onto a cushion before Nis and spoke plainly. Master, I just returned from the black market with senior brother Khan, where we sold some intelligence for 600,000 belly. I have given senior brother Khan 200,000 as his share, and this is your portion. With that, he produced 200,000 belly from the box and offered it to Nis. Oh, since it was you and Khan who sold the intelligence, why do you feel the need to share it with me? Nis replied softly. Although the master did not participate, this is your sword dojo, and both Khan and I are your disciples. Veer gazed at the elderly man before him and replied candidly. He had always held the belief that one who lacks the ability to conduct oneself properly would struggle to thrive anywhere, particularly during times of weakness. One may be avaricious, much like Khan. One may also possess a narrow vision, akin to Khan. However, one must never fail to possess the virtues of propriety and integrity as exemplified by Khan. With a satisfied smile, Weiss acknowledged that even though Vale's aptitude for swordsmanship was lacking, he had gained an assistant, albeit one whose origins were presently shrouded in mystery and who was still quite young. Yet, time was on their side, and there was ample opportunity for gradual development. Moreover, if one were to speak of enigmatic origins, Nis undoubtedly stood as the foremost figure in Rog Town. Very well, I shall accept this 200,000. Now that you have earned some money from selling information, there is no need for you to work at Red's. Come and reside at my Swordsmanship Academy. Aside from the 2 rooms adjacent to mine, feel free to choose any vacant room. Starting tomorrow, after dinner, come to me, and I shall elucidate the intricacies of swordsmanship for you. Weir silently marveled at the wisdom of the elder, recognizing his own worth. In stark contrast, Khan, upon discovering a hen that laid diamond eggs, instinctively thought to slay the creature, intending to extract the precious gems from within. Of course, I cannot disappoint you, Nis, replied Weir directly. Master, my mother was once involved in the intelligence trade, so I possess knowledge of many secretive matters. Perhaps we could engage in the trafficking of information together? Let us not rush. While dealing in intelligence can be immensely profitable, it also carries significant risks. We must act judiciously and refrain from frequent transactions, lest we attract unwanted attention. In the future, I shall have others represent us. The distribution could be arranged as 1 part for him, 4 parts for me, and 5 parts for you. What do you think? Nis smiled at Weir. No, master. I insist on you receiving 5 parts, Weir declared without a moment's hesitation. Nis, without a hint of objection, responded with ease. Very well then. Khan has not returned home in quite some time. It is indeed time to grant him a respite to visit his parents. With that, Nis closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor that suggested it was time to take his leave. Upon witnessing this, Wallen Nis parted ways and exited the Swordsmanship Academy. As he strolled leisurely down the street, Wal contemplated the remarkable nature of his mentor. Although uncertain of his true strength, he found his actions to be quite dependable. For now, he resolved to bid farewell to Reed. Arriving at Reed's shop, he observed the proprietor grappling with a sizable malfunctioning component. Approaching him, Wal spoke, Boss, I have come to resign. Due to certain circumstances, I can no longer fulfill this role. Here is 50,000 berry, which should cover my debt of 3,000 berry along with interest. Thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave. Without waiting for Reed's response, he turned and departed, waving a hand behind him. Reed, momentarily taken aback, realized too late that Wal had already distanced himself. Perhaps the small merchant remained unaware of the opportunity he had missed, an act of kindness from what may one day become a great swordsman. Having expressed his farewells to Reed, Wal glanced at the money in the box and smiled. He proceeded to a clothing store, where he casually purchased several sets of durable clothing and undergarments. Following this, he acquired toiletries and, after some consideration, decided to sell off a range of weights, from 5 to 50 kilograms, instructing the shopkeeper to deliver them to the Swordsmanship Academy. Checking the elegant new black pocket watch in his possession, he noted that it was nearly 6 in the evening. What should he do now? Perhaps dine first. He sought out a fine restaurant, ordering the establishment's signature seafood noodles along with a tantalizing meat dish featuring a prominent bone. Within moments, the noodles and meat were served. And after just a few bites, Wal was transported to a new realm of culinary delight. The unfamiliar seafood offered a distinctly fresh flavor, while the meat was succulent and juicy, perfectly complemented by a fine wine, had he been able to order it. Unfortunately, the server declined to serve alcohol, citing Wal's underage status, which earned a poor review from him. After his meal, he returned to the Swordsmanship Academy, casually selecting an empty room furnished with all the necessary amenities, including a private restroom. Retiring early, Wal looked forward to the dawn of a new day. The following morning, he awoke at 5 o'clock, and upon stepping outside, he spotted Nis conversing with a slender, middle-aged individual with blue hair styled in small braids, standing just over 5 feet tall. Veer stepped forward and greeted, Good morning, master. Good morning. This is your senior brother, Ram Roy. You will learn the fundamentals of swordsmanship from him, Nis introduced. Haha, junior brother, we shall be partners from now on. I look forward to your guidance, little one, the senior brother enthusiastically remarked to Veer. Partners? Oh, I see. In that case, senior brother, I hope you will offer much guidance, Veer replied, initially confused, but soon realizing that Roy was indeed the other partner, the one who exerted the most effort yet received the least compensation. Now that my junior brother is awake, let me explain your training regimen, Roy said warmly. In the morning, we will focus on basic training, followed by lunch and a break. In the afternoon, we will engage in physical conditioning. When business arises, junior brother will need to train independently, but during other times, I will provide all-day guidance. In the evening, master will personally instruct you. Roy spoke with a friendly demeanor, knowing that Veer would become a vital source of income for him. From the information revealed by Master yesterday, he anticipated earning at least a 5-figure return each month, which brought him great joy for quite some time. As Veer gazed upon Roy before him, he found that while the absence of a smile was bearable, the moment a grin appeared, it exuded an inexplicable air of lewdness, coupled with his diminutive stature. One could hardly believe he was indeed a swordsman. Nis seemed to discern Veer's thoughts and remarked, "Your senior brother Roy possesses the most solid foundation among my disciples. Be sure to learn from him diligently." With that, he turned and made his way toward the dining hall, presumably to partake in breakfast. After a hasty meal alongside Roy, they swiftly proceeded to the rear mountain. Upon their arrival, Veer beheld a wooden sword in Nis's hand, accompanied by a wooden mask that obscured all but the eyes, with small holes for the mouth and nose. Its purpose remained a mystery. Roy handed the mask to Veer, urging him to don it. Confounded, Veer donned the mask and inquired, "Brother, what is the purpose of this?" "This is to train your fundamental combat abilities," Roy explained. An untrained individual, when struck by a sword or a fist to the head, instinctively shuts their eyes. In battle, closing one's eyes equates to a death sentence. Therefore, you must first conquer this instinct and gradually acclimate yourself. Initially, you will wear the mask, and eventually, you will remove it and endure direct blows. The ultimate goal is that even in the face of death, you shall not close your eyes out of fear. With that, he swung the wooden sword towards Veer's head. True to expectation, Veer, who had never received combat training, instinctively closed his eyes. The sound of impact echoed as he was struck on the head. Upon regaining his composure, Veer found it astonishing. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, he had still shut his eyes. He shouted for another attempt and continued to endure the blows, beginning to train himself to suppress his instincts. Before long, the morning had passed. Despite wearing the mask, Veer still found himself dizzy from the relentless strikes of Roy's wooden sword. While he managed to keep his eyes open, completely overcoming his instincts proved elusive, as he instinctively squinted at the descending sword. After a morning of wielding the wooden sword, Roy was out of breath and checked the time. "Veer, it's noon. We should go for lunch." He started to lead Veer to the cafeteria of the sword hall, but after taking a few steps, he heard Veer call out from behind, "Brother Roy, thank you for your hard work this morning. Let us treat ourselves to a meal at a restaurant in town. It's on me." "That is not appropriate." Roy scratched his head, attempting to decline. "What is wrong with that? Why be so polite?" "We are partners," Veer insisted, pulling Roy along towards the town without further ado. Although Roy felt a bit embarrassed, he could not resist Veer's enthusiasm and followed him. Initially, he had thought that this junior would treat him with disdain due to his role as an information provider. However, it appeared that Veer was quite amiable, despite his youth. He demonstrated commendable social skills and remarkable perseverance in training. After a morning of being struck by the wooden sword, he had not complained once. They found a delightful restaurant, ordered several exquisite dishes, and began to eat. Both were famished after a taxing morning, and their manners at the table were less than commendable. After their meal and a brief respite, they returned to the back mountain. This time, Roy did not require Veer to wear the mask, but instead instructed him to run laps around the expansive clearing at the back of the mountain. Vale inquired about the number of laps to be run, to which Roy replied with a smile that there were no restrictions, one could run as much as one wished. Furthermore, he added that when Vale could no longer continue, he would still be pleasantly surprised. Weir stared in astonishment at Roy, uncertain of the intentions behind his enigmatic demeanor. Yet he found himself compelled to run. 1 lap, 2 laps, and by the 3rd lap, Weir was utterly exhausted. Just as he contemplated stopping, he noticed Roy approaching him with a somewhat mischievous glint in his eyes. Before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain surged through his back, causing him to stumble forward. Turning around, he saw Roy wielding a wooden sword, having just struck him. As Weir opened his mouth to question this strange behavior, he realized Roy was raising the wooden sword once more. In that moment, the realization dawned upon him. This was indeed a surprise, a form of motivation. If being chased by a dog could ignite one's latent potential, then so too could this peculiar encouragement. Veer no longer dared to linger in idle chatter. He sprinted forward, his legs, which had felt as heavy as lead moments ago, now propelled him with surprising swiftness. Behind him unfolded a peculiar scene. A short, middle-aged man wielding a wooden sword was pursuing a young child ahead of him. The child, occasionally hurling insults at his diminutive pursuer, would intermittently raise a middle finger, sometimes with one hand, at other times with both. The spectacle was at once comical and bizarre. After hours of running, Veer felt as though he were on the brink of death, having lost count of how many laps he had completed. The relentless pursuer remained in hot pursuit. Was this some sort of canine rivalry? What happened to the promised foundational training? Where was the notion of harmonious coexistence? Partner, I agreed to train with you, and what a fool I was to believe it. These were Veer's final thoughts as he felt his legs give way, ready to collapse forward. In his blurred vision, he perceived a hand grasping his shoulder, uttering something indistinct before hoisting him onto its shoulder and heading in a particular direction. This fellow isn't half bad, Veer mused before losing consciousness entirely. Roy, observing the unconscious form of his junior brother slung over his shoulder, smiled softly. Upon first hearing his master speak of this junior brother who had brought them significant business, Roy had felt that he might be an unexpectedly fortunate child privy to some secret intelligence. However, upon meeting him in person, his impression shifted. This boy seemed to possess the demeanor of an adult, well-versed in pleasantries and adept at forming connections. It was only during the afternoon training session, as his opponent fled with their head cradled in their arms, that Roy recognized the true nature of this clever, ill-tempered, and sharp-tongued junior brother. Well, all in all, he is quite commendable. Let us train together for a while. I wonder if he will ultimately join us or if he even qualifies for our ranks. I should report back to Master, so that why he suddenly called me. This was his intention after all. With that thought, Roy made his way toward the sword training hall, where Feld enveloped in a haze, his body devoid of any strength. Weakly lifting his head, he attempted to sit up, only to be met with a wave of soreness coursing through him. Glancing out the window, he realized it was already deep into the night. Truly, that fellow Roy was rather ruthless. It seems that relying on a partner is far more dependable than on a mere companion. Rubbing his head, Roy lay back on the bed, murmuring to himself. Just as he contemplated rising to quench his thirst, an unexpected numbness surged through his body, followed by a strange sensation skittering within him. Vale was taken aback, hastily feeling his body, only to find nothing amiss, yet that eerie sensation lingered. Was this some form of energy? Could it possibly be a strange parasitic entity? With no alternative, Vale, though anxious, seated himself upon the bed, endeavoring to discern the nature of this phenomenon through intuition. As he sat in a state of calm contemplation, Vale sensed that what resided within him was indeed a form of energy. Wherever this energy coursed, it manifested as a tingling sensation, soon followed by a slight prickling pain. While passing through his limbs, the sensation was negligible, but traversing his fragile organs, it transformed into excruciating agony. What on earth was this? Had I been ensnared by someone's malevolent scheme? The powers of a devil fruit, perhaps? That seemed improbable. Vale plunged into deep thought, attempting to unravel the origin of this bizarre energy. He realized he needed to ascertain its nature swiftly. Otherwise, even if he did not succumb to the pain, organ failure would inevitably ensue. He was already feeling a tightness in his breath. Just as despair began to envelop him, the energy wandered to his left arm. Vale willed it to halt, and astonishingly, it did. However, before he could revel in this brief victory, the pain in his left arm escalated from a prickling discomfort to unbearable torment, seemingly veering towards numbness. Diminish, please, diminish, he implored, and to his astonishment, the energy began to wane, gradually approaching a state of near non-existence. Bathed in a cold sweat, Vale felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Arriving at the realm of the Pirate King, he faced a life-threatening ordeal, not from the capricious weather of the sea, nor from pirates or the navy, but from an unknown energy. To perish in such a manner would be an utter travesty. His previous life had been sufficiently mundane, having lost loved ones in his adolescence. He understood the harsh truth that without diligence, one would lose everything. Each day was a cycle of studying and working, and ultimately, through a combination of social acumen, genuine knowledge, and a significant stroke of luck, he achieved a modicum of success. Now that he had reached the place he had longed for, how could he resign himself to such a fate? Roy gradually sensed the peculiar energy within his left arm and began to exert control over it. Before long, he succeeded. He directed the energy towards his palm, determined to uncover its nature, refusing to allow an enigmatic force to linger within his body. In a short while, a faint blue glow emanated from his palm, accompanied by a subtle crackling sound. What is this? Lightning? Astonishingly, there exists lightning within my body, and I can control it. Could it be that my previous incarnation consumed the thunder fruit? Weir was elated, yet soon realized his error. Awakening on the beach for the first time, he had deliberately experimented with seawater, experiencing no adverse effects, indicating he had not consumed any fruit. Furthermore, there were no elemental transformations within his body. Apart from a jolting shock from the lightning that nearly brought him to his knees, he felt no other sensations. It was unheard of for anyone who had consumed the thunder fruit to perish by their own electric shock. if that were the case. Few would dare to consume natural fruits. The flame fruit could incinerate its user, and the ice fruit could freeze them to death. The most tragic tale belonged to Smoke Man, who succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning at the tender age of 18. After considerable contemplation, we began to comprehend the nature of this lightning energy. It lacked a fixed form. Its outer layer was a pale blue, deepening in hue towards the center, where it transformed into a silvery blue. Its maximum intensity was insufficient to be lethal, while its minimum was nearly negligible. Ware had discarded the notion of expelling this energy from his body, as he sensed that this force could play a pivotal role in his transformation from an ordinary individual to a formidable being. But how had this energy come to be? Gazing at the azure light in his palm, Ware pondered. Was it a racial talent? From the fur tribe? Unlikely, given his age. Besides his hair, his body was devoid of any fur, completely bare. It must have resulted from being affected by that tempestuous vortex of lightning during his time on Earth, leading to a certain degree of evolution or mutation of his soul. Otherwise, how could his spirit have survived such dire circumstances? With a clearer understanding of the origin of this energy, Ware felt a sense of relief. Now, how should he develop this ability? Should he pursue a path akin to that of the thunderfruit? No, the intensity of this energy shocks was too feeble. While it might affect ordinary individuals, it would be of no consequence against stronger foes. Moreover, through his recent experiments, he discovered that this energy could only envelop his skin or directly interact with adjacent objects, making the formation of external techniques improbable. Therefore, he could only devise techniques that would enhance his own body. Although the intensity of this electric energy is not particularly strong, it possesses other remarkable characteristics. It is sharp, swift, and exhibits exceptional cutting ability. Without rushing into other techniques, Veer gradually concentrated this energy at the center of his body, precisely at the chest. This strategic placement significantly shortened the pathways for the electricity to reach various parts of his body, slowly controlling the electricity to envelop his entire form while cautiously modulating its intensity. Veer transformed into a soft blue hue. Upon gazing into the mirror, he noted that his hair had not spiked up like a hedgehog. Was his body not rejecting this electricity? As he observed his reflection, Veer was suddenly reminded of two figures, the third and fourth Raikage from Naruto. By stimulating the cells within his body with electricity, he could enhance cellular vitality. This was undoubtedly a viable approach, regardless of the differences in physical resilience between the pirate world and the Naruto universe. The Raikage utilized chakra-generated lightning, whereas I harnessed electricity generated by my own body. The efficacy should be even greater. Determined to proceed, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began to diminish the intensity of the electricity, attuning himself to the changes within, gradually adjusting and sensing the effects. Veer soon felt a reduction in the fatigue from yesterday's training, and his body brimmed with newfound vitality. As dawn broke outside, Veer opened his eyes. Indeed, it was too simplistic to expect to develop a method for stimulating cellular activity with electricity so effortlessly. Although he had not achieved the anticipated results, namely an enhancement in physical strength and speed, there were still benefits. The exhaustion from the previous day's training had dissipated, and he felt considerably lighter, with the sensation of electric pain within his body having vanished. Most importantly, this newly developed state was one that could be enhanced. Currently, the electric intensity he employed to stimulate his body was at its minimal level. With each incremental increase in intensity, the effects would improve, but his body would struggle to endure it. He would need to gradually strengthen it only after his body had acclimatized to the current intensity. This process would require substantial time, yet at 9 years old, Veer was not lacking in that regard. Moreover, this state could be sustained indefinitely. Veer whimsically named this technique the method of electric stimulation for cellular vitality, abbreviated as lightning prick method, utilizing electricity expended stamina, which occurred in two ways. The first involved running electricity within the body, which consumed minimal energy and allowed for full stamina recovery. The second involved simultaneously running electricity within and on the surface of the body, which consumed a significant amount of energy, sustaining it for about 2 to 8 hours. The higher the intensity, the shorter the duration. The development of the lightning prick method filled Veer with joy, enabling him to recover from fatigue and allowing for increased training intensity in the future, thus accelerating his path to greater strength. Vale harbored no ambitions of becoming the Pirate King, dominating the world, or overthrowing the world government. However, he yearned to grow stronger, to traverse distant lands, and to engage in battles with formidable foes he had only ever witnessed on screen. Perhaps unbeknownst to him, within his being lay a warrior's heart. Placing his hand upon his chest, He felt the surge of electric energy coursing through him, and once more he unleashed his creatively named technique, which he whimsically dubbed the Core of Thunder, or simply Thunder Core. Looking up, he noticed the dawn had broken. After enjoying breakfast, he followed Roy to the back mountain to continue the training commenced the previous day. To his astonishment, he realized that only a single night had passed. He had indeed managed to restrain his instincts, reveling in his achievement for quite some time, convinced of his extraordinary talent. Yet, Roy calmly informed him that such progress was merely a normal occurrence, as the training was not particularly arduous. After a night of adaptation, his body had already overcome its primal instincts. Thus, Roy presented not a wooden sword, but 2 bamboo swords, handing one to Vale and instructing him to attack with all his might. Having been bested by Roy for an entire afternoon the day prior, Vale showed no hesitation. Armed with the bamboo sword, he launched a haphazard flurry of strikes at Roy, who effortlessly parried a few before delivering a gentle tap to Vale's forehead with the sword. The sound echoed, followed by Vale's anguished cry as he clutched his forehead, overwhelmed by the pain. Roy nodded approvingly and remarked, "Well done, you didn't close your eyes. We can proceed to other forms of training now." Vale glared at Roy. "Is this the purpose behind your attack? Could you not have informed me in advance to prepare myself mentally?" "Prepare myself? What kind of test is that? Enough of the trivialities. Now, I shall instruct you on the proper grip of the sword, as well as the correct techniques for slashing, blocking, and thrusting. Henceforth, you will dedicate the majority of your mornings to practicing these movements. Should you fail to meet the standards, you will continue in the afternoon." Subsequently, Vale began to impart various swordsmanship principles, including footwork and techniques for generating force. After observing Roy's sword-holding stance, Wall did not immediately mimic him. Instead, he gestured for Roy to wait and swiftly dashed towards the swordsmanship hall. Roy, bewildered by Wall's sudden departure, remained puzzled about the young man's intentions. Moments later, Wall returned, clutching a bamboo sword in each hand. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "I didn't realize you aspired to be a dual-wielding swordsman." While the dual-wielding style is indeed impressive, the power of each sword is considerably diminished compared to wielding a single blade. You must contemplate this carefully. Dual swords embody a man's romance. After uttering this cryptic statement, he began to practice the sword-holding posture. With Roy's explanations and gests throughout the morning, along with the occasional swats of the bamboo sword aimed at Weil, he gradually mastered several fundamental techniques. Roy informed Weil that while learning these movements was not particularly challenging, the real difficulty lay in forming muscle memory and adapting during combat. Upon mutual agreement, they returned to the restaurant from the previous day for lunch, as the food had truly been delightful. While ordering, Wall noticed Roy's particular fondness for the beverage section of the menu and inquired if he would like to indulge in some wine. Roy firmly declined, asserting that he could not drink as he needed to train while in the afternoon. Having known Roy for merely 2 days, it was the first time Wall witnessed such a serious expression on his face, leaving him astonished. This led him to ponder that Roy must possess a compelling story. After their meal, they returned to the mountainside, where this time Roy did not push Weil to the point of exhaustion. Instead, he guided him around the vicinity of the swordsmanship hall, revealing various training equipment stored behind it. Roy introduced Weil to the functions of each piece of equipment and encouraged him to begin his training. They commenced with arm strength exercises, as every swordsman must possess formidable upper body strength, followed by balance training and chest workouts, progressing downward. Roy emphasized that while exceptional arm strength is crucial for every swordsman, it is insufficient on its own. One must also possess a sense of balance and overall bodily strength. A swordsman who focuses solely on arm strength has no future. As he spoke, Roy assisted while in correcting his improper techniques. We found today's exercise to be exceptionally effortless, devoid of the exhaustion that had plagued him the previous day. It appeared that the thunder stabbing method was indeed effective in alleviating fatigue. As he pondered this, he intensified his training. Roy, observing in astonishment, noted the stark contrast. This young man had been utterly spent just yesterday, yet today he radiated vitality. It seemed he possessed considerable talent, prompting Roy to increase the intensity of the training regimen. While Roy was running, he added an additional weight of 5 kilograms to his legs. Amidst this high-intensity training, were sensed a tangible strengthening of his body. It was not an illusion, but a genuine enhancement. Although the thunder stabbing method did not significantly benefit the body in everyday life, it substantially amplified the efficacy of his training sessions. Weir experienced a vague yet uplifting sensation, realizing that his training results were threefold better than the previous day. This notion implied that as long as he refrained from laziness, his achievements would surpass those of others by a considerable margin. Contemplating this, a smile graced Weir's face, as he finally glimpsed a genuine sense of hope. Despite his previous confidence, there were moments when he felt a twinge of insecurity within. Just as Weir was fully immersed in his training, he heard Roy calling him back for dinner. Weir was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed rather swift. Glancing at his black pocket watch, he confirmed that it was already past 6 o'clock. After having dinner, he remembered that he was to go to Nis's place to learn swordsmanship that evening. Thus, he approached the central room of the dojo and knocked on the door, to which a voice responded, "Come in." Indeed, Nis occupied this room. Weir pondered what he might be engaged in during his time there. Upon entering, Weir contemplated for a moment and then settled cross-legged on the cushion before Nis. "Master, I wonder what you wish to impart to me. Are you perhaps going to teach me some profound techniques?" Veer inquired cautiously. Nis cast a glance at Veer and asked, "Would you comprehend the intricate techniques I might share with you? Let me first impart some fundamental knowledge about swords, which would be more beneficial for you. We shall discuss the techniques later." With that, I took the sword from behind me and presented it before you, inviting Veer to draw it forth. They'll gazed at the weapon before him, known in the realm of pirates as a sword and referred to on Earth as a katana. No matter how he looked at it, it struck him as oddly familiar. The scabbard and hilt were adorned in a deep black hue, with a row of purple motifs resembling flowers etched along the center. Upon unsheathing the blade, he discovered it was entirely obsidian, with a series of crimson markings shaped like fangs gracing the edge. What thoughts did this blade evoke in your mind? Lost in contemplation, Vale was abruptly interrupted by his teacher's inquiry, and he casually remarked, "I feel as though I have encountered this sword before." Immediately after uttering those words, a wave of regret washed over him. "Oh, where have you seen it? Do tell," exclaimed Nis, his face alight with excitement as he even rose to his feet. Veer was taken aback by Nice's overwhelming reaction and found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that honesty was the best policy. I forgot," he admitted, his expression betraying a hint of embarrassment. To his surprise, he noticed that Nice, who usually maintained a serious demeanor and offered polite smiles only occasionally, was now visibly twitching at the corners of his eyes and mouth. His expression contorted as if he had been forced to consume something utterly distasteful. Well, try to recall if, during your childhood, you came across any information regarding the whereabouts of this blade or any other clues that might be pertinent. It is of utmost importance to me, and I assure you that you will not be left at a disadvantage." Nice's face clearly reflected a sense of melancholy and regret. "Never mind. Let us set that aside for now. Perhaps I have been too fixated, clinging to what should be relinquished. Allow me to share some insights into the art of swordsmanship." Nice resumed his usual composure and continued, "Are you aware of the various ranks among swordsmen?" Veer shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. A wave of curiosity washed over him. The notion of swordsman ranks was something he had never encountered in his previous adventures with pirates. Swordsmen can generally be categorized into 6 distinct stages, with varying degrees of strength within each stage, further divided into 3 tiers: initial, proficient, and limit. Allow me to elaborate on these 6 stages. The first stage is enlightenment. This marks the transition from an ordinary individual to a swordsman. Not everyone who wields a sword qualifies as a swordsman. You are currently in the early phase of enlightenment. The second stage is the severance of steel. A swordsman in this stage, even wielding a mundane sword, possesses the ability to cleave through steel, sensing the breadth and frequency of objects, allowing them to sever whatever they desire while refraining from cutting what they do not wish to. I find myself in this very stage. The third stage is quite unique: elemental assault. This involves imbuing sword techniques with elemental attacks, though my understanding of this concept is somewhat limited. The reason this stage is deemed extraordinary lies in 2 circumstances. The first pertains to ordinary swordsmen, who must first master the art of severing steel before they can perceive elemental attacks. Without this mastery, it is impossible to harness such attributes, with rare exceptions, such as the Fur tribe or certain legendary swords. The second circumstance involves the abilities granted by devil fruits. Due to the diverse nature of these powers, some individuals can execute elemental attacks even at the enlightenment stage. You are familiar with devil fruits, are you not? Weir nodded thoughtfully. He first elaborated on attribute attacks before proceeding to discuss the fourth stage. The fourth stage involves severing rare materials that are harder than steel, such as Hylu stone and diamonds. The fifth stage pertains to the ability to cut through the void. The specifics elude me, as this realm is still far beyond my grasp, and I do not wish to mislead others. As for the sixth stage, its existence is debated. While I have never heard of anyone achieving it, it remains the aspiration of all swordsmen. embodying the notion that there is nothing in this world that cannot be severed. Whether anyone has truly reached this level is uncertain, yet attaining such a realm signifies a remarkable elevation in skill. To summarize the 6 stages of a swordsman: 1. Enlightenment. 2. Severing steel. 3. Elemental attacks. 4. Cutting through materials harder than steel. 5. Severing the void. 6. There exists nothing that cannot be severed. After speaking for quite some time, Nisi, feeling somewhat parched, called for an apprentice who promptly brought 2 cups of tea, which he sipped thoughtfully. Veer also took the teacup, expressed his gratitude, and after savoring a sip, found the flavor quite delightful, finishing it in one gulp. Nis widened his eyes and exclaimed, "You rascal! This is exquisite tea worth 10,000 berry per liang. And you gulp it down like that. Next time, I might as well offer you water." With that, he leisurely took another sip of his tea. Although the earlier incident with the knife had left Veer somewhat embarrassed, as he had claimed to have seen it before yet could not recall the specifics, he felt a newfound closeness with Master Nis after that event. At least the pretense of polite formalities had dissipated. With this in mind, Veer turned to Nis and inquired, "Master, what exactly does it mean to sever steel, and how can one achieve it?" Nis replied, "This concept is still too advanced for you at present. Once your foundation is solid, then you may ponder the art of cutting iron. A skyscraper must rise from the ground up. A poor foundation will significantly impede your future development. Moreover, achieving the ability to sever steel does not solely rely on arduous training. There are accelerated methods. We shall discuss this further when you are older." With that, Nis bestowed upon Veer a rather enigmatic smile. As Vale beheld Nis smile, he experienced a sensation akin to the delightful surprise bestowed upon him by Ross the previous day, rendering him momentarily disoriented. The evening had grown late, and it was time to retire for the night. With no pressing inquiries over the past month, he decided against further interruptions. If his body could withstand it, he would continue his training during this nocturnal period. At this juncture, no amount of swordsmanship discourse would suffice. Only personal practice would yield tangible results. Nis, observing Vale's expression, discerned that the young man had perhaps gleaned something profound from the concept of accelerated learning. With a knowing smile, he chose to refrain from further commentary. After bidding Nis good night, Vale returned to his slumber, preparing for the training that awaited him the following day. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. Each morning was devoted to sword practice, while afternoons and evenings were spent honing his physical techniques. Occasionally, he would consult his mentor for insights into swordsmanship, dedicating all his time to these pursuits, save for the 7 hours allotted for sleep and meal times. During this period, he and his mentor, Roy, had engaged in a few lucrative ventures, selling intelligence that amassed over 1 million belly. Vale had been diligently researching the development of Thunder Core. Beyond the initial Thunder Spike, he had stumbled upon a new capability, an unexpected byproduct of a series of failed experiments. After his body acclimated to the low intensity of Thunder Spike, Vale incrementally enhanced the electrical potency, resulting in a remarkable improvement. The training efficacy surged from 3-fold to 4-fold. Upon returning to the sword hall that day, he was eager to test whether he could amplify the intensity further. Indeed, greed is a trait inherent to all. After elevating the electrical strength, Vale was met with an overwhelming sensation akin to being torn apart by countless insects writhing within him. Subsequently, he blissfully succumbed to unconsciousness. When Vale regained consciousness, the daylight had already broken. Lying in his bed, he noticed an 4 drip attached to his right hand. Roy and a middle-aged physician were engaged in conversation nearby. Upon noticing Vale's awakening, they approached him. "Young man, must you exert yourself so recklessly, training to the point of muscle spasms? I find it hard to fathom how you achieved this." Even the doctor remarked that he had never encountered such symptoms before, asserting that you fainted from the pain. "Is that truly the case? What a peculiar experience." Gazing at Roy, whose face bore a mischievous grin, Vale felt an urge to reprimand him. After becoming acquainted, Roy had shed the serious demeanor he initially presented, revealing a rather irreverent side that perfectly matched his lewdly grinning visage. "Huh, you find amusement in my plight, do you? I shall inform the second senior sister that you were caught in an amorous rendezvous with a waitress from the restaurant," Vale retorted, letting out a distinctive laugh as he playfully jabbed at Roy. Weir's distinctive laughter was initially unfamiliar to both Roy and Master Nice. However, as time passed and they became accustomed to it, Weir began to embrace his mirth. He fondly recalled the first time he laughed in front of them, noting the expressions on their faces as if to ask whether he had lost his mind. "Hey, what are you joking about? Do you wish for your senior brother's demise? Such jesting is absolutely inappropriate in front of an Roy warned sternly, his demeanor reflecting vigilance. I'm hungry. What should I do? I crave the seafood fried noodles from the town, were remarked, casting a look at Nice that clearly conveyed a threat to speak ill of him before the second senior sister if he did not buy him the dish. With a chuckle, Roy affectionately called him a rascal before stepping out to procure the seafood fried noodles for Weir. Weir chuckled softly, reminiscing about the moment he first encountered his second senior sister. At that time, he was training on the back mountain with senior brother Roy when, from a distance, he spotted a striking figure. She was a tall, alluring woman with long black hair, adorned in a form-fitting purple top that was unbuttoned at the collar, subtly revealing her ample bosom. She wore black trousers and elegant, high-heeled boots, with a deep crimson sword hanging at her waist. As Weir pondered the peculiarity of such a captivating beauty gracing the desolate mountainside, she uttered a statement that left him utterly astounded. "Darling, this must be our junior brother, right? He truly is quite young," she inquired in a sultry voice directed at Roy. Upon hearing the enchanting words of the beautiful woman, Vale was filled with admiration and respect for his senior brother Roy. How could such a striking figure like him have found a wife so stunning and alluring? He implored. "Please, do share your secrets with me." Just as Roy was about to respond, he noticed Vale mumbling something unintelligible, catching faint whispers of words like flowers and manure. In a fit of anger, Roy kicked Vale and bellowed, "What indecent thoughts are you entertaining? Do not dare to speak them aloud." After catching his breath, he turned to the lady, who was now chuckling at the scene. Regaining his composure, Roy introduced Vale. "This is my wife, Olivia, and a fellow swordswoman. You may address her as second sister or sister," and Vale greeted her politely, "Sister, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I apologize for any shortcomings in our first encounter." Though he had joked with Roy, having spent half a year together, he understood the importance of courtesy upon meeting someone for the first time. "Sister," and nodded in acknowledgement, and offered a brief hello. "Junior brother, how has training been lately?" Before falling silent, revealing her reserved nature. "Dear, what brings you back so unexpectedly? You didn't give me a heads up. Have the matters outside been resolved?" Roy inquired. "Not yet. I returned mainly because Master has some matters to discuss with me, and I wanted to check on the new junior brother. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," she replied, turning towards the sword hall. Reflecting on these memories, Vale smiled and took a sip of water, pondering why increasing the intensity of lightning would elicit such a significant reaction. During his first awakening of lightning, the intensity had been much higher. Yet he only felt a sharp sting, not the overwhelming pain that led to unconsciousness. Gradually sensing the lightning within, Vale began to piece together some clues. During his initial awakening, he had not controlled the lightning, which meant it must have coursed through his muscles and bones. The technique lightning stab was derived from the Shadow of Lightning's techniques, designed to stimulate the body's cells. Thus, the two experiences could not be conflated. One stimulated the muscles and bones, while the other targeted the much smaller cells, resulting in differing tolerances to intensity. With this realization, Vale proceeded to channel the lightning once more, this time focusing on stimulating his muscles and bones rather than the cells. Starting with a very subtle intensity, he gradually amplified the lightning's strength until he felt a twinge of discomfort, at which point he ceased increasing the intensity, maintaining a level that would not cause him pain. Observing his body, he noted a stark contrast to the sensations experienced during lightning stab. This time, a faint blue glow radiated from his skin, and he felt his speed and neural response dramatically enhanced, nearly doubling his usual capabilities. In terms of strength and physical prowess, it appears to be merely half of what one might expect. This technique is rather impressive. Unexpectedly, I have developed such a practical skill. Just as Vale was reveling in this discovery, a new idea suddenly struck him. He rose from his bed and opened the cabinet, revealing two exquisite swords that he had purchased at a premium price from the finest swordsmith in Roguetown. Unlike the swords of the pirate world, these are straight swords. Yet they are not entirely traditional either. Measuring 103 centimeters in total length, with an 80 centimeters blade and a 23 centimeters handle, they resemble thrusting swords, albeit with a blade that is somewhat broader, approximately 3.8 centimeters in width. Eschewing the conventional four-sided design, these swords adopt an octagonal configuration, enhancing both their cutting ability and resilience. They remain unyielding even under immense force. The blade narrows as it approaches the tip, culminating in a perfectly streamlined straight sword. At the base of the handle lies a round, black pommel, serving as a last resort for close combat, crafted from an expensive metal akin to that of the blade. This detail nearly left Vale bankrupt despite his wealth of over 1 million berries. The grip is fashioned from the hide of a large sea creature, treated to a deep black hue and intricately wrapped around the handle, offering a soft, non-slip feel reminiscent of fine sandpaper. The crossguard, unlike traditional thrusting swords, is not excessively long. Instead, it features a design that is slightly thicker at the sides and tapering in the middle, providing both protective functionality and aesthetic appeal, complemented by a matching black scabbard. When the swords remain sheathed, they present an entirely black appearance. The blade itself has been treated to prevent glare along the spine, revealing no other color than a glimmering silver, exuding a sharpness that is both striking and formidable. The overall design of these two identical swords is a fusion inspired by the octagonal Han sword and thrusting sword from Earth. As for the choice of black for their appearance, this was a specific request from his instructor. When Vale expressed his intention to commission two swords, his teacher insisted on the selection of dark hues such as black, red, or purple, advising against conspicuous colors like silver or gold, the reasons for which were left undisclosed, only stating that he would understand in due time. Out of respect for his mentor, who had shown him considerable kindness during his time at the sword school, Vale honored this request. He grasped the two identical swords from the cabinet and affixed them to either side of his waist. With hands crossed, he drew two swords. Though Veer now stood at approximately 1.3 meters, wielding two 1-meter-long blades proved somewhat arduous. Uncertain if this endeavor would succeed, he mused that success could bring great fortune. Closing his eyes, he once again summoned the technique that coursed lightning through his muscles and bones. This time, instead of halting, the energy spread throughout his entire being, extending to the swords in his grasp until they emanated a soft azure glow. Yet, Veer did not cease there. He intensified the electric charge, and soon, a faint crackling sound filled the room. The swords transformed from their previous appearance, now radiating a silvery luminescence intertwined with the pale blue. Gently lowering the blades to the corner of the table, he felt almost no resistance, and one edge of the table was severed, falling to the ground. Ah, indeed. Attaching lightning to a weapon enhances its sharpness. Should this strike a foe, unless they vastly exceed my strength, they would be cleaved effortlessly. This newfound ability was impressive. It deserved a name for ease of remembrance. As he pondered, Veer retracted the electricity and returned the swords to the cabinet. Given his current stamina, this ability could last around 2 hours. But what to call it? Should I name it the subtle lightning stimulation of muscles and bones? Lightning muscle technique? That name is far too ostentatious. I must choose another. Lightning mode it shall be, simple, comprehensible, and most importantly, memorable. I cannot afford to forget the name of my own technique by the next day. Can you imagine calling out something dramatic in the heat of battle, only to falter? That would be exceedingly embarrassing. If such a momentary lapse were to lead to my demise, it would indeed be a tragic tale. Early the next morning, as Veer prepared to ascend the back mountain for training, he was intercepted by Nis. Veer, you have been at the sword dojo for over a year and have grown significantly stronger. However, if you continue to train in this manner, you will not achieve a qualitative improvement. Moreover, regardless of how powerful your training becomes, it will merely be for show. What you require now is practical experience. Nis paused, seemingly contemplating something. Indeed, Master, I too sense that I cannot persist in this training regimen. Even if I hone my swordsmanship and physical techniques, lacking combat experience will surely spell doom against an adversary. Veer wholeheartedly agreed with Nis's assessment and had long contemplated the necessity of gaining practical experience. Very well. Since that is the case, I propose two options. The first is to venture to Rog Town and challenge each dojo on the surrounding islands. But do so under your own name. This method is relatively safe, albeit the results may not be striking. The second option involves learning some wilderness survival skills, which will take about 2 months. Following that, you would venture to a nearby deserted island, battling the beasts that inhabit it to survive. This will enhance your combat skills, fortify your courage, and acclimate you to the scent of blood and the trials of survival. Reflect on this. Once you have made your decision, come find me. After Nis articulated his proposal, he ceased to speak further and turned to leave. Master, please impart to me the skills for survival in the wilderness. I choose the second option, Veer replied without a moment's hesitation. Nis glanced back, regarding Veer with a look he had never before encountered, and simply said, "Follow me." Before continuing onward, we're followed into the central room. Upon entering, Nis did not occupy his usual spot on the innermost cushion. Instead, he placed one foot upon it, tapping lightly in a rhythmic manner before delivering a firm stomp. With a crisp sound, 2 iron bars sprang forth from above the door, securing themselves into concealed grooves on either side, effectively locking the entrance. The wall opposite the door gradually parted in the center, revealing a hidden chamber of approximately 30 square meters. The interior was sparsely furnished, featuring a large round table accompanied by 6 armchairs. Among them, one chair appeared more opulent than the rest, clearly designated for Nis. As we entered the secret chamber alongside Nis, he observed Nis pressing a circular mechanism on the wall, causing the 2 flanking walls to slowly close in. Nis took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for Weir to sit at his leisure, and began to speak. Weir, when you first arrived at the sword dojo, I must admit I was not particularly fond of you. You came in and took away one of my errand apprentices. However, over the course of a year, you have proven your character and talent. As for your origins, your identity, and the fact that you can wield lightning without being a devil fruit user, I have no desire to inquire further. My only question is, are you willing to become my disciple? My disciple, Long Liang, rather than merely an apprentice of the Nis Sword Dojo. Long Liang gazed at Weir, revealing his true name. In the East Blue, and even along the first half of the Grand Line, only 3 individuals were privy to his true identity. Today, Weir would become the 4th, for he saw in Weir the potential to help him realize a dream that he himself could no longer fulfill. Master, from the moment you tirelessly taught me swordsmanship each night, you have already become my mentor, my one and only master, regardless of your name, Weir responded earnestly. Looking at Long Yang, the elderly man with a head full of white hair yet still exuding formidable presence. Haha. Very well, from this day forth, you are my disciple. Long Liang's disciple, no longer merely an apprentice of the dojo, Nis, or rather Long Yang, proclaimed joyfully, continuing to address Weir. My true name is Long Yang, hailing from the land of Wano in the New World. I was compelled to flee to the East Blue after inadvertently discovering the secret of the Kazuki clan. Pursued by Kazuki Oden, the Kazuki family is the royal lineage of Wano. The specifics of this secret, given your current strength, I cannot divulge, for it would invite peril upon you. Those obstinate members of the Kazuki family will inevitably lead Wano to ruin with their stubbornness. Are they not aware that a monstrous threat has set its sights upon them? My own family served as vassals to the Kazuki clan, and one of my ancestors was the dragon slayer, Longma. Regrettably, my family has succumbed to decline. Kazuki Oden harbored no true intent to slay me. Rather, it was a pursuit that resembled expulsion, as I was banished from the New World. I am acutely aware that my swordsmanship pales in comparison to that of my kin, and amidst numerous unforeseen events, I was deprived of the opportunity to strive for improvement. Thus, I journeyed to the East Blue, where I established a dojo to impart the art of swordsmanship, seeking to discover gifted young individuals to take under my wing, nurturing them in the hope that one day they might assist me in realizing my ambitions and dreams. Thus far, including you, I have taken on 5 disciples, 2 of whom have sadly passed away. The remaining 2, whom you are familiar with, are Ram Roy and Olivia Ann. Despite being a married couple, they are also senior and junior siblings in training. I initially intended to cultivate Roy into a formidable swordsman, but alas, it is regrettable. Well, let us set that aside for now. I shall refrain from further elaboration until your return from the deserted island. Over the next 2 months, I will personally impart to you the skills necessary for survival in the wild and broaden your horizons. After all, I hail from the New World. Although my prowess may be rather ordinary there, my perspective remains expansive. Long Liang spoke these words to Vale, reminiscent of a narrative or perhaps a reflection. Upon hearing the preceding discourse, Veer was taken aback. Just as he was about to speak, Long Liang waved his hand and said, "You may return for now. I shall prepare some items, and tomorrow morning, you shall come back. For the next 2 months, aside from a brief period of cultivation at night, you will dedicate all your time to acquiring survival knowledge." With that, he activated the mechanism to the secret chamber. Veer bid farewell to his master and departed the hidden chamber, making his way towards his quarters. "Do not let me down, Veer. I have placed my last hope in you. I no longer possess the energy or time to nurture another disciple." Dragon Liang murmured as he watched Veer's retreating figure. Once back in his room, Veer lay on his bed, his mind tumultuous and restless. He had casually sought out a swordsmanship school and unexpectedly encountered such an extraordinary master. Although the master claimed that his prowess was not particularly formidable, his status was indeed remarkable. Could it be that traversers truly possess the legendary transmigration aura? It must be mere coincidence. The fact that he is a descendant of Ryoma is one thing, but uncovering the secrets of the Kazuki clan is quite another. What is the identity of the Kazuki clan? An ordinary person might associate them with the royal family of Wano. However, their other identity is far more perilous. 8 centuries ago, the Kazuki clan was not a royal lineage but rather the Stone Masons, a clan renowned for possessing the most advanced stone processing techniques of their time. Their most celebrated creation is the indestructible book, the Poneglyph. Their ancestors were the artisans behind the Poneglyph, so the secret that Ryoma inadvertently acquired could not possibly pertain to the Poneglyph. Could it? The more he pondered, the more intriguing it became. In any case, matters of the future could be addressed later. For now, he would continue to develop the core of lightning. While discovered that the intensity of the Thunder Core's lightning was not inherently limited, rather, it was directly proportional to his own strength. The stronger Wal became, the more potent the lightning. This phenomenon was intricately linked to his physical prowess. Rising from his resting position, he resumed his study of the Thunder Core and its associated abilities. Before dawn on the following day, as Wal entered Longyang's room, he was taken aback by the vast array of books and the haphazardly arranged materials sprawled before him. Goodness, is this preparation for an entrance exam? In the ensuing 2 months, Wal found himself ensnared in the greatest tribulations of his journey in the pirate world. While daily practice of various skills was manageable, the true agony lay in memorizing the environmental changes across different islands, the characteristics of diverse flora and fauna, their danger levels, their toxicity, and whether they were usable. He also had to learn how to evade perilous creatures on deserted islands, particularly various insects and cold-blooded animals, as well as how to forage for spices in the wild. Among a plethora of other information, had he not endured the rigors of his previous life's examinations, Wal genuinely doubted his ability to persevere. Failure to retain this knowledge would result in punishment from his master, who insisted that it would enhance his memory while simultaneously honing his resilience against blows. After 2 arduous months, Wal finally graduated in the art of survival on deserted islands. The remaining knowledge would now depend on his practical application, which was unattainable in the confines of Rogue Town. Weir is bound for a distant isle from Rock Town, known as Arabella. This island was discovered by a naval branch of the Eastern Sea, which later contemplated its development. However, the local navy hesitated due to the formidable beasts inhabiting the island. The prospect of using artillery to eradicate these creatures posed not only exorbitant costs but also the grim realization that the land, ravaged by cannon fire, would hold little value for development. After all, it was merely one of many isles scattered across the sea. Consequently, the naval branch relinquished their ambitions for the island, bestowing upon it the title of Arabella, prefixed with the designation of a desolate isle. Aboard a merchant vessel traversing the Eastern Sea, a boy with tousled black hair leans against the railing of the deck, his back turned to the ocean, seemingly lost in slumber. He is attired in a black high-collared coat, beneath which he dons a white undershirt, adorned with an unusual arrangement of 3 belts. The top belt is of standard width, the middle one slightly narrower, and the third a mere finger's breadth. The 3 belts converge at one end, while the other ends dangle loosely. His lower half is clad in black trousers and shoes, creating a striking contrast against the white shirt and his fair complexion, which exudes a distinctive aura. Most conspicuously, his twin swords rest diagonally across his lap, as he is unable to hang them at his waist due to his seated position. Despite his tender age, he emanates an air of unapproachability, resulting in solitude around him. Indeed, this is Weir, who has been at sea for 5 days. After mastering the survival techniques imparted by his mentor, Veer set forth with a well-equipped bag, eschewing the minimalist approach often showcased in survival shows of his previous life, which typically featured only a solitary knife. Instead, he packed an array of essentials, fire-starting tools, salt, and various seasonings. His medical supplies were limited to just a needle and tweezers, as he had discovered that upon activating his thunder mode, his wounds would not succumb to infection. They would merely experience slight inflammation and heal within a few days. Once, while sailing the seas, Veer could entertain himself with a laptop. Though at times he would find himself without internet access, nevertheless, he could still enjoy the films he had downloaded. However, in this bizarre world of pirates, where technological prowess is oddly manifested, there truly are few diversions to be found at sea. Thus, Veer now found himself in a state of utter boredom. Rising to his feet, he sheathed his twin swords at his sides and made his way to the captain's quarters. Upon arriving, he encountered a tall, slender middle-aged man and inquired, "How many days until we reach Arabella? I am quite anxious." Veer regarded the man before him with a calm demeanor. "Not long, dear guest. We should arrive at Arabella this afternoon. Please be patient. We are sailing directly towards it," the middle-aged man replied with a beaming smile, exuding politeness. Setting aside the matter of the substantial reward of 100,000 berries, it was evident to the man that this young child Venturing alone to a desolate island while armed with swords and displaying a generous demeanor was not to be trifled with. In an era where pirates are abundant and lies are as cheap as grass, the middle-aged man had long since learned whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Having heard the man's response, Veer turned and continued to the deck to bask in the sun. Upon arriving in the world of pirates, Vale found that it differed in several respects from what he had previously perceived through anime. The minor characters and lackeys did not, as depicted in the animated series, recklessly provoke formidable foes, fully aware that the pirates and navy on the seas were predominantly seasoned individuals with over 2 decades of experience. It was inconceivable that they would exhibit the naivety of mere children, engaging in self-destructive behavior only to be soundly beaten. Indeed, Vale had yet to witness such folly. Upon his arrival in the world of pirates, Weir resolved to maintain a low profile outside the sword dojo, for his former self had been exceedingly weak. Unlike other protagonists who, upon their emergence, encounter formidable adversaries and ultimately prevail, Weir's guiding principle became one of cautious development, grow steadily and avoid recklessness. Through diligent training, Weir had cultivated his skills and evolved into a swordsman. That very afternoon, he was dispatched to Arabella. As he gazed upon the desolate island before him, Weir sensed that he might be residing there for an extended period, only returning to the dojo when he felt sufficiently strong. His master's words echoed in his mind. "Return when you feel capable, and I shall unveil all the secrets of the dojo to you." Seated in a small boat rowed by sailors from a merchant vessel, Weir made his way onto the island. Once ashore, he found himself enveloped in confusion. Uncertain of his next course of action, after some contemplation, he decided it prudent to familiarize himself with the terrain. With that resolve, he ventured towards the island, which was predominantly cloaked in forest. As he traversed the woods, Weir surveyed the surroundings with keen eyes. Whether due to climate or some other factor, the forests of the pirate realm appeared sparse, with trees widely spaced and only a few vines clinging to their trunks. The grass beneath his feet, though vividly green, was diminutive, seemingly unable to compete with the towering trees for sustenance, resulting in their stunted growth. Having spent several days in monotony, Weir was captivated by the scenic beauty of the forest when suddenly, he sensed a rush of wind behind him, sending a shiver down his spine. Despite his swift reaction, leaping forward and drawing his sword midair, he landed only to feel a prickling sensation in his lower back, followed by an intense, searing pain. Never before had he endured such an injury, and he felt as though he might succumb to the agony. Before him stood his assailant, a colossal lion, towering at over 4 meters in length. A single, sharp claw was stained with crimson droplets of blood. It seemed that Weir's reflexes had not been sluggish. Had he not acted promptly, he might have been torn asunder, reduced to mere tatters. The lion, eyeing its prey with predatory intent, licked its paw and gazed greedily at Weir. With both hands gripping his sword, Veer berated himself for his carelessness. How could he have failed to notice such a colossal lion? Truly, he felt like a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse. Despite the imminent threat to his life, an inexplicable sensation coursed through him: excitement, exhilaration, and an unusual joy. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, and the pain from the wound on his lower back seemed to diminish. Before the lion could pounce, Veer activated Thunder Mode, his form enveloped in a soft blue hue, and his sword shimmered with silver-blue brilliance. He charged directly at the lion. With an acute focus, Veer experienced an extraordinary enhancement to his reflexes, and his speed felt astonishingly swift. Upon reaching the lion, he swiftly countered its claw swipe with a decisive strike, effortlessly severing a significant portion of its foreleg. The electrified sword emitted a crackling sound as it sliced through the flesh. Unfazed, his other sword descended upon the lion's remaining foreleg. Before the beast could react, both forelegs were severed, causing its head to plunge towards the ground, teetering on the brink of collapse. Without waiting for it to hit the earth, Veer crossed his swords, striking from both sides towards the lion's head. With a sharp sound, the once majestic lion was cleaved into 3 segments. Its head bifurcated, its body divided. One severed foreleg lay nearby, while the other, propelled by the force of the blow, soared far away, resting solitary in the depths of the forest. Weir gazed at the crimson and ivory liquid that pooled around him in great abundance, unable to suppress a wave of nausea that surged within. The act of vomiting only exacerbated his discomfort, as the metallic, sweet scent of blood intensified his unease, compelling him to continue retching. Despite the overwhelming tide of revulsion, Weir did not retreat. Instead, he perched upon the headless body of the lion, striving to acclimatize to the gruesome scene before him. The pursuit of strength transcends mere physical prowess or mastery of swordsmanship. Without a resilient heart, one inevitably faces the bitter taste of failure. After a prolonged period of adjustment, he finally ceased his convulsions, gathering his belongings and orienting himself before setting off once more. We recall the teachings of his mentor after a fierce battle in the forest. It was prudent to vacate the area if there was a significant spillage of blood. Had he not been intent on acclimating to the sanguinary aroma and the harrowing visuals, he would have departed long ago. As he walked, thoughts swirled in his mind. He had already witnessed the gruesome spectacle of severing a brain. Should he consider beheading next? Or perhaps disemboweling, which would undoubtedly be a grim affair but might serve to sharpen his visual acuity. Upon discovering a grand tree, he ascended and settled upon a trunk as wide as 2 men, retrieving a small pack from his back. From within, he extracted a needle, first purifying it with fire before cleaning it thoroughly, threading it with care. He then turned to the small mirror behind him and commenced the delicate task of suturing his wounds. In this instance of suturing, Veer came to a profound realization. Mending a wound is undoubtedly more excruciating than being captured or slashed, and one must summon a formidable resolve. Which indeed is quite a conundrum. Once he had successfully stitched his injury, Veer descended from the tree and resumed his leisurely exploration. This minor wound, given Veer's current constitution, was no longer a significant affliction, and within a few days, it would merely leave a scar. Following this experience, Veer's vigilance was notably heightened. Although he had not been ambushed, he did encounter a colossal elephant. This creature, comparable in size to those from his previous life, met a tragic fate as Veer, in thunder mode, dismantled it piece by piece. After this more gruesome battle, while Veer still felt discomfort, it was not as jubilant as the earlier bout of nausea. Amidst the remains of the elephant, he discovered a sizable piece of meat, well-positioned and substantial in size. Veer continued to familiarize himself with the terrain. After wandering for a while, clutching the blood-processed elephant meat, he stumbled upon an excellent refuge. It was a cave, with an entrance merely 1 meter wide and 2 meters high. The internal space was quite ample, spanning over 20 square meters. It was nothing short of a natural stone dwelling. Veer entered the natural stone dwelling and discovered remnants of human habitation, along with tattered garments and other items. However, these signs of life had long since faded, likely left behind by sailors from a bygone era. Discarding the tattered belongings, he sought out a stately tree that caught his eye, and with a single stroke of his sword, he felled it. Activating thunder mode, he began to skillfully prune the timber, crafting several water storage barrels and a grill for roasting meat. To enhance the secrecy of his temporary abode, he fashioned a wooden door for the little stone house, providing a barrier against wild beasts and ensuring a more restful night. Contemplating rest, Veer ventured into the forest once more, ultimately finding a robust dead tree. With another decisive swing, he brought it down and proceeded with his earlier task of pruning. This time, he fashioned a dry, low bed and a small pillow. He carried his creations back to the stone dwelling, where the sky was painted in hues of crimson, signaling the approach of evening. Consulting his black pocket watch, he noted that it was 5 o'clock. Vale accelerated his pace, first securing the wooden door at the entrance, thereby reducing the size of the opening. He then ignited a fire outside, commencing the roasting of what resembled meat, occasionally sprinkling some seasoning. The aroma soon wafted enticingly through the air. As an aspiring Epicurean, how could he possibly refrain from culinary pursuits? After savoring a delightful dinner, Vale reclined on the wooden bed in the small stone cottage, reflecting on the day's shortcomings and achievements before succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening the next morning, he felt that his wounds had mostly ceased to ache. He picked up the lion's skin he had stripped from the beast the previous day, which he had washed and dried by the fire overnight, deeming it ready for use. With a few deft snips using his sword, he fashioned it into a belt around his waist. His shirt had long since been stained with blood, its whereabouts unknown, and he decided against wearing long trousers, opting instead for only his undergarments, with the lion's skin draped around his waist, thus venturing out bare-chested. After foraging for some wild fruits to serve as breakfast, Vale embarked on another day of survival on the deserted island. Having explored the island for an entire day previously and encountered several formidable beasts without engaging, he resolved to seek out a stronger opponent for a confrontation today. Previously unfamiliar with the sensation of combat, Vale had not understood the fervor of battle enthusiasts. However, he now discovered a burgeoning fondness for conflict. The more brutal the encounter, the more exhilarating it became. After some wandering, he ultimately decided to return to the imposing gorilla he had observed the day before, sensing its formidable strength. As noon approached, Vale once again located the mighty gorilla, a species he had never before encountered, with striking blue skin and standing at least 6 meters tall. "Hey, giant," Come engage with me, let me relish the thrill of the fight. Regardless of whether the gorilla could comprehend his words. Vale proclaimed this and activated his thunder mode, charging forward with renewed vigor. In the realm of combat, particularly in the visceral encounters of the Vale, strategy often takes a back seat. One charges forth if one possesses the strength, and even in the face of adversity, one may still advance, only to retreat or meet their demise once the futility of the struggle is apparent. When the formidable gorilla observed a diminutive figure charging towards it, it paid little heed, casually swatting with its hand. Yet, this moment of underestimation came at a grave cost. 2 of its fingers were severed and sent flying. Blood splattered across the Vale. And although discomfort lingered, the sensation of nausea had dissipated. Weir wielded dual blades, relying on his swiftness to continuously shift his position around the gorilla, slicing away at its flesh with each strike. Occasionally, he would cleave a piece of white bone that would fly off into the distance. His attacks consisted primarily of slashes and chops, eschewing thrusts, as were found such techniques too delicate, with a limited capacity for inflicting damage. Although his swords were originally designed for stabbing, they had been meticulously modified into fearsome instruments meant solely for severing the flesh of living beings. In the past, Weir could only practice his cleaving techniques against the air. Now, facing the gorilla before him, the experience was utterly transformative. Despite his apparent advantage, the gorilla was undoubtedly a creature of brute strength, lacking in speed, and a single blow could inflict significant harm. Just as Weir was reveling in his onslaught, the gorilla, roused from its midday slumber, exploded with rage, sensing that it was on the brink of being reduced to mere pieces by this unknown assailant. Realizing it must fight fiercely to survive, the gorilla suddenly extended its arms straight out and clenched its fists, spinning like a whirlwind. Weir, sensing the impending danger, found himself too late to evade. With a deafening thud, he felt the world spin around him as he was hurled far away, crashing heavily to the ground. A searing pain gripped his chest and lungs, making each breath a struggle, and he tasted iron in his throat, spitting out flecks of blood. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Weir felt a sense of helplessness. One moment of discord had led to such a devastating counterattack. He realized with dismay that his repertoire of techniques was woefully inadequate, especially when the gorilla possessed its own formidable move. Before him, the gorilla, having been ravaged by his earlier strikes, was now spewing blood in torrents. Struggling to approach the creature, Weir delivered a decisive blow, slicing open the gorilla's abdomen, its innards spilling forth. In response to the excruciating pain, the gorilla attempted to crawl away from Weir, seeking to escape this demon. Unfortunately, such efforts could not stave off its demise, only hastening the inevitable. The gorilla, with its entrails strewn across the ground, succumbed to its suffering. Vale found himself to be exceptionally brutal in battle. Ordinarily, he maintained composure, yet once engaged in combat, he suspected he could reduce his enemies to mere meat paste. He refrained from preparing lunch from the gorilla, opting instead for other creatures, as the gorilla bore a resemblance to humanity and could potentially be an ancestral figure. Therefore, Vale had no desire to consume such a repulsive thing. He slaughtered a large serpent, retrieved a pot that the merchant ship had deliberately left by the seaside, and began to simmer a snake stew. While relishing his meal, Vale also assessed his injuries. His body, having undergone prolonged thunder-pierce technique training, exhibited excellent recovery speed and resilience to impact, showing no signs of any life-threatening injuries or hidden dangers. After his repast, Vale chose not to continue hunting but instead contemplated within the stone dwelling how to develop new techniques. Weir began to ponder, and let it be clear, he was not contemplating basic movements or combinations of techniques. Instead, he reflected on some formidable swordsmanship from the anime of his past life. Considering the techniques that he could emulate, given his current level of swordsmanship, even if he were to develop new techniques, they would merely possess average proficiency and power. Thus, he sought inspiration from the masters. Weir has indeed conceived a remarkable technique, one that harbors significant potential for further development. This technique resembles a move from Fate Stay Night, where a sword is used to subdue a heroic spirit. The secret sword, Swallow Return, is undoubtedly a formidable maneuver. For an ordinary individual, mastering it would pose considerable difficulty. However, Weir has envisioned the lightning mode. Upon activating this mode, Weir's reaction speed and physical velocity experience a substantial enhancement. The greater the intensity of the lightning, the swifter the speed. Yet it must not exceed the limits of his physical endurance. Weir's conception is to initiate a high-intensity thunder mode within a brief period, significantly enhancing speed to execute the technique Secret Sword, Swallow's Return. The concept of Secret Sword, Swallow's Return, conceived by Wire, diverges somewhat from the original work's portrayal of Swallow's return. This is achieved through high-velocity slashes, enabling multiple strikes to erupt simultaneously, akin to the effect of a pseudo-dimensional slash, significantly amplifying destructive power. Furthermore, by incorporating the cutting attribute of lightning into the slashes, the effect is that the more strikes executed, the greater the destructive force becomes. To execute this, one must first activate lightning mode, and then engage the maximum threshold that can be endured. A brief activation is feasible, but maintaining it continuously is undoubtedly a reckless endeavor that would lead to bodily collapse. During those fleeting seconds of activation, the entire body retains a faint blue hue. Yet the sword, instead of its previous silver-blue sheen, now emanates a silver-white color interspersed with a subtle hint of purple. Then, with all one's might, 2 strikes are unleashed, one from each hand. Weir had never envisioned that, with his current level of swordsmanship, he could ever reach the prowess of Sasaki Koger, a master who could strike thrice with a single blade after dedicating a lifetime to his craft. Thus, Weir set his sights on wielding 2 swords simultaneously, aspiring to achieve the speed of the yen return technique. It was primarily that swiftness, coupled with his lightning affinity, that he sought to forge his own unique sword technique. If he failed, he would rest for an hour, allowing his body to recuperate before attempting once more. If he faltered again, he would wait for the next opportunity. Time and again, he faced failure, each instance a lesson learned. When hunger struck, he would venture out to hunt for wild beasts to prepare a meal when thirst beckoned. A nearby brook provided not only refreshment but also a place to bathe. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Finally, after a year and a half, Weir succeeded in mastering the yin return technique. On that day, as he swung his sword as he had done countless times before, he sensed an extraordinary difference. Suddenly, it felt as though the very space around him had slowed down. No, it was not the world that had decelerated. It was he who had become so swift that he was on the verge of transcending the confines of that space, the air, and the pull of gravity itself. At that moment, while felt that his heart was solely occupied by the sword and an insatiable pursuit. Faster, I must strike with greater swiftness. In the air, 2 intersecting purple sword marks emerged without precedence, adorned with a faint azure glow, soaring forward as if intent on cleaving through all. With a resounding clash, a subtle metallic vibration reverberated in the atmosphere. One wall of the small stone cottage in Weir has been severed into 4 quarters, completely removed, leaving a gaping hole in the mountainside. Weir felt a wave of weakness wash over him, yet to his astonishment, he had managed to unleash the sword energy of the yin return, transforming it into an effective medium-range attack. "Haha, I have succeeded," he exclaimed, his face alight with joy and excitement. After a year and a half of arduous training, he had finally mastered his ultimate move, colloquially known as his trump card, Secret Sword, Yin Return. On a desolate island in the East Sea, thick forests teeming with the essence of nature enveloped the landscape. However, at the island's center, the air was rife with the roars of wild beasts, intermingled with anguished wails. After a time, an eerie silence descended upon the island, erasing the sounds of birds and the playful chattering of monkeys. Had anyone ventured to the heart of the island, they would have been confronted with a hellish scene. The ground was no longer a lush green meadow, but a canvas of deep crimson, speckled with traces of verdant life. The earth was strewn with the remains of various animals, the claws of tigers, the severed limbs of large baboons, and the most gruesome of all, a wolf, cleaved in half and further mutilated, resembling a shattered carrot. At the very center lay a mound of carcasses, upon which sat a boy of 12 or 13, his raven hair framing a fierce countenance. Clad in animal hides, 2 swords were stabbed into the corpses before him. This black-haired youth was Weir, who, after mastering Yin Return, had dedicated himself to relentless combat on the island to hone his practical skills and swordsmanship, becoming intimately familiar with his technique over the course of 6 months. In his hand were held a large, yellow fruit, consuming it with a casual ease amid the carnage surrounding him. To an ordinary person, a mere glance at the gruesome scene would provoke uncontrollable nausea, yet Weir had conditioned himself to relish his meal in this hellish environment. Not out of necessity, but from sheer habituation. Finishing the last morsel of fruit, Weir raised his gaze and surveyed his surroundings. Initially, he had resorted to dismembering his opponents to test his adaptability, but gradually he realized he had become accustomed to it. In his own words, "If I don't chop something up in a day, I feel utterly uncomfortable. That should suffice. I will contact my master now," he decided, rising to head toward his newly constructed temporary abode to retrieve his communication device. Over the past 6 months, where had engaged in combat almost every day, sustaining injuries as a common occurrence. Through the prolonged development of the thunder-piercing technique, he had finally succeeded in activating the cells of his body. Wire discovered that the thunder-stabbing technique activates cellular functions, essentially enhancing the body's ability to absorb nutrients to the fullest extent, alongside a unique substance found within lightning. The training results are astonishingly quintupled. At the tender age of 13, Wire feels his body is in a phase of development. And with the gradual reinforcement of the thunder-stabbing technique, he is rapidly growing stronger, particularly in terms of speed. The stimulation of cells through the thunder-stabbing technique significantly enhances his physical attributes, if we were to quantify it. While strength and stamina may grow at a rate of 1, speed accelerates at a remarkable rate of 3. In simpler terms, the successful development of the thunder-stabbing technique not only amplifies training effects to 5 times their original capacity, but even if Wire refrains from training, his body will continue to strengthen, albeit subtly. Upon returning to his temporary residence, he picks up the meticulously cared-for telephone worm that he has nurtured for the past 2 years. This little creature was gifted to him by his master 2 years ago, leaving him in awe of such a fantastical being from the original story. After playing with it for quite some time, his master reminded him not to forget to feed it and provide it with water. Weir, filled with astonishment, inquired in a rather naive manner, "Do phone bugs still require sustenance?" Veer still vividly recalls the incredulous gaze of his master as he retorted, "What creature does not require sustenance?" Subsequently, Veer learned that the telephone worm, too, necessitated nourishment and hydration, albeit at infrequent intervals. The longer the feeding interval, the more valuable the telephone worm. Veers required feeding every month, while the Navy possessed specimens that could go 6 months without sustenance. Upon grasping the artificially enhanced microphone atop the telephone worm, it emitted a series of bubbling sounds. Blorp, 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 blorp. With a click, the telephone worm opened its eyes. "Master, it is I, Veer. I have trained sufficiently and am ready to return. Please send a vessel for me. I feel on the verge of becoming a wild man. And do bring some clothing with you." Veer appeared quite delighted, for he was soon to reunite with his master and elder brother, having been apart for 2 years. "Very well, I shall have your elder brother attend to this matter. If he is not preoccupied, he may come to fetch you himself. As he has mentioned it to me several times," Dragon Liang replied, his own spirits lifted at the prospect of Veer's return. Although there were many apprentices at the Swordsmanship Academy, he currently had only 3 disciples, each of whom he held dear. "Understood, Master. I shall end our conversation for now. We will discuss further upon my return." After bidding his master farewell, Veer disconnected the telephone worm. A few days later, at the island's edge, Veer finally awaited the vessel sent to retrieve him, spotting his elder brother Roy at the bow. With his diminutive stature of 160 centimeters and his blue braids, Veer recognized him instantly. Without waiting for the boat to dock, Veer activated his lightning mode, propelled himself forward, and leapt onto the distant ship. Roy, taken aback by Veer's radiant azure glow, chuckled heartily. "You've grown stronger, haven't you? It won't be long before you surpass me, though your height hasn't changed much. Tell me, are you of the dwarven lineage?" Roy resumed his characteristic banter after their long separation. "How could I possibly be of dwarven descent? I am merely 13 years old. Standing at 140 centimeters is entirely normal. I assure you, I will grow taller. Unlike some people I know, who, despite their age, remain at a mere 160 centimeters, a truly sorrowful tale." The 2 brothers resumed their playful exchange. After some light-hearted repartee, Veer extended his fist towards Roy, who reciprocated the gesture. Their fists met with a solid thud, and even though both men struggled to articulate their inner sentiments, the collision of their fists conveyed the depth of their brotherly bond. The days spent aboard the vessel with Roy were far from the mundane journey they had embarked upon. Roy introduced Veer to the art of drinking. Yes, he taught the 13-year-old Veer to indulge in alcohol. The drink Roy provided was housed in a green bottle, labeled with the brand name Herace. Upon reflection, Veer recalled this to be the very beverage favored by Zfa, the ultimate adversary in the theatrical version. After taking a sip, Veer found the drink delightful, its flavor intriguing, though he could not discern the ingredients used in its fermentation. It is said that Roy spoke of a certain spirit that imbues one with a sense of masculinity. After imbibing several bottles with Roy, the 2 began to ramble nonsensically. And after consuming a dozen or so, they found themselves leaning against the ship's railing, urinating and competing to see who could urinate the farthest. When he awoke the next day, due to his robust constitution, Veer experienced no headache, only a vague recollection of drinking with Roy and perhaps overindulging, with the rest of the night fading into oblivion. Days later, at the Rogtown dock, Veer returned to Rogtown, dressed in the same attire as when he departed, but this time clutching a bottle labeled Herace, taking a swig after every few steps. The monotonous days aboard the ship had passed in this manner, and although Veer did not consider himself a heavy drinker, he found pleasure in a few sips. However, thinking of the impending meeting with his master, he stowed the bottle in his bag behind him. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Swordsmanship Academy, Veer felt an unexpected urge to enter, tinged with trepidation, a sensation he had never experienced before. Could this be longing? Pushing open the grand door, he discovered that his master and senior sister were already awaiting him in the courtyard, devoid of any apprentices, save for the smiling master and senior sister standing behind him. "You have returned, and that is enough," his master said. And the simple yet profound words stirred a bittersweet feeling in Veer's heart. "Master, I am back," he declared, stepping forward to face the elder he had not seen for 2 years. "Come, join your elder brother and second sister in the secret chamber. There are matters I wish to discuss with you," the master instructed, leading the way to the chamber. The four of them settled into their seats. Dragon Liang, seated at the head, gazed at Veer with satisfaction, casting a glance at Roy and Un, both of whom nodded in agreement with the decision made by Dragon Liang. "Veer, the Swordsmanship Academy established by your master also engages in another venture, a clandestine organization of assassins within the dark underworld. We accept assignments to eliminate pirates from the East Sea, naval officers, merchants, and powerful families. We take on every task that arises. I am uncertain whether you wish to join us. It is entirely voluntary. Should this profession not appeal to you, you may assist me in managing the academy. I respect my disciple's choices." Dragon Liang revealed the secret he had withheld from Veer 2 years prior. "Of course, I have yet to take a life. I do not know what it feels like to slay a man. However, I have dispatched quite a few beasts," Veer replied. Weir pondered for a moment before acquiescing to Long Liang's request. In truth, Weir had long harbored suspicions. How could a mere master of a modest sword dojo possess such an abundance of opulent possessions? Long Liang nodded, likely having anticipated Weir's response. The faint, persistent scent of blood that clung to Weir upon his entrance revealed much about the nature of his apprentice. Long Liang suspected that Weir, much like him, was no paragon of virtue. He could only wonder if Weir would prove as merciless as him. Such thoughts gave him a headache. Contemplating this, he gazed at his 3 apprentices. The eldest, having endured trauma, had succumbed to self-destructive tendencies. The second, who shared the same harrowing experiences, had not spiraled into despair but had instead become quite cruel, relishing in the infliction of torment upon his foes. He had finally taken on a 3rd apprentice who appeared relatively normal. However, the more he interacted with this youth, the more he sensed that he too might not be entirely virtuous, as he spoke of murder without a flicker of fear, his first thought being the sensation of delivering death. Long Liang sighed and waved his apprentices away, dismissing those who were perplexed by the atmosphere. He couldn't help but reflect on his own youth, a time when he was filled with a sense of justice. How had he, in his old age, ended up mentoring a trio that bore the unmistakable traits of villains? Perhaps he had changed as well. He found himself nostalgically yearning for his homeland. Kazuki Odin, he wondered. How are you faring? Do you truly believe that no one will seek you out, having ascended to Laugh Tale alongside Roger? As the sovereign of Wano, what choices will you make? Will you safeguard your nation or uphold the honor of the Roger pirates? Under the blazing sun, Weir practiced his swordsmanship in the mountains, 2 swords slicing through the air, eliciting an exhilarating sensation. At 13, Weir was not as tall as the renowned figures in the pirate world, standing at a mere 1 meters, likely never to reach 2 or 3 meters. His bare torso appeared slender yet was adorned with smooth muscular lines, though not overtly robust. There was a palpable sense of strength. As Weir immersed himself in his training, he heard a voice calling from a distance. Glancing up, he saw his senior brother Roy at the back door of the dojo. He sheathed his sword and donned his clothing before approaching Roy. Without much elaboration, Roy informed Weir of a mission that required discussion in the secret chamber. Upon entering the chamber, the master and senior sister were already present. Their target this time was a merchant from the East Blue named Steve Lewis. Although he presented himself as a clothing merchant, his true dealings involved human trafficking, primarily capturing slaves for sale at the Joker auction in the Sabaody archipelago. Due to certain business conflicts, their employer had contracted them to eliminate Steve Lewis and his entire family, offering a bounty of 20 million berries. After outlining the task, Long Yang sipped his tea and awaited questions. Master, if we kill the mad dog known as Joker, won't he come after us in the East Blue? He holds the title of a warlord of the sea and can legally traverse the red line above. We're inquired first. Expressing his reluctance to confront Doflamingo before he had fully matured, deeming such an act tantamount to courting death, he was certainly not Luffy. Upon hearing Weir's question, Lonely cast a surprised glance at him, sensing that this disciple was no ordinary individual. He was astonished by the depth of Weir's knowledge concerning intelligence matters. Yet he refrained from probing into how Weir had acquired such detailed information. Although Weir claimed that his mother was an information broker, Lonely remained skeptical. Nevertheless, having someone with such extensive intelligence in his vicinity, especially as his disciple, was indeed advantageous. As for Joker, we need not concern ourselves with him. The employer has already bribed Joker. To be more specific, owing to Steve Lewis's insatiable greed, Joker has harbored discontent towards him for quite some time. Now that a suitable successor has been identified, there is no longer a need for Steve Lewis to exist. The annihilation of his entire family serves merely as retribution for his years of avarice. By the way, when the time comes, do not focus solely on the act of killing. Seek out any valuables as well. If the adversary proves obstinate, leave it to your second senior sister. We shall set off tomorrow. The three of you will embark together. This will be Weir's inaugural mission, and he shall take the lead while the two of you observe. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, act promptly. After finishing his words, Long Liang led the three individuals out of the secret chamber. Upon returning to the room, Wire felt a twinge of excitement. For he was an ordinary person in his previous life, suddenly thrust into the role of an assassin, a profession he had never even glimpsed before. Pondering this, he realized he had no experience in infiltration. What would he do in such a scenario? He rose to visit Roy's room to inquire about the specifics. Before long, Wire returned, his expression one of amusement. Roy informed him that infiltration was unnecessary. Typically, assassins charged directly into their targets. In the presence of bodyguards, they would eliminate the target if possible. If not, they would first dispose of the bodyguards before executing the target. Infiltration was an overestimation of the requirements, as the senses of the powerful were exceptionally acute. Moreover, those endowed with the enigmatic abilities of the devil fruit would benefit more from honing their strength than from practicing the art of assassination. After contemplating his senior brother's words, Wire found them quite reasonable. He reclined on his bed, studying the core of thunder to pass the time while awaiting their departure the next day to the island where their target resided. 3 days later, at the port of Mita Island in the East Sea, Wire finally arrived at his destination. He realized the challenges of being an assassin in the pirate world. Even to kill a single person, one must endure a 3-day voyage. And that was merely for the nearby islands. One could easily face journeys extending over 10 days for more distant targets. Upon reaching the island, the trio found a hotel to stay in, planning to survey the target's residence during the day for easier movement at night. After acquiring the address, Wire strolled alone through the bustling streets, exploring the vibrant city. He casually approached a passerby to inquire about the local delicacies and their locations. Initially, the stranger was rather displeased, but after Wire offered 10,000 berries, he received a hand-drawn map indicating the culinary delights available in each district. With the map in hand, Wire first ventured to a food street, sampling various snacks, and later visited a renowned restaurant famous for its seafood delicacies. As Wire's strength grew, possibly due to the thunder stab ability, his appetite also increased. Initially manageable, he now found himself capable of consuming meals equivalent to what 10 ordinary individuals would eat. In the local business district, he purchased an array of specialty teas as gifts for his master. Carrying a large bag, he approached the target's residence, which was, in truth, a small manor. The manor was opulent and guarded, leaving Wire with no feasible means of entry aside from a forceful approach. Seeing no opportunity, he turned to leave. Just a few steps away, he encountered a charming young lady, around 17 or 18 years of age, approaching him. She had long pink hair and donned an exquisite white dress, exuding an air of delicacy, accompanied by several bodyguards. "Are you here at my family's door to seek my father, or is there another purpose?" the young lady inquired. Given that the target's residence was situated on the outskirts of the city, without other buildings nearby, Wire's intentions were easily discerned. "No. I am merely a lost passerby who happened to wander here. Is this your home? How affluent." They'll gazed at the charming young lady before him. Having seen the target's photograph, he recognized that while the target could not be deemed unattractive, her appearance was rather ordinary and slightly plump. He was quite taken aback by how beautiful her daughter was. Ah, it seems she had lost her way. Where are you headed? Allow my bodyguard to escort you. Getting lost in a bustling city can be quite troublesome. The young girl appeared earnest and innocent. Thank you for your kind offer, but I shall explore on my own. What a pity, he replied, not waiting for her response before striding towards the inn. What a peculiar person, he thought, to wander around the city alone at such a tender age. Nevertheless, it is time to return home. After all, I ventured out to purchase a gift for my mother. She shall surely adore this necklace. With that, he made his way to the estate, humming his favorite tune, much like a carefree little butterfly. After meandering through the town several times, Vale returned to the inn, ensuring that no one was tailing him. How did it go, junior brother? Upon entering, his senior, Roy, inquired. Quite well, indeed, Vale replied naturally. Roy looked perplexed, unsure of what Vale's response entailed. Was there a formidable opponent, or was the mission progressing smoothly? What was so commendable? He asked. Certainly the culinary delights of this island. Did you presume it was the island's beauties? I did not expect you to harbor such tastes. I wonder if sister would mind. Vale was already aware that Roy was inquiring about the situation at the estate, yet with sister present, Roy, who was somewhat intimidated by his wife, typically refrained from jesting too much. Roy wore a somewhat defeated expression, akin to that of a dog. Even sister, who was usually reticent, appeared at a loss for words. Haha, I was merely teasing you, senior brother. I observed that the estate is heavily guarded, making it impossible to assess the situation within. The sea lies behind the estate, and no large vessels were spotted. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the target might risk venturing out to sea in a small boat if threatened. Therefore, we must station someone at the rear of the estate. As Vale spoke of the mission, he ceased his playful banter with Roy. Very well. We shall commence our operation tonight, ensuring it concludes swiftly to avoid any unforeseen developments. I will secure the back, while you take position at the front to support junior brother as needed. With that, he began polishing his knife, awaiting the fall of night. Were glanced at his senior brother's sword. It was indeed a fine blade, though perhaps not an extraordinary one. In contrast, his senior sister's sword might very well be a renowned masterpiece. She discerned Weir's thoughts and remarked, "This is the Lianquai knife, 50 craftsmanship, blood scorpion. I acquired it during a mission. A cut from this blade induces excruciating pain, akin to the sting of a scorpion." With that, she tossed the sword to Weir. As he drew the blood scorpion, he noted that, like most Lianquai knives, it conformed to standard specifications. However, its blade was not smooth but rather featured prominent veins that rendered it uneven, with only the cutting edge remaining sleek. After returning the sword to him, Weir retreated to his chamber to rest, biding his time for the night to fall. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Weir inspected his sword and adjusted his attire. The trio then ventured out into the night. Despite the late hour, the bustling city remained ablaze with lights, as some inebriated pedestrians leaned on each other, making their way home. At this moment, Veer was filled with exhilaration, captivated by the enchanting night, the bustling city, and the individuals before him. While others ventured out in the evening for entertainment, revelry, and relaxation, his purpose was far grimmer. He was to take lives, many lives, one of which belonged to an innocent, wandering beauty, a thought that was utterly irresistible. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of his target's estate, finding himself alone, as both his senior brother and sister had seemingly vanished. Standing before the guards at the gate, he greeted them with an unsettling proclamation, "Good evening, gentlemen. Now, please die." With that peculiar utterance, Veer crossed his arms and unsheathed his twin blades, simultaneously activating his thunder mode as he charged towards the guards at the entrance. The two sentinels, caught off guard, felt a sudden numbness in various parts of their bodies, swiftly followed by a chilling sensation, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. With a swift motion, Veer cleaved the guards into several segments, blood splattering in every direction, leaving the ground strewn with entrails. Yet, Veer felt no remorse. He realized that killing a man bore little difference from slaying a beast, the only distinction being the meaningless words uttered in their final moments. After dispatching two guards, a young sentinel in the distance stood frozen in terror, having never witnessed such brutality. Instead of raising an alarm or calling out about the enemy, he turned and fled, crying out for help. At least the young man demonstrated a measure of fortitude. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have crumpled to the ground in sheer fright. The young man's cry served as a warning, prompting a multitude of guards to rush forth from the estate. Weir, with swords in hand, let them hang naturally by his sides. As he gazed at the crowd rushing toward him, a silent grin spread across his face, and he charged forward without hesitation. After Veer charged into the crowd, he swiftly dispatched a middle-aged man with a few incisive strikes of his sword. He then deftly parried an incoming blade with his own, producing a shower of sparks upon impact. Veer's sword sliced through the enemy's weapon as if it were a saw, simultaneously cleaving the adversary in half. He relentlessly carved his way through the foes, gradually realizing that he was now alone amidst a battlefield strewn with dismembered limbs, save for two wretched souls, bisected and crawling away in agony. The distant guards regarded Veer with a mixture of dread and animosity, yet none dared to advance. Among them, a few timid souls had soiled themselves, the unpleasant odor wafting through the air. However, the murky darkness and the pervasive stench of blood from the manor provided them some cover. Just as Veer contemplated eliminating these guards, a sense of impending danger surged from his periphery, a sensation honed through countless brushes with death, a fundamental aspect of his heightened awareness. He instinctively executed a backward leap, narrowly avoiding a remarkably swift bullet that whizzed past him. "Stand down, everyone. I shall handle this one, though I will require additional compensation afterward. This individual is formidable," declared a young man in his 20s. With his short, gray-white hair and towering stature of nearly 2 meters, he donned a leather jacket and trousers adorned with numerous holsters. His legs were lined with holsters extending from above the knee to his waist, one of which held a handgun. Most striking was the enormous wooden box strapped to his back, measuring 1/2 meter in width and 1 meter in height, its contents a mystery. This young man had fired the earlier shot. Veer had encountered firearms in the pirate world, where bullets traveled at a lackadaisical pace. Yet, the projectiles launched by this youth were astonishingly swift. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his weapon differed significantly from the standard flintlock pistols of the pirate realm. It featured a longer barrel and an increased capacity for gunpowder. Was it a trade-off of firearm durability for bullet potency? After a single shot, the handgun would likely be rendered inoperative. Understanding the strength of his opponent, Veer resolved to approach with caution and close the distance. However, barely 2 steps closer, the young man fired again, drawing 2 guns from his legs and unleashing a barrage before discarding them to continue his onslaught. Veer sensed the bullet hurtling towards him. If he merely attempted to evade it, he could succeed. However, such a retreat would eliminate any opportunity to close the distance. Thus, relying on his reflexes and swordsmanship, he deftly cleaved the bullet in 2, rendering it aimless. He resolutely refused to allow his adversary to create space between them. Within less than a minute, the young man had expended all the ammunition in the firearm strapped to his leg, yet he remained unperturbed. Instead, he activated a mechanism on the wooden crate behind him, causing a dozen pistols, identical to the one on his leg, to spring forth from either side of the crate. Vale gazed at the individual before him, noting the excessive number of firearms. Although he possessed the ability to deflect bullets, the force behind them was a burden he alone had to bear, and he was not faring particularly well at the moment. He could no longer afford to delay. Activating the thunder mode to its fullest extent, he pointed his dual blades toward the ground. Observing Vale's imposing stance, the young man felt an inexplicable tingling sensation on his scalp. He tapped another spot on the wooden crate, and this time, a long-barreled rifle emerged. Atop the stock rested a bullet-shaped iron sphere, a testament to the copious amounts of gunpowder this fellow had packed into his weapon. Positioning the specialized wooden crate before him, he then steadied the rifle. Vale paid no heed to the young man's actions, instead murmuring, "Secret sword, swallow return." The young man felt as though everything around him had vanished. His focus entirely fixated on the front, where 2 streams of purple sword energy manifested in a cross shape. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired his weapon. With a resounding bang, the bullet was expelled from the chamber. Once infallible, the bullet now failed to impede the oncoming sword energy. In an instant, faster than the young man could react, the sword energy sliced through the bullet, cleaving through a wooden crate, which offered little resistance before being shattered into 4 pieces. Ultimately, the blade struck the young man's left arm, severing it completely, while deep gashes marred his left chest, piercing through flesh. Despite the excruciating pain, he fought to maintain consciousness and swiftly darted towards a nearby wall. Upon reaching it, he retrieved an unusual apparatus from its surface, resembling a cannon, albeit with a peculiar seat positioned at its rear. The young man activated the cannon, and with a resounding roar, it did not discharge a projectile but rather launched itself into the air, carrying the young man along with it. Weir observed with a sense of bewilderment. After unleashing his ultimate move, he was left in a vulnerable state for a brief period, thus he typically refrained from using the yin fan technique unless absolutely necessary. Initially, he presumed that the adversary would not escape far, but to his surprise, The foe had concealed a device that allowed for a hasty retreat. This individual was indeed a mad inventor. However, considering the severity of his injuries, likely severed hands and ribs, it was improbable that he would survive. Even if he did manage to endure, seeking vengeance against Weir would be a welcome challenge. Weir dismissed the escape of his opponent, for he understood that those who wield firearms tended to lose their potency in the latter stages of confrontation, with only a select few remaining formidable. Nonetheless, the wooden object capable of withstanding the Yinfan's slicing intrigued him. He picked up a sizable piece of wood, roughly the size of 2 fists, and upon inspection found nothing particularly noteworthy. Nevertheless, when he struck it with his sword, he was astonished to find it remarkably resilient. Even in thunder mode, he was unable to sever this wood. Could it be that this was Adam? Stowing the piece of wood, Weir cast his gaze towards the 3-story mansion. There, he noticed a middle-aged man calmly observing him from a second-floor window. In a few swift strides, Weir leaped into the room where the man stood. A quick glance confirmed his identity. It was indeed Steve Lewis. I anticipated this day would come, Steve lamented, his expression one of ashen despair. I wished to withdraw long ago, but Doris would not allow it. She has become enamored with the trade of slavery, relishing in the power to dispose of lives at will. Fulfill one request of mine, and I shall bequeath to you my entire fortune. Without engaging in further dialogue, Weir swiftly cleaved Steve in twain with a single stroke of his sword and proceeded toward the door. Fortune? How absurd. It comprised merely real estate. What purpose would it serve him? To sell it? The owner's entire family had just perished, and already someone sought to liquidate his property? The world's governments would undoubtedly intervene. No matter how ineffective they may seem, they were the largest organizations in existence. As for cash, he could seek that on his own. Whether he would find it was a matter of fate. Ultimately, Weir found Steve's presence intolerable, prompting his decisive action. Just as Weir took a couple of steps, he felt a constriction around his trousers, discovering that the now severed Steve Lewis was grasping his pant leg with great difficulty. Spare my daughter. She knows nothing. I would even offer her to you as a wife. She is quite beautiful. Let her live, he pleaded, blood spilling from his mouth. Sustained only by sheer will. I'm afraid my orders are to eliminate your entire family, so please rest assured in your demise. Tend to your daughter in the afterlife. I shall not undertake that burden, Weir replied, delivering a swift kick to Steve Lewis and continuing his ascent to the 3rd floor of the mansion. You fiend. May you meet a grim fate. I, Steve Lewis, shall pursue you even in hell. I curse you. One day, you will share my fate. Steve's voice echoed like that of a vengeful spirit behind him. Ha, ha, ha. Embrace your hatred, you swine. Even if I share your end, I shall live splendidly. Having spoken, he turned and walked away, leaving behind Steve Lewis, whose eyes no longer reflected urgency. In his final moments, Steve Lewis gazed at the ring upon his finger. His expression transformed from one of ferocity to one of tenderness and longing. It was a platinum ring adorned with a green diamond, worn on his thumb. This precious token was a gift from his daughter, procured for him on his 50th birthday from a gem-rich island. A journey that had required her to brave nearly a month at sea, during which she narrowly escaped the pirate attack. Now, it seemed his daughter too was facing the specter of death. Weir traversed the desolate corridor, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He pondered the origins of his current disposition. Was it the influence of his surroundings? No, he had not endured any significant trauma. Perhaps there was a demon residing within him all along, and in this new world, he chose to liberate himself, unleashing the darkness within. Was this not a revelation of his true self, a release from the shackles of pretense? With this realization, a smile crept upon Weir's face. Although he could not yet claim to be free in the truest sense, his heart had already attained liberation, unrestrained in thought and action. After a brief search on the 3rd floor, he located the room belonging to his target's daughter. Upon entering, he found a delicate pink chamber, dominated by an enormous bed at its center. There, curled up and trembling, was a girl with pink hair, clutching her legs tightly. With every step Weir took closer, her shudders intensified. Are you here to kill me? She stammered. Please, let my father and mother go. I can offer you money, lots of money. I beg you. Do not harm us. We have done no wrong. Her anxious words tumbled out in a disjointed manner, naively assuming that Weir was merely another robber, akin to those she had encountered before. That is no longer an option. Your father is already dead at my hands. As for your mother, she likely fled and may now be captured by my sister. She too is probably deceased. Now, only you remain. You have 30 seconds to say your farewells, Weir stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the innocent girl before him. The girl was not at fault. Her father had engaged in the abhorrent trade of slavery. Such a business was not only morally reprehensible but also illegal, synonymous with profit at the expense of human life. In a world that revered power, possessing wealth without strength was perilously unwise. "Could you bury my parents and me together? I can reveal the location of my family's treasures," she uttered. Her once vibrant eyes dimmed by the weight of her loss, summoning immense courage to voice her plea. "Very well. Farewell." "No, it is an eternal parting," he replied. And with a swift stroke, he severed her throat. Strangely, he did not dismember the girl, whose name remained unknown to him. Blood gushed from her wound as she collapsed onto the bed, her pink hair cascading around her like a blooming rose. Yet this blossom was on the verge of withering. Were unearthed treasures from the basement, including a wealth of gold and silver jewelry, antiques, and a few baubles. He proceeded directly to the rear to seek his senior sister. As the target's wife was unlikely to escape through the front door, especially since Ware had entered through it with deadly intent. Before reaching the back door, he was met with the distant sounds of a woman wailing in anguish. Upon entering, he discovered his senior sister wielding a curved dagger, skinning a middle-aged woman alive. The woman cried out in torment, pleading for death to liberate her from this hellish suffering. Noticing the junior disciple emerge, it seemed he had completed his task, and curiously, he exhibited little reaction to the gruesome scene, appearing somewhat intrigued. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you. In the East Sea, my interrogation techniques are unparalleled," she remarked, glancing at Weir with a lack of disdain for her brutal treatment of the enemy. "Very well, should I encounter any disobedient individuals in the future, I shall employ my senior sister's methods against them," Weir replied, equally fascinated by this unfamiliar craft. Thus, before the wretched, wailing woman, one began to instruct while the other began to learn. Just as Roy arrived, the two were engrossed in their discussion. "Hey, junior brother. Did you suffer some trauma in your childhood, perhaps witnessing a massacre? Your methods are exceedingly ruthless. Aside from that young girl, I have not encountered a single intact corpse along this journey. What peculiar hobby is this?" Roy observed Weir with exasperation. It was his first time accompanying the junior disciple on a mission, and he was astonished to find that this young one was as twisted as his own wife, hers being a result of later trauma, while this junior brother seemed innately predisposed to such darkness. "Of course, it's a penchant for butchery. Initially, it stemmed from my lightning ability, which granted me immense cutting power. Gradually, I became accustomed to it," Weir nonchalantly replied to his senior brother, though his focus remained on learning from him enough of this madness. "You're twisted enough as it is. Stop delving into interrogation techniques. We must return and report to the master," Roy declared, turning away toward the inn, clearly fatigued. Vale and Inn could only follow along, as Vale took the lead to bury the girl whose name remained unknown, fulfilling her wish to rest alongside her parents. A few days later, the brothers returned to the sword dojo, reporting the circumstances of their recent task to their master. Long Liang listened, somewhat speechless, silently affirming his suspicions. Indeed, this lad was not of noble character, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Thus, Vale persisted in his daily training, occasionally undertaking missions. And in the blink of an eye, 3 years had elapsed. During these years, Vale had grown accustomed to taking lives, and he had learned numerous interrogation techniques from Senior Sisterin. For those who defied him, he ensured they experienced suffering more unbearable than death. One day, his master approached him with a grave expression, informing him that he was nearing the stage of iron cutting. Throughout countless life and death encounters, the most perilous had been against a user of a devil fruit whose power transformed them into a spear. This adversary could morph their entire body into a spear, exhibiting remarkable mastery, capable of regeneration as long as their stamina permitted, and the spear could twist and turn like a serpent. Ultimately, Vale managed to sever the opponent's head with a swift strike, but in that moment, the spear had nearly pierced his heart, the chilling sensation making him feel as though death itself loomed before him. Following that encounter, Vale experienced a peculiar sensation, aside from a few materials, such as diamonds or exceptionally hard metals. He seemed to perceive the essence of other objects. As days passed, this perception sharpened, evolving from mere essence into a tangible breath. Today, his master found him and explained that iron cutting entailed sensing the breath of steel and severing it. When Vale casually grasped a sword and cleaved a massive steel plate in two, he officially entered the realm of iron cutting. After years of rigorous training, he had finally reached this stage, and the next phase, concerning attribute-based attacks, was innate to him. Thus, the upcoming challenge would entail severing rare materials even harder than steel, possibly substances like Hylustone or diamonds. Just as Vale reveled in his newfound prowess, he received an unusual mission. This time, rather than the usual 1 or 3 individuals being dispatched, all 4 members of the dojo, including his master, would participate. He inquired about the reason behind this unprecedented mobilization. The master elucidated the reasons to while. The adversary this time is the very cause that has led your senior brother to become somewhat self-destructive and your senior sister to adopt a cruel demeanor. The Stewart family, akin to elusive rodents, has finally been unearthed. This family is also a faction within the dark underbelly of the East Sea. Through inquiries with the master, while learned that a clash during a mission brought them into confrontation with the Stewart family, an encounter that irrevocably altered the lives of both his senior brother and sister. At that time, the Sword Dojo had received an assassination assignment. While the Stewart family aimed to pilfer a crucial section of the navigational charts leading to the Grand Line from their target's residence. Thus, fate orchestrated a chance meeting between the two groups. The Stewart family had only deployed 2 individuals, the eldest son, Stewart Green, and the second son, Stewart Walker. In that confrontation, the master, senior brother, and sister successfully repelled the Stewart family members and secured the chart. Believing that the opposing side sought merely a symbolic negotiation and that the exchange of the map would resolve matters without further incident. However, it soon became evident that the Stewart family had no intentions of negotiation and instead launched a direct assault on the senior brother's family. Although both the senior brother and sister sustained severe injuries, the most grievous loss was that of the senior brother's 8-year-old son, little Nancy, who was slain by Stewart Green, the eldest son of the Stewart family. From that moment, tensions escalated, prompting the Sword Dojo to strike back with full force. The Stewart family, overwhelmed, vanished from sight, never to be heard from again, until yesterday when the master received word that the Stewart family had resurfaced in the dojo's secret chamber, for individuals gathered to deliberate on their investigation of the small island where the Stewart family had reappeared, seeking retribution. In that chamber, Roy's demeanor had shifted from joviality to one brimming with profound hatred. Master, have those scoundrels truly returned to the East Sea? How splendid! I want them to suffer beyond imagination. Roy seethed, his teeth clenched as he inquired about the veracity of the news, clearly consumed by his loathing for the Stewart family. Do not act impulsively, Roy. Are you unaware of the dangers of venturing out at night? Even in pursuit of vengeance, one must be adequately prepared and devise a sound strategy. Do you wish to repeat the tragedy of the past? Dragon Liang, who rarely exhibited anger, chastised Roy. While the group was formulating their plan, while suddenly perceived a scent reminiscent of damp earth after rain in the air, followed by a wave of weakness coursing through his body. This is bad. The air is toxic. We must escape. While shouted urgently, he activated Thunder Mode and, with a powerful kick, created a large hole in the wall, prompting the master and the others to flee. As they emerged into the courtyard, they were confronted by 3 individuals who had inexplicably appeared in the previously empty space. Leading them was a robust middle-aged man, wielding a massive sword. Stewart Aiden, Stewart Green, Stewart Walker, how dare you show yourselves before me? Today, I shall ensure your demise. Roy's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in a hoarse voice. The intruders were none other than members of the Stewart family. The head of the family, Stewart Aiden, his eldest son, Stewart Green, and his second son, Stewart Walker. They did not wait for the people from the Sword Hall to seek them out. Instead, they took the initiative to confront them, aiming to settle the score with those who had pursued them for years. Ha ha, Nis, did you ever imagine we would come to find you? By the way, I was the one who leaked the information about that island. Today, we will eliminate you. How do you like the new type of air poison I procured at a high price from Joker? Do you feel utterly weak? It is truly unfortunate that you discovered it too soon. Otherwise, you might not even be able to hold your weapons now, exclaimed Stewart Aiden, visibly excited at the prospect of finally resolving this lingering issue and returning to his homeland. Upon realizing that the effects of the air poison had dissipated after activating his Thunder Mode, Vale felt no discomfort and swiftly drew his twin swords, charging forward to exploit his speed advantage and take one down directly. Stewart Aiden, observing the young man with twin swords rushing towards him, initially dismissed him. However, when he noticed the blue glow emanating from the figure as he approached, he was taken aback by the astonishing speed, almost unable to react in time. Just as Vale reached the enemy, intent on dispatching the middle-aged man wielding a massive sword, a mass of pink, soft, and viscous substance suddenly flew towards him at an even greater velocity, sending him hurtling far away into the forest of the back mountain. As Vale was flung aside, a gaunt old man emerged behind Stewart Aiden. You didn't tell me there were 4 targets, and that the additional one would be so formidable. The old man remarked to Steward Aiden with a detached tone. I will offer you an additional 500,000 belly to handle that one. It would be best if you could eliminate him and prevent his return for the time being. Steward Aiden found himself somewhat troubled by this hired bounty hunter and could only temporarily offer a high price to keep him in line. The gaunt old man said nothing further. His hands transformed into 2 masses of pink, sticky substance that adhered to the roof, stretching before launching himself towards Vale. Meanwhile, the 6 individuals in the courtyard had each found their opponents and commenced their fierce battles. In the forest of the back mountain, Vale, disoriented from the impact, took some time to steady himself before his surroundings ceased to sway. At that moment, Veer was eager to return and assist his master when he heard a sound slicing through the air above him. Looking up, he beheld a gaunt old man soaring towards him. Without uttering a single word, Veer activated his lightning mode and charged forward, delivering a decisive strike with his sword at the old man's waist. Strangely, the frail elder did not attempt to evade the attack. Instead, he was cleaved in 2 and fell to the ground, emitting a peculiar crackling sound. Vale did not allow himself to become complacent after cleaving his opponent in 2. Being accustomed to such acts, he sensed that something was amiss. The emaciated old man, upon hitting the ground, transformed into a large mass of viscous pink substance, which gradually morphed into a humanoid form. Be vigilant. While, for your opponent appears to be an enigmatic entity of the nature or a unique superhuman type, capable of transforming into a viscous mass of pink substance. The old man did not introduce himself like an anime, boasting of his formidable powers. Instead, he simply swung his hands, unleashing 2 orbs of the pink viscous material towards Weil. Vale did not intentionally evade the attack, for he had already been struck once. The viscous pink substance posed no threat to his physique, and the earlier mass had vanished into thin air. As he dodged one globule, he parried another with his sword, whereupon the sticky substance adhered to the blade, significantly increasing its weight. Leaning closer for a better inspection, he discerned a faintly sweet aroma emanating from the viscous material, which exhibited remarkable elasticity, reminiscent of chewing gum. Due to the electric charge coursing through the sword, the sticky substance clung momentarily before sliding to the ground. The gaunt old man across from him observed this occurrence with an expression that soured considerably. Gum fruit? Such an unusual ability, it must possess formidable life-preserving qualities. Yet, Vale pondered, aside from the previous maneuver, what other offensive capabilities could it possess? He cautiously inquired as if engaging in casual conversation, subtly probing to ascertain whether his opponent indeed wielded the gum fruit power. You will discover it, but only when you are on the brink of death. The thin old man displayed no sign of distress at having his ability unveiled. Rather, he sensed that Vale's prowess somewhat countered the binding capabilities of his gum fruit, and thus regarded him with heightened vigilance. Veer ceased his prattle and charged forward. Sword in hand, he struck down the gaunt old man, cleaving him into several pieces. However, due to his lack of mastery over the overwhelming force, the blow bore little consequence. Meanwhile, the gaunt old man conjured a piece of blue gum in his hand and began to chew it. After a few moments of chewing, to Veer's astonishment, the old man began to blow bubbles. Enormous blue bubbles floated between them, dozens of them emerging as the old man exhausted the gum in his mouth. With a swift kick, Veer sent a stone flying, striking a blue bubble. A thunderous explosion erupted as the blue bubble detonated with tremendous force. The gum contained glycerol, which absorbs hydrogen sulfide from the air. A sudden encounter of large quantities of hydrogen sulfide with the atmosphere could lead to an explosion, and it is highly toxic. Do not underestimate any fruit, especially the one developed by its creator, who was once a scientist, the gaunt old man quipped at Veer. His intent was not to enlighten Veer, but rather to buy time, as evidenced by the second piece of blue gum in his mouth. The old man was undoubtedly the sort who, despite encountering inferior fruits, could extract formidable effects akin to the bear's meatball fruit. This individual was likely the most formidable adversary Veer had faced, devoid of domineering power, with his attacks proving largely ineffective. What to do? Flee. Just moments ago, escape was feasible, yet now he found himself encircled by 10 blue bubbles, rendering immediate assistance to his master impossible. Recognizing the potential for combustion, Veer continued to gather stones at his feet. This time, instead of throwing them directly, he employed high-intensity lightning to heat the stones in his hand. Over the years, as Veer grew stronger, the potency of his core of thunder had also intensified, now capable of delivering lethal electric shocks to ordinary individuals. In a brief moment, the stone became scorching hot, and he hurled it with all his might before leaping into the air. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions resonated below, providing Veer the opportunity to break free from the encirclement. He did not rush to support his comrades, for bringing unresolved enemies along to assist allies would be a foolish endeavor. Veer dashed back to confront the gaunt old man, striking down his arm with a swift sword stroke. Instead of retreating immediately, he seized the fallen gum from the ground, observing the old man's reaction. Indeed, the now humanoid old man was missing an arm. It appeared that the gum, situated at the limb, could not regenerate indefinitely. Once severed, it became uncontrollable. Furthermore, relying solely on the devil fruit was a mark of weakness, thus sealing his defeat. Veer reveled in the old man's grim countenance. With a speed that left the old man unable to react, Veer shattered all the blue bubbles and severed the old man's legs. Clutching a sizable wad of gum, Veer chose not. Veer sprinted towards a direction unlike any other, one that harbored the very essence of dread for all who wielded the powers of the devil fruits, the vast ocean. Upon reaching the shoreline, he forcefully hurled a wad of chewing gum into the depths of the sea, before swiftly retracing his steps to the place he had just departed. With Veer's remarkable speed, the entire endeavor took less than 2 minutes. Upon his return to the frail old man, the elder appeared utterly drained of strength. Without uttering a word, and without pausing for a moment, Veer unsheathed his sword and severed the old man's head in one swift motion. Veer continued to sprint towards the Swordsmanship Academy, his mind plagued with concern for his master and companions. Had it not been along his path, he would have refrained from taking the life of the gaunt old man, deeming it a waste of precious time. Upon returning to the academy's courtyard, Veer was taken aback by the scene before him. Sister and S sword was embedded in the torso of a headless corpse, while his own throat had been pierced by a long staff, rendering him voiceless. Brother Roy fared little better, sprawled atop another corpse, a massive axe embedded in his chest, gasping for breath with great difficulty. Their teacher lay on the ground, seemingly unaware of his injuries. Nearby stood Steward Aiden, the current head of the family, wielding a colossal sword. Steward Aiden appeared gravely wounded as well, having lost a hand and bearing numerous lacerations across his body. Vale's eyes were a deep crimson, fixated intensely on Steward Aiden. I never anticipated you would still be alive. Would you care to join my family? Following this will lead you nowhere, he taunted. It appeared that Steward Aiden was reluctant to engage Vale in combat, for he bore severe injuries. Come, you mare. In a fit of extreme rage and despair, Vale uttered a classic insult from a past life. In response to Steward Aiden's terrified gaze, he severed the last remaining hand with a single stroke and continued to cleave through his legs. Reduced to a mere stump, Steward Aiden collapsed to the ground, and Vale crushed his head beneath his foot as one would squash a watermelon. Observing the scene before him, Vale found himself at a loss, just as he was about to check on his master's condition when he heard his senior brother's call. Vale, Vale, come here. Roy, having just regained consciousness, witnessed Vale shatter Steward Aiden's skull and broke into a relieved smile. Weir hurriedly rushed forward, supporting his elder brother as he leaned against the wall. Elder brother, how are you? I will take you and master to see a doctor immediately. It's fine. You shouldn't have injured your internal organs. You will recover soon. So don't worry, were uttered words he scarcely believed himself, tears welling up in his eyes as he fought to suppress his sobs. Ha ha, you little rascal. I can see my own stomach, the elder brother lamented. It's over for me. This is how my life ends. Little Anna is gone. My daughter, she was only 5. I should have known that a killer could never expect a good ending. Roy, this middle-aged man, unexpectedly broke into tears. Despite having endured 2 knife wounds to his abdomen on previous missions without uttering a sound of pain. Weir, having you as my little junior brother brings me great joy. Although your origins are mysterious, your sincerity towards Master, me, and it is evident. Please fulfill my last wish. Help me taste the most exquisite wine in this world, the kind that lingers in one's memory. Also, see to it that Anne and I are buried together, and find a worthy owner for Anne's sword. It need not be someone overly strong, but they must cherish their blade, though she never spoke of it, and held her sword dear, aside from Master and me. You were the only one she allowed to admire it. Roy smiled faintly at Weir, his eyes gradually dimming. Elder brother, Weir could no longer contain his emotions and collapsed onto Roy, weeping bitterly. This man, who had once trained alongside him daily, taught him to drink, never put on airs of superiority, and would engage in playful banter with him. Sometimes they would even wrestle like children when their arguments grew heated, was now lying lifeless before him. Whenever Weir felt stagnant in his training, Roy would encourage him. When he successfully devised new techniques, Roy would celebrate with him. Yet now, this man lay dead before his very eyes. After weeping for a while, Roy suddenly recalled Master. What about Master? He swiftly ran towards his mentor. The darkness and distance had concealed the truth from him moments ago, but as he approached, he halted in shock, seemingly unable to accept the sight before him. Taking a step back, for he saw that aside from his head, which remained relatively intact, the rest of Master S' body was marred and uneven from brutal sword strikes. Suppressing the overwhelming despair, Roy slowly approached his master, discovering a faint heartbeat still lingering. Without delay, he hoisted his master onto his back and sprinted towards the hospital in Rob Town. Not far into his run, he felt a slight movement from his master. "Weir, put me down," Long Yong whispered, the severity of his wounds leaving him utterly drained of strength. "Master, we are almost at the hospital. Hold on just a little longer." Weir responded urgently, his pace unwavering. Since he was carrying his master, he could not activate Thunder Mode, fearing it would exacerbate his Master-S injuries, thus slowing his speed. "Put me down. Are you ignoring your Master-S words?" Long Yong managed to shout, summoning the last remnants of his strength. Weir appeared as if he were paralyzed. His face etched with struggle, yet ultimately he gently set his master down, allowing him to rest against the roadside. "Weir, I fear my time is short, and there are a few things I wish to convey to you," Dragon Leon gasped, exerting effort to catch his breath. "Speak, Master, I am listening," Weir replied, striving to suppress his tears before his master. "A man must not weep, Weir. I take great pride in having such a disciple as you. Your future achievements will surely surpass mine. I implore you to fulfill a few requests on my behalf. First, help me locate the Black Blade, Autumn Water, which belongs to my ancestors. I know you favor the sword, so ensure it finds a worthy master. And do not allow it to fall into the hands of my kin again," Dragon Leon urged with great effort. "Rest assured, Master. Autumn Water is currently in the possession of your ancestor, Longma. The esteemed Longma has been transformed into a zombie by Morlia. Yet the blade will ultimately be wielded by a swordsman of equal caliber to Mihawk. I shall personally oversee this matter," Weir replied hastily. "Ah, that is reassuring. Let it unfold as it should," Dragon Leon responded, initially taken aback by Weir's words, then smiling in satisfaction. "There is one more thing. If the descendants of the Kazuki family find themselves in peril, assist them. After all, Kazuki Odin once spared my life. I was guilty of a crime that should have led to my demise in Wano. Remember, only assist when you are strong enough. Do not recklessly seek death." Dragon Leon continued, each word becoming increasingly arduous, punctuated by occasional coughs of blood. "I was exiled from Wano for breaching a taboo, and I have learned that the Kazuki clan is the very creator of the historical text. This, in itself, is not particularly concerning. The crux of the matter is that I have mastered the historical text. Vale, do you recall the 2 months during which I imparted to you the knowledge of wilderness survival? The script I taught you was not that of the Land of Harmony. It was, in fact, historical text. I shared this with you knowing your desire to explore this world, but without understanding ancient characters, you would be blind to its wonders. What you perceive may merely be what the government wishes for you to see. Your senior brother and sister, and comprehend these ancient texts. Yet their interest in such matters is waning. Always remember, never acknowledge your understanding of ancient scripts. The celestial dragons will set their sights upon you. And those gluttonous swine are a troublesome breed. Set sail, Vale, you have matured, turning 16 in the blink of an eye. How swiftly time passes, transforming a child into a young man. Remember, do not be swayed. Even if all cast blame upon you, both I and your senior brother, and shall stand by your side." Upon finishing, Long Yong raised his head towards the sky, seemingly lost in joyful reminiscence. He suddenly recalled that summer, the beautiful girl, and the promise made in the Land of Harmony, a truly cherished memory, now decades in the past. With a gentle smile, he closed his eyes as his breath gradually ceased. Witnessing his master, now breathless yet serene, Vale felt no sorrow or tears. Instead, he carefully hoisted his master onto his back, whispering, "Master, let us go home," and began to walk slowly towards the sword hall. Though his slender silhouette appeared diminutive, it emanated an undeniable strength. Upon returning to the sword hall, Vale disregarded the blood-soaked ground and the corpses of his enemies. He carried his master, his senior brother, and sister into the rear mountain, meticulously cleansing their faces of blood and dressing them in fresh garments. One by one, he laid his master to rest in the front, followed by his senior brother and sister. It mirrored the first time he beheld the three, standing in the sword hall, all smiling at him. Rather than erecting gravestones, He planted his master and brother's swords at the gravesite, and next to Sisterin, he placed her curved dagger. After completing this, Vale did not linger at the rear mountain, but returned to the sword hall. Changing into a fresh outfit, he took only a bag and a bottle of wine, with the blood scorpion strapped to his back. In the storage room, he retrieved 2 large barrels of highly flammable oil, dousing the sword hall and yard thoroughly. Standing outside the sword hall, memories flooded back of his first arrival, of meeting his master, brother, and sister in farewell, my family. He murmured before tossing the ignited iron lighter into the courtyard. The flames erupted instantly, engulfing the sword hall, now ablaze under the morning sun. This place, once filled with countless memories, was consumed by fire. Returning to the rear mountain, he poured some wine over the graves of his master, brother, and sister, and, taking a sip himself, he sat upon a large stone before their resting places, reflecting on the myriad moments they had shared. Weir, carrying a bag with him, retrieved a circular wooden item, oval in shape, hollowed out within. At one end, there was a large air hole, while the front featured 6 smaller air holes. This was the piece of atom wood he had acquired during his inaugural mission, which he later crafted into an instrument, the sun, a creation unique to him in this world. As he lifted the sun to his lips, were played a melody from his past, a tune tinged with melancholy. The mournful sound of the sun echoed through the hills, imparting a sense of sorrow. A young boy, sporting a short ponytail and clad in a black trench coat, sat upon a massive stone before 3 graves, playing this peculiar instrument. The gentle morning breeze fluttered the hem of his coat. Though still young, he exuded an air of profound experience, as if he had already traversed the cycles of life and death, the joys of reunion and the pains of parting. As the final note faded, Weir gazed into the distance and, without a backward glance, made his way toward the town of Rock. Weir did not look back, nor did he bid farewell to his master, senior brother, or sisterin, for he feared that he might succumb to tears. Yet, his master had once told him that a man must not cry. Throughout his journey, Weir pondered deeply on the deaths of his master, senior brother, and sisterin, which he had long anticipated. Even his own demise last night would not have been surprising. After all, they were assassins. As an assassin, if one lacks the resolve to face death, how could they dare to undertake perilous missions time and again? Rest assured, my master, senior brother, and sisterin, Weir, shall live a life of brilliance, he muttered to himself as he walked. Upon reaching the town of Rock, Weir did not meander, but instead headed straight to a shipyard to retrieve a vessel that had been completed a year prior. Arriving at the shipyard, he ignored the perplexed expression of the rotund owner due to his somber mood, and directly inquired, "Where is the customs ship I ordered? It should have been finished by now. Please dock it at the pier." However, the shipyard owner, wearing an awkward smile, hesitated before calling over a nearby worker and whispering something to him. "I apologize, sir, but since you have not visited for an extended period, your ship has been sold to another customer. Would you prefer to choose a different one?" The plump owner smirked, attempting to evade Weir's request. "Do you wish to perish? If I do not see my ship within 5 minutes, I shall ensure that no one in the shipyard remains alive." My mood is quite foul. Weir's pupils constricted as he glared at the corpulent man, conveying that should the latter provoke him further, they would soon learn the meaning of despair. The owner sensed an immediate shift in Weir's demeanor, where he had once appeared disheartened. He now radiated an aura akin to a malevolent specter enveloped in crimson mist. The plump man felt his legs tremble involuntarily. "Please, allow me to show you to your ship. Follow me," he stammered, too frightened to utter another word lest he provoke Weir's wrath. "Boy, I have set my sights on your ship. You may leave now," spoke a brawny man, whose chest bore the tattoo of his pirate flag, as he approached with a cadre of followers. Showing no intention of engaging in conversation with such rabble, Weir swiftly drew his sword and cleaved the pirate's head in 2, blood spraying in an arc as he flicked the blade. "Those uninvolved, begone, or I shall end your lives," Weir said coolly, regarding the stunned onlookers. "Run. The boss has been slain with a single stroke. This fellow is too formidable. Wait. We must take the boss's body. Forget about that. Our lives are at stake." A cacophony of voices erupted from the minions, yet their feet moved sluggishly, and soon they fled the scene. The shipyard owner did not run, not for lack of desire, but because he was paralyzed with fear, yearning to run, yet unable to do so. Continue walking, lest you lose the ability to walk altogether in the future. Fear intimidates the corpulent proprietor. He only eliminates those who irk him. Though this rotund individual is rather despicable, he possesses a modicum of discernment. "Very well, I shall promptly escort the guests to the vessel," he stammers, startled by Veer's intimidation. The hefty owner musters just enough strength to tremble and lead Veer to inspect the custom-built boat. Not far into their journey, a peculiar wooden vessel comes into view. Measuring over 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width, it is neither excessively large nor notably small. The entire craft is devoid of sails, divided equally between a deck and a cabin. The deck is adorned with reclining chairs, sun umbrellas, and various fishing paraphernalia for leisure. The cabin consists of 3.5 levels. The lowest half level houses a substantial cold storage unit for provisions. The uppermost level, at deck height, serves as the wheelhouse, equipped with a ship's wheel and a modest control panel. Adjacent to the wheelhouse lies a combined dining area and kitchen. The second level features a bathroom and bedrooms, while the third level encompasses a training room and storage space. The vessel is powered by a collection of large batteries, procured at a premium from the black market by Veer. Entirely reliant on electricity, it lacks sails. Initially, Veer approached the shipyard with a tentative curiosity, inquiring whether electricity could serve as the vessel's motive force. The owner assured him it was entirely feasible, though lamented the absence of sufficiently large batteries. The distances between islands were too great, and there were no facilities for recharging at sea, rendering electric-powered vessels incapable of reaching the next island. However, the boat Veer commissioned is entirely electric, allowing him to maintain control. Each side of the vessel is equipped with 8 wooden propellers. When operated at full speed, it surpasses traditional sailboats by several magnitudes. Veer resolved the issue of recharging at sea, as he himself is a mobile power source. Upon boarding, Veer made his way directly to the wheelhouse. Next to the ship's wheel, he discovered a hidden compartment that, when opened, revealed a golden metallic sphere. Placing his hand upon it, Veer initiated the charging process. Mastering the flow of electricity, he filled the batteries in a mere 10 minutes, promptly ejected the corpulent owner from the vessel, and steered the craft towards the dock of Rogue Town. Seated in the wheelhouse, Veer's spirits lifted. Buoyed by the impending voyage and a newfound conviction, a determination to conclude the final matters before setting sail. Contemplating their destination, he decided not to overthink it. He would simply head towards the new world. Such intriguing places beckoned exploration, and how could one possibly resist? Veer docked his vessel at the port of Rogue Town and, upon disembarking, proceeded in a certain direction. As he traversed the streets of Rogue Town, the bustling morning activity of its inhabitants infused the town with a vibrant sense of vitality. The destination that Veer intends to reach is a place he has never visited in Rogue Town, for it is incongruous with his previous profession, and the inhabitants there are unlikely to welcome him. After all, being an assassin is scarcely more respectable than being a pirate. However, due to the nature of his assignments, there are seldom any survivors, so it is plausible that they do not possess his photograph, let alone any bounty on his head. Indeed, he is headed to the naval branch of Rogue Town, seeking a particular individual. Approaching the naval base, Veer observed the 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance. But he had no intention of entering through the front door. Instead, he made his way to the rear, scaling the wall to infiltrate the establishment. From his vantage point above, he began to discreetly search for his quarry. After nearly 2 hours of searching, he finally spotted his target, a girl with blue hair and pink glasses. This was none other than the naval officer, Dasky, the childhood friend of Zaro, albeit in a rather convoluted manner. One of his master's dying wishes was to entrust the blood scorpion to someone who truly cherished swords, with skill being a secondary concern. However, handing the blood scorpion directly to Dasky was out of the question. She was merely a means to an end. Veer's purpose for today was to ascertain whether her love for swords was genuine. Silently, he descended from the rooftop, landing without a sound. Dasky, engrossed in her sword practice, remained oblivious to his presence. "Excuse me, is that you, Dasky? I wish to discuss something with you," Veer said with a smile. The first time he had encountered a character from the original narrative, and the sensation was somewhat different. Dasky, clearly startled by Veer's sudden voice, jumped, her shoulders twitching as she gasped in surprise. "Who are you? How did you suddenly appear in the naval base? You scared me." Once she regained her composure, she began to inquire about Veer's identity, demonstrating her solid foundational qualities as a naval officer. "Oh, I am Veer, and I reside in this town. My purpose here is to find you. I shall elaborate on the specifics shortly," he replied, his interest piqued as he studied the blue-haired girl, causing her to feel quite uneasy. "You say your name is Veer? You live in Rogue Town? The Sword of Slaughter, Veer? How dare you appear in the naval base?" Dasky's expression shifted dramatically, and she began to retreat cautiously, as if prepared to call for assistance, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to shout for help. "Hee hee. You must be mistaken. The Sword of Slaughter? What a ridiculous moniker. Rest assured, I merely wish to converse with you before I take my leave. Veer attempted to mislead Dasky, who appeared to lack the sharpness attributed to her character in the original tale. Who do you think you're fooling? Do you take me for a child? You should surrender. Do you have any idea how many lives you've taken? I've been to the scene. It was nothing short of hell, Dasky retorted, her expression one of disbelief, her gaze frequently darting towards Veer's twin swords. I assure you, I am not who you think I am. Just accept my word and do not compel me to resort to violence. I am rather displeased at the moment. Even if that chain smoker were to arrive, I would be unable to contend with him, but his sluggishness would not prevent me from carrying out my intentions. Vale's chilling visage seemed to intimidate the young woman before him, for he found such reactions rather amusing. Gazing at the man clad in a black trench coat with his short hair, Dasky felt her legs weaken. Memories of the gruesome aftermath she had witnessed following Vale's missions flooded her mind, heightening her panic and leaving her momentarily at a loss for what to do. As Vale observed that Dasky had been sufficiently intimidated, he unfastened the blood scorpion from his back. Initially frightened, Dasky, upon seeing the dagger in Vale's hand, unexpectedly produced a small notebook and began to flip through its pages. The good blade of 50 workmanship, the blood scorpion. Isn't this the famed dagger of Blood Rose? How could it possibly be in your possession? Could it be that you have slain Blood Rose? Upon recognizing the dagger, Dasky's fear of Vale dissipated, and her speech became notably more fluid. Oh, you recognize this blade, Blood Rose? What a peculiar moniker. By the way, do you desire this dagger? Care to attempt to seize it? If you choose not to, I might as well sell it. It should fetch a handsome price, after all. Being the good blade of 50 workmanship and all. Vale continued to test Dasky. Unexpectedly, this girl, who appeared somewhat daft, nearsighted, and rather frail, no longer harbored fear towards Vale. Instead, she drew the shiyu from her waist, her expression resolute, as if vowing to face death. I shall never allow such a renowned blade to fall into the hands of a scoundrel like you. Blades possess souls. They are not mere commodities to be sold. I can almost hear the cries of the dagger in your grasp. Dasky, her demeanor grave, slowly advanced toward Vale with her blade in hand. Seeing this girl transform into a fierce little lioness, Vale realized he had made the right choice in coming today. Although not particularly powerful, she possessed a spirit willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of her blade. Activating lightning mode, he approached her from behind at a speed she could not comprehend and delivered a swift blow to her head, a resounding smack, indeed. Dasky felt tears welling up from the impact, but reminded herself that this was a battle and she must maintain her composure. She stifled the tears swirling in her eyes, though the pain was truly overwhelming, silently lamenting within. Have you lost your senses? Charging headlong at an insurmountable opponent, I wonder how you've survived this long. Gradually come to terms with this harsh world, and may you retain such a pure heart by the time you do. This dagger is now yours. Cherish it and maintain it well. Moreover, strive to grow stronger, foolish girl. With your current strength, you will find peril in the first half of the Grand Line. And once you reach the new world, it will be akin to hell for you. With those words, Vale tossed the dagger toward Dasky and turned to depart. What are your true intentions? You shall not leave. You are a criminal, a murderer. Dasky, somewhat bewildered by Vale's actions, had not forgotten his identity and the crimes he had committed. Cradling her injured head, she positioned herself in front of Vale, gripping the blood scorpion tightly. She pondered Vale's motives for bestowing upon her such a prestigious dagger. Was it a cursed blade? No, the notebook clearly indicated it was a renowned blade, not a cursed one, and it ranked highly among the good blades of 50 workmanship, far superior to her shiyu. As Dasky stood resolutely before him, Vale felt reassured that his decision had been sound. Though she was weak, she possessed an indomitable courage. Veer resolved to impart a lesson to Dasky. In moments of weakness, one should never provoke formidable adversaries. Once again, he activated his thunder mode, crossing his arms to draw forth his twin blades, his gaze directed at Dasky with an icy intensity, reminiscent of his previous focus on mission targets. Although Veer was unfamiliar with the concept of killing intent, his prolonged existence as an assassin had bestowed upon him a certain demeanor. Typically, this aura remained subdued, yet when he assumed a combative stance, it exuded a formidable presence. A psychological weight born from years of eliminating his kind. Much like veteran coroners who have spent their lives dissecting cadavers, even in their frailty, their eyes can evoke an unsettling chill. Dasky sensed an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere. What had once seemed merely formidable now felt otherworldly. The figure before her, wielding twin swords, resembled a malevolent specter, cloaked in a crimson mist, emerging from the depths of hell. Her legs trembled once more. yet her grip on the blade remained resolute. With his arms hanging freely and his swords pointed to the ground, Veer whispered softly, "Secret sword, Yin returned," unleashing his ultimate technique towards Dasky. Dasky sensed that everything else in the world had vanished, engulfed in darkness. With only two intersecting streams of blue-purple sword energy descending upon her, a wave of despair washed over her. She felt she was about to be slain. Overwhelmed by the terrifying scene, Dasky's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The sword energy of Yin Return did not strike Dasky, but instead swept past her, severing several strands of her blue hair. Although it missed her, the force of Yin Return wreaked havoc upon the naval branch. Years prior, Yin Return was capable of cleaving mountains, and now, with Veer's enhanced strength, it obliterated a significant portion of the naval headquarters, leaving destruction in its wake. By the time Smoker, the Smoke Man, arrived, he was met with utter chaos and found Dasky collapsed on the ground, clutching her blood-red scorpion weapon, emitting a furious roar. Meanwhile, Veer had already set sail on his small vessel, embarking on a journey toward a long-cherished destination, the fabled sea restaurant, Bartai, a paradise for all food lovers in the East Sea. He also hoped to catch a glimpse of Luffy, considering that the future master of his late mentor, Chiosue, was Luffy's first mate. Yet, Veer remained oblivious to the fact that the original narrative placed complete trust in Zoro, for this was a true world, not merely a comic. The likelihood of encountering Luffy or Zoro seemed slim, as it appeared Luffy had yet to set sail in the current year. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. Meeting Luffy and Zoro was merely a secondary consideration. The primary motivation was to savor a meal prepared by Zeph or Sanji, a culinary delight beyond compare. With this thought in mind, Veer swallowed hard and quickened the pace of his vessel. In an unknown expanse of the East Sea, a peculiar ship traversed the waters. Devoid of sails, where held a glass of orange juice, adorned with several ice cubes, sipping it leisurely through a straw. Despite having just completed his training, he was still enveloped in warmth. Even a refreshing shower had not alleviated the heat. Reclining on the deck chair, with a fishing rod resting before him, he savored the icy beverage. A gentle sea breeze caressed his face as he gazed at the ocean, a breathtaking sight unattainable on land, magnificent yet tranquil. Having been at sea for several days, Veer had yet to discover a seaside restaurant. The root of his predicament lay in a faulty sea chart purchased from a shop in Rog Town, which turned out to be utterly misleading. Upon closer inspection, Veer realized that even the cardinal directions were incorrectly marked. Aboard the vessel were provisions sufficient for months, along with fresh drinking water, which was sourced from a seawater filtration system powered by electricity. While it served for bathing, it was unsuitable for drinking. After one ill-fated attempt, Veer experienced considerable discomfort in his stomach and refrained from repeating such reckless behavior. It was truly disheartening. Here he was, a former assassin turned adventurer, deceived by an unscrupulous merchant. How could he have been so careless when purchasing the chart? Regret washed over him, as he chastised himself for the umpteenth time. Just as he was about to return to his training, he noticed a ship materializing in the distance. Peering through his binoculars at the helm, he discovered it was a pirate ship. Upon seeing the pirate flag, Veer couldn't suppress his laughter, for it was quite comical. The flag featured a dog's head, with two crossed bones behind it, nothing unusual there. However, the dog's head bore black rings around its eyes, blue irises, and a white face. Resembling a well-known canine breed from his past life, the Siberian Husky, affectionately referred to as Era. Chuckling heartily, Veer found it amusing that a pirate crew would adopt such a whimsical flag. Did such a breed truly exist in the pirate world? He decided against confronting them and thought it wiser to purchase a map from them instead, should they be reasonable. As the Era pirate crew drew nearer, Veer stood at the bow of his ship, observing the approach. At the forefront of the pirate vessel stood a tall, stout, middle-aged woman. "Young man, what brings you to intercept a pirate ship?" "I am Julius, captain of the Kanga pirate crew." Julius regarded the young man with intrigue, not underestimating in duty's youth. It was rare for someone to venture out to sea alone, especially while leisurely sipping orange juice. As if the vast ocean were a gentle companion rather than a ruthless adversary. "Ah, a fine name for a pirate crew. I wish to purchase a map of the East Sea. Name your price. Are you heading towards the Grand Line?" Veer observed the courteous pirate before him with a sense of intrigue. After all, were not most petty pirates notoriously brash? This one, however, appeared to possess a certain refinement. "Ah, so he sought a nautical chart. That is no trouble. While I may lack maps of the Grand Line, I do possess several of the East Blue, albeit not exceedingly precise, merely marking notable locations. There is no need for payment. Such charts are hardly worth several thousand berries. We indeed aspire to venture into the Grand Line. For therein lies the realization of my and my companion's dreams. I yearn to become a renowned female pirate. Julius erupted into a hearty laugh, his appearance hardly feminine, and his mirth surpassed that of many men. It seemed he was part of a band of dreamers. Given your generous demeanor, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Upon your arrival in the Grand Line, seek out the power known as Haki. It is a force capable of countering the abilities of devil fruits and serves as the cornerstone for the fulfillment of your dreams. Mere ambition is insufficient for a pirate. By the way, my name is Veer. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I possess certain skills. As Julius received the chart tossed his way, Veer indicated a path that might lead to the realization of his aspirations. Though Veer could be ruthless and was indeed a battle enthusiast, she would not hesitate to aid those who had offered her assistance. Julius's previously carefree expression shifted to one of seriousness. Setting aside the revelation regarding the power that could counteract devil fruits, the very existence of such a force was shrouded in legend. The mere mention of Veer's name, coupled with the two swords at her waist, triggered memories of a formidable figure, the Sword of Carnage, Veer. She was a significant player in the East Blue, with countless wealthy merchants and formidable pirates falling to her blade. Rumors suggested that even naval officers had met their demise at her hands, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. To encounter a person of your stature is quite unexpected. I am grateful for your counsel. I shall endeavor to seek the power known as Haki. Farewell, Veer. With that, he hastily gathered his anxious crew and set sail. It was not out of a desire to avoid conversation with Veer, but rather a prudent decision. This individual was infamous for her unpredictable temperament. A single misstep in words could spell catastrophic consequences for him and his comrades. They might very well meet their doom in these waters if they lingered, so departing seemed the wisest course. Hey, wait, have I truly instilled such fear? Veer mused, a smile gracing her lips as she watched the pirate crew retreat in a state of panic. How disheartening it was to consider that she might no longer be able to introduce herself in the East Blue without eliciting such a response. A profound sense of vexation enveloped me. Upon surveying the waters in which I currently navigated, I realized that after so many days at sea, I had not approached the much-anticipated floating restaurant. In fact, I had drifted even farther away. My resentment towards that unscrupulous merchant intensified the next time I encountered him. I would certainly impart an unforgettable lesson. To sell counterfeit goods, especially to oneself, is an act tantamount to courting disaster. With my beloved vessel now in motion, I set sail at full speed towards the floating restaurant. After approximately a week of relentless travel, I finally beheld an imposing, oval-shaped ship and gradually maneuvered my craft closer. Once anchored, I leapt onto the floating restaurant. It was a magnificent vessel, surrounded by an array of other ships, those belonging to merchants, nobility, and even the navy. The floating restaurant truly lived up to its illustrious reputation, bustling with activity and vibrant energy. We entered the restaurant and promptly sought a seat by the window. Soon after, a curly-haired young man in a black suit with blonde hair approached him. Indeed, it was Sanji. "Sir, do you have a reservation? If not, please feel free to order," he said, handing her a menu. Out of politeness, we accepted the menu but did not glance at it. Instead, he addressed Sanji directly. "Let us forego the menu. I would like all of your restaurant's signature dishes prepared exclusively by you and Zeph. Please do not serve me dishes prepared by anyone else." We returned the menu to Sanji, articulating a request he had resolved upon prior to his arrival. If he were to dine on someone else's creations, he could easily choose any other restaurant. There was no need to endure the journey to the floating establishment. "Sir, that puts me in a bit of a predicament. The chef's dishes require a reservation, and I am currently filling in as a waiter due to the restaurant being quite busy," Sanji replied, not acquiescing to Weir's demand. If there were a famished patron before him, Sanji would certainly not hesitate to accommodate them, but it was evident that Weir had come specifically to the floating restaurant, likely as a connoisseur of fine cuisine. "Hehehe, how callous of you, young man, to refuse my request. Please inform your manager, Zeph, that Weir wishes to sample his signature dishes. He will surely prepare them for me." Weir realized that directly ordering would not yield the exquisite culinary experience he sought. Yet Sanji appeared unaware of his identity as a former assassin from the dark underworld. Therefore, he refrained from uttering any foolish remarks such as, "Do you not know who I am?" Instead, he opted to threaten Zeph directly. Weir's passion for gourmet food rivaled that of the four Emperor's Big Mom for desserts. "Very well then, I shall speak with the manager," Sanji acquiesced, assuming that this individual might be a friend of Zeph's. He proceeded to find Zeph, discovering him tidying his beard. "Old man, there's a fellow named Weir who specifically requests that you cook for him." What should we do? Do you know this person? Sanji lit a cigarette, awaiting Zeph's response. Weir? That name sounds somewhat familiar. What are his distinguishing features? Zeph inquired, momentarily unable to recall who Weir was. Short ponytail, clad in a black trench coat, not particularly tall, around 5'7". Oh, and he wields 2 swords at his waist. Sanji noted that Zeph seemed not to recognize the individual, and he turned to leave, intending to address the unreasonable request of the customer. Wait, you say he is not very tall and carries 2 swords, and he calls himself Weir? Zeph stood up abruptly, his demeanor tense as he questioned Sanji. If it were indeed that person, matters could become dire. In the past, Zeph might not have feared him, but now, with his leg injury, he could not be certain he would prevail against that individual. Moreover, given Weir's temperament, he might endanger the chefs under his employ. What is the matter? Old man, is this fellow quite notorious? Sanji observed the visibly anxious chef Zeph, taken aback as it was rare to witness the old man in such a state of agitation. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of reputation. Little did one know that despite his youth, if today's culinary offerings failed to satisfy this patron's discerning palate, the future of our seaside restaurant could very well hang in the balance. Furthermore, there was a distinct possibility that no one would emerge alive from the establishment if things went awry. After voicing his concerns, Zeph donned his chef's hat. Preparing to personally attend to the culinary needs of this perilous guest, he instructed Sanji to entertain Veal and to avoid offending him at all costs. With that, Zeph retreated to the kitchen, intent on crafting a sumptuous meal for Veal. Upon hearing Zeph's words, Sanji felt a pang of apprehension. After all, the old man had a history as a pirate. Even though he had long since retired, previous troublemakers had been dealt with swiftly. Yet now, Zeph seemed to harbor a palpable fear of Veal, who indeed appeared to be a formidable individual. Resolute to handle the situation, Sanji returned to Veal's table. Esteemed guest, our proprietor has graciously agreed to your requests. Please bear with us for a moment. With that, he proceeded to attend to the other tables of lovely patrons. For he too held firm to his principles. Surrounded by beauty, he would not concern himself with whether the guest was named Veal or anything else. Beauty reigned supreme. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Veer broke into a joyful smile. If he were indeed to indulge in delectable cuisine today, he would surely ensure that the seaside restaurant reaped its due rewards. He had brought along a plethora of diamonds, and the prices of the dishes were of no concern to him. In his heart, culinary delights held immense value. The chef's artistry in crafting enticing flavors from fresh ingredients and various spices was nothing short of magnificent, was it not? To savor such exquisite dishes was a true blessing. A notion that Veer firmly held. After a brief wait, an array of sumptuous dishes was finally presented. Just gazing upon them was enough to whet one's appetite. The lobster, the tender steak, all signature offerings of the seaside establishment. Unlike his usual dining habits, Veer chose to savor each bite with grace. After relishing a feast and enjoying a bottle of the restaurant's finest wine, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Initially, he had contemplated confronting Zeph, but it was evident that his adversary had aged. He had not shown himself throughout Veer's presence. Even when provoked, Zeph, once a man who had resorted to breaking his own leg with a stone to survive, had not appeared. The strength of his leg had been the foundation of his prowess, yet sadly, time had taken its toll. Casting the diamonds upon the table, Veer turned to leave. Observing the diamonds left behind, Sanji felt little elation, merely offering a faint smile. His indifference to wealth was evident, as he quietly murmured, "What a troublesome yet generous guest." Every chef takes great pride in the respect shown towards their creations, and the chef in question happened to be his mentor, a savior, and a father figure. As Veer departed from the seaside restaurant, he set his course in a specific direction, avoiding extensive interaction with Sanji. Each had their own journey, Sanji his travels, and Veer his own adventures. The next destination for Veer has been determined. He is to enter the Grand Line. Half a month later, a colossal red mountain, seemingly reaching for the heavens, appeared before him. Even during his previous encounters with anime, where the Red Soul continent was depicted as vast and grand, nothing could compare to witnessing it with his own eyes. Veer felt a profound sense of awe. How did that fisher tiger, manage to ascend such a monumental peak? What depths of hatred and resolve to rescue slaves must reside in his heart? Struggling to navigate his vessel, the swift currents of the sea propelled Veer's ship toward the Red Soul continent. Were it not for the power of electricity, he would have been utterly shattered by now. In the face of nature's might, Veer still felt minuscule. After an extensive voyage, Weir finally glimpsed the distant entrance. During this arduous journey, he had already recharged the vessel twice due to the high consumption of energy. He calibrated the position and deactivated the ship's kinetic energy, as the next steps would be dictated by fate. In such turbulent currents, even electricity would prove futile in altering the course. Veer felt his ship accelerating rapidly, hurtling towards the lofty mountains of the Red Earth continent. Standing aboard, he gripped the railing tightly to avoid being swept away by the fierce winds. Watching his vessel surge upwards, Veer's heart raced with exhilaration. This was the adventure he had long sought. As the ship reached its pinnacle, inertia propelled it high into the air before plunging downwards with even greater speed. "Labu, do not obstruct my vessel. Should you damage my beloved ship, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall certainly take my wrath out on Brook," Veer murmured, clutching the ship's railing. Despite his fierce demeanor, time spent at sea had tempered his savagery. He was no longer one to indiscriminately threaten lives. The vastness of the ocean had transformed him. Yet do not mistake this for a complete turn towards virtue. Should he encounter someone who provoked him, Veer would ensure they experienced the true meaning of hell. He navigated smoothly past the Red Earth continent, unimpeded by Labu, who had vanished, allowing Brook to escape unscathed. Upon halting the ship, Veer began his search for Dr. Kurakasu, the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King. His intent was not due to a terminal ailment, but rather to procure a recording pointer. In the Grand Line, lacking such a pointer was tantamount to courting death. After a prolonged search, he did not locate Dr. Kurakasu, but instead found Labu, who was basking in the sun by the shore. Taking a deep breath, Veer bellowed, "Dr. Kurakasu, come out. I have matters to discuss." Upon finishing his shout, he felt utterly exhausted and broke into a fit of coughing, fearing that Kurakasu might not have heard him, having exerted every ounce of strength. Not only was Veer fatigued, but Labu was also taken aback, responding with a roar that rivaled Veer's. He gazed curiously at the diminutive figure before him, astonished that such a small being could produce such a resounding voice. "Labu, do not regard me with those eyes, I assure you. I have no intention of playing with you. If you were to crush me, it would be an unjust demise," Veer remarked with a smile, jesting with the whale. He held a deep admiration for this creature that had waited 50 years for its promise, a testament to dedication that few could match. "Who dares disturb my rest this early? Speak quickly." "Even if I could comply, I would not," Kurakasu grumbled, visibly displeased at being awakened. "Ahaha, old man. It is already noon. Moreover, you will undoubtedly acquiesce to my request." "You must," Veer confidently asserted, locking eyes with Kurakasu, convinced that if he revealed certain information, the doctor would likely entertain his request. What is it you desire? Why should I be compelled to agree?" Kurokas, being a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, observed Veer with an air of indifference, seemingly devoid of interest in him. "I seek your medical insights or perhaps your journal. I wish to learn from them," he proposed. "And in return, I can share news of Laboon's companions. I have reason to believe that one of them is still alive." Veer made a request that placed Kurokas in a delicate position while simultaneously offering an irresistible temptation. Before Kurokas could respond, Laboon erupted with excitement. A deafening roar escaped him, causing waves to crash upon the sea, startling both Veer and Kurokas. In a frenzy, Laboon plunged into the water, creating a wave that nearly swept Veer onto the red line, though he had prudently anchored the ship at a safe distance. After a moment, Laboon regained his composure. "You truly possess information about the Rumbar pirates? If your news is accurate, I shall provide you with medical texts and a log post." Kurokas, upon hearing Veer's words, was equally stirred. After all, this was a crew he had sought tirelessly along the Grand Line, and the knowledge that one of them still lived was profoundly significant, especially for Laboon, who had been his companion for decades. The value of the medical texts paled in comparison to this revelation. "Indeed, I am aware of the Rumbar pirates' fate. They have been decimated by other pirate crews, and now only one remains, a fellow named Brook, who lives on in another form," Veer stated, withholding further elaboration as he awaited Kurokas's response. "Is that so? What a pity that they could not all be found. When you mention that one lives on in another form, what do you mean?" Kurokas did not express surprise or skepticism. He recognized the description of Brook, the distinctive fro of the skeleton. After 50 years, anything was conceivable. He cast a glance at Laboon, whose large eyes glistened with tears, as if unwilling to accept this painful truth. Perhaps, with his remarkable intelligence, he had already suspected it but had not dared to confront the reality. Brook consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, which allowed him to evade true death and return in the form of a skeleton, Veer elucidated, detailing the circumstances surrounding the Rumbar pirates. Upon finishing, Kurokas exclaimed, "Wait a moment," before leaping into the water in search of Laboon. It wasn't long before he resurfaced, clutching a substantial waterproof manuscript and a log pose. Without further ado, he dove back into the depths, evidently intent on comforting the sorrowful Labone. Where clutched the manuscript and the recording pointer in his hands. The recording pointer was a product of the original plan, while the manuscript of medical texts was an unexpected delight. Upon returning to the ship, he began to navigate in the opposite direction indicated by the pointer. After securing the vessel's speed, he turned his attention to the manuscript. Initially, Weir was filled with enthusiasm. But after a while, his expression shifted to one of confusion, culminating in a look of sheer bewilderment. The medical text appeared to be authentic, however. Weir had greatly overestimated both his learning capabilities and the extraordinary skills of Coloccus, as he found himself utterly incapable of comprehension. It was as if he were attempting to decipher an ancient script. Each character was familiar, yet when strung together, they eluded his understanding. Moreover, there were numerous formulas and names of herbs that he had never encountered before. What was initially an auxiliary resource became a source of frustration. If one does not exert effort, how could one expect reward? After all, every esteemed physician had honed their craft through diligent study, much like his mastery of swordsmanship. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Following the direction of the recording pointer, Weir sailed for nearly half a month, finally spotting an island. However, this island appeared peculiar, as its harbor was rapidly filling with ships of all kinds, predominantly those belonging to pirates. The docks were bustling with pirates and laborers transporting goods, creating an atmosphere of vibrant prosperity. Weir secured his vessel and made his way directly to the island. Displaying no concern for the safety of his ship. This was due to his original design, which required a specific intensity of electrical energy to activate the vessel. A threshold that Weir had meticulously modified, only he knew the exact parameters. In essence, Weir was the sole key to the ship, rendering others incapable of even entering. Moreover, the wood from the Atom Tree was renowned for its unparalleled durability, providing Weir with an added sense of assurance. Before him stood a group of pirates, their expressions fierce as they engaged in heated negotiations with merchants at the dock. Some bore frowns of discontent, while others exhibited unrestrained joy. Through various inquiries, Weir discerned the underlying cause of this commotion. The island he was on, known as Tutu Island, was a prolific producer of gunpowder, a fact that entailed a thriving secondary industry of cannons and firearms. The trade in weaponry often signified immense profit, thus attracting numerous pirate factions and noblemen to the region. While the presence of pirates was manageable, the involvement of nobility rendered the navy incapable of asserting control over this gunpowder-rich island. Consequently, the government dispatched higher-ranking nobles to consolidate various factions into a single entity, ultimately forming a merchant guild under noble control. The pirates handled the illegal trade and transport in conflict-ridden areas, such as warring small nations or rival families, while the nobles managed the legitimate aspects, including the navy and member states of the world government. This arrangement fostered a peculiar equilibrium between the two sides. Wherever there is profit, there will be those who seek to exploit it, and such a lucrative industry has led to a significant influx of population and a distorted prosperity for Tutu Island. As Weir entered the town of Tutu Island, he found it to be a settlement far larger than Rock Town, transcending the definition of a mere town and resembling a miniature kingdom, thriving with unparalleled vitality. As Weir wandered leisurely down the bustling streets, the delightful climate attracted an abundance of ordinary residents, making the commercial district nearly dominate a substantial portion of Tutu Island. Tempted by the various street snacks and luxurious restaurants lining the roadside, Weir could hardly resist indulging. After savoring some delectable bites, he sought out a lavish dining establishment. Upon entering, he quickly realized that the eateries he had previously encountered in Rogertown paled in comparison. This place resembled a miniature palace. The amiable receptionist promptly assisted him in finding a seat, and soon after, a young and charming waitress approached to attend to him. "Good sir, may I inquire if you have a reservation? If not, I would be delighted to share today's specialties and the diverse culinary offerings of our establishment." The lovely waitress's voice was melodious and soothing. "Oh, today's specialties? Do tell me what they are," Weir replied, intrigued, having only heard of special dishes before. He was eager to learn about the day's offerings. After all, the transportation between islands in the world of pirates was notoriously underdeveloped. During his time at sea, the meat supply aboard his vessel had not only remained intact but had increased, as he had forgotten how many sea kings had attempted to attack him. This illustrated that, aside from the favorable weather, the Grand Line held its own perils. Today's specialties include roasted large sea kings, cannonball fish soup, and golden lamb chop rice. The enchanting waitress announced, awaiting Veer's response. Vale could hardly believe his eyes. This restaurant actually offered colossal sea kings and golden rams, and as for the bomb fish, he had never even heard of it. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered everything on the menu and began to await the arrival of his culinary delights. While waiting, he struck up a casual conversation with the waiter. Through their exchange, he learned that the island's largest auction house would commence its monthly auction the following day. Though the specifics remained shrouded in mystery, intrigued by the prospect of the auction, Vale inquired about its scale. The waiter, with a sense of pride, remarked that even the legendary devil fruits could potentially make an appearance. With a heightened sense of curiosity, Veer resolved to visit the venue the following day. Before long, a delectable feast was served. Veer was first captivated by an extraordinary aroma, the essence of a bomb fish chowder. Upon tasting it, he experienced an explosion of flavor on his palate, instantly comprehending the significance of the bomb fish. He savored the remaining dishes with unrestrained delight. After settling the bill, Veer ambled out of the restaurant, for he had indulged to an uncommon extent. Upon returning to his vessel, undisturbed by any unruly pirates, he proceeded to the training room to complete his daily regimen before retiring for the night. The next morning, Veer awoke and fetched a box containing over 100 million berries, making his way directly to the town's auction house. Having inquired about the location the previous day, he arrived to find a substantial crowd queuing at the entrance. As the auction was set to commence promptly at 8 o'clock, Veer stood in line with the crowd. But before long, a man clad in black emerged from the auction house. "Sir, if there are items at today's auction that pique your interest, may I inquire how much you intend to spend?" The man bowed politely before posing his question to Veer. "I'm not entirely sure how much I'll spend. It depends on whether there are appealing items available. If I encounter something I truly like, I could consider around 100 million belly," Veer replied casually. Perceiving the man to be affiliated with the auction, the man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he leaned closer to Veer and whispered, before guiding him towards a small side entrance. The man had informed Veer that anyone carrying more than 100 million belly would not need to queue. After verification, they could proceed directly to the VIP section at the front. Once the verification of belly was completed without a hitch, the man became even more courteous, ushering Veer into the auction venue. Upon entering, Veer was taken aback by the spaciousness of the auction hall, which was larger than he had anticipated. Arranged in a tiered manner, the man led Veer to the very front row, which was distinct from the rear, featuring several round tables accompanied by ample sofas. After settling Veer in, the man turned to attend to other guests. Seated in the front row, Veer observed a few individuals already present: an elderly man with a serious countenance, a middle-aged rotund fellow adorned in an excess of jewelry, a figure cloaked in a black robe and hood, rendering their features and age indiscernible, and finally, a woman who exuded an air of sophistication. A cursory glance at them left Veer feeling underwhelmed. None seemed particularly remarkable, especially the corpulent gentleman, who bore the unmistakable signs of indulgence. After waiting for over an hour, the auction commenced, with nearly all seats in the back filled and an additional dozen guests joining the front row. The host, surprisingly a towering giant standing 5 to 6 meters tall, projected his voice without the need for a microphone. Upon taking the stage, the giant introduced himself and began to enliven the atmosphere. Veer was taken aback, for although he had encountered giants before, most possessed a rather comical demeanor. This particular one, however, was a source of genuine amusement, prompting him to chuckle involuntarily. Before long, the host sensed that the moment had come and cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse and present today as appetizer 50 cannons and 10,000 firearms, all without reserve. I invite you to bid." As the small giant finished presenting the goods, a gasp rippled through the audience. While the cannons were of little concern, the sheer number of firearms was formidable enough to wage a small war between nations. The individuals in the front row appeared disinterested, yet the sound of bidding echoed from the crowd, ultimately culminating in a sale at 40 million belly, secured by a young man whose gaze was fixed intently upon a nearby bald giant, suggesting that these weapons were intended for him. Subsequently, several items were auctioned off, and Veer chose only a black pocket watch crafted from rare metal, adorned with a red W on its face, which he found particularly appealing, spending 2 million belly on it. His interest waned thereafter. The host, perceiving a lack of enthusiasm in the audience, decided to unveil a prized item. "Next, we present a rare commodity initially slated for auction in Shambodi, yet intercepted by our auction house, the mermaid Joanna from Fishman Island. The starting bid is a modest 100 million belly." As the host's words reached their conclusion, the audience erupted in cheers. accompanied by the occasional sound of saliva being swallowed. Weir sat in the front row, for the first time experiencing the madness of human trafficking, particularly embodied by the opulent figure beside him, whose eyes gleamed with a light that seemed poised to pierce the sealed fish tank on the stage. 110 million, he was determined to acquire the mermaid. 130 million. 170 million. The audience below erupted in a frenzy. The bejeweled man, initially silent, waited for the opportune moment before bellowing, 300 million. Instantly, silence enveloped the room, and the lavishly adorned man's face flushed with excitement. It was a rare occurrence to witness a mermaid auctioned on Tutu Island, and as for the mermaids at the Shambadi auction house, he dared not even dream of such a thing, as it was an event reserved for the celestial dragons, where wealth alone did not guarantee participation. Ultimately, he secured the fishman at the staggering price of 300 million, while the mermaid within the tank remained utterly expressionless. Her spirit had long since departed, leaving behind a mere shell of existence. Following this climactic auction, the subsequent offerings consisted of items that could only be deemed precious, yet not particularly rare, along with a handful of human slaves, until one item captured Weir's unwavering attention, a not overly thick notebook. The host introduced it as a method of cultivating hockey. After the host's presentation, the majority of the audience remained oblivious to the concept of hockey, with only a select few, including Weir, revealing glimmers of astonishment in their eyes. Weir felt an immense stroke of fortune, as he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable cultivation method at the auction. The peculiar nature of the item in question meant that it had no reserve price and was open to free bidding. The first to speak was a stern-looking elderly man with yellow hair, seated in the front row. 50 million belly for the formidable cultivation method, he declared confidently. I, Gad, captain of the Angry Lion pirate crew, shall claim it. After making his assertion, he reclined casually on the sofa, radiating an air of self-assuredness, bolstered by the reputation of his pirate crew. Unfortunately for him, he had crossed paths with Weir, who remained unfazed by his proclamation and calmly raised the bid. 60 million belly, Weir stated. Gad's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Weir, his expression darkening as he continued to raise the stakes. 70 million belly. Weir glanced at Gad, unwilling to engage in further banter, and raised his voice slightly. 100 million Bailey. After speaking, he fixed his gaze upon Gad, knowing that if the latter were to raise the bid any further, he would lack sufficient funds. For Weir, money held little significance. What he truly valued was strength, and dominance was undoubtedly the foundation for establishing oneself in this world. Without a commanding presence, contending with nature-type adversaries would prove exceedingly difficult, as it requires elemental counteraction. And not every nature type possesses glaring weaknesses akin to that of a sand crocodile. Thus, should this individual before him raise the stakes again, Weir would ensure that the Angry Lion pirates transformed into the Dead Lion pirates. To his surprise, Gat refrained from increasing the bid, his expression darkening considerably as he strode out of the auction house. Weir observed Gat's reaction and burst into laughter, not because of the latter's ultimate surrender, but rather due to the conviction that this matter could not possibly conclude in such a manner. The more he contemplated this, the more his laughter intensified, ultimately revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Today was destined to be an amusing day. It had been a long while since he had taken a life. To encapsulate it in a phrase from a past existence, killing is a vice, yet I seem unable to relinquish it. He chuckled heartily within the auction house. Weir sat for a while longer, realizing that nothing of value had appeared and that he had exhausted his funds for further bids. With noon approaching, he rose and made his way to the auction house's back end to settle his account. After disbursing a staggering 100,200,000 berries, Weir finally acquired the formidable training method and a pocket watch. Upon glancing through the contents, it became evident that this was a notebook of uncertain authorship. The notebook comprises two primary sections. The first, which encompasses 4/5 of the entire volume, details the awakening and training methods for the armament hockey. The remaining portion briefly touches upon the observation hockey, merely outlining how to awaken it, yet lacking in specific subsequent training methods, suggesting that the original owner of the notebook was not particularly adept at the observation hockey. After a cursory examination, he tucked it away and proceeded towards the docks, aware that the Angry Lion pirates awaited him there. Upon reaching the docks, Weir discovered that the entire area had been completely obstructed by a large throng of people, numbering around 100. Weir exhibited no fear. Rather, he felt a subtle thrill and excitement coursing through him. Gat stood at the forefront, regarding Weir with a sardonic smile, as though observing a lifeless body. With a casual wave of his hand, his subordinates began to encircle Weir, gradually closing in on him. Vale did not immediately draw his sword. Instead, he partially removed his windbreaker. The inner lining of the coat featured a ring of small iron loops, perfectly suited to fit around his belt, resembling an ancient warrior's tunic, cascading down to his knees. He swiftly removed his shirt, discarding it aside. This was a lesson learned from years of relentless combat. When drenched in blood, clothing becomes a cumbersome burden, whereas bare skin allows for a more liberating experience. Even if blood splattered upon him, the Thunder mode could effortlessly vaporize it. With a flourish, he unsheathed his twin swords and activated Thunder mode, charging forward without waiting for his adversaries to close in. Vale's combat philosophy had always been to strike preemptively. The first foe he encountered was a burly man wielding a war hammer, his face contorted in a grimace. However, Vale's speed was so overwhelming that the man could not react in time. He merely instinctively raised the hammer's handle to shield his chest. This tactic might have worked against others, but against Vale, it was futile. With a single stroke, he cleaved the man in two and moved on in search of his next opponent. The pale blue arcs of electricity danced amidst the crimson blood, weaving through the throng. Initially, the members of the Angry Lion pirate crew displayed a semblance of courage, but mere minutes later, they found themselves utterly decimated, their ranks suffering grievous losses. The few who survived bore witness to their comrades' horrific demises. Some were severed in twain, while others were brutally dismembered by the exhilarated Vale. The pirate's spirit crumbled. "Run! This fiend is a demon. We cannot hold on. Save us, Captain. The enemy is too formidable. Spare me. I surrender." Without needing specific orders from their commander, the terrified pirates hastily retreated. Observing the fleeing marauders, Vale did not pursue them. Instead, he remained rooted in place, channeling a vast amount of lightning into one of his swords. Then, with a powerful stride, he hurled the charged weapon forward. The sword, imbued with potent electricity, spun rapidly through the air, accelerating until it formed a silver-blue wheel, hurtling towards the fleeing pirates. A few pirates, having just escaped a short distance, felt a fleeting relief for their lives until they heard a whistling sound behind them, accompanied by a crackling noise. Before they could turn to look, they felt their bodies lighten, and the world around them began to spin. They fell heavily to the ground, ultimately succumbing to darkness, their consciousness extinguished. The hand that hurled the sword was enveloped in a significant amount of lightning, having just severed the silver-blue sword wheel of several pirates. In a rather anti-physical manner, it flew back to the front of Weir. He grasped the hilt firmly as the intense lightning gradually dissipated, returning to his body and restoring its normal strength. This technique, conceived by Weir during his research on combat methods, does not truly qualify as a formal move. It is merely a minor skill in the application of lightning. It is a clever utilization of the cutting force and electromagnetic power of lightning, developed as a small trick. In his leisure time, Weir often contemplates the development of his techniques. However, his electrical abilities are exceedingly volatile at times. The activation of lightning mode generates such overwhelming force that he finds himself unable to bear the ensuing velocity. Speed equates to power, and power inevitably produces a counterforce. Thus, Weir is fervently eager to master Haki, believing that its acquisition will significantly enhance his prowess. As he observes the remaining pirates fleeing in a panic, Weir refrains from annihilating them as he had previously done during missions. Instead, he focuses on Gat, who has been watching him from a distance. Gradually, Weir approaches Gat, twin swords in hand. "If these are the only pawns you can muster against me, I must express my profound disappointment. I am uncertain of your capabilities. But should you prove too feeble, I shall not grant you an easy demise," Weir coldly remarks, his gaze fixed on Gat. Initially, Weir believed that Gat's confidence in the auction house suggested that his pirate crew possessed formidable skills. However, witnessing their ineptitude against ordinary foes reveals them to be mere fodder when faced with genuine strength. Aside from expending some energy, they serve no substantial purpose. I never anticipated them to be of any significant utility. They were merely a means to gauge your strength. I have countless such weaklings under my command. Were it not for my comrades escorting a shipment of weapons, I would not have deigned to engage you myself, you arrogant youth. Gat, undeterred by the casualties among his subordinates, displays a somber expression rather than remorse or disappointment. It is evident that while he feigns indifference towards Weir's capabilities, he remains vigilant, for Weir's speed is something he cannot presently match. Taking a deep breath, Gat's previously gaunt form begins to swell rapidly, akin to a balloon inflating. Within mere seconds, the once diminutive figure of less than 2 meters transforms into a towering, muscular monstrosity nearly 5 meters tall. A fusion of man and beast. Get now appears entirely transformed. His upper garments have torn apart, revealing a robust torso clad in a light yellow fur. His powerful arms boast enormous claws reminiscent of a feline predator, and Veer can discern the presence of pads and sharp talons. A bear tail trails behind him, its tip adorned with a tuft of dark fur. Most striking of all is Gat's head, now resembling that of a majestic lion, with faint traces of his original features still discernible. A zoantype, the cat fruit, lion form? Quite an impressive fruit. Veer instantly recognizes Gat's devil fruit ability, for the fur collar that envelopes him betrays his identity. You possess a discerning eye, lad. However, you shall still meet your demise here today. Gat was taken aback by the revelation of his fruit's abilities, surprised that will possess such intricate knowledge. No longer engaging in idle chatter with the half-orc before him, Will began to summon lightning at his feet and swiftly charged toward Gat. Just as Gat prepared to counter Will's strike, the currents beneath Will crackled ominously, then abruptly altered course with remarkable speed. Under normal circumstances, such rapid momentum would preclude any change in direction. However, after harnessing electromagnetic forces, Will forcibly infused the expansive earth beneath him with electricity, using the electromagnetic pull to halt his forward momentum and execute a sharp turn. Although the arid soil typically offered poor conductivity, Will penetrated the earth with lightning rather than merely transmitting it, making this maneuver quite taxing and unsustainable for prolonged use. Arriving at Gat's flank, he unleashed a strike aimed directly at the opponent's arm. Unlike previous encounters, Will sensed as though he had encountered an extraordinarily resilient substance. It felt as if he were not cleaving through flesh at all. He managed to slice through only half of Gat's arm, finding it increasingly difficult to proceed. This was the first time Will had failed to sever a foe in two with a single blow, leaving him somewhat astonished. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Gat's other claw, propelled by the sound of rushing air, lunged toward Will's head. Weir hastily retreated, yet the sword remained lodged in Gat's arm. Abandon the sword? Unthinkable. Thus, he had no choice but to leap back with all his might. Although Gat's speed could not rival Weir's, he was still quite swift, as Weir soared through the air. Gat's claw seized his neck. Having freed himself from Gat's grasp, Weir felt a chilling sensation at his throat, swiftly followed by a searing pain. Realizing he had sustained an injury, albeit a superficial one, this sensation was all too familiar. Injuries had become a commonplace occurrence for him. The numerous scars adorning his upper body were testament to the countless battles he had endured. He was no longer the novice who had first arrived in the pirate world, but rather a seasoned swordsman, forged by the fires of combat. He refrained from touching the wound on his neck, fixing his gaze intently on his formidable opponent. Though Gat's speed was inferior, his strength was significantly greater. Soon, Weir discerned an even more troubling aspect. The wound on Gat's arm had already ceased bleeding and appeared to be healing rapidly. Was this the awakening of a zoan-type devil fruit? This posed a challenge, yet he found it exhilarating. Weir murmured softly to himself before charging once more towards Gat. The opponent was indeed a zoan-type fruit wielder, endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities and vitality. Engaging him in a protracted battle was not an option. The clash of sword and claw resonated, audible even several blocks away. The sword of Veer had become nearly indistinguishable, while Gat, utilizing his innate strength and remarkable regenerative abilities, adeptly employed his claws to block fatal strikes, enduring lesser blows with resilience, seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Veer. Although it appeared that Gat was drenched in blood, only Veer understood that he was not in a position of advantage. Just moments ago, he had been unable to evade a punch, leaving a tingling sensation in his chest, while Gat's wounds were all fresh, the previous ones having already healed, a testament to his astonishing recuperative power. Upon realizing this, Veer ceased his assault and took several steps back, as if having made a resolute decision, tightening his grip on the sword he wielded. Meanwhile, Gat was not faring well either. Despite awakening to the powers of a zoan-type fruit, this madman before him had already inflicted nearly 100 cuts, the blood loss becoming immeasurable. Thus, a brief respite would be advantageous, for it would not take long for him to regain his strength, and when that moment arrived, it would signal Veer's impending demise. Vale does not possess the ability to read minds, nor does he wish to comprehend Gat's thoughts, for he intends to determine the victor with a single decisive move. Unable to afford any further delay, his hands hang naturally at his sides, dual swords pointed resolutely towards the ground as he activates Thunder Mode to its maximum potential. This time, unlike before, the activation of Thunder Mode transforms not only the hue of his blades but envelopes his entire being in a shimmering silver blue aura. Secret sword. Swallows return. Gat feels an involuntary shiver run through his body, sensing that something terrifying is imminent. Before he can ponder further, a veil of darkness engulfs his vision, as if all else has vanished, revealing 4 intersecting streams of blue-violet sword energy hurtling towards him with alarming speed, leaving no time for evasion. Gat realizes that if he does not exert himself to the utmost now, he will never have another opportunity. Summoning every ounce of strength, he unleashes a powerful punch. Invoking his ultimate technique, a fierce roar erupting from him. Raging Lion's Cannon. The collision between fist and sword energy resonates with a thunderous sound, creating a massive crater in the earth before them, enveloped in swirling dust. After a moment, the dust is dispersed by the wind, revealing the scene within. At that moment, only one figure remains, Veil. Were transcended his limits, delivering 2 swift strikes that simultaneously manifested 4 streams of sword energy. Yet, he too was suffering. The overexertion of the thunder mode left him in excruciating pain, barely able to maintain his footing. Nevertheless, every ounce of agony was worthwhile, for he had vanquished a formidable foe. Gat had reverted from his devil fruit form, his body now reduced to a mere heap of flesh, shattered by Weir's recent strike. A hearty laugh escaped Weir as he reveled in the thrill of battle. However, his moment of triumph was abruptly interrupted by a voice. A young man, exuding an air of nobility, regarded him with a smile. "Oh, it seems you are quite pleased. Have you slain the pirates affiliated with my trading company on my territory and now intend to leave unscathed? How am I to conduct business on these waters henceforth? Thus, you shall perish here." Accompanying that greedy fool Gat in death, the young man articulated with a beaming smile, adjusting his cravat with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, the dock was besieged by thousands, comprising pirates, noble guards, and even naval officers. Weir sensed that the current situation marked the gravest peril he had encountered since arriving in the world of pirates, fearing that he might truly be stranded here today. His adversary was not a mindless braggart. Instead of directly intervening to assist Gat during their fierce battle, he opted to rally reinforcements, encircling the dock with an overwhelming presence. If there were anything that a speedster dreaded, it would undoubtedly be extensive area attacks coupled with a densely packed swarm strategy. At present, the dock was nearly at capacity, save for the area immediately surrounding Weir, which was teetering on the brink of overcrowding. Weir, too, is but flesh and blood, no matter how formidable he may be. He will bleed if cut, and a grievous wound can just as surely lead to his demise. Thus, he must devise a strategy, if only to prolong his survival for a brief moment. He does not seek to restore himself to peak condition, but rather to regain enough strength to engage in battle. He cannot afford to remain in such a precarious state, nearly unable to stand. After years of cellular activation through the thunder stab technique, Weir's ability to recuperate from injuries, while not reaching the grotesque levels of awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users like Gat, still allows him to recover his stamina with notable speed. He then turned his gaze toward the young noble before him and spoke in a somber tone. "Pray tell, who might you be? It appears you are intent on bringing about my demise today. Is it merely because I took Gat's life at your dock, thus tarnishing your reputation? Each day, countless pirates meet their end, if merely stirring up trouble at your port warrants such a mobilization of forces. How have you managed to survive thus far without falling victim to others?" Veer voiced his inner doubts. If the other party had a close relationship with Gat and sought vengeance for him, it would make sense. However, from the preceding remarks, it appeared that the individual did not harbor much fondness for Gat. As for the notion that causing a ruckus at the docks would lead to one's demise, such folly. This is a world of pirates. Even in the Sabaody archipelago, trouble is not uncommon, let alone on an island abundant with gunpowder. It seems you are not entirely foolish. Indeed, there are numerous pirates who cause disturbances at the docks daily, yet not every fallen pirate bears the name Gat. I merely owe a certain individual an explanation. After all, he is my partner. If it weren't for his standing, how could the greedy and arrogant fool Gat have survived until today? The young noble maintained the characteristic hypocritical smile of his kind, casually addressing Veer's queries with an air of confidence. "Oh, it appears Gat has formidable backing. To instill such trepidation in you, a noble, this is indeed unfortunate news." Veer continued to engage the noble in idle chatter, unperturbed by the prospect of unfavorable revelations. For now, buying time and regaining his strength was of utmost importance. As for Gat's support, Veer had never feared powerful adversaries. Even if Gat were backed by one of the 4 emperors, he would still dispatch him without hesitation. Do not prolong this any further, regardless of the circumstances. I am bound to eliminate you today. So, farewell. With that, the young noble signaled his entourage to advance upon Veer. It seems I have encountered a clever adversary. But the time for games is drawing to a close. Upon concluding his words, Veer ceased any further chatter and activated Thunder Mode, launching himself towards the encircling throng. Having regained his fighting capabilities, Veer did not descend into the frenzied slaughter of his foes as before. Instead, he directed his assault towards a singular destination, his ship. Once aboard, the likelihood of his enemies capturing him upon the sea would diminish significantly. A brutal clash erupted at the dock, with various factions recklessly charging at Veer. The sheer number of assailants inevitably resulted in occasional injuries for him. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies splattered around Veer, and the blood pooling beneath his feet threatened to destabilize him. He bore several wounds, the most grievous being a gunshot that pierced his lower abdomen. Remarkably, the individual responsible for inflicting such a severe injury was someone he recognized, a young marauder he had encountered during his first mission, who had carried a large crate made of atom wood, adorned with an array of handguns, only to have one of his arms severed by Veer. This marauder had now found his way to the Grand Line and apparently aligned himself with a faction on Tutu Island. However, Veer no longer needed to dread retaliation, for the marauder had met his demise at the edge of Veer's sword, even as Veer paid the price with the wound upon his abdomen. As the bodies piled higher, Veer's advance was forced to halt. In the midst of the carnage, Veer noticed that the enemies had suddenly ceased their charge, encircling him instead, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief. At that moment, Veer found himself atop a mound of corpses, utterly exhausted, and without a second thought. He sat upon the grim heap. From his waist pouch, he retrieved a bottle of liquor, taking a hearty swig to alleviate his fatigue, while also pouring some over his wounds for disinfection. The surrounding foes stood frozen in terror. They had never witnessed such a savage adversary. While they had seen killings, few had encountered someone who dismembered their victims with such gruesome abandon. Here was a man, comfortably seated upon a mountain of dead, sipping liquor with an expression of sheer delight and exhilaration. This transcended mere cruelty. It bordered on the grotesque. Hence, fear took hold of them. And despite the desperate urgings of their small-time leader from behind, they remained unmoved. After all, life is singular and irreplaceable. No amount of wealth could purchase another chance at it. Who would willingly embrace death? In the distance, a young nobleman stood atop a rooftop, his countenance grim. Initially, he had intended to confront the deranged individual who had ventured out, seeking an explanation for the death of the latter's brother. However, it now appeared that this was not a prudent course of action, for the man before him exuded an even more unsettling madness. The young nobleman found himself in a quandary. He had initially planned to reserve a lethal strike against this adversary, but it seemed wiser to abandon that notion. If the foe had indeed escaped death and eluded capture, his peace of mind would be irreparably shattered. Summoning his bodyguard, he briefed him on the situation before making his way toward the town, leaving behind the hellish dock. Meanwhile, after an extended bout of drinking, Vale realized that his enemy had been thoroughly intimidated and began to chuckle. He had initially intended to resort to Thunder Mode for a desperate breakout towards the ship, but the odds of survival thereafter appeared exceedingly slim. Thus, he had resorted to mercilessly slaying his foes until they no longer dared to confront him. And it seemed that he had achieved his aim. Rising to his feet, Vale sauntered towards the ship, and astonishingly, the previously impenetrable throng parted to grant him passage. Wherever he tread, the crowd recoiled in haste, and by the time he emerged from their midst, no adversaries dared to pursue him. With an air of elegance, Veer took a few slow steps before entering a narrow alley, whereupon he began to sprint with all his might. Despite his earlier demeanor resembling that of a formidable deity of death, he was, in truth, nearing his limits. The act of consuming alcohol had merely been a facade. Now, due to excessive blood loss, his head spun dizzily, and the wounds on his body had ceased to throb, replaced instead by a numbing and swelling sensation. As he hastened toward the ship, Veer suddenly spotted a figure standing by the shore, a strikingly beautiful woman, with cascading waves of green hair. She donned a red top and black trousers, her tall frame accentuated by a pair of extraordinarily high heels. This attire did not render her overly alluring. Rather, it imparted an aura of chilling coldness, evoking a profound sense of detachment. The first instinct of Veer was to recognize a kindred spirit. This individual was likely another assassin. In such a state, should a confrontation arise, it would most likely result in death. Do not be alarmed, for I have no intention of engaging you in combat. I have merely been tasked with delivering an item to you. With that, I placed a box upon the ground and turned to depart. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Veer furrowed his brows, for the enchanting beauty possessed an exceedingly unpleasant tone, hoarse and deep, as if her vocal cords had endured significant damage. The thought of a throat being slit immediately crossed his mind. He picked up the box lying on the ground and opened it, discovering a telephone bug within. After a moment's contemplation, he seized it and returned to his vessel. Once aboard, Veer did not tend to his wounds immediately. Instead, he started the engine and set sail into the open sea. It was only upon reaching the vast waters that he felt truly secure, confident that the speed of his ship was unmatched by any sailing vessel. Ascending to the bedroom on the second floor, he retrieved his medical kit and began to stitch his injuries. Weir's medical skills might be lacking, yet his proficiency in suturing wounds surpasses that of ordinary physicians. A skill honed through personal experience and practice on both his own body and that of his senior brother. In the past, after sustaining injuries during missions, he would first need to stitch up the wounds to halt the bleeding before seeking medical attention. If the hospital was too distant, the risk of bleeding out before reaching help was substantial. After enduring the agony of stitching, the wound was mostly closed. Although the injury to his lower abdomen posed a greater challenge, requiring only medication and the gradual healing powers of his own body. After a thorough bandaging, Weir, pale and weakened, slowly climbed onto his bed and pressed the emergency button at the headboard. Upon activating the switch, the ship ceased its acceleration and, having drifted a considerable distance from 2-2, automatically dropped anchor. A few short sea stone pillars emerged from beneath the vessel, locking it in place. No door could be opened without forceful destruction. Having completed these tasks, Weir drifted into a semi-conscious slumber. Time passed unmeasured until Weir was roused by an incessant buzzing sound. As he regained awareness, confusion clouded his mind. Where was this? Gradually, clarity returned, accompanied by a wave of hunger and sharp pain. Glancing at the buzzing communication device, he recognized it as the one sent by that woman. After a moment's deliberation, he clicked it on. Who is this? Although he had a suspicion of the caller's identity, confirmation was necessary. I am Gabriel Ferdinand Saint, residing in Mariejois. The caller introduced himself, awaiting Weir's response. Living in Mariejois? A saint? A celestial dragon? I don't believe I am acquainted with any celestial dragons, sir, he replied, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. The revelation that he was speaking with a celestial dragon astonished Weir. Oh, perhaps you have forgotten. We met a few days ago on Tutu Island. Ferdinand was unfazed by Weir's tone, continuing the conversation with ease. Days ago? It seems I have been unconscious for quite some time. Holding the communication device, Weir first headed to the restroom, then made his way to the dining area, rummaging through the refrigerator for sustenance before beginning to eat. Were you the noble from that day? No, that can't be right. Don't all the celestial dragons from Mariejois wear those head coverings? I didn't see you wearing one. Weir mischievously mocked the celestial dragon, as such beings were rare encounters. That is not a head covering. It is a bubble helmet. Wearing that thing makes breathing uncomfortable and peculiar. Moreover, not every celestial dragon is that oval-shaped fool. Only a portion are. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ferdinand inquired, May I ask how you were dressed, sir? He appeared remarkably cultured, quite unlike Weir's previous perceptions of celestial dragons. I am Weir. You are indeed quite different from the celestial dragons I have come to know. Tell me, what business brings you to me? As a celestial dragon, you surely do not fear my retribution, do you? As Veer, indulging in his meal, spoke indistinctly with Ferdinand, he expressed, Mr. Ferdinand, my primary purpose in seeking you this time is to extend my apologies regarding our previous encounter. I engaged in your pursuit merely to provide an explanation to someone. And as a gesture of contrition, I am willing to offer you certain intelligence and rare items. Furthermore, there may be prospects for collaboration between us in the future. Ferdinand's words conveyed sincerity. Indeed, if a celestial dragon were to orchestrate a hunt against Veer, they would undoubtedly dispatch not a mere rabble, but a formidable adversary capable of posing a genuine threat to him. Even if Veer managed to escape, he would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. Ferdinand, were you merely a minor noble, I would dismiss your words outright. However, given your status as a celestial dragon, I can reluctantly entertain your proposition. Nonetheless, I shall not easily forgive the attempt on my life. You may inquire about my past endeavors. Even if the target is a celestial dragon, I do not shy away from the task. Veer coldly inquired of Ferdinand, what compensation do you propose? Mr. Veer, I perceive value in all things. You possess your worth, and I have mine. Regarding this incident, I can provide you with some recompense. I have meticulously researched your previous profession, and it is precisely your background as an assassin that prompted me to reach out. Partnering with a celestial dragon is preferable to incurring their wrath. Would you not agree, Mr. Veer? Ferdinand's smile had faded. revealing the gravity of his predicament and the need for Veer's assistance. Since you put it that way, what compensation do you intend to offer? And what troublesome matter do you require my assistance with? Present your case. Should it satisfy me, we may consider collaboration. Otherwise, prepare for my visit, Veer remarked, intrigued by the celestial dragon who once sought his demise. What could compel such a being to solicit the aid of a mere former assassin? Prior to the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce, three formidable forces dominated the island: the Furious Lion pirate crew, the local navy, and a minor noble. Ultimately, through mediation by the world government, the navy proved to be the easiest to resolve, while the minor noble, displaying prudence, discreetly withdrew with a sum of money. The real challenge lay with the Furious Lion pirate crew. This particular pirate crew was unique, as they were the largest on Tutu Island, led by their captain, Gat, whom you have slain. Had it been merely Gat, the Furious Lion pirate crew would not have merited our cooperation. The pivotal figure was actually their first mate, Gad, who was not originally Gat's brother and may not have even been named Gad before. The entire situation stemmed from an incident wherein the Furious Lion pirate crew rescued a gravely injured man during one of their voyages. On that fateful day, Gad, typically characterized by his greed and arrogance, inexplicably chose to save this unknown man and permitted the ship's doctor to tend to his wounds. Subsequently, Gat discovered that this man possessed extraordinary strength, yet crucially, he had lost his memory, recalling only a fierce battle against a formidable foe, which he ultimately lost, even forgetting his own name. Seizing this serendipitous opportunity bestowed upon him, Gat exhibited remarkable generosity towards the man he had rescued, bestowing upon him the name Gad. He proclaimed to his entire crew of pirates that Gad would henceforth be regarded as his brother. To offend Gad would equate to offending Gad himself. With Gad's formidable prowess, the Furious Lion pirate crew ascended to prominence on Tutu Island. Gad became a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million, while Gad's bounty soared to 120 million berry. Ferdinand elaborated on the circumstances surrounding the Furious Lion pirate crew to Vale, then took a sip of tea before continuing. Initially, I intended to leave you at the dock, but upon witnessing your capabilities, I decided to spare you and pursue a collaboration. The potential return of Gad poses an uncertainty. Due to his head injury, he often exhibits erratic behavior. Should he wreak havoc, it would jeopardize the painstaking efforts I have invested in Tutu Island over the years. Thus, I resolved to join forces with you to eliminate Gad. After elucidating the situation, Ferdinand awaited Vale's response. Oh, it seems Gad is quite formidable. If he truly possesses the strength you claim, I may not be able to defeat him. Please, elaborate on his specific abilities. Moreover, if you lose the Furious Lion pirate crew, how shall you conduct your business in illegal territories? Do not attempt to deceive me as if I were a mere child, though I may not favor cunning strategies. It does not imply my lack of intelligence, Celestial Dragon. Vale appeared intrigued by Ferdinand's proposition, yet he remained skeptical of the intentions of the Celestial Dragon before him. Vale, you must understand that I approach you with sincerity. As for Gat's capabilities, to my knowledge, he wields armament hockey and possesses exceptional martial arts skills, devoid of any devil fruit abilities. On one occasion, Gat experienced a bout of his affliction. I once witnessed him leap into the sea to contend with the Sea Kings, a fact I can assert with certainty. As for the smuggling in the illegal territories, I have secured a more reliable partner in the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo. He and I are allies, and we have negotiated the specifics of our collaboration. His stipulation is that he will only partner with me, excluding others. Ferdinand seemed somewhat intrigued and visibly pleased, as the angry lion pirates have always been a thorn in his side. Although Doflamingo is no easy adversary, he is, after all, a rational individual, unlike the unpredictable Gator, whose erratic behavior often renders communication impossible. The notion of hockey? Gator possesses the ability to wield armament hockey. Yet, why then does Gator still seek to purchase hockey at the auction? This struck Vale as rather peculiar. If Ferdinand does not clarify this matter, it shall remain unresolved. And Vale will undoubtedly seek retribution against this celestial dragon in the future. Amusingly enough, while Gator indeed knows how to utilize armament hockey, he refrains from teaching it due to his mental state. This is precisely why Gator is so eager to learn hockey. He has witnessed its formidable power firsthand. It is essential to understand that I will not easily forgive those who obstruct my auction guests at the docks, whether their efforts succeed or fail. For it is my auction. If this continues, how can I conduct business in the future? Who would dare attend an auction on Tutu Island? Ferdinand's voice held an unusual edge of anger at this point. This also resolved another of Vale's inner dilemmas. Could a large-scale auction truly lead to guests being robbed before they even leave the island? If this were the case, who would still engage in trade? After contemplating Ferdinand's words, I recognized their merit. If all of this were indeed true, Vale ought to seriously consider collaborating with Ferdinand. For Gator would soon return within a few weeks. If Vale were to flee now, Ferdinand might very well betray him to avoid his own entanglement. Let us not forget that in the pirate world, there exists a life card, a powerful artifact. On the day of the ambush, Vale's hair and blood were left on Tutu Island. Thus, Vale resolved to partner with Ferdinand to eliminate the genuine lunatic, Gator. With all matters discussed, the atmosphere grew amicable, and they agreed to reconvene in 10 days, as Gator would not return to Tutu Island for nearly 20 days. There was no need for haste. In a generous gesture, Ferdinand even offered to arrange for a lovely lady to be sent to Vale, yet he was met with disdain. Vale scorned Ferdinand's insincerity, stating, "I am injured all over. Even a meal is excruciating. What do you expect me to do with a woman? Just gaze at her?" After delivering a strong rebuke to Ferdinand, Vale ended the call. Weir's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, "An intriguing celestial dragon." Upon reflection, he acknowledged the truth in this statement. Had the celestial dragons of Mariehua been nothing more than foolish beings with heads filled with air, the world government would have long since met its demise. It is essential to remember that, apart from the current royal family of Mariehua, there exist numerous other noble families around the globe, such as the Vinsmoke and Don Quixote clans, ambitious lineages indeed, not to mention the revolutionaries and pirates of the New World. If all celestial dragons were utterly inept, their downfall would be imminent. Without further contemplation, Weir picked up a small pouch from beside the bed and retrieved an item from within, the formidable notebook he had fought so hard to acquire. Flipping through its pages, he hastily scanned the initial sections, which echoed the original text's assertion that the Conqueror's haki is an innate power present within all individuals, yet remains dormant for the vast majority throughout their lifetimes. Dismissing this as mere platitude, he proceeded to delve into the subsequent content, seeking a comprehensive understanding of the armament haki. What is armament haki, one might wonder? Essentially, it is a manifestation of physical energy. The more potent the individual, the more formidable this energy becomes. For reasons unknown, this power possesses the remarkable ability to inflict damage upon the tangible forms of natural elements. However, the utility of armament haki extends beyond this capability. When enveloping the body, it manifests as a protective armor, with its resilience directly correlating to the strength of the haki itself. This was precisely what Weir sought. He meticulously began to study the awakening of armament haki. As he perused the notes, he encountered a particularly frustrating line. To awaken armament haki, one's physical prowess must be considerable. Yet the specifics of how strong were conspicuously absent. Veer suppressed the urge to discard the notebook and continued to peruse its contents. Even after finishing his meal late into the night, he remained engrossed in studying the methods of mastering armament haki. Weir realized that the notion of swiftly mastering the haki of armament was nothing short of a fanciful dream. He simply could not achieve it. One must engage in frequent battles, consciously honing the concentration of armament haki. This process of refinement is certainly not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires prolonged and repetitive practice, ultimately allowing one's body to genuinely experience the essence of armament haki, which signifies true awakening. To expedite this journey, various external stimuli are essential, such as harsh weather conditions and intense combat. While finding locations with severe weather is indeed a challenge, there are likely many deserted islands suitable for battle. Once the matter with Guard is resolved, Weir intends to inquire with Ferdinand about nearby islands that would be appropriate. Initially, he had hoped to awaken his armament haki and enhance his combat prowess before confronting Guard, but it now appears that this is unattainable. He does not possess the extraordinary talent required for such feats. Thus, he must temporarily set aside the pursuit of haki. At present, the most pressing issue is to eliminate Guard, an adversary he has yet to encounter but is destined to face. Ultimately, the foundation of all this lies in his own physical recovery. Without that, how can he engage in battle? With this in mind, Weir changed his blood-stained bedding and, after attending to his wounds with fresh medicine, underwent yet another bout of torment. He then quietly lay on his bed, gradually employing the thunder-stabbing technique to stimulate his bodily cells and enhance his recuperative abilities. Before long, the appointed time with Ferdinand arrived. In a show of sincerity and to prevent the prying eyes of the angry lion pirates, Ferdinand did not arrange to meet Weir on Tutu Island. Accompanied by only one individual, the cold beauty from the seaside, Ferdinand approached. As their two ships drew near, the icy beauty remained steadfastly by Ferdinand's side, evidently serving as a protector. You appear to be in good spirits," Ferdinand remarked, introducing his sister, Gabrielle Catherine, with evident satisfaction regarding their collaboration. Surprisingly, Vale's first reaction was to notice the hair color was amiss, which was followed by a wave of discomfort. The name Katrina was indeed misleading. However, it was unexpected that this icy beauty was Ferdinand's sister, presumably a celestial dragon as well, which once again challenged Vale's worldview. While Ferdinand may have retained some traits of the celestial dragons aside from his personality, Katrina exhibited none of their characteristics. "Miss Katrina, greetings. I am Vale. We have met before. Shall we converse in the dining hall? I have prepared a meal," he stated, leading the siblings, Ferdinand and Katrina, toward the restaurant. Vale, in a non-combative manner, seemed quite normal. Hence, he decided to adopt the customs of his hometown, believing that discussing matters over a meal would ease the atmosphere significantly. Katrina merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, perhaps due to her voice, which made her reticent. "Oh, I did not realize you could cook, Vale. This truly surprises me. If your culinary skills are as exceptional as your proficiency in killing, then I shall be in for a treat today," Ferdinand remarked, intrigued. Typically, assassins are characterized by their cold demeanor and lack of humor, particularly someone as unhinged as Vale. Before arriving, Ferdinand had mentally prepared himself to be overlooked. However, upon arrival, he found Vale to be entirely unlike his expectations, devoid of the madness and bloodlust he had displayed during their previous encounter, instead wearing a pleasant smile and exuding politeness. Ferdinand felt more at ease. After all, no one wishes to collaborate with a lunatic, although this individual might revert to that state in battle. He appeared quite amiable at present, and with the terms he had proposed, there would be no issues. Upon arriving at the dining hall aboard Vale's ship, Ferdinand was taken aback by the sight of the sumptuous feast laid out before him, not from fear, but from the sheer abundance and the presence of several rare delicacies. Although Wire is not a professional chef, as a true foodie and having savored exquisite delicacies during his past missions, he occasionally seeks culinary guidance from chefs in a rather special manner. His culinary skills, therefore, are undoubtedly commendable. Most importantly, Wire has invested a considerable sum of money to stockpile rare ingredients aboard the ship. Once the three of them were seated, Wire and Ferdinand engaged in lively conversation while dining, with Ferdinand repeatedly praising Wire's cooking prowess, while Katerina chose to express her admiration through action, focusing intently on her meal. Through their casual discourse, it became apparent that the siblings could barely be classified as celestial dragons. More accurately, they were exiled celestial dragons. Ferdinand did not delve deeply into the specifics, merely stating that the siblings were cast out of Mariewa before they turned 10 and had been living outside for over a decade. Their prior claims of residing in Mariewa were solely to maintain appearances. It is inconceivable for someone of celestial dragon lineage to engage in such disreputable business, and thus their existence within the world government is quite unique. They hold no significant status. Yet their former identity as celestial dragons has garnered them a measure of trust from the world government. Once their identities were clarified, the trio proceeded to further discussions. Due to a previous attempt on Wire's life, Ferdinand offered a devil fruit of the paramecia type as compensation, while Wire stipulated that he and Katerina must join forces to eliminate Guard. Subsequently, they forged an alliance, wherein Wire would lend his martial prowess to the siblings, and Ferdinand would provide Wire with access to rare commodities and confidential information whenever needed. Both parties were elated by this newfound alliance, prompting Wire to fetch a fine bottle of wine to celebrate. As for the degree of authenticity in their arrangements, only the two of them were privy to that knowledge. Notably, the seemingly aloof Katerina is, in fact, the least scheming among them, as she remained engrossed in her meal, valiantly battling on her own culinary battlefield, the dining table. After bidding farewell to the two siblings, the trio agreed to convene the following day on Tutu Island to deliberate on the precise method to eliminate Guard. Upon returning to the dining area, Vale gazed at the devil fruit resting on the table, admiring its rarity, for it was indeed his first encounter with such an extraordinary item. However, Vale had no intention of consuming it, irrespective of the power it bestowed. The notion of transforming into a landlocked creature, fearing the sea and even the mere act of bathing, seemed utterly unappealing. He empathized with those capable of wielding powers derived from devil fruits who face such unfortunate limitations. The plight of those who consumed particularly volatile devil fruits was even more dire. For instance, Magellan, who had spent a significant portion of his life confined to a lavatory after ingesting the poison fruit. had to exercise great caution during combat to avoid the ignominious fate of being incapacitated in such an undignified manner. Additionally, some abilities demanded immense creativity and time to develop, further solidifying Vale's resolve not to partake in consuming it. Instead, he deemed it a worthy addition to his collection. He carefully stored the devil fruit in a safe within his bedroom, an ostentatious display that he planned to sell should he ever find himself in dire financial straits. As his injuries had not fully healed, Vale engaged in light restorative training before returning to his bed, where time seemed to pass swiftly in slumber. The following day, clad in a black robe, he arrived at the predetermined location, where he found Katerina awaiting him. Despite her frosty demeanor, the ice cream in her hand betrayed her true nature as a gourmand, a revelation he had already discerned the previous day. Nodding in acknowledgement, Katerina led Vale to Ferdinand's residence. Upon arriving at Ferdinand's opulent abode, Vale could not help but marvel at the grandeur befitting a former celestial dragon and the current overseer of Tutu Island. Following Katerina inside the castle-like structure, they ascended to the second floor where Ferdinand awaited them in his study. After a thorough discussion, the trio devised a straightforward yet effective plan. Upon guard's return, they would promptly inform him of his brother's demise, linking it to Ferdinand's auction house, which would undoubtedly compel guard to seek an explanation from Ferdinand. Ferdinand would then feign having captured Vale and lead guard into a secret escape route beneath the castle, while Vale and Katerina positioned themselves strategically on either side of the passage. Once guard entered, they would flank him, for even a formidable adversary like guard could not possibly contend with two powerful foes attacking from both the front and rear. Meanwhile, Ferdinand would seize the opportunity to discreetly enter the concealed door within the passage, surrounded on all fronts. Even the mightiest of martial artists would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage, unable to wield two heads and four arms simultaneously. The plan is commendable in its simplicity. The more straightforward the plan, the more effortlessly it can be executed, and the fewer variables it tends to introduce. However, the true concern for Vale lies in how to introduce Gad into the secret passage. The two siblings, in contrast, seem utterly unconcerned about this matter. Ferdinand assures Vale that upon seeing Gad in person, all will become clear. Nevertheless, Vale harbors a lingering doubt, as his trust in the siblings is not absolute. He is determined to inspect the secret passage himself. Had Ferdinand not exhibited such genuine sincerity, Vale would not have dared to step foot within the castle at all. Vale feels that his current capabilities do not warrant being lured by a single devil fruit. Thus, he accompanies Ferdinand to examine the underground passage. Indeed, it is filled with numerous mechanisms, and the walls are composed of a unique alloy, exceedingly robust. The metallic structure is akin to Vale's own domain. Within this passage, he can exploit electromagnetic forces to maneuver freely, defying the pull of gravity. It serves as an excellent ambush site. As for the execution of the plan, Vale must first meet Gad in person before making any decisions. After enduring a prolonged wait of over 10 days on Tutu Island, the ship of the Angry Lion pirates finally returned. Even before the vessel could dock, a figure hurtled toward the shore with remarkable speed, akin to a cannonball, landing forcefully and causing the ground to tremble with a resounding thud. The bustling crowd at the dock seemed unfazed by this bizarre spectacle, their expressions tinged with disdain and envy, as if to say, how could such an eccentric individual possess such formidable strength? Ware could not help but gasp in astonishment as he observed the burly man in his 30s at the dock, who, upon rising, let out a fierce roar, signifying a successful landing. With a peculiar gaze, Vere turned to Ferdinand and inquired, "Is this individual truly your longtime partner?" Ferdinand appeared somewhat embarrassed, nodding in affirmation while emphasizing the strength of this person. Vere responded with a series of chuckles, choosing not to engage further, and instead called out to Katerina as they proceeded towards Ferdinand's castle, seemingly reassured and ready to lay an ambush. Just as they were nearing the castle, Vere suddenly heard a distant roar from behind, a voice bellowing, "Who has slain my elder brother? I shall have his head, crush him, and devour him whole." Ware urged Katerina with a swift motion, darting toward the direction of the castle. Upon arriving at the predetermined ambush site, he pressed a mechanism against the wall of the secret passage, which revealed a hidden door. He swiftly slipped inside and closed the door behind him. After waiting for approximately an hour, Ware heard footsteps approaching. Ferdinand was likely arriving, and all that remained was to await the signal. As the footsteps grew nearer, Ware discerned a series of intermittent coughs, cough, 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 echoing through the passage. This was the signal. Ware activated the mechanism at his side, and the door before him swung open. Standing before Weir was the burly man who had once performed as a human cannonball at the docks, none other than Jagger. Meanwhile, Ferdinand had already escaped through the hidden door within the passage. When Veer witnessed this scene, he felt a sense of reassurance. It appeared that this was not a trap intended for him, so he drew his sword and activated the thunder mode, focusing intently on the formidable adversary before him. Given the confined space of the secret passage, Veer chose to wield his sword in a reversed grip, although this grip lacked the striking force of a conventional hold. It offered greater agility within the narrow confines, minimizing the risk of his blade striking the walls and thereby reducing his attack speed, which could expose him to counterattacks. Directly opposing Veer was Katarina, who, without a weapon, was stamping her feet, seemingly preparing herself. She appeared to be an expert in utilizing her legs. Initially, Veer had assumed she was a user of devil fruit powers, as it was their first collaboration. He refrained from inquiring about her combat style, a sensitive topic given their mutual distrust. Instead, he simply asked about her combat capabilities. The enchanting woman gestured towards Veer, then pointed at his sword, and finally indicated herself, waving her hand. At that moment, Veer was utterly perplexed. Until Ferdinand provided a translation, the essence of her message was that it would be quite difficult for Veer to kill her. With this intelligence, Veer felt reassured. Noticing that Katarina had no intention of attacking first, Veer charged toward the enemy. Just as he had taken a few strides, Katarina synchronously surged forward alongside him, combining their sword and leg assaults against Gad. Due to Veer's significantly greater speed, he made contact with the enemy first. Gad, previously unaware of his surroundings, had been glancing about until now, realizing that an ambush was underway. He enveloped his hands in haki and, with clenched fists, met Veer's advance. The clash of sword against fist resonated with a metallic clang, and Gad appeared remarkably unfazed. Just as he was about to speak to Veer, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force strike against his back. Veer had just restrained guard, awaiting assistance from Katarina. However, when Katarina finally launched her attack, Veer experienced an unsettling sensation as a tremendous force surged through his hands, propelling both himself and guard backward. Suspended in midair, Veer found himself at a loss for words, pondering the immense strength of this woman. Could it be a manifestation of some devil fruit ability? Skillfully adjusting his position in the air, he utilized electromagnetic force to prevent a disastrous fall, aided by the metallic surroundings. However, the impact was severe, for Katarina's kick was undeniably powerful. It was astonishing that such a slender figure could wield such strength. Yet, amidst the ongoing battle, there was no time for contemplation. He had to rise and continue his assault on Gad. Gad had indeed borne the brunt of that kick, struck squarely in the back by Katarina's high heel. Vale was acutely aware that these were no ordinary high heels. The sound they made while walking indicated that the heels were undoubtedly metallic. Furthermore, given Katarina's leg strength, they were likely crafted from a rare metal, capable of withstanding such immense force. Although Gad had enveloped himself in a layer of haki, he was still incapacitated by the blow. Vale seized the opportunity to strike while Gad was down. Despite Gad's ability to use armament haki, it could not cover his entire body, and it appeared he lacked observation haki. Thus, under Vale's rapid onslaught, there were times when Gad was unable to respond swiftly, leading to deep, bone-exposing gashes on his body where he had failed to cover himself in haki. Just as Gad was struggling to defend against Vale's relentless attacks, Katarina delivered her second kick, which, though not swift, was imbued with overwhelming force, perhaps even greater than the first. A thunderous boom echoed through the underground passage, the result of Katarina's kick. In a moment of peril, Gad braced himself against Vale's strikes and desperately sidestepped. Though the kick did not land a fatal blow, it struck his arm with such force that it shattered it completely. Despite Gad's attempts to cover himself with armament haki, he could not adequately defend against both Vale's assault and Katarina's strike, resulting in the loss of his arm. The trio's plan had thus far yielded tremendous results. After witnessing Katarina's two powerful kicks, Vale resolved never to approach this formidable woman unprepared again. Although Gad had suffered multiple heavy blows, his fighting spirit remained unyielded. It appeared that even in the absence of memory, certain instincts were etched deep within him, such as the use of armament haki and an indomitable will to fight. After delivering her kick, Katarina refrained from further attacks, seemingly exhausted from the exertion. Vale, unable to fully unleash his potential, could only inflict severe injuries upon Gad. Although he could not land a fatal strike at that moment, Gad's numerous wounds indicated that death was not far off. Gad sensed that if this continued, he would meet his demise that very day, having had no opportunity to counterattack since being ambushed. With a furious roar, he launched a punch at Vale. Just a glance at his pitch-black fist, enveloped in armament haki, made it clear to Vale that this blow could not be met head-on. He leapt backward, utilizing electromagnetic force to create distance with a graceful retreat. Gad paid no heed to Katarina behind him, seemingly fixated solely on Vale. After all, Vale had been the one attacking him directly, while Katarina had been striking from behind, thus fueling this madness of vengeance directed at Vale. Veer gazed at the advancing guard, his lips twitching slightly. This fellow had firmly set his sights on him today. However, Veer felt no trepidation. He infused a considerable amount of electricity into his twin swords, watching as their blades transformed into a shimmering silver blue. With a swift step forward to gather his strength, he hurled the two swords towards Guard. The twin blades, now spinning at high velocity, soared toward him, occupying nearly the entire width of the narrow passageway. Evading them was nothing short of a dream. As the spinning blades approached, Guard braced himself, using the only arm he had left to withstand the onslaught. Yet, to confront these electrified, rapidly rotating swords with mere flesh and bone was, indeed, a most unwise decision, even with the protection of his armed haki. The first blade collided with Guard's arm, producing a resounding clang before it began to spin violently, slicing through flesh, soon followed by the second. The passage reverberated with the cacophony of cutting metal, interspersed with Guard's anguished cries. As the electricity coursing through the swords began to wane, Veer utilized electromagnetic force to retrieve them. However, with the surrounding walls composed entirely of metal, though he successfully reclaimed his blades, he also found himself colliding with the wall with a resounding thud. Each time Veer launched the spinning blade, its trajectory typically extended far, prompting him to amplify the electromagnetic force significantly. However, misfortune struck. Although the battle had raged for mere minutes and the enemy had not yet inflicted harm upon him, he had collided violently with a wall, leaving him grievously injured. After a prolonged moment of recovery, Veer managed to rise, only to find Guard sprawled on the ground, his arms severed and his chest cleaved open by Veer's own spinning blade, revealing a heart that had been shattered beyond repair. It appeared that survival was no longer an option for him. As Veer observed the enemies falling, he exhaled with relief. Although they had maintained the upper hand throughout the battle, those two fists imbued with the power of armament haki posed a significant threat. Should either of them be struck, it would likely result in severe injury, if not death. Casting his gaze towards the opposing Katarina, Veer noticed something peculiar about the enchanting beauty before him. Typically adorned with a serious demeanor, her face was now flushed, her lips twitching, and her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Veer was initially perplexed. And then he felt a flush of warmth on his face, suddenly recalling the moment he had collided with the wall, with an unexpected witness present. Just as Veer was drowning in embarrassment and contemplating a change of subject, Guard on the ground stirred. Veer's gaze shifted to Guard, dismissing his previous foolish behavior. Guard opened his eyes, and unlike before when they appeared clouded, now they shone with clarity and a semblance of awareness. Where am I? Oh, it hurts. Who are you? Are you here to kill me? Guard's initial confusion quickly transformed into a sharp pain in his chest and arms. Glancing at his severed hands and the damaged heart within his chest, he exhibited no fear or sorrow, but rather a sense of regret and fury. Yes, the wound on your chest was inflicted by me. It seems you have regained some clarity. What a pity it is that I cannot engage you in this lucid state. Although I sense I would be no match for you. Hehehe, Weir remarked, his eyes betraying a hint of regret. If he were not so weak at present, he would undoubtedly challenge Guard to a duel. Soon, with the mastery of haki, his strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Indeed, it is truly unfortunate. After striving for so long, awakening haki in my 20s, honing my formidable physical skills, only to fall victim to ignorance and offend a powerful adversary, leading to this state of mental disarray. How absurd, how laughable. This man, even in the face of imminent death, did not reveal a trace of sorrow. Yet, as he uttered these words, tears began to flow uncontrollably, indicating that he possessed something more precious than life itself, now irrevocably lost with the impending end of his existence. Even in death, let me die with dignity. I have laid an ambush on this island for over 10 days to confront you, so please, die in peace, he declared, before swiftly severing Guard's throat with a single stroke of his sword. Weir did not wish to see his formidable adversary in such a disheveled state of tears, for he understood that the opponent's tears did not stem from a fear of death. After dispatching Gad, Weir exited the secret passage. Although he had confirmed his alliance with the two siblings, this passage, while indeed suitable for ambush, did not cater to Weir's strengths. On the contrary, it was a domain crafted for someone like Katarina, a woman of brute force. were suspected that one of the purposes behind the construction of this passage was to allow Katerina to retreat and confront formidable foes, thus leveraging the terrain to her advantage. Once Katerina had dealt with Gad's remains, Ferdinand had prepared a delectable feast in the castle's dining hall. Even the fastidious were nodded in approval, finding the meal quite satisfactory. Despite the brevity of the battle within the passage, it had drained a significant amount of his stamina. Moreover, were bore an injury, the wound on his lower abdomen. Being a penetrating injury, had not fully healed in the mere span of 20 days. Consequently, his combat effectiveness today was rather mediocre. Additionally, the ambush of enemies was not in Weir's usual style, and the unfavorable terrain meant he could only muster about 70 to 80% of his fighting prowess. During the meal, Weir engaged in light conversation with Ferdinand, occasionally inquiring about the reasons behind his desire for collaboration. Ferdinand regarded Weir with a perplexed expression and asked, "Has no one ever sought your partnership before?" Weir shook his head. Ferdinand explained that, firstly, he was a solitary figure at sea, although a killer. He was a mere assassin of the East Sea, relatively unknown in the Grand Line, which made his origins clear. Secondly, he possessed considerable strength, though somewhat reckless in battle. He could communicate normally in everyday life. Thirdly, Weir's solitary voyages, devoid of any pirate flag, indicated a lack of ambition for power, suggesting he might be an adventurer or a wandering traveler. This absence of greed implied safety, as he sought only one-time rewards rather than the stakes and shares that Ferdinand dreaded. Fourthly, they could engage in a long-term partnership, exchanging valuable information and sharing resources in both martial and commercial realms. Listening to Ferdinand, Weir realized he had become quite sought after. He had never perceived this before. Yet something about Ferdinand's words felt peculiar, as if something were amiss. Without dwelling much on it, he inquired with Ferdinand about nearby islands suitable for cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Ferdinand revealed that there was indeed an island fit for training, albeit one fraught with danger, both from its wildlife and its environment. He paused, sipping his tea. Danger? To what extent? The mention of formidable creatures and harsh conditions piqued Weir's interest further. The animals on that island, due to the environmental factors, were exceptionally resilient. As for the climate, the island could be deemed devoid of a stable weather pattern, as it had been artificially devastated. It erupted with magma every 3 days. Ferdinand seemed skeptical about the island, but held a glimmer of hope for this potential ally's growth. Every 3 days, it spews forth magma? Can any creatures truly survive there, training in such a place? Weir felt Ferdinand was jesting with him. An island erupting with magma every 3 days was a domain for figures like Kaido or Akainu, while others would surely meet their demise. It was not entirely accurate to call it magma, for the volcano was man-made, and the temperature of the lava was merely over 100 degrees. It resembled lava in appearance, but was essentially a unique form of water. As for its suitability for training, there lay an ancient ruin upon it. Yet all factions had explored it without discovering anything of worth, rendering the island nearly deserted now. After finishing his explanation, Ferdinand took another sip of tea. The two men, having just dined, now reclined in the sun on lounge chairs in the courtyard. Ancient ruins, artificial fire, formidable beasts, this was it. Grant me an eternal needle, and I shall set sail tomorrow. We're finally resolved to venture to the island Ferdinand had mentioned. Ruins were a matter of fortune, but such a harsh environment was indeed rare. Black Iron Rock Island. What kind of scenery awaited him there? Weir chuckled softly. With a face full of expectation, the next morning, Weir bid farewell to the two siblings. After replenishing supplies on Tutu Island, he set forth on his journey, clutching the permanent compass pointing towards Black Iron Rock Island. Initially, he intended to follow the direction indicated by the compass, yet upon hearing tales of such an intriguing isle, he could not resist the urge to explore it. According to Ferdinand's information, a conventional sailing vessel would take a month to travel from Tutu Island to Black Iron Rock Island. However, Weir estimated he could accomplish the voyage in approximately 10 days if he sailed at full speed. Yet, he was not overly anxious, for prolonged sailing at maximum velocity could inflict damage on the ship's internal mechanisms. Thus, Weir resolved to reach his destination within 20 days. Previously, aboard the ship, he dedicated his days primarily to practicing swordsmanship and physical techniques. Now, having recently acquired the methods for cultivating the dual-colored haki, he focused on foundational training while devoting a significant portion of his time to mastering haki. In the pursuit of understanding haki, time seemed to fly, and before long, Black Iron Rock Island emerged on the horizon. Weir did not directly ascend the island. Rather, he wished to observe the eruption of the artificial volcano, intrigued by its nature, in order to prepare for future contingencies. Although magma exceeding 100 degrees Celsius would not prove fatal to Veer, it would certainly not be a pleasant experience. Consider that water boils at approximately 100 degrees, while the island's molten rock exceeds this temperature. After waiting for 2 days, Veer finally witnessed the aftermath of the artificial volcano's eruption. On that day, as he diligently studied the imposing landscape, he suddenly felt a subtle vibration beneath his vessel. Stepping outside, he realized it was not merely his boat that trembled, but the very expanse of the sea itself. The island before him emitted a thunderous roar, and before long, he beheld the central formation, an enormous, bulging chimney of a volcano, erupting. Even for someone like Veer, who had encountered numerous grand spectacles, this sight was nearly enough to leave him in awe. This was no mere volcano, it resembled a magnificent fountain. He watched in astonishment as the pale red lava surged upwards, reaching heights of over 10 meters, subsequently cascading around the island as if cleansing it, flowing in every direction without restraint. The miraculous trees that had flourished on the island were now partially submerged, their tops barely visible, adorned with various animals perched upon the branches in diverse poses. It was not until an hour later that the volcano ceased its eruption, leaving the entire island enveloped in a shroud of heat. For the first time, Veer sensed the malice emanating from this small island. If this volcano were indeed artificial, what could possibly be its purpose? Observing that the volcanic surface had cooled sufficiently, Veer anchored his vessel at the shore and disembarked. Prior to stepping onto the island, he wisely shed his clothing due to the oppressive heat. During the daylight hours, he devoted himself to training on the island, returning to the ship at night for rest. Reflecting on his previous experience of cultivating on a deserted island, Veer mused on the convenience of having a ship. Securing his beloved vessel, he ventured ashore. As he wandered through this uninhabited isle, Veer began to ponder how best to cultivate his domineering aura. If awakening this aura were to be triggered through combat, he decided against wielding a sword. It would be more advantageous to engage in physical confrontation, as direct contact would facilitate the emergence of the armament haki. Regarding the observation haki, to be candid, he felt averse to the rudimentary training methods outlined in his notes, which involved blindfolding oneself, covering the ears, and even blocking the nose. This approach seemed overly simplistic, as it required relinquishing reliance on the senses in favor of pure feeling. In any case, he resolved to focus first on harnessing the armament haki and sought a living creature to practice his skills. Not long after setting forth, Veer heard an unusual chewing sound emanating from a short distance ahead. As he approached, he discovered a monstrous creature gnawing on a tree. It was termed a monster, as Veer found it challenging to conceive of a more fitting descriptor for this being. Its body was encased in a pale red exoskeleton, tightly enveloping its form, with soft tissues visible at the joints. Judging by the hue, these tissues appeared to share a similar composition with the exoskeleton. Even its eyes were shielded by a crystalline layer, resembling a beast clad in biological armor. The true nature of this creature remained a mystery, likely to be revealed only upon shattering its exoskeletal defenses. Veer felt an overwhelming sense of unease, as if he were encountering a creature that truly did not belong in this world. Surely, this fellow had wandered into the wrong theater. Unable to endure the dissonance presented by this grotesque being, Veer charged forward, intent on resolving the situation. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a punch at the creature before him. Having never engaged in combat with his fist before, his technique resembled that of a novice. With a dull thud, the monster, completely taken by surprise, was sent soaring through the air. When Veer struck the creature, he did not encounter the anticipated hardness. Instead, it felt as though he had struck a mass of rubber, firm yet somewhat elastic. The creature, having been sent sprawling, shook its head and stood up as if unscathed. It merely cast a glance at Veer before resuming its gnawing on the tree. Veer was taken aback, astonished by the unsightly appearance of the creature before him. Yet surprisingly gentle, he approached cautiously, grasping a stick, and prodded the strange being. The creature turned its head, gazing at Veer with an endearing innocence, and unexpectedly peeled off a piece of bark, offering it to Veer as if to suggest it was for him to eat. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Veer was suddenly engulfed by a wave of guilt for having struck this creature moments earlier. Accepting what he initially thought to be bark from the peculiar being before him, he soon realized it was not bark at all, but rather a crystalline structure with a honeycomb interior, pleasantly tactile in nature. This revelation led him to understand that this substance likely facilitated the survival of the island's flora, serving as an insulator and a corrosion-resistant material, much akin to the creature's exoskeleton. Upon further scrutiny of the creature, Veer discerned the reason for its docility. It was evidently a large rabbit, as the shape of its exoskeleton unmistakably revealed its true identity. He gently patted the creature's head and offered an apology, then resumed his journey towards the island's center. However, after taking only a few steps, he felt one of his legs being grasped. It was the rabbit behind him. The creature fervently shook its head at Veer, gesturing towards the island's heart and continuing to shake its head in disapproval. Vale comprehended that the creature before him was likely one of those exceptionally intelligent beings in the world of pirates. Its demeanor suggested that the center of the island was perilous. After expressing his gratitude to the rabbit, he confidently declared his strength and continued his journey towards the island. The rabbit, realizing it could not dissuade Vale, opted to resume gnawing on the bark. After nearly an hour of trekking, Vale finally arrived at the base of the volcano. At first glance, it was evident that this volcano was not a product of nature. Aside from the steel embedded within, its shape was too perfectly round. As Vale was engrossed in observation, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, the ground rising beneath him. Swiftly leaping to a nearby patch of open ground, he discovered that he had been standing atop a rather peculiar creature, which appeared to have been slumbering. Its exoskeleton was not the only unusual feature. The shape of this being was unlike any he had previously encountered. With a crocodile-like mouth, a bulging belly, short limbs, and 2 tails, it defied categorization. Initially, Vale presumed it to be a crocodile, yet those 2 tails suggested otherwise. Just as Vale was pondering the true nature of this creature, it suddenly opened its enormous jaws, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged towards him. While its attacking prowess remained uncertain, its speed was undeniably disconcerting. This crocodilian-like beast seemed to be charging at full speed. Yet its short limbs were a hindrance, and its heavy exoskeleton rendered it cumbersome. With ease, Veer dodged the creature and delivered a punch, which, as expected, proved to be ineffective. Just as Veer began to sense that it posed no real threat, this crocodilian being clamped its jaws around a massive boulder, effortlessly chipping away at it, reducing the bitten fragment to a fine powder with successive gnaws. As Veer's pupils constricted momentarily, he recognized the formidable prowess of his opponent, whose attack power was exceedingly potent and whose defenses were devoid of vulnerabilities. Aside from speed, this creature epitomized the quintessence of a perfect combat entity. Despite engaging in battle for an extended period, Veer found himself unable to gain the upper hand. However, he discerned that this creature was exceptionally conducive to his training in the mastery of hockey. It was, in essence, a natural moving target, presenting a substantial threat. A careless encounter could lead to dire consequences if he were to be bitten. Thus, Veer persisted in the confrontation. From the moment he set foot on the island until the sun began its descent, Veer grappled with this creature, only ceasing when twilight approached. Although he felt little fatigue after an entire day of combat, his hands were sore, a testament to the fact that he was accustomed to wielding a sword in battle. Nevertheless, he did glean some insights regarding hockey. The creature he had pummeled throughout the day began to grow on him, prompting him to bestow upon it a humorous moniker, Platypus. While its appearance did not quite match, the name certainly held a whimsical charm, did it not? Upon returning to the ship, Veer first indulged in a refreshing shower before heading to the dining area for a meal. Though merely a day had elapsed, Veer had already begun to comprehend hockey beyond theoretical knowledge, feeling it resonate within his body. He was confident that, in approximately 2 years, he would awaken his hockey abilities. This thought filled him with joy. After dinner, he retired to his quarters to rest, planning to seek further encounters with the platypus the following day. Early the next morning, Veer awoke with the intention of locating the mobile target from the previous day to continue honing his hockey. After freshening up, he relished a sumptuous breakfast before setting out for the ironclad island. Upon arriving at the site of his previous encounter with the platypus, he was astonished to find the creature still present, seemingly oblivious to the brutal thrashing it had endured the day prior. Without hesitation, he charged forth to resume their battle. However, it was not long before Veer noted the creature's unusual compliance. Unlike the previous day, when it frequently attempted to flee, today it showed no inclination to escape. A perplexing change. Just as he pondered this, a rustling sound enveloped the surroundings, as if numerous creatures were traversing the underbrush, encroaching upon his position. Wilton felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Upon glancing at the platypus, he was astonished to find it merely observing him rather than launching a surprise attack while he surveyed his surroundings. The bizarre situation prompted him to consider retreat. But he soon realized it was too late. He had been encircled. Surrounding him was a vast multitude of platypuses, densely packed together, numbering at least in the hundreds. A shiver coursed through Vale's scalp. He had never felt such foreboding as he did now, even during the encirclement on Tutu Island. The peril had not been as acute as it was in this moment, for then he had been besieged by a mere rabble. Yet, The present circumstances were vastly different. Surrounding him were these formidable platypuses, each possessing the capability to inflict grievous wounds or even take his life. A single misstep could spell his doom. No longer preoccupied with the cultivation of his imposing aura, he swiftly unsheathed his twin blades and activated thunder mode, charging at the assemblage of platypuses. His only hope for survival lay in breaking free. As he reached the nearest platypus, he struck down upon its back. However, the blade merely penetrated its exoskeleton, inflicting minimal damage to the creature within. Vale's sense of dread deepened. Abandoning the notion of carving a bloody path, he kicked the platypus away and sprinted forward. Yet, having dispatched one, several others swiftly converged, intent on forcing him back into the encirclement. Vale understood that being forced back now would spell his doom. So he steeled himself and charged forward. Just at that moment, a gaping maw, dripping with blood, lunged toward his waist. Despite Vale's utmost effort to evade it, he found it was already too late. In a moment of desperation, he raised his two swords to shield himself from both the front and back. With a resounding clang, he heard the sound of metal clashing, followed by an excruciating pain and an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were being crushed in two. A platypus had firmly clamped onto his waist. Had it not been for the two swords, Vale would have surely been severed in half. The agony did not deter him. Years of combat experience instilled in him the knowledge that halting now would lead to certain death. Dragging the biting platypus with him, he desperately charged toward the perimeter of the encirclement. Miraculously, Veer burst forth, yet the force tugging at his waist intensified. Lowering his gaze, he observed that the other platypuses, hindered by the one clinging to them, were unable to launch a swift assault. Instead, they sank their jaws into the beleaguered platypus, seeking to add weight and thwart Veer's escape. The unfortunate creature was already on the brink of death. What a ferocious and cunning beast this is. Setting aside today's ambush, the current display is not something typical social animals could achieve, sacrificing their kin solely to eliminate an intruder. As the valiant Veer dashed forward, he wielded his twin swords to pry open the gaping maw of the bloodthirsty creature at his waist. This platypus, having approached the brink of death, exhibited a significantly diminished biting force. Veer finally managed to rid himself of the relentless platypuses and glanced at his injuries. His waist was riddled with gaping holes, each as thick as a thumb, some even more severe. His trousers were stained, their original color obscured, now a deep crimson. He unwrapped the bandages from his hands, which he had secured that morning to facilitate combat with his fists. Little did he know they would become his only hope for survival. He wrapped the scant remaining bandage around his waist. Its efficacy in stemming the bleeding was modest, yet it was a significant improvement from before. He needed to return to the ship, for the mere act of bleeding could claim his life. However, after barely 2 steps, Veer felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, only to realize that the path he had taken was marked with bloodstains. That he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness was a testament to the years of training with the Thunderstrike technique, despite his utmost efforts to persevere. His body had reached its limits. He could not afford to collapse. Should he fall, the platypuses trailing behind would surely follow the scent of blood, and the outcome was all too predictable. Gradually, Veer sensed the world around him fading to black, and he faintly perceived something approaching. His final thoughts were of despair, lamenting that he, Veer, would meet his end on such a desolate island. And then he succumbed to darkness, relinquishing all consciousness. Time became an indistinguishable blur, and Veer awoke to a chilling sensation enveloping his body, his throat parched to the point of silence. Soon, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Yet this agony did little to stir his emotions. What astonished him most, however, was the realization that he was still alive. Though in a dire state, he was alive. And that was enough. Veer slowly rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. This appeared to be a tree hollow, and quite spacious at that. He could even lie down comfortably. Gradually, he crawled to the entrance of the hollow and discovered, to his astonishment, that he was suspended high above the ground. Veer was increasingly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that those platypuses had mistaken themselves for a source of stored provisions? Yet, this treatment seemed rather incongruous. Just as Weil was at a loss for comprehension, he heard the sound of something climbing beneath the tree. Passive resignation had never been Weil's style. Although his combat prowess was nearly at a standstill, he still craned his neck to peer downward. What met his gaze was a familiar figure, the very rabbit he had encountered the previous day. Everything suddenly made sense. It appeared that after Weil lost consciousness, this remarkably intelligent rabbit had come to his aid and subsequently brought him to this hollow in the tree. Weir felt a surge of emotion. The rabbit, which he had encountered only once and had even struck, had unexpectedly saved his life. After the rabbit climbed the tree and glanced at Weir, it nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed pleased to discover that Weir was alive. Holding two vibrant red fruits in its paws, the rabbit offered them to Weir, signifying its intention for him to partake. Weir took the fruit and bit into it without a second thought, indifferent to its potential toxicity. Setting aside the origin of this fruit, the mere fact that the rabbit had saved his life instilled in Weir an unwavering trust in the creature. He also believed that, with its intelligence nearly on par with that of humans, it would surely be able to discern between poisonous and non-poisonous. After consuming a couple of the fruits, Weir felt considerably better. His throat was no longer parched to the point of muteness. "Rabbit, can you lead me to the tree? Do you comprehend my words?" Weir tentatively posed a couple of questions. Unfortunately, although the rabbit was intelligent, it had never encountered human language and thus failed to comprehend Weir's meaning. After Weir's gestures and actions, which included sketching a few rudimentary drawings, the rabbit finally understood that Weir wished to return to his vessel. This rabbit, standing over a meter tall, possessed considerable strength, effortlessly lifting Weir. This sudden movement caused Weir significant discomfort as it jarred his wound. However, he refrained from uttering a sound, only beads of sweat forming on his brow as a testament to his pain. The rabbit sprinted swiftly, and before long, they arrived at Weir's ship. Weir gestured for the rabbit to board the vessel. After a moment of contemplation, the rabbit leapt onto the unfamiliar great wooden structure before it. Once aboard, Weir struggled to rise, initially setting the boat in motion before retreating to the bedroom to tend to his wounds. Weir suddenly realized how unfortunate he had been lately. Suffering severe injuries not once but twice within a month, nearly facing death on both occasions. The application of medicine, the stitching, the bandaging, all performed seamlessly, left Weir rather speechless. Truly a testament to the adage that practice makes perfect. As he observed the rabbit curiously surveying its surroundings, a smile crept across Weir's face. He slowly rose and made his way to the food storage, from which he retrieved a colossal carrot. This particular carrot had been procured from Tutu Island, reputed to be a local delicacy of a certain isle. Weir had tasted it himself. It was delectably sweet and delightfully crisp. He extended the carrot to the rabbit, encouraging it to take a bite. Initially, the rabbit sniffed the carrot, likely having never encountered such a treat before. After a tentative nibble, it was momentarily stunned. Just as Weir began to worry whether the rabbit could indeed consume the carrot, it sprang into action, clutching the carrot tightly and devouring it voraciously, emitting pleased snorts as it relished every morsel. Upon observing the rabbit's reaction, Weir chuckled heartily and produced several enormous carrots. Thereafter, he guided the insatiable rabbit through the various chambers of the ship, before returning to his bedroom, where he gradually reclined. Weir was utterly exhausted and desperately in need of rest. Thus, as soon as he lay down, he drifted off into a hazy slumber. After resting on the ship for over 10 days, Weir discovered to his astonishment that his injuries had remarkably healed. Indeed, in just a matter of days, the wounds on his waist and abdomen had nearly closed up, a testament to the effectiveness of years of rigorous training in the thunderstrike technique. Furthermore, Weir noticed that his core of thunder had grown increasingly potent, continuously enhancing his electrical abilities. It seemed that the years of toil and dedication were finally bearing fruit. He recalled the countless sessions of physical training that had left him sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The numerous instances of intense sword practice that rendered him unable to hold chopsticks during meals, requiring the assistance of his elder brother and master to feed him. He remembered the brutal trials of harnessing his electrical powers, where the violent currents had tormented him to the brink of despair, coupled with the recent bouts of intense combat. Weir understood that he was on the cusp of a significant breakthrough in his strength. As Weir was immersed in the sensations of his bodily transformation, a thought struck him. Where had that rabbit gone? He hadn't seen it all morning. Having cohabited with the clever creature for over 10 days, they had grown quite familiar, with the rabbit now able to comprehend some simple words. After searching the ship for a while, he found the rabbit lounging on a deck chair, one paw clutching a carrot and the other holding a glass of juice, basking contentedly in the sun. Amused, Weir decided to fetch himself a glass of juice from the dining area and headed towards the deck. Upon noticing Weir's approach, the rabbit promptly sat up in the chair and began gesticulating animatedly before he could even take a seat. Through their days of interaction, Weir could discern the general meaning. The rabbit seemed eager to lead him to a certain place. "Oh, where to?" he inquired, using the simplest words he could muster. The rabbit pointed towards the direction of Black Iron Rock Island. Weir activated the ship, setting sail towards the island. In no time, they reached the shore, where the rabbit once again engaged in a flurry of gestures that were incomprehensible to everyone else. This time, even Weir struggled to understand, shaking his head to convey his lack of comprehension of the rabbit's language. The rabbit, undeterred, leapt onto the island, signaling for Veer to follow. Vale, observing the current situation, could only follow closely behind the rabbit. After approximately 10 minutes of running alongside the rabbit on the island, Vale found himself amidst a desolate expanse of iron ruins. This site was undoubtedly the ancient relic spoken of by Ferdinand. Before him lay a vast array of iron structures, each towering and spacious, though the doors and windows, likely not forged from iron, had long since succumbed to the ravages of time, leaving only the skeletal frameworks behind. Perhaps due to prolonged exposure to molten lava, each iron edifice bore a somber black hue, adorned with dark red rust, evoking a sense of weightiness and decay. The rabbit ventured into this sprawling site, clearly well acquainted with the terrain, and entered one of the buildings. Within this structure, there appeared to be nothing particularly remarkable. Following the rabbit into the room, Vale observed the creature incessantly tapping against the wall, each strike landing on a different spot. After a series of knocks, the wall emitted a series of clicking sounds, and subsequently, a concealed compartment opened within the wall. Curiosity led Veer to approach the dark compartment, eager to discover its contents. Upon catching a glimpse, he was left speechless to find a pile of tree bark from the island, and notably, the tender portions of that. It seemed that after indulging in lavish hospitality aboard Veer's ship for over 10 days, the rabbit sought to express its gratitude. The rabbit picked up a piece for itself, savoring it with delight. However, after only a few bites, it widened its mouth in shock and spat the bark out. Gazing in astonishment at the very bark it had once relished, perplexed as to why it now tasted so unpalatable. Little did the rabbit realize that it had grown accustomed to far less palatable fare, hence its previous enjoyment of the bark. On the other hand, the vegetables and fruits consumed aboard Veer's ship were of the highest quality, as Veer, a true Epicurean, insisted that the kitchen's provisions be nothing short of exquisite. This was non-negotiable. Disheartened by the realization that the offerings meant for Veer were so unappetizing, the rabbit hung its head in disappointment. Upon observing the rabbit's dejected demeanor, Veer immediately grasped the situation. He picked up a piece of bark and began to consume it voraciously. Admittedly, it was quite tough and bore a sulfurous odor, rendering it rather unpalatable. Nonetheless, Veer managed to ingest a substantial chunk of the bark, not for any reason other than to uplift the spirits of the rabbit that had once saved his life. Just as Veer was about to return to the vessel with the rabbit, he noticed a hidden recess in the wall. Within it lay not only an array of bark, but also a black stone, approximately half a meter in length and a few inches thick, resembling a steel. Driven by curiosity, Veer approached for a closer inspection, and upon merely glancing at it, his pupils constricted in astonishment. The inscriptions upon the stone were familiar to him. It was not merely their presence that astonished him, but the realization that the script was the ancient writing taught to him by his master. Calling out to the rabbit, Veer retrieved the steel from among the bark and began to decipher its contents with great care. Veer was not particularly adept at deciphering ancient scripts. He could manage only to a degree of comprehension, albeit with considerable time investment. After approximately 2 hours of laborious interpretation, during which the rabbit beside him had grown so bored that it began to amuse itself with its exoskeleton, Veer finally unraveled the general content of the stone tablet. This enigmatic stone, its origin shrouded in mystery, was of significant import, for if Veer's conjecture held true, its material was identical to that employed in the creation of historical texts. The inscription itself was rather straightforward. This tablet served as the key to a forbidden realm of a nation that had nearly faced extinction centuries prior. The last remaining kin entrusted the Kagitsa family with its fabrication, ensuring that their civilization would not fade entirely from memory. The reasons behind the annihilation of their people were succinctly encapsulated due to the tablet's limited dimensions, which only permitted a brief account. It appeared that this nation had rebuffed the advances of other royal families, possessing a highly advanced technology that those other dynasties sought to exploit to vanquish certain adversaries. Furthermore, a crucial message was inscribed: "You shall not attain the underworld, king, nor shall you utilize the fruits of our wisdom for your nefarious purposes. Even if you succeed, how will you confront the entirety of the world? The organization you forge will lack even a semblance of history. Your past is tainted, reviled by the populace. Mark my words, you arrogant royals, a day shall come when the oppressed will rise against you. Your progeny shall, in their arrogance and wickedness, be cast into the abyss by the people." Upon reading the words before him, Veer contemplated that there must have once been a nation in this very place. This nation, having refused to join the royal alliance and possessing a certain technology well suited for warfare, met its demise. He wondered whether that technology still existed. It was not until he reached the final lines of text that Veer finally discerned the location of the forbidden land of that nation, a place he gazed upon daily. It lay at the heart of the island, beneath the depths of the man-made volcano. Upon examining the stone tablet before him, Veer decided to lift it. For its front bore inscriptions while its reverse displayed a vast array of peculiar patterns. This intricate design constituted the key to entering the forbidden area. Veer felt an irresistible urge to explore further. The thought of not doing so would haunt him for a lifetime. However, upon noticing the rabbit before him, he found himself in a quandary. While he was unafraid of danger, Veer was reluctant to expose the rabbit to peril. After conveying his thoughts to the rabbit, it displayed an unprecedented show of anger, hopping about in agitation. Following a round of sign language communication, Veer realized that it was futile to expect the rabbit to wait for him on the boat or the island. The rabbit's message was clear. It, too, wished to accompany him. It appeared that after spending some time together, the rabbit had come to regard Veer as a friend, indeed, its only friend. With a sense of resignation, Veer could only bring the rabbit along. Observing the creature's eager demeanor, he felt certain that if he were to refuse the journey now, the rabbit would undoubtedly be more anxious than himself. It seemed to be a fellow who relished adventure. Arriving at the foot of the volcano, Veer searched for a considerable time before finally locating the spot indicated by the ancient inscription. Veer did not directly activate the mechanism, for he was in dire need of rest. The stone tablet was exceedingly heavy, even for Veer, who had grown immensely powerful, and he found himself utterly exhausted. Veer finally comprehended why this historical manuscript has endured through the ages. Its density is unmatched by any ordinary object in the world. After resting for a while, Veer placed the steel into the groove before him, yet after a considerable time had passed, there was no response whatsoever. Veer felt somewhat bewildered. This script was amiss. After extracting the stone tablet for inspection, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that he had inserted it incorrectly? He simply turned it over and placed it into the groove once more. Just as he secured the stone tablet, Veer suddenly sensed a tremor beneath his feet, and a flicker of hope ignited within him. He pondered the nature of this forbidden area, eagerly anticipating the emergence of a stone door or a secret passageway. However, after an extended wait, no such entrance materialized, yet the vibrations beneath him intensified. An unsettling premonition washed over Veer. He glanced at the rabbit, which returned his gaze with a cute, naive smile, revealing its two prominent front teeth. Just as Veer prayed fervently that his fears would not materialize, Murphy's Law took effect. Within the several meters surrounding Weil's feet, a tremendous fissure suddenly emerged. Subsequently, as the ground beneath him gave way, Weil plummeted into the newly formed abyss. In that fleeting moment of descent, he instinctively grasped the rabbit, preventing it from scattering away. As the seconds of free fall passed, an unsettling sensation enveloped Weil. For the depths below were shrouded in darkness, leaving him oblivious to how far he would fall. Tentatively, he activated his electromagnetic force, and to his surprise, it responded. The walls of this chasm must be composed of iron or contain a significant amount of metal. He was drawn towards the wall, and the velocity of his descent, along with that of the rabbit, gradually diminished until they came to a standstill. Casting a glance upward, he sought the rabbit's opinion. The creature, rather candidly, pointed below and flashed a broad grin, revealing its large incisors. The rabbit's joy was palpable, yet it struck Weil as adorably foolish. Veer diminished the suction and gradually began to descend. After several minutes, he finally reached the bottom. Contrary to his expectations of treasures or other wonders, he was met with a landscape strewn with sharp metallic spikes, each measuring a meter in length. Veil's countenance darkened momentarily as a troubling thought crossed his mind. Could this be a trap? Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. Who would go to such great lengths to orchestrate a vast scheme against a complete stranger? Then, another possibility emerged, one that filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Perhaps his proficiency in ancient script was woefully inadequate, leading to a misinterpretation that triggered a mechanism. Indeed, this was the truth. Veil had erroneously translated sacred ground as forbidden ground. The orientation of the stone tablet, as well as the specific mechanism that needed to be activated after its insertion, were all intricately tied to the oral traditions of that ancient civilization, knowledge unattainable to those not descended from it. A succession of two errors would activate the defensive mechanism. Despite falling into the trap, Veil felt little disappointment. He sensed that the trap and the forbidden ground were likely in close proximity. Drawing his twin blades, he activated lightning mode and began to assail the iron walls surrounding him, intent on unearthing the correct path. During his initial attempt, he hacked away tirelessly, Although he managed to dig quite a distance, he soon realized he was veering off course as the surroundings shifted from iron to earth. Resolutely abandoning this direction, he set forth to explore other avenues. Vale forged ahead, while the rabbit diligently followed behind, clearing away the iron and earth that had been hewn. Together, they embarked upon a fervent excavation within this trap. Having lost count of their attempts, just as Vale contemplated surrender, he suddenly realized that the metallic layer ahead had become resistant to his strikes. Rather than feeling disheartened, he was invigorated by the revelation, for he understood that he was on the right path. After several well-deserved rests, Vale finally succeeded in severing the metallic barrier before him. Through the crevice, he glimpsed a crimson glow permeating the darkness, a stark contrast to the illumination provided solely by his own lightning. Summoning every ounce of strength, he cleaved the metallic layer aside. Before him lay an expansive chamber, densely populated with intricate steel pipes, and occasionally, colossal machinery came into view. As he stepped into this vast domain, Vale realized that this must indeed be the forbidden place spoken of by the stone tablet. Were led the way, with the rabbit following closely behind, ensuring that he could provide some semblance of protection should any unforeseen circumstances arise. After exploring the vast space for a while, he discovered nothing particularly extraordinary. However, he stumbled upon a spacious corridor whose destination remained a mystery, and without hesitation, he ventured inside. Having come this far, there was no turning back. He was determined to thoroughly explore the entirety of this place. If fortune did not favor him, he would simply attribute it to his misfortune. As he traversed the expansive corridor, he soon found himself confronted by two doors. Veer gazed at the door before him, scrutinizing it for a while and concluding that it was not made of iron, but rather a unique alloy he had never encountered before. Looking up, he noticed distinct emblems above each alloy door. The first door was adorned with an image of a plant, beneath which lay a book marked with a cross symbol. The second door displayed a fist crossed with a sword. The symbolism was clear. The first door likely pertained to medicine or prescriptions, while Veer surmised that the second door was related to strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to proceed through the second door. Veer embarked on an exploration of how to gain entry through the door. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered an inscription on the wall, rendered in ancient script. Thus began his arduous task of translation. After a considerable time, he finally deciphered the following passage: "Humankind is perpetually avaricious. Is it a robust physique or unparalleled might? At times, one must choose but one. Upon pushing open the door, you shall receive one of these. My descendants do not covet all. This is my final gift." Without a moment's hesitation, Veer pushed open the second door, which creaked slowly ajar. Behind the first door, a resounding roar echoed, suggesting that the passage within had succumbed to collapse. Unfazed by the tumult, Veer stepped through the second door, adorned with the intertwined symbols of a fist and a sword. Upon entering, he ventured down the corridor but had not gone far before he reached its terminus. At the end lay a sealed chamber, devoid of any furnishings, save for two grand inscriptions carved into the walls. Veer looked up, his expression turning peculiar. The characters before him were not ancient script, but rather the common script of this era. Veer gazed upon the initial passage, his countenance radiating sheer delight. The text was succinct, comprised of 3 distinct sections. The first section elucidated the awakening and cultivation methods of armament hockey. As Veer continued to peruse the content, upon reaching its conclusion, his first impulse was to incinerate the notebook detailing the armament hockey techniques. In comparison to the method illustrated upon the wall, both the efficiency of awakening and the potency of the armament hockey post-awakening were utterly incomparable. Although this segment was straightforward, it was profoundly comprehensible and provided an exceptionally detailed account of methods conducive to the awakening of armament hockey. After perusing the text, Veer committed its contents to memory and continued to delve deeper. Indeed, he discovered a detailed exposition on the awakening and training methods of observation hockey. This passage not only elucidated how easily one could awaken observation hockey, but also highlighted the distinctions in its development among individuals. Unlike armament hockey, observation hockey is an innate talent for some, while others may possess only a mediocre aptitude. The text offered a judicious perspective. Those naturally inclined towards observation hockey should dedicate themselves fully to its training, as reaching a certain level would result in a qualitative transformation. Conversely, those lacking in this aptitude would be wise not to force the issue. The energy and time spent in such endeavors would be far better invested in cultivating armament hockey. The disparities in innate talents can indeed evoke a sense of despair. Upon completing the section on observation hockey, Veer felt a profound admiration for the predecessor capable of articulating such insights, undoubtedly a formidable individual. The third section, albeit the briefest, was dedicated to the introduction of Conqueror's Haki. This segment lacked methods of awakening and training, focusing solely on techniques for controlling Conqueror's Haki post-awakening. After absorbing the initial passage, Veer felt he had truly gained something invaluable, and he then turned his attention to the subsequent text. Upon encountering the next passage, Veer was momentarily taken aback. For him, its significance surpassed that of a natural fruit of the devil's fruit. This lengthy and fragmented text demanded considerable time for contemplation and comprehension. It encapsulated the reflections and insights of a legendary swordsman from a bygone era regarding his lifelong journey in swordsmanship. Although it did not record specific techniques, the understanding and wisdom of a swordsman concerning the art of the sword were immeasurable in value, as they held immense importance. As for techniques, Veer had never viewed them as something to be learned, for each individual's swordsmanship is uniquely developed according to their physique and capabilities, rendering it one of a kind. Weir merely read a brief passage before ceasing his perusal, and instead, he sprinted back to the ship with utmost urgency. He retrieved pen and paper and dashed once more toward the Forbidden Realm. Remarkably, in less than 2 minutes, Weir completed a round trip, underscoring his desperation. Meticulously, he transcribed the inscriptions on the wall into an exquisite journal, leaving no word unrecorded. After finishing, Weir did not hasten to examine his notes. Rather, he continued to scrutinize the room. After an extensive search yielded no clues, he decided not to linger in the unknown confines of the forbidden area any longer and returned to the surface with the rabbit in tow. Vale's journey into the forbidden territory was not fraught with peril, yet it yielded immense rewards, which explains why so many are drawn to the pursuit of ancient relics. Generally, relics or treasures are not as intricately booby-trapped as Vale had imagined. If one truly intended to bequeath something to posterity, how could one possibly establish traps? At most, they might be concealed, hinging upon the concept of serendipity. However, Vale's approach this time was anything but serendipitous. His entry into the Forbidden Realm was characterized by sheer forceful dismantling. Although he amassed considerable findings, numerous questions lingered, such as the nature of the advanced technologies possessed by this ancient civilization. While there were vague suspicions of a connection to volcanic phenomena, certain aspects remained perplexing. Furthermore, the final 2 passages were inscribed in contemporary universal script, contrasting sharply with the ancient texts encountered throughout the journey. This discrepancy hinted at something extraordinary. Could it be that ancient script was not merely a form of writing, but rather a cipher of sorts? Vale had harbored suspicions regarding this. For ancient characters were entirely distinct from modern script. The former required interpretation, while the latter could be comprehended directly, unless one was exceptionally well-versed. Vale, unable to find any direction, chose to set aside trivial matters and instead began to delve into the newly acquired method for awakening armament haki. This newfound approach proved to be significantly more reliable than previous methods, although it still necessitated the experience of battle to truly grasp its essence. This training technique provided a clear explanation of what armament haki truly entailed. All Vale needed to do was sit down, attentively absorb the knowledge. And once he discerned the sensation, he could then engage in combat or practical application. Weir returned to the ship, sitting cross-legged on the deck, closing his eyes to seek that elusive sensation. Though it proved to be a challenge, Weir discovered that it was not beyond reach. It merely required a modicum of time. Shortly after he settled down, he felt a peculiar sensation on his face, as if something were prodding him. Could this be the feeling he sought? A wave of excitement washed over Weir. He had anticipated a significant increase in efficiency, yet he had not expected to experience this sensation so swiftly. However, just as his joy began to swell, the feeling of being poked in the face vanished, leaving him momentarily disheartened. Almost immediately, the sensation returned. And as Weir seized the opportunity to delve into this strange perception and its connection to the awakening of his armament haki, he suddenly felt something kick him in the stomach. Upon opening his eyes, Veer was nearly overwhelmed with exasperation at the sight before him. It turned out that the sensation of being poked in the face had nothing to do with the armament haki. Rather, it was a hungry rabbit seeking to rouse Veer for a meal. This was the customary method the rabbit employed to awaken Veer each morning. However, after persistent prodding yielded no response, the rabbit resorted to giving him a gentle kick. Recently, the rabbit had grown weary of merely consuming ingredients and desired Veer to prepare a delightful salad of vegetables and fruits. Although while harbored a strong desire to thrash the rabbit, the creature's eager little eyes melted his resolve. He realized that the rabbit might be the closest being to him in this world, so he refrained from acting on his impulse. Instead, he merely offered it a middle finger before heading to the kitchen to prepare a vegetable and fruit salad for the rabbit, while also indulging himself. Initially, Wall had the culinary skills to create a plethora of gourmet dishes, but due to the rabbit's aversion to meat and Wall's carnivorous nature, his repertoire had significantly diminished. 2 years later, in a remote expanse of the Grand Line, on a deserted island, a peculiar scene unfolded. At the heart of this island stood an enormous chimney, and an eerie silence enveloped the place, seemingly devoid of any signs of life. In the center of the island, an extraordinary sight emerged, a large rabbit brandishing a wooden stick, vigorously waving it at a human figure. Strangely enough, no matter how fervently the rabbit swung, it could not strike the human before it, becoming increasingly exhausted and drenched in sweat. Indeed, the individual was Weil, who had spent 2 years honing his skills on this desolate isle. If Weil's previous training had laid the foundation, this moment was the time for reaping the fruits of his labor. Through a new method of hockey cultivation, he had achieved remarkable proficiency in armament hockey. In battles requiring armament hockey, he felt confident against all but the most formidable practitioners, such as Garp or Zephyr. However, when it came to observation hockey, it was evident that Weil belonged to the category of those lacking innate talent, despite his considerable efforts. He had to concede that the demands of mastery in observation hockey were exceedingly high, while it was relatively easy to grasp. Attaining true expertise proved to be a formidable challenge. As for Conqueror's hockey, Weil had never even contemplated it, believing that his greatest strength lay in self-awareness. Yet, these were not his most significant gains. They'll faintly recall that it was one evening after dinner, when he engaged in a brief conversation with Rabbit before retrieving his handwritten notes on swordsmanship to study. This had become a habitual practice for Vale. Shortly after delving into the notes, he seemed to grasp a flicker of inspiration, akin to the insights he experienced while cleaving iron, though it remained somewhat nebulous. Vale understood that this was a sign of his swordsmanship's enhancement after a prolonged battle, akin to his previous experience of cleaving iron. Not everyone achieves breakthroughs in combat. Vale was the type who diligently honed his skills and accumulated experience through battles. For him, the notion of a breakthrough during combat was nothing short of a legend. Just as he pondered whether he had indeed taken that step, he suddenly felt capable of accomplishing feats that once seemed impossible. It was as if he had previously been able to leap only 1 meter, and then one day, he sensed he could soar to 10 meters, without any extraordinary sensation accompanying it. Upon entering the storage room, Vale retrieved a substantial piece of alloy that he had been unable to sever before. Drawing his twin swords, he executed a decisive strike, and with a resounding crack, the alloy was cleanly bisected. Ha ha ha, at last, I have attained the 4th tier of swordsman, capable of slicing through rarer materials even harder than tempered steel. Master, did you witness this? Your disciple has become a formidable swordsman. Though I may not be the world's finest, I can undoubtedly be regarded as a master of the blade. Wait for me, master. I shall make the world aware that your disciple is a great swordsman, and that this great swordsman's mentor is none other than Long Liang. Vale vividly recalled the exhilaration he felt that day. His master had once proclaimed that upon entering the 4th tier, one could be deemed a great swordsman. While the 5th tier was a realm few had ever reached, even the legendary Hawkeye had yet to achieve it. If entering the realm of cleaving iron marked one as a renowned swordsman, then reaching the 4th tier signified true mastery. Let the rabbits cease their assault. With a swift motion, Veer unsheathed his sword, unleashing a surge of azure sword energy that soared into the distance, severing numerous trees and rocks before vanishing into oblivion. Indeed, Veer had mastered the art of slicing through the air with his sword energy. He realized his capability to do so upon reaching the 4th stage of his training. After attaining this skill, Veer discovered that each individual's sword energy possesses its own unique characteristics. While he remained unaware of the nature of other sword energies, his own exhibited 2 distinct traits. Firstly, its remarkable swiftness, akin to a lightning bolt. If an adversary were to falter even slightly in their reaction, they would be cleaved in 2, unlike the sluggish sword energy he had observed from Zoro. Secondly, its cutting power was formidable. To this day, Veer had yet to encounter anything on this island capable of withstanding his sword energy. If one were to assess his overall strength, Veer could be likened to a rear admiral prior to arriving on the island, but now he had undoubtedly attained the status of an exceptionally powerful vice admiral. Furthermore, due to his speed-oriented combat style and enhanced attack strength granted by his lightning abilities, while defeating a fleet admiral was an unattainable feat for him. Overcoming him would not be an easy task for them either. However, Figures like Whitebeard and Garp were anomalies that defied such comparisons. Veer felt that should he encounter Whitebeard now, he might last a mere 10 exchanges, perhaps. Additionally, after acquiring formidable haki, Veer devised a new technique. This technique was not a swordplay but rather akin to a kicking maneuver. The reason it bore resemblance to a kicking technique was solely due to its execution with the legs, as there were no further similarities. The inspiration for this technique stemmed from an anime character that Veer had greatly admired in his previous life, known as the Railgun. Initially, upon discovering his lightning abilities, Veer had contemplated emulating the Railgun's techniques, but the harsh reality informed him that attempting to do so would surely lead to his demise, as his lightning strength paled in comparison. However, through repeated growth and development, Veer realized that he could indeed utilize certain techniques from the Railgun, yet once again, reality struck him down, as those techniques lacked significant power. It was only after he obtained haki that he recalled the Railgun's signature move, the electromagnetic cannon. However, the flaws of this technique are undeniably significant. Its execution is sluggish and reliant on specific tools. While it may be formidable in the realm of the cannon-wielding sister, in the world of pirates, the time taken to toss a coin is certainly sufficient to be overwhelmed multiple times. Consequently, Veer sought to refine this technique. Drawing inspiration from the principles of the electromagnetic cannon, he enveloped the entirety of his lower torso with armament haki, replacing the coin with his right leg, and unleashed a kick at a speed so swift that even he could scarcely comprehend it. During Veer's inaugural execution of this maneuver, his entire right calf transformed into a vibrant orange hue, and his target was none other than the artificial volcano at the center of the island. That unsuspecting volcano seemed to have suffered under Veer's playful onslaught. It had previously erupted punctually every 3 days, but now it erupted at least once every fortnight. And the quantity of lava expelled had diminished significantly. Veer harbored suspicions that this volcano had been damaged by his kick. Additionally, the forbidden area had also sustained damage. The once prominent metallic pit had vanished, seemingly collapsed. However, Veer was already aware of what lay within and felt little curiosity towards the other door's contents. Thus he chose to disregard it. The advantage of this technique lies in its rapid execution and immense offensive power. Yet its drawback is the considerable strain it places on the body. Without the protection of armament haki, success would be virtually impossible, even if successful. Veer's right leg would likely be flung several kilometers away. In summary, this training session truly equipped him for his adventures at sea. He was no longer the Veer who had once been cornered by a mob at the dock, nearly meeting a tragic end. Having surpassed his initial expectations and experienced such a substantial increase in strength, Veer certainly would not continue his training on the island. As for the platypus that had nearly claimed his life previously, Veer did not seek them out intentionally, should he encounter them by chance. He would not let the opportunity slip by, but he had no intention of exterminating every last one of them. Although Veer is notorious for his merciless killings, there exists an unwavering principle: he only acts in response to provocation. If left unbothered, he typically refrains from taking lives. However, once provoked, he ensures that his adversaries are acquainted with the harrowing vistas of hell. He has transcended the role of an assassin, no longer seeking to eliminate those he has never encountered. Upon boarding the vessel, Veer found himself in a quandary. As he had been contemplating a singular question, should he take the rabbit to sea? The rabbit, with its insatiable appetite, would undoubtedly be eager to embark on this maritime journey, leaving behind the desolate island. Yet, bringing the rabbit along poses certain dangers. The foes Veer is destined to face are undeniably formidable. Although the rabbit possesses some strength, its combat prowess remains rather lackluster. Even 2 years prior, had Veer wielded a sword, the rabbit would not have survived even a minute. Thus, Veer found himself in a true dilemma until a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to call for the rabbit. This time, while refrained from using sign language. Over the course of 2 years, he had taught the rabbit the language of humans. And the rabbit not only comprehended it, but was also capable of writing. Hence, it perpetually carried a small satchel. Within this satchel lay a pen, a small notebook, an assortment of carrots, and at the very bottom, a few rubies. For the rabbit, aside from its fondness for food, its greatest passion was collecting rubies. Most of the rubies aboard Wile's vessel were nestled within its bag. Rabbit, I am about to set sail to distant lands. Would you care to join me? Although Wile already anticipated the answer, he still posed the question to the rabbit. Of course, we are friends, the rabbit replied, producing its notebook to write a note. After tearing it out, it presented the message to Wile. I knew you would accompany me on this voyage. However, embarking on this journey poses significant dangers for you at present. Therefore, I intend to offer you a devil fruit of the Superman variety. Though I am uncertain of its powers, consuming it may render you a landlubber, cursed by the sea, and fearful of sea prism stone. What do you say? Would you like to eat it? Wall devised this plan as a means of ensuring the rabbit's safety. Should the fruit bestow beneficial abilities, the rabbit would possess the means to protect itself, and together they could embark on adventures. Conversely, if the powers were inadequate, he would take the rabbit to a bountiful island and entrust its care to another. In Wile's eyes, the rabbit's life was of utmost significance. Unlike Luffy, he would not blindly trust his companions, for he was not the protagonist of a pirate tale, nor the grandson of Garp, the son of Dragon, or possessed of the initial in his name. At times, Vale ponders the ferocious battle that transpired in Dressrosa between Doflamingo and Luffy. Did he truly possess the audacity to slay Luffy? Upon reflection, the act of extinguishing Luffy's life seems profoundly terrifying. His grandfather, Garp, is a figure of immense strength. The title of Navy hero is not bestowed lightly. Within the Navy, his command is absolute, capable of rallying countless vice-admirals to avenge his grandson with remarkable ease. As for Luffy's father, he is undoubtedly a more formidable entity than Garp, boldly standing against the world government and engaging in battles of great renown. If he were to confront Doflamingo, would the latter truly have any chance of survival? Even Kaido might not be able to safeguard Doflamingo, would he? Carrying the rabbit into the bedroom, he retrieved a superhuman fruit and placed it before the rabbit. The creature seemed indifferent to Vale's earlier musings, instead inquiring with a note, "Is it delicious?" With unabashed audacity, Veer proclaimed, "Delicious beyond measure," and then fixed an eager gaze upon the rabbit. Curious to witness the reaction of this gluttonous creature after indulging in the devil fruit, a substance notoriously repugnant in flavor. Weir would never have the opportunity to try it in this lifetime, so he could only observe the rabbit's reaction. To his surprise, the rabbit genuinely believed in Weir. Revealing its two large front teeth, which it polished every morning, and broke into a smile, those teeth gleaming with brilliance. Remarkably, the rabbit stuffed the entire devil fruit into its mouth and began to chew slowly, seemingly eager to discover its flavor. Upon realizing the dire situation, Veer understood that if the rabbit were to savor the taste, it would undoubtedly regurgitate it. Thus, as soon as a purplish hue appeared on the rabbit's face, he swiftly covered its mouth, compelling it to swallow. The rabbit, on the brink of shock from the horrid taste, was forced to consume the exceptionally unpalatable fruit, which, despite being delightful elsewhere, was utterly revolting in its mouth. Once he released the rabbit, which had ingested the cursed fruit, Veer noted that it was on the verge of fainting. After all, having enjoyed sumptuous meals aboard Veer's ship for 2 years, with occasional escapades to nearby isles for a taste of the local fare, the sudden introduction of such a dreadful flavor was a calamity for its highly developed palate. Just as Veer was about to inquire about any changes in the rabbit, it began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Its body swelled with a dark crimson exoskeleton, emitting crackling sounds as the rabbit writhed in agony, as if something within were striving to break free. With a resounding crack, the exoskeleton burst apart, not revealing another layer beneath, but instead, an abundance of soft fur. Logically, a rabbit that had evolved exoskeletons should not possess any fur, nor even skin. Yet, for reasons unknown, this devil fruit had altered the rabbit's anatomical structure, discarding its exoskeleton in favor of a coat of pale yellow fur. The fur was somewhat long, possessing a delightful texture and sheen, transforming the rabbit from its previous clumsy charm into an adorably endearing creature. Fortunately, Veer was a man. Had a woman stood there, she would have undoubtedly rushed forward to embrace the rabbit, exclaiming its cuteness. Rising to its feet, the rabbit examined its new fur, remarkably unfazed, as it touched and admired itself in a mirror, reveling in its newfound appearance. It seemed that with its superior intellect, the rabbit recognized the former hideousness of its exoskeleton. Enough with the vanity. What is your ability? Show it to me. Veer now yearned to discover the rabbit's newfound powers. Although the rabbit had become considerably more adorable, this only mitigated the threat to female observers. If faced with a formidable adversary, one could not rule out the possibility of being overpowered or even having rabbit meat served for dinner. The rabbit, not scribbling any notes, glared at Veer in indignation, as if accusing him of deception regarding the horrid taste of the fruit. After a brief moment of fury, it unleashed its ability. Indeed, its power was that of its exquisite fur, a superhuman trait, the fluffy fruit. Weir observed the capabilities of the rabbit. To be honest, they were neither particularly strong nor weak. However, with proper development, its defensive and evasive abilities could prove to be quite remarkable. Weir had already conceived a method for enhancing its escape skills, inspired by Doflamingo's technique of manipulating clouds with his strings. In contrast, Weir intended for the rabbit to utilize its fur to propel itself. Thus, the rabbit's fruit was indeed promising, as it drew inspiration from the string fruit, making its potential development relatively straightforward. After all, Doflamingo had nearly maximized the capabilities of the string fruit, which, despite being deemed inferior, yielded extraordinary results in his hands. Weir was confident that, with his support, the rabbit could also achieve commendable advancements in its abilities. He did not seek overwhelming strength, merely ensuring self-preservation was paramount. Therefore, Weir comforted the despondent rabbit and set sail once more. The ship glided across the sea, and this time, Weir was not alone. Initially, he had no intention of embarking on adventures with others. However, the rabbit was different. What began as a mere act of salvation had blossomed into a bond akin to family over the course of 2 years, strengthened by the rabbit's dependence on him. Indeed, in Weir's heart, the rabbit was not merely a pet but family, having previously endured the loss of loved ones. He was resolute in preventing such a tragedy from occurring again, absolutely. Once, the rabbit had expressed a desire for Weir to bestow a name upon it, but he had declined. In his view, the rabbit should seek its own name rather than be arbitrarily labeled as one might name a pet. Regarding the rabbit's fruit abilities, Weir discovered through testing that the fur generated by the fur fruit possessed considerable strength, making it difficult to escape without the use of hockey or lightning mode. However, it was not without its drawbacks. It lacked the sharpness of the string fruit, yet boasted greater resilience. Consequently, the rabbit was diligently honing its ability to traverse the air while simultaneously inventing a new technique. It enveloped itself in a mass of fur and swiftly wove numerous tendrils to sprint across the ground with remarkable speed. Upon witnessing the rabbit's antics, Weir was momentarily speechless, pondering just how fearful it was. It had already mastered an aerial escape maneuver, and now it had acquired the ability to flee on land as well. However, this newfound capability instilled in Weir a greater sense of security in taking the rabbit on adventures, forgiven its current escape skills. Few pirates in the first half of the Grand Line could pose a threat to it. Sailing the seas together was infinitely more enjoyable than being alone. Weir had numerous attempts to coax the rabbit into drinking, but after a single encounter, the rabbit resolutely refused to partake again, often displaying a look of disdain whenever Weir indulged. Though his attempts to entice the rabbit with alcohol had failed, it surprisingly began to consume meat. This transformation occurred during one of their shared lunches when the tantalizing aroma of meat proved too irresistible, prompting the rabbit to take a few bites, leading to a newfound craving. Weir was baffled as to how a herbivorous creature could digest meat, yet there were no apparent signs of ill health. Although the rabbit's waistline had noticeably increased, while Weir was idly teaching the rabbit combat techniques on the deck, he suddenly spotted a large warship approaching in the distance. It has been some time since Weir set sail, yet it was his first encounter with a naval vessel. The specifics of the department to which it belonged remained unknown. Initially, he thought it was merely a coincidence, but to his astonishment, the approaching warship commanded a signalman to issue a directive. The vessel ahead was instructed to immediately cease navigation and submit to a naval inspection. Failure to comply would result in the use of force. This was the first time Weir sensed the formidable and domineering presence of the Navy upon the seas. Indeed, it seems that those who genuinely harbor compassion and righteousness within the Navy are a rare breed. Who is Weir? He embarked on the path of an assassin at the tender age of 13, unaware of the countless lives he had taken. Recently, he has felt an unusual sensation emanating from the twin swords sheathed at his waist, a stark contrast to the familiarity he once knew. Ignoring the looming warship, he continued to sail forward. Meanwhile, aboard the vessel, a naval soldier observed the unfolding situation and hastened to report to the officer behind him. The commanding officer of the ship, a grim man adorned with a helmet and smoking a cigarette, inquired, "No flag? And they refuse to halt? They must be pirates just emerging from the sea. We shall sink them." With the officer's orders, the warship began its preparations for bombardment. Upon observing the warship before him, Weir chose to refrain from further provocations. However, as he turned away, his keen senses detected the ominous approach of a projectile from behind. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his dual swords and unleashed a series of cerulean sword energies, cleaving the airborne shell in twain before it plummeted into the sea, where it detonated with a resounding blast. "I harbor no ill will towards you, yet you dare to provoke me. Today, I shall witness the true extent of the Navy's prowess." With that declaration, Weir began to gather energy beneath his feet. In an almost instantaneous accumulation of power, he leapt high into the air, propelling himself towards the warship with remarkable speed. This technique, an innovation born from his mastery of electromagnetic acceleration, bore resemblance to the Navy's shave, yet surpassed it in velocity by a considerable margin. Due to his prolonged operation of Thunderstrike, Veer possesses a reflex speed that is nearly superhuman. While others may find themselves unable to react to the blinding velocity induced by electromagnetic acceleration, Veer stands apart. He adeptly masters this pace. Furthermore, upon activating lightning mode, his speed escalates even further. We're named this technique Flash. Upon utilizing Flash to arrive at the warship, Weir was eager to discern the identity of the audacious individual who dared to initiate a direct cannon fire without halting the vessel. Today, even if it were the Admiral Akainu himself, Weir was determined to engage in battle. However, instead of Akainu, he encountered a figure of some renown from the original narrative, an individual adorned with a helmet and dangling a cigarette. Was this not the Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, from the original story? For the first time, Veer encountered such a formidable adversary, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He chuckled with glee, realizing his extraordinary fortune in facing the notorious General Ghost Spider, who had inexplicably targeted him with cannon fire. Today shall be your end. Veer mused as he gazed upon the formidable Ghost Spider, his exhilaration tinged with a hint of madness. Ah, the sea truly harbors all sorts of characters. I wonder from where this petty pirate has emerged, daring to engage me in conversation. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Do you wish for me to perish here? Or shall it be you who meets your demise? The Ghost Spider regarded the diminutive figure before him, perceiving him not as a significant threat. If he were a pirate, he would undoubtedly be of the most inconsequential kind, lacking even a bounty on his head. Although the figure exhibited some speed, to the Ghost Spider, it was of little consequence. Under the onslaught of his chaotic blades, swiftness would prove futile. Weir felt an unexpected sense of being underestimated, which ignited a sardonic smile upon his lips. Drawing forth his dual swords and activating thunder mode, his entire demeanor transformed. If Weir previously exuded an aura of languid harmlessness, he now resembled a fearsome Azura enveloped in crimson mist, instilling a chilling dread in all who beheld him. Moments ago, the Ghost Spider had regarded Weir with a hint of disdain, but upon witnessing his transition into battle mode, such perceptions were utterly discarded. Though the diminutive figure before him stood at barely 1.80 meters, he emanated an oppressive presence that loomed large. The Ghost Spider's gaze fixated intently upon this formidable adversary. Despite his own ruthless nature, he felt an insurmountable disparity between himself and Weir, pondering just how many lives must have been claimed to forge such an imposing aura. Vale ceased to engage in meaningless banter with the Ghost Spider and swiftly dashed before him, his twin swords, cloaked in a dark hue with faint blue lightning, striking directly against the 8 blades that exuded an overwhelming aura. Upon the collision of their attacks, a thunderous sound erupted from the battleship, causing it to submerge significantly beneath the water's surface. After their initial clash, Vale refrained from unleashing his secret sword techniques or electromagnetic cannons, opting instead to engage the Ghost Spider in a contest of swordsmanship. As the battle progressed, Vale discerned that his opponent was not a consummate swordsman. The Ghost Spider's swordplay was merely average. Regarding the 6 hands that adorned him, Vale could not ascertain whether they stemmed from a fruit ability or the control of life-restoring hair, as both possibilities seemed plausible. The Ghost Spider did not exhibit extraordinary prowess in any singular domain. Like Vale, any adversary who had crossed blades with him would retain vivid memories of his swordsmanship. The Ghost Spider's hallmark was his well-roundedness. His skills in the 6 styles, physical combat, swordplay, and even the use of firearms were not exceptional, yet neither were they weak. If one were to encapsulate the essence of the Ghost Spider in a single term, it would be versatile. Just as Vale severed one of the Ghost Spider's swords with a single stroke, the latter realized that if he did not muster every ounce of his strength to fight back, he would soon meet his demise. Deep wounds were already beginning to mar his body, and Vale's speed was astonishingly swift. This swiftness reminded him of a certain individual, Kizaru. While Kizaru excelled in linear velocity, the formidable foe before him demonstrated remarkable reaction speed. The ghostly figure and the despairing speed of his strikes, coupled with the occasional impact of Vale's legs wrapped in armament hockey, were anything but ordinary. As the Ghost Spider neared his limit, Vale broke the silence. Your combat style is exceptionally comprehensive. It may serve you well against others, but my speed and cutting power are your undoing. Allow me to offer you a chance to fight with all your might. Kill me with your strongest abilities. Do not let me down, for you are a Rear Admiral of the Navy. Upon finishing his words, Vale gazed at the Ghost Spider with eager anticipation. admitting to himself that he felt somewhat disappointed in the Rear Admiral's capabilities. He had not anticipated that someone so formidable could remain so obscure and youthful. The Ghost Spider, after catching his breath, continued, youthful, with countless kills, and a battle maniac. Individuals like you are the Navy's natural adversaries. Today, I shall utilize my sense of justice to bring your end here, even at the cost of my own life. With that declaration, the Ghost Spider crossed all his swords before him and roared, Hell's Stab. We gazed at the rapidly approaching ghostly spider, perceiving the formidable aura entwined around its sword. A force that should not be underestimated. Without hesitation, he charged forward to meet it head-on. Secret Sword, Swallow's Return. Vale enveloped his sword with a substantial amount of formidable energy, and for the first time, he unleashed the technique known as Yin Return under the influence of this energy. Before the two strikes could clash upon the warship, the overwhelming sword aura nearly shattered the vessel, causing it to emit a series of creaking sounds. While the naval soldiers aboard cried out in terror, just as Yin Return was about to collide with the sword of the Ghost Spider, Vale suddenly sensed something amiss. There were only 6 blades before the Ghost Spider. Although one had been severed by Vale moments ago, there should have been 7 in total. As Vale processed this realization, the Ghost Spider coldly smiled and revealed a blade that had been concealed behind him all along. At the moment of their collision, this hidden blade lunged towards Vale's face. Veer reluctantly raised his twin swords to block the incoming attack. Fortunately, Yin Fan was an external sword technique. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to defend himself at all. However, Veer had just executed the most extreme form of Yin Fan, delivering 4 swift strikes in an instant. Although he managed to remain standing, unlike the last time, he was still fatigued, and the fierce aura atop his swords could no longer be sustained. The Ghost Spider, being a seasoned vice admiral, was far from the easy target Veer had imagined. Thus, Veer paid a heavy price for this rival, a grievous cost, as the blade of the Ghost Spider clashed with Veer's twin swords. The weapon imbued with armed color hockey effortlessly severed them. Yet, this was not the gravest of situations. The Ghost Spider's blade continued its relentless trajectory towards Veer's throat, and it seemed that blood would soon be shed. Veer was compelled to employ a technique he had long wished to avoid, for it bore the heaviest burden of all his skills, not merely a physical strain, but a profound psychological toll. Just as the ghostly spider's blade was poised to sever Veer's neck, Vale's eyes transformed into a pale blue hue, activating the lightning mode to its maximum potential. In the gaze of the Ghost Spider, the figure before him suddenly displayed these azure eyes, radiating with a surge of silver-blue electricity. Astonishingly, the blade he wielded, poised to deliver a fatal strike, was evaded by this being with an inhuman swiftness, resulting in nothing more than a few severed strands of hair. The speed of that evasion was indelibly etched in the Ghost Spider's memory. To him, it was nearly an afterimage, with Vale seemingly trailing a blue shadow as he dodged the strike. Though Vale had narrowly escaped disaster, he was not unscathed. A wave of dizziness washed over him. The principle behind this maneuver was simple. It involved channeling lightning mode into his brain. In that fleeting moment, the speed at which his neurons fired reached the very limits of what he could endure. This extraordinary reaction time was sufficient for him to evade attacks at the speed of light, let alone those of the Ghost Spider. However, employing this technique came at a cost, leaving him with a throbbing headache for a considerable duration. Vale aptly named this technique overclocking. Vale was indifferent to the prospect of life and death in battle, for it is an inherent truth that one side must inevitably face defeat. No one can claim perpetual victory. However, he now felt a profound ache in his heart as he gazed upon the 2 broken swords in his hands. It was as if his heart had been crushed by an unseen force. Rather than turning his attention to the phantom spider, he directed his ire inward, chastising himself for his carelessness, which had resulted in the severance of these twin blades that had accompanied him throughout his journey of growth. In truth, Vale had long sensed that his swords were beginning to lag behind his burgeoning strength, yet he could not bear to part with them, for they had borne witness to his transformation from weakness to power, aiding him in vanquishing one formidable foe after another. Where raised his gaze towards the Ghost Spider, who, while unleashing his ultimate technique, had stealthily inflicted a wound upon him, leaving him drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued. Activating his lightning mode, he charged towards the Ghost Spider. Just as the latter contemplated a counterattack, Were unleashed his own formidable move, the electromagnetic cannon. His calves, enveloped in a radiant orange-yellow glow, struck the upper body of the Ghost Spider with tremendous force, shattering the already exhausted Vice Admiral who could no longer wield his hockey. The dismembered flesh and blood, propelled by the sheer kinetic energy, rained down upon the group of naval soldiers behind him, transforming them into a gruesome spectacle akin to being caught in a shotgun blast. The electromagnetic cannon revealed its deadly prowess for the first time in the world of pirates, and it was even more alarming knowing its user was a ruthless individual. After vanquishing the ghost spider, Weir turned his attention to the other Navy personnel. At this moment, the soldiers aboard the warship had retreated to a safe distance, some trembling in fear. This reaction was not due to a lack of prowess among the Navy, but rather the shattering of their beliefs as they witnessed their once deemed invincible vice admiral reduced to mere fragments before their eyes, leaving their faith in tatters. Moreover, the ghost spider was far from being beloved. Ignoring the terrified sailors on the ship, Weir picked up 2 sword tips from the deck and leapt back to his own vessel. Upon his return, Rabbit noticed Weir's discontent and refrained from speaking, instead fetching a bottle of wine for him. Glancing at the wine before him, Weir offered Rabbit a faint smile. After taking a sip, his mood lightened somewhat. Weir entered the bedroom and discovered a transponder snail. He picked up the receiver, and a series of bubbling sounds emanated from it. Shortly thereafter, a click signaled the connection, followed by a man's voice. "Moshi Moshi, this is Ferdinand." After establishing the call with Ferdinand, Weir paused in silence for a moment, contemplating, before continuing. "Ferdinand, this is Weir. I wish to inquire about some intelligence." He took a sip from the bottle, his mood still rather somber. "Oh, it's Weir, is it? What brings you to seek my knowledge?" "I must admit, this piques my curiosity," Ferdinand replied, astonished that Weir would seek information from him. In Weir's reputation, he was known to possess many hidden secrets, such as the revelation that Don Quixote da Flamingo was, in fact, a celestial dragon. Ferdinand had been taken aback when Weir had mentioned it during their previous conversation, as this was knowledge held by only a select few. "My sword is broken. I wish to know where I might find a skilled blacksmith." Weir disregarded Ferdinand's astonishment and directly posed his question. "Ah, that matter. On Anista Island, not far from Tutu Island, there are many master blacksmiths," Ferdinand replied breezily, seemingly dismissive of Weir's inquiry, as if he did not take Weir seriously. "Do you wish for death? The blacksmiths I speak of are capable of forging renowned blades. It seems you have grown too comfortable on Tutu Island. Do not think that because you were once a celestial dragon, I would hesitate to kill you. As for the auction incident, do not attempt to convince me it had no bearing on you. Do you truly believe you can deceive me so easily?" Weir's tone suddenly turned icy, even making the transponder snail before him tremble in trepidation. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence before Ferdinand's voice emerged, calm yet cold. "Weir, are you threatening me? You think that with Katerina by my side, you could truly kill me? You are overly arrogant. If you wish to kill me, come and try. Let us see who meets their demise first." Weir responded with a sardonic laugh. "Do you genuinely believe I am still the same fledgling assassin from 2 years ago?" The strong look forward, while the weak cling to their past. "Ferdinand, are you truly strong or merely weak?" "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I just eliminated the ghost spider. Yes, the one from the Navy. If you believe Katerina can prevent me from ending your life, then feel free to wait for me on Tutu Island," Weir concluded, no longer wishing to engage in trivial conversation with Ferdinand. From the outset, Weir had discerned that this merchant, engaged in petty trade, was unreliable. However, he had not anticipated just how untrustworthy Ferdinand would prove to be. It appeared that the passage of 2 years had led Ferdinand to underestimate the threat Weir posed. Just as Weir was contemplating changing course to return to Tutu Island and eliminate Ferdinand, the transponder snail rang once more. In Wile's bedroom, there exist several telephone bugs, though a few have ceased to ring, serving merely as mementos. The rabbit frequently tends to them, seemingly capable of communicating with these relics. Weir glanced at several phone bugs, one of which belonged to Ferdinand, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that this merchant of small trades had succumbed to fear. With a click, he answered the call, and Ferdinand's voice resonated from the other end. "You truly killed the phantom spider? I never anticipated that after 2 years of absence, you would have grown so formidable. Now, let us continue our discussion regarding the sword myth." Ferdinand appeared to have entirely forgotten the earlier discomfort, engaging Weir with great enthusiasm. Weir's eyelids twitched a few times. He had encountered shamelessness before, yet to witness such unabashed nonchalance was indeed a rarity. Merely based on his ability to adapt with such cunning opportunism, Ferdinand could undoubtedly be regarded as a true scoundrel. From the very moment Weir became acquainted with this individual, he understood that this was someone who would offer benefits when one was strong, yet would be the first to betray should one falter. "Ah, let us not dwell on the matter of the swords myth. I am currently navigating towards Tutu Island, and in approximately 10 days, we shall meet again, old friend. I am exceedingly curious to delve into the depths of your thoughts, as well as those of your sister, Katerina. I have no intentions of taking her life, for a rather intriguing idea has crossed my mind. What if she were sold into slavery to the celestial dragons? I believe those lampshades in Mariehua would find her quite appealing, considering her past as a celestial dragon. Wouldn't you agree, my friend? Veer's excitement grew with each word. As he spoke, the neurotic grin he once wore while seated atop a mountain of corpses, drinking in the port, resurfaced on the phone worm before Ferdinand. A sense of dread enveloped Ferdinand. He regretted not recognizing Veer's potential over the past 2 years, mistakenly believing that Veer had not made a name for himself upon the sea, while Katerina had made significant advancements. Thus, he had been careless, and his overconfidence led him to make a grave miscalculation, underestimating Veer. Veer's declaration of intent to kill him and sell Katerina into that hell was wholly convincing to Ferdinand. For the man before him transformed into a mad and once battle commenced. Ferdinand harbored no fear of death the day he was cast out of Mariehua by his own father. His heart had perished, leaving behind a despicable, shameless creature motivated solely by profit. The once radiant young boy had been consumed by the abyss. However, he would never permit harm to befall his sister, especially not to be sold into Mariehua. Others may remain ignorant of the abject misery endured by slaves there. But he knew all too well that while male slaves suffered, female slaves endured a fate that was nothing short of hellish. It was the most terrifying inferno for female slaves, where those depraved celestial dragons did not merely ravage them. Such acts had become mundane, inciting their boredom. It was unclear which twisted individual conjured those so-called entertainments. Yet once such activities commenced, the turnover of female slaves in Mariehua surged dramatically, akin to the consumption of mere commodities. Thus, Ferdinand resolutely refused to allow his sister to be sold there. Veer, as long as you do not harm my sister, I am willing to offer you everything. I have conducted my investigations through CP and understand that you are currently beyond my reach. However, considering Katerina's past cooperation with you, I implore you to treat her with decency. Ferdinand's voice nearly trembled with a tone of entreaty. Veer was taken aback. He never anticipated that this self-serving individual would care so deeply for his sister. As for Veer's earlier remark about selling Katerina to Mariehua, that was entirely a fabrication. Though Vale is known for his ruthless killing, he would never consider selling those who once fought alongside him into slavery. His intention was merely to intimidate Ferdinand. However, he did not anticipate that this young man would be so frightened as to utter such a statement about giving everything to himself. This presumably includes his very life. Suddenly, Vale found himself intrigued by Ferdinand, whose capricious nature struck him as quite entertaining. My friend, what nonsense are you spouting? I was merely jesting with you. Let us return to our discussion regarding the swordsmith, Vale said, resuming his former demeanor with a smile, almost causing Ferdinand to crumble under the weight of his words. Ferdinand felt an overwhelming fatigue in his heart. 2 years prior, with Vale's assistance, he had dealt with the Lion's Roar pirate crew and successfully established a connection with Doflamingo. Initially, their collaboration was amicable, bolstered by shared childhood experiences that fostered an unusual bond. However, as they spent more time together, Ferdinand discovered that Doflamingo harbored a certain madness. Though he appeared normal most of the time, during one conversation, his familiarity with Ferdinand led him to reveal a mental state shaped by childhood trauma. That night, Ferdinand found himself unable to sleep, having just managed to handle Jard, and now faced with a new companion who, while not insane, exhibited a touch of madness and neurosis. This reminded him of another individual, a young man wielding twin swords. Ferdinand sometimes mused that the encounter between these two individuals would be remarkably intriguing, yet regrettably, one had vanished into obscurity. Today, however, a more unfortunate event transpired as this lunatic named Vale reached out to him. He instinctively relied on his habitual judgment of others. After a tumultuous emotional roller coaster, Ferdinand realized he was, against all odds, able to calm this madman. Vale, what caliber of sword do you wish to forge? It is crucial to understand that merely finding a skilled craftsman is insufficient. One also requires quality materials. Ferdinand transitioned into a business mindset, seemingly casting aside all negative emotions. At the very least, a blade of the caliber of the Great Knife 21 would suffice. Ideally, a supreme great knife would be even better. If he sought to create a mere sword, why would Vale approach Ferdinand? Although Vale was unaware of who determined the grading of swords, he understood that such blades were undoubtedly crafted by human hands and could not materialize from thin air. As for Ferdinand, who could mobilize personnel from other CP departments aside from CP9 and CP0. The support he received from the government in terms of military might was rather average. However, his intelligence connections were quite impressive. After all, CP serves as the intelligence agency for the world government. Without his identities as a former celestial dragon and the current highest authority of Tantata Island, how could he possess the power to summon CP's intelligence? Thus, while surmised that Ferdinand was likely privy to information regarding the creators of those renowned blades and their whereabouts, at the very least, one would require a formidable sword. Such craftsmanship is known to be the forte of but a single family within my intelligence network. I currently maintain beneficial dealings with the head of that family, which could facilitate the forging of a sword for you. However, do you possess the requisite materials for such an endeavor? To forge a formidable sword or an unparalleled blade necessitates exceedingly rare metals, although these metals may equate to the price of a single devil fruit. Their scarcity far surpasses that of the aforementioned fruit. It appeared that Ferdinand, sensing Wile's formidable prowess, was temporarily swaying in his favor. Oh, since you have broached the topic, it seems you possess a means? Pray tell, what do you desire? I would even consider dispatching a celestial dragon not currently residing in Mariewa. While since that Ferdinand undoubtedly possessed those rare metals, otherwise he would not have mentioned them, as it would invite unnecessary trouble. Sweat began to beat on Ferdinand's brow. Come now, is it merely a matter of rare metals? Must we resort to killing a celestial dragon? That would surely attract the attention of an admiral. Upon contemplating the prospect of an admiral, Ferdinand's expression shifted, recalling Wile's earlier statements. He pondered, could this individual truly rival an admiral? It seemed improbable. Yet his strength undoubtedly exceeded Ferdinand's initial estimations. With this realization, Ferdinand grew increasingly confident in the information he had regarding the rare metals and felt a thrill at the prospect of what he was about to acquire. Indeed, I do possess those rare metals, and they are of the utmost quality. I originally intended to utilize these materials to forge a blade as a bribe for a certain naval officer. Veer, I can provide you with these rare metals immediately, but you must assist me with a certain task when the time arises. Rest assured, I would never place you in harm's way, if that were the case. You need not comply. Ferdinand pondered for a moment, presenting Veer with a substantial temptation. Very well, contact me via the communicator when the time comes. I shall head to Tutu Island now and discuss the circumstances surrounding that blacksmith family. Veer was more intrigued by the particulars of the blacksmith lineage than the future matters at hand, as he had certain ideas that required knowledge of his family's intelligence to ascertain their feasibility. The surname of that family eluded him, as they never divulged it to outsiders, and their names were peculiar, hardly qualifying as names at all. Each member bore a name beginning with iron, followed by a numeral. For instance, if the father was Iron 4, the son would be Iron 40. Yet, I suspect this is merely a fade for external perception. Some ancient families choose to keep their surnames shrouded in secrecy. This particular lineage is renowned for crafting two legendary swift blades, one of which is the unparalleled Swift Blade, spanning centuries in its legacy. Furthermore, it is said that this family excels in the creation of demonic blades, but they themselves never acknowledge such prowess. Ferdinand elaborated on the details of this forging family, and the two conversed for quite some time before Veer finally terminated the call. Suddenly struck by a humorous thought, Veer burst into laughter. Ferdinand, this fellow, had managed to turn enemies into allies on two separate occasions. One might consider this a unique talent. After all, how could a once-exiled celestial dragon wield control over an island abundant in gunpowder and possess the authority to inquire about intelligence from the CP? We adjusted the vessel's course towards Tutu Island, activated the autopilot, and intended to compel the rabbit to practice martial arts on the deck. Every day, Veer relentlessly compelled the rabbit to practice martial arts. However, this creature exhibited a marked laziness. Yet under the relentless pressure of Veer's fist, it dutifully commenced its training each day. After a thorough search, I finally located the rabbit, just as I intended to haul it directly onto the deck. I was astonished to find it engrossed in a large tome, studying intently. Its expression occasionally shifted to one of perplexity, and at times, it resembled a child who had just discovered a new toy, brimming with joy. As Wile approached, he discovered that the notebook in question was none other than the medical book that Dr. Kalokas had once bestowed upon him. To him, it seemed like an incomprehensible tome, and he had carelessly tossed it onto the bookshelf in his bedroom. To his surprise, the rabbit exhibited an interest in this peculiar item. He wondered if it could indeed comprehend its contents. Rabbit, do you truly understand it? What is this fascination with medical texts? Wile scrutinized the rabbit before him, trying to discern whether its affinity was genuine or merely a ruse to evade physical training. The rabbit nodded vigorously and subsequently penned a note. I am quite fond of it, though there are certain passages I find perplexing. It's quite distressing. Al, please procure more medical books for me. I have discovered a genuine passion for the healing arts. Al was a special appellation the rabbit used for a while, a name that only a few departed souls, along with this rabbit, dared to employ. Oh, it appears you truly have an affinity for it. Do not worry. In a matter of days, I shall provide you with an abundance of medical literature that would take you a year to peruse, Wal replied, pleased to learn of the rabbit's newfound interest. Naturally, he would do everything in his power to support the passions of his family. A fortnight later, Wal arrived at Tutu Island. As he beheld the familiar isle, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. This was the first island where he had landed on the Grand Line, and here he had narrowly escaped death. Upon his return, he pondered whether he would have the opportunity to visit again with his current prowess. He could easily charge towards Fishman Island and carve out a place for himself in the New World. However, Wal harbored no ambitions of conquest. He far preferred to relish the scenic wonders along his journey. Before even stepping foot on the island, he noticed Ferdinand and Catalina awaiting him at the dock, accompanied by a throng of subordinates. Ward did not anticipate that Ferdinand would actually organize a small welcome ceremony for him. Upon arriving on the island, Wal was momentarily speechless, directly pulling Ferdinand towards the dock. Hey, Wal, this is a meticulously planned welcome ceremony. You should at least experience it, Ferdinand remarked with a cheerful demeanor, though it was uncertain how sincere he truly was. I want to forget my promise to you. Let us skip the frivolities and take me to see the rare metals. I am quite eager, Wal responded, disregarding Ferdinand's words, as he deemed them unreliable and chose to selectively ignore them. As Wal and Ferdinand made their way onto the island, unexpectedly, Catalina broke her silence. I hear you plan to sell me? What a despicable man you are. Catalina's voice remained husky, yet it had improved since their first encounter, suggesting she had undergone some recovery. Where did you hear that? Your brother must have told you. We merely had some business disagreements. I never said I would sell you. But enough of that. Let us first see the rare metals, Wal said, maintaining a calm demeanor while speaking absurdly and attempting to divert the topic. Initially, Wal had uttered those words in a fit of anger, never anticipating that Catalina would be aware of them. His gaze fixed intently on Ferdinand, conveying an unspoken accusation. You, of all people, betrayed me. Stop staring. I was right next to the phone bug at the time. Wal, what is wrong with your character? Sometimes you can be utterly reckless, Catalina retorted, meeting Wal's gaze unwaveringly, undeterred by his formidable presence. Upon hearing the other party's voice beside the phone, Vale felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. However, as he listened to the subsequent words, he found himself coming to a halt, sensing that his heart had momentarily skipped a beat. From Katerina's utterances, an inexplicable aura of sincerity enveloped Vale. He turned to gaze directly at the woman, as if seeking to unearth any hint of deception etched upon her visage. Yet, after a prolonged scrutiny, all he discerned was an unwavering authenticity. Ferdinand, drenched in cold sweat from his sister's words, recognized that while she was admirable in many respects, she occasionally exhibited a certain naivety, despite her seemingly frigid exterior, which projected an image of a cold beauty. Her reticence in expressing emotion stemmed from the trials of her childhood. If he had been molded into a wretched little man by his own past, Katerina, in contrast, radiated the purity of an angel. Were pondered for a moment before speaking. As for me, perhaps it is due to being shackled by certain constraints for far too long. One day, when those bindings were suddenly released, I unleashed the demons within my heart. Upon releasing that demon, I transformed into a killer. Over time, I realized that I felt no remorse for the lives I took. Nor did I experience the euphoric thrill that is often spoken of. I simply found joy in the act of combat. As for madness, I perceive myself as quite sane. What do you think, Ferdinand? Were earnestly responded to Katerina's inquiry, motivated solely by her sincerity. Ferdinand remained silent, utterly bewildered by the situation. He could hardly fathom that Weir was engaging in a philosophical discussion about life with his sister. Katerina, too, appeared perplexed, seemingly oblivious to Weir's words. Gazing at him in astonishment, her mouth agape, yet she did not continue the conversation. The three of them fell into silence as they made their way to Ferdinand's castle, directly heading to his secret chamber. For the first time, Weir perceived Ferdinand's wealth. The treasures here were not counted by bundles or boxes, but rather by heaps. Within, an array of rare treasures emerged in abundance, including 2 fruits of the Zoan type, evidently cherished by Ferdinand himself. Weir gazed in astonishment, not coveting the treasures before him. His foremost desire was that rare metal. Upon reaching the innermost chamber, were found no precious metal, but Ferdinand pointed to a red stone ahead, indicating that this was the coveted rarity. Weir was momentarily taken aback. His first instinct was to believe he had been played by this individual. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion and inquired about the peculiarities of the object in question. This stone had been salvaged from the depths of the ocean, not just any depths, but from beneath the island of the Fishmen, where the pressure of the water is immense, something one could easily comprehend without further explanation. This metallic specimen had endured years of compression under such high pressure. On its own, this fact did not render it particularly valuable. But what rendered it truly extraordinary was my previous attempt to melt it, which astonishingly proved futile. Despite employing the finest smelting equipment, I was unable to succeed. Similarly, my efforts to cut through it were met with failure. Subsequently, I sought the expertise of an appraiser, who revealed that this remarkable metal was highly suitable for weapon fabrication, and the weapons crafted from it might possess unique attributes. Ferdinand appeared quite confident regarding this rare metal and recounted the tale of how he acquired it. After listening to Ferdinand's account, Weir found himself intrigued by this uncommon metal. Picking up the crimson stone, he felt a surge in his grasp, and he became certain that this was no mere stone. The metal within had yet to be refined. As for its strength, he decided to test it for himself. Weir casually grasped a knife nearby, slowly drawing it from its sheath. As he brandished the blade, Ferdinand and Katerina were overwhelmed by an instinctive dread, as if the knife itself were poised to take their lives. For the first time, Ferdinand fully comprehended that Weir had transcended any semblance of a rival. The mere act of him wielding a knife, not even directed at Ferdinand, instilled a sense of helplessness. If Weir were to wield two swords, would Ferdinand truly be able to maintain his footing? Katerina's feelings were even more intricate. If 2 years prior, their strengths had been relatively comparable, they were now worlds apart. Clenching her small fist, Katerina vowed to grow stronger, determined to shield her brother from this looming threat. She could no longer allow this insufferable individual to utter threats of selling her. Strength was imperative. She must become formidable. Unbeknownst to the siblings, Weir was wholly fixated on the rare metal before him. With a decisive stroke, he struck down, the knife entwined with a potent aura and crackling lightning, causing the air to wail in protest. A thunderous clang echoed, shaking the chamber, and the siblings were sent staggering back 2 steps by the force of the shockwave. Weir remained unaffected, now convinced that Ferdinand had not deceived him. This rare metal was indeed remarkable. Its hardness alone was exceedingly rare. What sort of weapons could be forged from this exquisite metal? Just as Weir was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the forging family, Ferdinand delivered another piece of good news. This rare metal was not the only piece. It served as the primary material, accompanied by several other rare metals. When Weir emerged from the secret chamber, he found himself burdened with a large chest, its weight indicative of the precious rare metals contained within. Behind him, he carried an enormous box, substantial enough to rival a house, filled to the brim with medical texts acquired through Ferdinand upon their arrival on the island. Without pausing on Tutu Island, he promptly headed with Ferdinand towards the forging family, while Katerina remained behind to safeguard against any unforeseen events from the Merchant Alliance. Upon learning about Weir's ship, Ferdinand felt a surge of envy. This vessel, crafted from atom wood, was remarkably sturdy, and its electrical system enhanced many of the ship's functionalities. In Ferdinand's words, the ship was not only safe and swift but also comfortable, a veritable ideal for maritime journeys. However, an awkward predicament soon unfolded. Ferdinand had no place to stay. The ship boasted only 1 bedroom, and due to its exceptionally large bed, Weir shared it with a rabbit. Each night, the two would roll around, causing their sleeping positions to be quite distant from one another come morning. While sharing a bed with a rabbit was tolerable for Weir, as the creature was family and male, he found the idea of sharing a bed with Ferdinand, though a man, utterly unacceptable. Thus, Ferdinand honorably settled into the makeshift storage room that Weir had prepared for him. Weir had discarded all the items from the storeroom into the lowest chamber of the ship and subsequently assisted Ferdinand in constructing a makeshift bed. Just as Weir finished his task, he caught sight of that rascal rabbit, who not only shirked from lending a hand but was also amusing himself aboard the vessel, playfully feeding the seagulls with some small fish. Upon closer inspection, Wei realized that this was no ordinary seagull. It resembled a newsbird. Adorned with a white hat featuring a black brim, it carried 2 small satchels around its neck, one for collecting payment and the other for storing newspapers. Weir had long been aware of the high regard other creatures held for rabbits, with even the more ferocious animals displaying a certain fondness. The gentler beings, in particular, seemed to revel in playful interactions and exchanges with the rabbits. Just a few days prior, a herbivorous sea creature had astonishingly carried a rabbit upon its back, serving as a makeshift speedboat across the ocean. This spectacle had nearly sent her into a panic, fearing for the rabbit's safety. After all, the rabbit possessed extraordinary fruit abilities. Upon returning to the vessel, the rabbit had given a stern lesson to this oblivious creature regarding the perils of the sea. To Weir's surprise, today even the newsbird had taken a liking to the rabbit. He approached with the intention of purchasing a newspaper to support this newfound friendship. Upon receiving the paper, he discovered several wanted posters tucked within its pages. Casually glancing through them, he noted that the initial few featured minor figures with bounties in the mere millions. However, when he turned to one particular poster, he nearly spat out his juice in shock, for there, staring back at him, was his own likeness. This bounty photograph had likely been taken after he had dispatched the ghost spider, captured from a distance as he returned to his ship. Holding a bottle of wine and smiling, with the rabbit beside him, grinning foolishly. It was indeed the moment when the rabbit had comforted him. Inadvertently caught by the Navy's lens. Gazing at the latter half of the bounty notice, he noted the name, Thunder Swordmaster Vale, with a staggering bounty of 170 million berries. However, this was not the most pressing matter. The fine print beneath the bounty audaciously labeled him a pirate, which Vale found intolerable, for he considered himself an adventurer, not a pirate. The bounty of 170 million berries did not come as a surprise to him, for although he had not previously garnered any renown upon the seas, he had indeed slain a seasoned vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Were it not for the Navy's concerns regarding various implications, they would have announced the death of the ghost spider by now, simultaneously offering Vale an even higher bounty. In the original narrative, vice admirals often appear to be mere background characters, yet in the real world, they constitute the backbone of the Navy. While admirals may exert intimidation across vast territories, their numbers are limited. Each naval stronghold is overseen and protected by vice admirals. The sudden demise of one would undoubtedly incite chaos in the waters surrounding that stronghold. With an influx of pirates brazenly emerging, one must not underestimate a stronghold, as it guards hundreds of nearby islands, and some colossal fortifications even oversee thousands. Thus, the Navy opted to conceal the news of the ghost spider's death and urgently dispatched another vice admiral to stabilize the situation. Rewinding time to before Vale encountered the bounty notice in Marineford, Sengoku sat at his desk, troubled. The seas were already tumultuous, rife with pirates, and the new world was dominated by the four emperors. Just days prior, he had received distressing news. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider had perished in battle, and at the hands of an unknown upstart, no less. Sengoku acted swiftly, sealing off the information regarding Ghost Spider's death and promptly assigning Vice Admiral Akainu to temporarily fill the void left by Ghost Spider in order to maintain order. Sengoku had great confidence in Akainu's capabilities, as they had fought alongside each other through countless trials. His only concern was the identity of the individual who had slain Ghost Spider. Sengoku, with his astute intellect, deduced that Ghost Spider had been killed aboard his own ship, implying that his adversary possessed formidable strength and was certainly no ordinary foe. Even among pirates, it was rare for someone to slay a vice admiral simply for being intercepted at sea. Later, according to the accounts of Ghost Spider's subordinates, Vale was described as a powerful, dangerous, and somewhat unhinged swordsman, entering a frenzied state during combat. The more Sengoku read the reports, the more his head throbbed. Vale seemed to embody the Navy's natural enemy. Furthermore, rumors of a remarkable newcomer in the seas, known as Kizaru, had surfaced. Said to possess incredible speed and the power of lightning, could it be the lightning fruit? Sengoku pondered, rifling through the available data. Admiral Sengoku handed over the documents to the drowsy Kizaru, who was the sole occupant of the office that day, as all others had been dispatched on missions. Even the frequently present Garp had taken leave to attend to matters concerning his grandson back home. Consequently, Sengoku sought Kizaru's opinion, recognizing that the latter, endowed with the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, might possess a deeper understanding of speed-based combat. Initially, Kizaru intended to merely glance at the report, but upon perusing its contents, he set aside his tea and began to read attentively. Ah, Inaro, this pirate named Veer, if I am not mistaken, is likely not a user of the Rumble fruit, as his combat style does not resemble that of a Logia user. Throughout the entirety of the battle, he relied solely on his physical speed and never demonstrated elemental transformation. If the report holds true, this pirate, Veer, poses a significant threat. His velocity is astonishing. His offensive capabilities are formidable, and he is adept in hockey. Even a bounty in the hundreds of millions would not be unwarranted, Mr. Sengoku. Kizaru drew out his words languidly, taking a considerable amount of time to convey this assessment. It is perplexing how Kizaru can move with such swiftness in battle yet speak so slowly. Sengoku was already feeling quite anxious, after much contemplation. And recalling the unresolved matter concerning Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, he decided to set a bounty of 170 million berries. Approximately 7 or 8 days later, Veer and his crew finally arrived at their destination, a small island known as the Forge of Steel. Contrary to Veer's expectations, this island, home to the renowned forging family, was remarkably prosperous rather than secluded on a desolate isle. In his memory, families of master craftsmen were typically associated with remote yet picturesque islands. However, the island before him was shrouded in thick smoke, with numerous low chimneys emitting vast quantities of fumes. As they docked, the air was permeated with a peculiar odor, reminiscent of something charred, yet intermingled with the scent of grease. Vale furrowed his brow, evidently unaccustomed to the island's peculiar scent. Ferdinand explained that this island had long been a supplier of steel to various factions, and the forging family was one of the island's influential forces. The steel used for weapon manufacturing on Tutu Island was procured from this very island. And it was through the acquisition of steel that Ferdinand became acquainted with the forging family. Displeased by the island's odor, the rabbit adamantly refused to set foot on the land, forcing Vale to leave it aboard the ship, even on Tutu Island. The timid creature displayed a surprising shyness upon encountering Vikaterina, choosing instead to hide away indoors, leaving Vale at a loss. Upon following Ferdinand to the center of the island, Vale noted that the air was considerably fresher than at the dock, yet the lingering strange scent remained. Ferdinand entered a blacksmith's workshop, ignoring the receptionist up front, and headed straight for the smith in the back. Upon entering the workshop, the temperature rose noticeably, and soon Ferdinand was feeling quite uncomfortable, though Vale maintained a composed demeanor. Inside the workshop stood a single individual, a towering figure, adorned with a thick beard and a muscular physique. This burly man was currently wielding an enormous blacksmith's hammer, laboring over a piece of glowing red-hot metal. Ferdinand approached without introducing himself or offering a greeting. Instead, he produced a distinctive silver-white coin and handed it to the muscular man. The burly smith, initially indifferent to the group, took notice of the coin and, relinquishing his hammer, cast aside the molten metal to accept it. Remarkably, he utilized a pair of long-handled tongs to place the coin back into the fire. Astonishingly, the coin did not melt in the intense heat, but transformed from silver to a deep purple, emitting a sound akin to firecrackers exploding. The muscular man observed the phenomenon without surprise, cooling the coin in water before mechanically stating, "Esteemed guest, please follow me. I shall escort you to the family head." With that, he led the group toward the workshop's back door, where was genuinely astonished by the grandiosity of this family. The prospect of merely meeting them resembled a clandestine rendezvous, complete with tokens of trust and the like. He pulled Ferdinand aside, inquiring about the situation. Ferdinand, equally exasperated, confided in a hushed tone that certain members of this family were exceedingly arrogant, boasting of their exceptional skills and disregarding others, were it not for their business dealings. And the fact that he was the purchaser, Ferdinand would have found it quite difficult to persuade them to assist her in forging the sword. Upon hearing this, a smile reminiscent of terror reappeared at the corners of Weir's mouth, sending shivers down Ferdinand's spine. In a hushed tone, Weir replied to Ferdinand, should they dare to refuse, "I shall compel them to acquiesce, bringing them to their knees, begging for my assistance in forging swords." Although Veer does not easily resort to violence, he is certainly not a benevolent figure. The notion of him, akin to a protagonist in a tale, performing acts of kindness to elicit gratitude before assisting in the forging of a sword is utterly implausible in his case. Should his request be met with refusal, he would resort to intimidation. If fear does not ensue, he would resort to lethal measures. If that fails to yield compliance, he would eliminate all opposition, subsequently seeking out other craftsmen. Upon hearing Veer's statements, Ferdinand's eyes revealed a glimmer of terror as he murmured, "Brother, while I may address you as such, considering my provision of rare metals and my assistance in locating a blacksmith, I implore you not to act in such a manner. I will ensure they are compelled to forge the twin swords for you." Observing Ferdinand's anxious demeanor, Veer felt a sense of perplexity. When did this individual become so compassionate? In Veer's memory, Ferdinand was a mercenary opportunist, known for his fickle nature and ruthless tactics. Now, he finds himself advocating for this family of blacksmiths? Given Ferdinand's earlier remarks, it seems he too had been treated poorly by this family in the past. What could possibly motivate him to intercede on their behalf now? Weir gazed at Ferdinand with a peculiar look, as if silently inquiring, "Do you harbor any secrets? Speak swiftly." Unable to endure Weir's penetrating stare any longer, Ferdinand stammered out the truth. This fellow was infatuated with a descendant of the renowned forging family, specifically the granddaughter of the clan leader, a girl named Tai Lu Bai. As Vale gazed upon Ferdinand's weathered visage, he was reminded that, being a younger generation, Ferdinand could not be too old. To his surprise, the young lad had a penchant for older women, and he pondered whether Katerina, the girl with an overly protective brother, would take drastic measures against the girl involved. Vale wore a smile that belied the malice underlying his words, causing Ferdinand's face to flush crimson. "I am merely 24, though I may appear quite mature. Were I to shave my beard, I would seem quite youthful," Ferdinand protested. "Moreover, Katerina is not the possessive type. She wholeheartedly supports my relationship with this girl." At that moment, Ferdinand had completely forgotten that he was arguing with a half-crazed individual, passionately defending his pure love against Vale's jabs. Just as Vale was about to unleash the biting sarcasm his elder brother had taught him, the muscular man had already led them to a quaint courtyard. This modest abode, while not ostentatious, exuded a sense of timelessness, as if it had withstood the test of years. The muscular gentleman guided them into the courtyard and approached a door, rapping gently upon it. When the door swung open, it revealed a vivacious young girl clad in a training outfit. The muscular man appeared taken aback, and his expression soured. The girl greeted him warmly, then turned her attention to Vale and Ferdinand, her face lighting up at the sight of Ferdinand. "Ferdy, what a pleasant surprise. It's been ages since you last visited. I've missed you dearly. I can only embark on my own adventures when I turn 19, which is why I haven't been able to come see you. Did you bring me a gift?" As they embraced, they twirled around the courtyard, and Ferdinand seized the opportunity to steal a few kisses. The girl, though bashful, did not resist, whispering sweet nothings into Ferdinand's ear. Weir finally comprehended the reason behind Ferdinand's earlier anxiety. This was far from the one-sided affection he had envisioned. It was evident that a successful conquest had already taken place. Given the current circumstances, they could easily retreat to an unoccupied room for an intimate encounter. Simultaneously, Weir observed the muscular gentleman who had escorted them, his eyes brimming with jealousy and fury, casting a piercing gaze at Ferdinand as he whispered sweet nothings to the young lady, embodying the essence of a rival in love. Weir could not help but emit a nervous chuckle, finding the situation rather amusing. However, observing the bond between Ferdinand and the young lady, it was evident that the muscular man stood little chance. The disparity in affection that the girl held for Ferdinand compared to the muscular man was as insurmountable as the difference in strength between Ferdinand and Weir. When Ferdinand heard Weir's laughter, he shivered slightly, suddenly realizing that this was not the appropriate moment for intimacy with the girl, as a formidable presence loomed behind him. If he failed to handle the situation today, it would not merely be a tragedy, it would be a calamity. While he might escape unscathed, future encounters with the girl would be relegated to the solemnity of their respective graves. Ferdinand took the girl's hand and approached Weir. "Xiao Lu, this is my friend Weir. We have come seeking your grandfather's assistance in forging a sword. I wonder if you could persuade him to help us. This matter is of utmost importance." As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with the girl. Upon hearing Ferdinand's words, Xiao Lu appeared troubled. Being merely 17 or 18, the girl did not quite grasp her beloved's intentions. "Ferdinand, my grandfather ceased forging last month. He will no longer craft weapons," she replied, casting an apologetic glance at her suitor. "Indeed, my master has retired from the forge. It is now my responsibility to produce the highest quality orders," boasted the muscular man, casting a triumphant glance at Ferdinand, as if he had finally bested him in some regard. It appeared the two were acquainted prior and shared more than mere rivalry. Upon hearing Xiao Lu mention her grandfather's retirement, Ferdinand sensed a foreboding shift, disregarding the muscular man's preceding remarks. "Oh, is your grandfather the sole one capable of forging renowned blades in your family?" Weir inquired with a smile, addressing the young lady softly. Before she could respond, the muscular man interjected, "Indeed, only my master possesses the skill to forge such blades." He cast a proud glance at Weir, reveling in his master's esteemed capabilities. Ferdinand, having intended to speak further, was taken aback when the muscular man answered on his behalf. Weir remained silent, merely gazing at Ferdinand, conveying the unspoken message, "You handle it. If your approach proves ineffective, I shall take over." At times, mastering an exquisite skill may not be advantageous. In the absence of protective strength, it may attract hungry wolves. Currently, the Iron Clan finds itself beset by a hungry wolf named Weir. Ferdinand leaned closer to Xiao Lu, whispering a few words. Initially, Xiaolu's expression was one of curiosity, but it soon turned pale. Very well, I shall take you to meet grandfather. However, Ferdinand, you must clarify the situation afterward, why you have brought him here. Upon finishing, Xiaolu's complexion grew even more ashen, his eyes reflecting a mixture of reproach and anguish, as if he had made certain decisions. Vale discerned that the gaze directed at him was one of reckless love. Do not inquire how Vale knew this. It was evident that the young girl was regarding him with an expression that suggested a desire for mutual destruction. This left Vale in a rather awkward predicament, as he felt as though he were cast in the role of a villain, putting pressure on a pair of young lovers. The female protagonist seemed willing to face oblivion alongside this antagonist, a rather melodramatic scenario. Upon deeper reflection, Vale realized he indeed played the part of the villain in this unfolding narrative. Initially, he had sought Ferdinand to inquire about the whereabouts of the swordsman, and subsequently, Ferdinand's provocation had incensed him. This led Ferdinand to confront a dilemma: should he abandon his sister or thrust his beloved into peril? Ultimately, Ferdinand chose to safeguard his sister and brought Vale to the abode of his beloved's family. Arriving there, they still held considerable hope of overcoming their predicament. Even if they could not forge a renowned blade, Ferdinand believed he had made sufficient effort, and based on Vale's character, he assumed that Vale would show him mercy. Yet, despite his meticulous calculations, he never anticipated that the only craftsman capable of creating such a legendary weapon had already ceased his work. Now, Ferdinand could only place his hopes in the hands of his beloved's grandfather, praying that the old man would relinquish his past stubbornness. The young girl led her companions into a room and approached her grandfather's door, knocking gently and calling out, "Grandfather, it's me." A voice from within responded warmly, "My dear granddaughter, come in." As the door swung open, Vale finally laid eyes upon the legendary smith, an elderly gentleman known as Tai. The Iron Clan, bearing the title of Tai, could only be inherited by the family head who had crafted at least 21 notable blades. This elder possessed no extraordinary aura. He was rather slender and not particularly tall, with a head of short white hair and a clean-shaven face adorned with a benign smile, offering no hint of the pride and obstinacy that Ferdinand had described. Yet, those who had interacted with Tai understood that, although he lacked the typical arrogance of the Iron Clan, his stubbornness was indeed notorious. Tai was seated, holding a cup of tea and engaged in a game of chess with another individual, whom Vale was astonished to recognize, a character from an anime, Capone Beach, the user of the smooth fruit. Weir felt that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing, yet he was also growing somewhat impatient. He brusquely pushed aside Ferdinand, who was about to speak, and approached Tiegi directly. "Are you the craftsman capable of forging renowned blades? Assist me in crafting 2 swords. Here are the materials required for the task." With that, he unfastened the box from his back and cast it onto the chessboard before the 2 men. As the manhunt had only recently begun, Tiegi and Capone Beach were unfamiliar with Weir. Tiegi remained silent. The elderly man, having crossed the threshold of 50, could sense something amiss from the unusual expressions on Ferdinand and his granddaughter's faces. However, Capone Beach, oblivious to the tension, spoke up. "Hey, kid. Can't you see I'm engaged in conversation? You have 5 seconds to vanish, or you'll perish right here." Capone, with a cigar clenched in his mouth, regarded Weir with a sidelong glance, exuding an air of casual menace. Capone had come primarily to procure high-quality steel from Tiegi, intending to forge a superior batch of weapons for his crew, as the firepower of his subordinates significantly influenced his own prowess. Relying on his substantial bounty and notoriety, he sought to finalize his business with the master smith. Just as the deal seemed imminent, an unexpected and audacious interruption occurred, and Capone, irritated, would not suffer any insolence. Had it not been for the fact that they were on Tiegi's turf, he would have acted decisively by now. "Capone Beach, are you addressing me? Ha ha ha. A mere supernova dares to speak to me in such a manner? Very well, I shall dispose of you before continuing my discussion with this elder." With that declaration, Weir activated his lightning mode. As his dual swords lay broken, he did not draw a weapon. Instead, he enveloped his right leg in armament haki, subsequently covering it with lightning, intending to toy with this supernova. Upon witnessing Weir's demeanor, Capone ceased his idle chatter and transformed his body into a fortress, with several small gates appearing on his chest and various points of his body, manned by his armed subordinates. Just as Capone was about to issue the command to attack, he suddenly noticed where had vanished. In his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of a faint blue glow before feeling a heavy blow to his head. As Capone activated his devil fruit ability, Weir surged forward, his right leg, imbued with armament haki and lightning, struck Capone's head with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Sent sprawling by the force of the kick, Capone lay on the ground, convulsing in despair, wondering who this formidable individual was, possessing such overwhelming strength. Observing the dual swords at Weir's waist, he inferred that he must be a swordsman, yet without even drawing a blade. He had been utterly vanquished by a single kick. What kind of power was this? Veer slowly approached Capone Beach, gazing at the fallen supernova. He recalled the arrogance displayed just moments ago and, with a decisive motion, placed his foot upon the opponent's head, intending to crush it. To Veer's astonishment, his foot, imbued with the formidable hockey, merely produced a resounding crack as it pressed down, slightly deforming Capone's head without shattering it. It appeared that the Bari Bari Nomi was indeed formidable. At least, he need not worry about a fatal blow to the head. Capone Beach felt as though death was imminent. With little regard for anything else, he exerted himself to unleash his subordinates from within his body, hoping to seize an opportunity to escape. In truth, he had intended to release them the moment he fell, but the initial kick had been overwhelmingly forceful. Just as he began to recover, another solid stomp landed upon him. The fact that he could now release his subordinates was a testament to his extraordinary endurance. Veer surveyed the room, now brimming with individuals, and immediately activated his full speed, commencing the eradication of the minions. This time, none within the confines of the room could discern Veer's velocity. In merely over a minute, the floor was strewn with bodies, some lifeless, others grievously injured. Meanwhile, Karpan Bek, having barely crawled a short distance, resigned himself entirely to his fate. In the presence of such formidable foes, the notion of escape had become a mere fantasy. Veer once again stood before Kapan Baiki, observing his left hand reaching for the door. With a decisive kick, he shattered it. Noting that the head appeared to be quite resilient. How audacious of a novice like you, devoid of even a hint of dominance. In this new world, you will merely serve as a hound for those formidable powers, he scoffed. Without waiting for Kapan Baiki's response, Veer delivered another fierce stomp onto his head. This time, with a resounding crack, Kapan Baiki's skull proved remarkably sturdy. After being subjected to 2 forceful kicks, it remained unbroken. This left Veer questioning the effectiveness of his leg technique, reaffirming his decision to pursue the path of a swordsman, as his kicking skills were evidently lacking. Simultaneously, his curiosity about Kapan Baiki's head grew. Was it constructed like the roof of a castle? A perfect embodiment of mechanical principles? Today, Veer, in disbelief, exerted all his strength once more, and with a resounding crack, he crushed Kapan Baiki's head into an oval shape. Yet, it remained unbroken. Weir seized Kapan Baiki's head, examining it with meticulous attention, utterly convinced. At that moment, Kapan Baiki surprisingly retained some consciousness, yet he felt as though he were in hell. Acutely aware that he had encountered a madman today, desperately wishing for his swift demise. After the lunatic stomped on his head 3 times, he astonishingly ceased his assault. Then grasped his head, beginning to observe it, even striking it a few times. "Kill me, if you dare, just kill me," Kapan Baiki stammered. "No matter how much you torment me today, I shall not yield." With that, he closed his eyes, awaiting his fate. For the first time, Veer confronted Kapan Baiki. Though lacking in strength and moral character, this fellow displayed a certain audacity that Veer found admirable. "Ah, you possess quite a spirit. I commend you for that. There is a saying in my hometown, things should not be done more than thrice. I shall spare you today. Grow stronger and seek vengeance upon me. Killing you now would be rather dull. Instead, allow me to leave a mark upon you to spur your development," Veer declared. Drawing forth his broken sword with a single hand, he cast Kapan Baiki onto the ground, forcing him to lie supine, and with the broken blade, he carved a deep W-shaped wound across Baiki's chest, nearly engulfing the entirety of his torso. Afterward, Veer gestured for Baiki's remaining subordinates to carry him away. Just before departing, Kapan Baiki summoned all his strength to shout, "I will surely seek vengeance upon you. Mark my words, the humiliation I endured today shall be repaid 100-fold. With that, his terrified followers hastily took Kapan Baiki away, their lamentations echoing behind them. "I shall await your return, young star," Veer remarked, his tone devoid of anger, resembling a playful observer watching a bullied child. "Now, let us return to our previous discussion, Mr. Tai." With that, Veer casually gathered a few corpses from the ground, stacking them together to take a seat upon them. At this moment, Ferdinand was drenched in cold sweat. Although he had long known of Veer's somewhat unhinged nature in battle, he had not anticipated it would reach such extremes. Not only did Veer torment his incapacitated foes, but he also released them, leaving marks on their bodies while encouraging them to seek retribution. Ferdinand grasped Xiaolu's small hand tightly, shielding her before him. He resolved that even if he were to perish today, she must not come to harm. He regretted having offended Veer, and even more so for bringing him to this place. Meanwhile, Xiaolu stood in shock, her face drained of color. Had she not been held by Ferdinand, she would have collapsed to the ground. Having grown up on the island, she had never encountered someone as brutal as Veer. The fact that she had not fainted was a testament to her innate resilience. At that moment, the usually silent Tai Yi broke the silence. "May I inquire your name? I presume you have come to forge two swords?" The smile had vanished from Tai Yi's face, as he had gleaned the depth of the young man's madness from the earlier events. "I am Veer, Mr. Tai Yi. Indeed, I seek to forge two swords. But I have other requests regarding the forging process, which we can discuss later. Should you agree to assist me today, I promise not to cause any disturbances. If you can craft a renowned blade, I, Veer, can assure you of my protection for your family against external threats. Should formidable enemies arise, you may contact me. Furthermore, if a prodigy in swordsmanship emerges from your family, they may seek my guidance. If you require compensation, simply name your price. As for my reputation, you may inquire with Ferdinand." Were understood the significance of two exceptional swords and how they would benefit him, thus he made a generous promise to Tai Yi. "Mr. Veer, the reward you propose is truly substantial, and I find myself greatly tempted. Had you approached me earlier, I would have unhesitatingly assisted you in forging the swords. However, I have already sealed my hammer and sworn never to forge weapons again." Tai Yi's words subtly hinted at his refusal. "Oh, so Mr. Tai Yi is declining my offer?" Veer's smile vanished, and his expression turned impassive as he regarded Tai Yi. Upon uttering these words, the remaining three individuals in the room, aside from Tai Yi, immediately tensed up. Particularly, the muscular man, who had only just recovered from the previous scare, now found himself engulfed by a far greater crisis. As a mist began to gather in his eyes, it was truly unexpected that this brawny figure would harbor such a tender heart. Witnessing this scene, while felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, he turned away, no longer wishing to gaze upon it, and awaited Tai Yi's response. After a moment of silence, Tai Yi spoke. "If I refuse Mr. Weil, what will become of me? Will you kill me?" His gaze remained steady, and his tone was devoid of emotion. Having lived to his current age, he had long ceased to be troubled by the specter of death. "Well, that's hard to say. Let me ponder for a moment." To his surprise, Weil actually began to contemplate, much like a schoolboy grappling with a challenging assignment, tilting his head in thought. After a brief interlude, Weil revealed his characteristic neurotic grin. "Mr. Tai Yi, should you decline my offer, I shan't slay you immediately. Instead, I shall sever your hands and feet, then take you along to eliminate your entire family. Once they are all gone, I will turn my attention to you. Rest assured, I won't harm Xiaolu. After all, she is Ferdinand's girlfriend. I still hope Ferdinand will assist me in finding my next blacksmith. Who knows, perhaps she will grow stronger and come seeking vengeance, ultimately killing me. What do you think of this proposal, Mr. Tai Yi?" While continued, absurdly earnest in his ramblings, he outlined a sequence of threats, suggesting that if intimidation failed, he would resort to wholesale slaughter before pursuing other craftsmen. Tai Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Had Weil spoken thus before, he might have dismissed it as mere bluster. Yet, having witnessed the earlier display, he now believed that refusal could indeed lead to such dire consequences. "May I take some time to consider?" Tai Yi asked, closing his eyes and slipping into deep thought. Vale did not disturb him, but instead began to leisurely sip his drink. After approximately half an hour, Tai Yi opened his eyes. "I can promise to forge you a pair of swords, but you must agree to one condition." Tai Yi fixed his intense gaze upon Vale, as if recalling something that stirred both profound anger and insatiable desire within him. "Speak, and if it lies within my capability, I shall acquiesce to your request." Vale's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire demeanor radiating enthusiasm. "Assist me in eliminating a man named Yuji Shilu, who is currently imprisoned and impelled down. If he ever escapes, ensure that he meets his demise. That is my sole request." As Tai Yi uttered Yuji Shilu's name, his eyes brimmed with loathing, as though he wished to devour his adversary whole. "Oh, Yuji Shilu, you say? A formidable opponent indeed. Should my strength permit, I shall eliminate him. Thus, I agree to your request, and it should not take long." Vale was aware that in due time, Luffy would undoubtedly create chaos and impel down, at which point Yuji Shilu would naturally be liberated by Teach, presenting the perfect opportunity for his assassination. This elder, at long last, chose the latter over his unyielding convictions passed down through generations. It appeared that familial ties could indeed alter some seemingly immutable aspects of life. Tai refrained from demanding an oath or any other promise from Vale. Instead, he opened the box before him and began to examine the ores within. Although he had anticipated that the materials inside would not be subpar, he was astonished that Vale had procured such treasures. Tai picked up a piece of red ore. Scrutinizing it closely, "It is truly remarkable that you have obtained this rare metal." As he examined the ore, he could not suppress his admiration. "Old Tai, do you recognize this ore? What exactly is it, and how might it be utilized in weapon forging?" Vale was equally curious about the origins of this ore, as it would serve as the primary material for his future twin swords. "This ore bears no name due to its extreme scarcity. According to my family's records, my ancestors once crafted an unparalleled blade from it." Tai's excitement grew. Which craftsman would not wish to create a weapon that would be renowned throughout the ages? Haha. What splendid news. Ferdinand, you have finally accomplished something commendable. I shall reward you for this in the future, Vale proclaimed, patting Ferdinand on the shoulder. Ferdinand gazed at this capricious individual before him, uncertain of how to respond. He sensed that aside from the rabbit aboard his ship, Vale scarcely cared for anyone else, himself included. "Old Tai, I have one more request. Would it be possible to melt down my 2 swords and fuse them with this rare metal to forge a new blade?" After Veer concluded his words, he drew forth his broken swords, presenting them to Tai. Upon seeing the 2 fractured blades in Veer's hands, Tai remained silent but harbored a sense of disdain for the craftsmanship, perceiving it as merely apprentice-level work. However, out of respect for Veer, he reluctantly accepted the dual swords. As he grasped them, his expression shifted dramatically. He closed his eyes as if attuning to something profound. "How many lives have you claimed with these swords? They can only be considered ordinary dual blades, yet they are perilously close to becoming cursed weapons. If these swords remain unbroken, it won't be long before they transform into demonic blades." Tai's face was a portrait of disbelief, as if he could scarcely fathom the reality before him. How many lives? Let me think," Veer pondered intently. Yet after a brief moment, he relinquished the effort, overwhelmed by the sheer number. "I've lost count of the specific lives taken. These blades have accompanied me for a long time, from the onset of my sword practice until recently. If only I hadn't been so careless back then, the swords wouldn't have broken." As he reminisced about the moment of the breakage, a wave of melancholy washed over him. The others, having been struck by Veer's revelations, were also taken aback. Yet upon witnessing the sorrow etched on his face, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of person he was and what experiences had shaped his character. "Fusion is possible, but should you proceed with it, you may well forge a cursed blade." Tai seemed intrigued by the notion of fusion and inquired about Veer's thoughts. "Cursed blade? I have birthed those myself. What is there to fear? Just focus on the forging. How long do you estimate it will take? Surely not several years?" Veer expressed a hint of concern, for he believed that forging divine weapons typically required extensive time. Tai regarded Veer with astonishment and uttered a phrase that caused Veer to blush slightly. How could it possibly take years? Forging is an art and a skill. It is not merely the passage of time that determines the quality of a blade. It can be accomplished in about a month. After this, Tai cast a glance at Veer, seemingly implying that the youth of today were preoccupied with trivialities. "Very well. I shall await your progress on the island for a month. Should you require anything in the meantime, feel free to seek me out." With that, Tai ceased further conversation and summoned others to remove the corpses from the room. Since the deceased were pirates, there would be no inquiries into their demise. Tai then retrieved a box containing precious metals and proceeded to his dedicated forging chamber, with Veer and the others trailing behind. Upon arriving at the forge, Tai first requested the tips of Veer's swords, then examined several rare ores, embarking on a period of study. After an extensive contemplation, it appeared he had devised a method for forging. Approaching the furnace, Tai refrained from placing traditional fuels like coal within. Instead, he produced a large box of transparent crystals, filling the furnace and igniting the fire to commence the forge. Vale observed the iron forging with initial intrigue. However, as the colorless crystal ignited, an overwhelming wave of heat surged toward him. Behind him, Ferdinand and Little Six could no longer endure the oppressive temperatures and vacated the forge. Weir felt himself nearing his limit, as the heat here was truly unbearable. Yet, the frail, emaciated old man before him exhibited little reaction, aside from a slight sheen of sweat on his bare torso. In terms of heat endurance, Weir could not help but feel inferior to Tai. It seemed that the title of Master Smith bestowed upon him was indeed well-deserved. Veer did not linger in the forge, intending instead to venture outside. However, just as he stepped out, he was intercepted by Ferdinand, who appeared hesitant and struggled to articulate his thoughts, seemingly burdened by a matter he wished to discuss with Veer, but was too embarrassed to voice. Ultimately, Veer, growing impatient, interjected, stating, "If you do not speak soon, I shall take my leave." Only then did Ferdinand, his face flushed with embarrassment, muster the courage to present his request. It turned out that the girl known as Xiao Lu was also a swordswoman, yet her skills remained mediocre due to the absence of a mentor to guide her. Furthermore, due to certain restrictions, members of the Iron Clan under the age of 19 were prohibited from leaving the island, and no esteemed masters of swordsmanship resided there. Thus, Ferdinand sought Veer's assistance in mentoring Xiao Lu in her swordplay. Veer cast a glance at Ferdinand, feeling quite exasperated. Was it truly necessary to be so hesitant over such a trivial matter? Come, let me witness the prowess of your little lover. With that, he gestured for Ferdinand to lead the way. Ferdinand was taken aback, unable to fathom why Veer had so readily acquiesced. Typically, great swordsmen are reticent about revealing their swordsmanship secrets, yet Veer had so easily complied. This left him in disbelief, though he was also pleased to guide Veer to the training ground of the Iron Clan. Along the way, Ferdinand could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired why Veer had agreed so readily. Is providing guidance on swordsmanship such a monumental task? I'm not taking her on as an apprentice. I am merely offering her some advice on her training. Such trifles need not weigh heavily on one's mind, especially since you have been of tremendous assistance to me this time. We followed Ferdinand to the training ground, an expansive and vast chamber. Xiao Lu had been waiting there, appearing somewhat apprehensive of Veer, yet eager to learn the art of swordsmanship from him. Let me first assess your fundamentals. Strike me directly with your blade. Using all your strength, we're instructed, gesturing for Xiao Lu to aim the weapon at his own chest. Though hesitant, Xiao Lu summoned his resolve and swung the blade with all his might towards Veer's chest. Veer would not foolishly expose himself to harm. Instead, he enveloped his chest with armament hockey. As for allowing Little Six to strike him, it was a means to ascertain the true caliber of the young swordsman. What method could be more evident than first-hand experience? With a resounding clang, the long blade met Veer's chest. Veer's initial reaction was that the sword was of exceptional quality, undoubtedly belonging to the realm of craftsmanship befitting a blacksmithing lineage. As for Xiao Lu's swordsmanship, to be candid, it was rather feeble, still a considerable distance from the ability to cut through iron. Upon understanding the limitations of Xiao Lu's skills, we chose not to impart overly intricate techniques, but instead settled down on the ground. Your swordsmanship, how shall I say, has achieved a commendable level without formal guidance. However, should you aspire to become a master swordsman, the path ahead remains lengthy. I shall not inquire as to why you wish to pursue this path. What I wish to ask is whether you can truly feel your sword, the sensation it imparts when it cleaves through objects. Xiao Lu shook her head. Observing this, Veer sighed, feeling a twinge of regret for acquiescing to Ferdinand's request, as there was much to teach, and Veer felt somewhat lethargic. Nonetheless, he adhered to his principles and began to instruct Xiao Lu in the nuances of connecting with her sword and reflecting on her journey thus far. He emphasized the importance of not imitating others' swordplay, deeming such an act foolish. One may draw inspiration but should never replicate. Ferdinand, witnessing Veer's genuine dedication to teaching Xiao Lu, experienced a complex array of emotions. Although he did not comprehend the intricacies of swordsmanship, the earnestness in Xiao Lu's demeanor and the joy on her face indicated that Veer was imparting valuable knowledge. With a heavy sigh, Ferdinand quietly seated himself, lost in contemplation. Thus, during the day, Veer, finding himself with little to do, devoted time to instructing Xiao Lu in swordsmanship, while the remainder of his hours was spent either in self-cultivation or wandering the island. One morning, as Veer enjoyed breakfast aboard the ship, the rabbit hurriedly finished its meal and set off to peruse its cherished medical books. After breakfast, Veer found himself at a loss for activities. He had no expertise in sword forging and only occasionally observed the process. However, after over 10 days of instruction, Xiao Lu's swordsmanship had notably improved, leading her to engage in self-study, and it was only natural that she would benefit from the guidance of a great swordsman. Veer intended to observe the medical prowess of the rabbit and thus ventured into the bedroom. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the astonishing sight before him. Indeed, it was nothing short of shocking. The rabbit was seen delicately making an incision on the body of an octopus with a small knife. While this in itself was not peculiar, the rabbit's subsequent actions left Veer utterly astounded. Seated on the floor, the rabbit's fur on its forepaws began to grow longer. This time, however, the hair sprouting from the fuzzy fruit was markedly different from before. Previously, it had been a light yellow hue, but now, it produced fine, almost transparent strands. What was even more remarkable was the sheer quantity. At least several hundred strands emerged. The delicate filaments gradually approached the octopus's wound, eventually penetrating it. The rabbit closed its eyes, wearing an expression of utmost seriousness. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, the strands slowly retracted from the wound. Miraculously, as the hair withdrew, the wound began to heal, leaving behind only the faintest trace of a line. Having completed this extraordinary task, the rabbit appeared quite fatigued. Sitting on the floor with its large ears drooping down, Weir was truly astonished that the rabbit had developed such an extraordinary ability. Its capacity for healing injuries was nothing short of miraculous. Previously, Weir had merely mentioned to the rabbit the powers of Don Quixote da Flamingo, which included the ability to stitch internal organs with threads. However, the rabbit's newly acquired skill was entirely beyond anything da Flamingo could achieve. "Well done, rabbit," Weir remarked with a smile as he approached, gently assisting the weary creature onto the bed. This ability must have demanded a significant toll on both mental and physical stamina, as the rabbit had struggled even to rise moments ago. Instead of writing a note, the rabbit flashed a toothy grin at Weir and playfully formed a peace sign with its paw. Weir gently patted the rabbit's head, signaling it to rest well, before picking up the octopus lying on the ground to examine its wound. The injury had nearly healed. This remarkable ability was likely due to the exceedingly fine hairs that stitched together muscle and nerve. The hundreds of strands Weir had initially observed were merely an illusion. In truth, there were at least thousands of these minuscule hairs. They were so tiny that they were invisible to the naked eye, which explained the rabbit's exhaustion, nearly rendering it limp. Controlling such a multitude of hairs to execute such intricate movements was nothing short of genius. After waiting on the island for over a month, members of the Iron faction finally arrived to inform Weir that the twin swords had been successfully forged. Weir hastily arrived at Ty's residence. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the sight of two swords before Ty, though it would be more accurate to say he sensed their presence even before crossing the threshold. Before him lay two blades, remarkably similar in specification to those he had previously requested, designed for effective slashing with their eight-sided form. The shape of the swords remained unchanged. However, the spines were adorned with intricate crimson streaks, irregular yet exuding an enchanting beauty. The most significant alteration was found beneath the grip, where the former solid metal sphere had been replaced. Practical experience had rendered the solid spheres entirely ineffective. Instead, a hollow metal sphere now occupied that space, its surface punctuated by numerous tiny apertures, housing within it a delicate azure iron bead. Simply resting upon the table, the two swords emanated an extraordinary aura. At that moment, Ty spoke. "These are two demonic blades, the most sinister I have ever encountered. They may well become the most formidable of their kind." Ty's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded the swords. "Oh, what makes these blades so sinister? Pray, enlighten me. And to what caliber of renowned sword do they belong?" Intrigued by Ty's description, Weir found himself captivated by his new weaponry. They are classified as Grade 21 Great Blades. As for their sinister nature, Ty paused thoughtfully, removing his outer garment. At that moment, Weir discerned that Ty's complexion was pallid, reminiscent of one who has just recovered from a grave illness. These two cursed swords, notorious for their bloodthirst, had been meticulously honed by me, and upon testing their sharpness, my hand was inadvertently lacerated. Perhaps it was the first occasion they had tasted human blood, for they voraciously absorbed a significant amount of my life essence, subsequently manifesting crimson patterns along the blade's spine. What astonished me further was that although only one sword had drawn my blood, both blades bore the vivid markings. Moreover, I perceived that after this sanguine feast, they had gained a slight enhancement in strength. Indeed, I could sense that the quality of these swords had elevated somewhat after dedicating my life to the craft of sword-making. Such intuition could not be mistaken. Upon finishing his account, Ty donned his coat, Weir became increasingly intrigued. These two swords possessed the potential to absorb blood and grow stronger. Did this not imply that, in the future, there existed a possibility of evolving into a supreme blade of the 12th artisan caliber? Weir grasped the dual swords, a shiver coursing through him at the familiar sensation. It was not fear induced by the cursed blades, but rather a nostalgic echo of wielding the same swords in days gone by. "You're still alive, old friend." "This is truly wonderful," Weir mused, his expression awash with reminiscence as he regarded the blades. Under Ty's astonished gaze, Weir took one of the swords and deliberately slashed his forearm. Blood gushed from the wound, flowing purposefully onto the blade as Weir orchestrated its descent. What perplexed Ty was that the crimson liquid cascaded smoothly down the polished sword, devoid of any sign of the blade's supposed thirst. Skeptical, Tai picked up a small knife and made a shallow cut on his finger, letting the blood drip onto the sword. To his astonishment, the weapon absorbed his blood like a sponge, leaving him utterly bewildered. He turned to Weir, his expression questioning the phenomenon. Ha ha ha, I've already told you. Even if it's a cursed sword, it was forged by me. This is my old comrade. How could it possibly thirst for my blood? Weir declared, sheathing the dual swords with precision. Let us name these blades Blood of Intent. What do you think, esteemed Tai? Although Weir posed the question to Tai, it stemmed from his deep respect for the creator of Blood of Intent. The term intent referenced the Intent Sword Pavilion, while blood symbolized the two swords that quenched their thirst with blood. Tai nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for Weir to take his leave, revealing that a month of forging and the consumption of Blood of Intent had taken a toll on his body. As Weir reached the threshold, he turned his back to Tai and uttered a parting statement. I will certainly assist you in eliminating Yujishilio. Should your family face peril in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall come to your aid. With that, Weir retrieved a communication insect from his pocket and placed it upon the cabinet at the door, departing without a backward glance. A smile graced Tai's face. It had been long since he had encountered a great swordsman, and he was pleasantly surprised to witness such youthful prowess. I hope he can help me eliminate Yujishilio. At last, I have found a way to bring down Yujishilio, he thought, filled with renewed hope. Weir sought out Ferdinand with essence of blood in hand, bidding him farewell. He had no intention of returning to Tutu Island, thus refraining from seeing him off. Upon returning to the ship, he discovered Rabbit still engrossed in a pile of medical tomes, basking in the sun on the deck, with a fruit platter beside him. Ever since embarking on this maritime journey with Weir, Rabbit had increasingly embraced the pleasures of life. Weir promptly commenced the voyage, steering the vessel in the direction indicated by the compass. Once the course was firmly established and the ship set to autopilot, Weir sought out the Rabbit to boast about his newfound prowess, akin to a child reveling in a newly acquired toy. Congratulations, Al. Today is indeed a splendid day. Shall we forego training and take a day of respite? The Rabbit, observing Weir's exuberance, seized the opportunity to slack off. However, Weir merely smiled at the Rabbit, whose head gradually drooped lower and lower, eventually resting upon its chest. Weir was aware that the fellow was merely feigning misfortune, yet he could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Very well, let today be a day of respite. We shall resume our endeavors tomorrow. The Rabbit nodded vigorously, and when Weir was not looking, formed a peace sign behind his back. At that moment, a newsbird swooped down from the sky, landing directly before the Rabbit. The Rabbit, undeterred, promptly retrieved some small fish from the kitchen to feed the newsbird. Once satiated, the newsbird did not take flight immediately. Instead, it dropped a newspaper and let out a call directed at the Rabbit before soaring away. The Rabbit waved goodbye to the newsbird, picked up the newspaper from the ground, and reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely perusing the contents while crossing its legs. Weir felt as though the scene before him was somewhat familiar. A bit jarring to the eyes, however, upon glancing at the Rabbit's adorably naive appearance, he dismissed the thought. Just as Weir was contemplating testing the sharpness of Blood of Intent, the Rabbit suddenly grasped his arm and pointed to a corner of the newspaper, following the Rabbit's fluffy finger. Weir's gaze fell upon the headline, General Sakazuki defeats the Terika pirate crew, rescuing the villagers of the island. Weir glanced around, finding nothing particularly remarkable. Al, is this Sakazuki truly formidable? The Rabbit began scribbling notes to her once more. Indeed, I cannot yet compete with him. What is the matter, Rabbit? Weir inquired. Puzzled by the Rabbit's intentions, the Rabbit resumed writing fervently. Very well, from now on, I shall be called Sakazuki. I too shall grow stronger. As the Rabbit displayed the note, a jubilant smile illuminated its face, reveling in the joy of finally having a name. Upon hearing the name Tusky, Weir nearly spat out a mouthful of blood onto the Rabbit's face. Yet, this was a name the Rabbit had chosen for itself, and Weir could only acquiesce. Following the direction indicated by the compass for approximately 4 to 5 days, they finally beheld an island. As Weir laid eyes on the island before him, an intriguing thought suddenly struck him. The island was adorned in hues of yellow, with yellow sands drifting through the air. Indeed, this was the kingdom of Alabasta, the desert nation. Observing the sparse vessels in the harbor, Weir recognized that this island was not particularly prosperous, and it was no wonder, given the harshness of the climate. After securely anchoring the ship, he disembarked alongside Tusky, stepping onto the sun-kissed sands of the diminutive island. Entering the town, they were met with an unexpected vibrancy, rich with the essence of the desert. Most of the men wore turbans, while the women donned alluring attire. Tusky, upon witnessing these elegantly dressed ladies, found his gaze somewhat entranced. Upon witnessing the rabbit's reaction, Veer was taken aback. You, a rabbit, actually have an affinity for women? He delivered a light punch to the rabbit's head. You should be enamored with beautiful female rabbits. Women are not your type. Mind your image, dear rabbity. The rabbit, upon hearing these words, grew quite displeased. Clenching its fist, it retaliated with a punch to Veer's abdomen before turning away, feigning anger. Observing the rabbit's response only heightened Veer's amusement. Oh, come now, don't be upset. Allow me to treat you to something delicious. With that, he made his way toward the heart of the quaint town on the edge of the desert. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered a charming restaurant and entered alongside the rabbit. As they perused the menu presented by the waiter, Veer fell into silence. What on earth is this? Barbecued sand crocodile? Cactus salad? Desert fried rice? With a spirit of adventure, Veer decided to order a few items. Before long, the waiter returned with their meals, beautifully arranged. Veer and the rabbit set off, and to be honest, the taste was rather ordinary, yet it possessed a certain charm reminiscent of the desert, making it quite distinctive. After their meal, Veer inquired with passers-by about the location of the capital of Alabastan, as he was curious to observe the current state of the nation. Through his inquiries, he learned that traveling to the capital required traversing the desert, a journey that was somewhat lengthy. Riding a camel would take approximately a day. However, there were alternative means available, such as renting an F-crocodile, a creature known for its impressive speed in the desert, second only to the swift duck. Though it came at a steep price, unaffordable for the average individual. Upon learning of such a method, Veer resolved to rent an F-crocodile. His memories of the pirate tales from his previous life were not entirely clear, as several years had elapsed, and aside from certain significant events, many details had faded from recollection. After a brief journey, he arrived at the rental shop for the F-crocodiles. Upon inquiry, he discovered that only a few F-crocodiles were available, each destined for different locations. Renting an F-crocodile in the desert did not necessitate a guide, for the F-crocodile itself served that purpose, typically. Each F-crocodile would only remember one location. The rental points released from this location would correspondingly withdraw at the target destination, creating a seamless cycle. He paid the rental fee outright. While the cost might seem substantial to others, it was not burdensome for Veer. After all, when he was short on funds, he would resort to pilfering from pirates. Indeed, he had made a habit of raiding them, which constituted his primary source of income. Should he encounter particularly unwise pirates, he would seize their bounties as well. Alas, the current Veer could no longer claim such bounties, for his own head was now valued at a staggering 170 million berries. Sitting atop the F-crocodile was, in fact, quite a pleasurable experience. It offered not only a comfortable seat, but also refreshing beverages. Although this enormous creature was swift, it provided a remarkably stable ride. Veer recalled his initial thoughts upon first encountering Alabasta, the desire to eliminate Crocodile and usurp his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As for the reasons behind this ambition, Veer could hardly articulate them. Perhaps it was simply because he found it intriguing and the title of warlord possessed an appealing grandeur that he admired. By midday, Veer arrived in the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. However, upon reaching the city, he felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Was this truly the capital of a nation? Despite the towering edifices surrounding him, the capital's dilapidation was unmistakable. The Nefertari family, though they had not relocated to the holy land of Mariehua, had indeed made a questionable choice in settling in this arid desert. With so many islands in the pirate world, why choose this desolate expanse? As for the notion of guarding the king of the underworld, Veer could only chuckle at the absurdity of it. Wandering aimlessly through the capital, Veer found himself in a quandary regarding where to locate Crocodile. Should he venture to the palace or perhaps the rain base? Being a newcomer to Alyabarna, he was reluctant to embark on further travels and thus decided to explore the palace. The palace's location was unmistakable, as it was the tallest structure in sight. Upon arriving at the palace, Veer paid little heed to the guards stationed at the entrance and strode directly inside. Just as the guards attempted to intervene, Veer drew his sword, and in a flurry of strikes, several lifeless bodies soon lay upon the ground. Long ago, Veer pondered why he, once a law-abiding citizen, had become so ferocious upon entering the pirate world. It was during his time on Tutu Island that he came to a realization. In his previous life, he was bound by numerous constraints, morality, law, and notions of right and wrong. However, upon arriving in the pirate realm, all those shackles vanished. He could not speak for other travelers, but he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if something within him was yearning to break free. It wasn't until he undertook his first assassination mission that he comprehended that the entity striving to emerge was the demon lurking in his heart. As he beheld the fallen guards, Veer felt no sympathy for them. He recognized the distinct emblem of Baroque works emblazoned on their arms. Progressing slowly toward the palace, Veer sought to confront Crocodile. Thus, when he encountered guards bearing the Baroque works insignia, he dispatched them with a swift sword strike. The bloodlust eagerly consumed their essence, while he rendered the ordinary palace guards unconscious. Though they were inept, they too bore innocence. As he advanced and eliminated foes, the number of casualties mounted. Veer now regarded Nefertari Cobra as a complete fool for allowing Crocodile to infiltrate his ranks with so many agents. It was only fitting that he fell under manipulation. Or perhaps Nefertari Cobra was already under control, which would explain the abundance of Baroque works personnel. In Veer's eyes, both Nefertari Cobra of Alabasta and King Riku of Dressrosa were ineffectual, merely shifting their incompetence onto the formidable adversaries. Despite possessing the resources of a nation, they failed to consider utilizing those resources to safeguard their own people, instead incessantly proclaiming their love for the citizenry. In this chaotic era, lacking strength equated to a lack of security. If one could not protect their citizens, what merit was there in speaking of prosperity? While contemplating these matters and dispatching adversaries, Veer realized that he had eradicated all the Baroque works guards. The organization, in a desperate bid to conceal their identity, dispatched their assassins and pirates. This only intensified Veer's resolve. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Veer suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to single-handedly conquer the Alabastan palace. Just as he was reveling in this thought, within the confines of the palace's chamber, Nefertari Cobra was languidly sprawled across the bed, her arms raised above her head in a heart shape, exuding an air of profound boredom. However, this was not the true Nefertari Cobra, but rather Mr. Tu, Bon Clay of the Baroque works, who had recently employed his fruit powers to masquerade as her, while the genuine Nefertari Cobra lay under their control. Mr. Tu spent the majority of his days within the palace's chamber, venturing out only when absolutely necessary, for despite his ability to mimic both voice and appearance, he could not replicate the idiosyncrasies of daily life. After usurping the rightful king, Baroque works' first course of action was to replace all the familiar attendants within the palace, leaving the ministers untouched to avoid arousing suspicion, thereby compelling Mr. Tu to maintain a low profile. As Mr. Tu languished in ennui, the door to the chamber was abruptly thrust open, and a small, plump figure dashed inside, his face etched with terror. The young man rushed to Mr. Tu's side, exclaiming, "Sir, it's terrible. The palace has been invaded by the Thunder Swordsman, Veer. Please, we need your help. Our brethren are suffering heavy casualties." He collapsed onto his knees, panting heavily. Upon hearing of the palace's incursion, Mr. Tu remained relatively unfazed, as few dared to cross the Baroque works in Alabasta. However, the mention of the Thunder Swordsman, Veer, sent a chill down his spine. What could have prompted such an individual to invade the Alabastan palace unprovoked? Mr. Tu began to feel a sense of unease. After all, this was a pirate with a bounty of 170 million berries, far beyond his capacity to confront. "Sir, we don't know how it happened. That guy just," the plump young man began, but before he could finish, the door to the chamber shattered with a thunderous crash. Amidst the swirling dust, a young man of modest stature emerged. It was Veer. In truth, while had long since dealt with the members of the Baroque workshop, however, due to the vastness of the palace, he had to search extensively before finally discovering this place. We're gazed at Nefertari Cobra and, behind him, the portly figure adorned with the emblem of the Baroque works instantly recognized that before him stood not the true Nefertari Cobra, but rather the enigmatic Mr. Tu. We're once held a favorable impression of Mr. Tu and intended to resolve matters amicably through dialogue. "You are Mr. Tu, aren't you? I have no desire for superfluous conversation. Simply inform me of Crocodile's whereabouts, and I shall not trouble you." Weir sheathed his sword, indicating that he truly had no intention of resorting to violence. "The Thunder Swordsman. Weir, is it? A man of such menacing aura seeking the president can only spell trouble. I shall never betray him." With that, she unexpectedly charged at Weir. As Veer beheld Mr. Tu charging towards him, a sense of helplessness washed over him. It seemed that diplomacy was futile. Swiftly evading Mr. Tu's flying kick, Veer observed his outstretched legs and was suddenly struck by a rather mischievous notion. As Veer deftly evaded Mr. Tu's flying kick, he simultaneously delivered a swift kick that landed squarely on Mr. Tu's groin. Although the force was not particularly great, it was evident that Mr. Two's movement faltered momentarily. His countenance quickly turned a shade of purplish blue, and he retreated hastily. After a brief distance, Mr. Two's legs trembled as he pointed at Veer, seemingly rendered speechless by the pain. Weir observed Mr. Two's reaction and felt that his earlier actions might have been somewhat excessive. However, the stance Mr. Two adopted, with his legs spread wide, was undeniably inviting. Choosing not to engage in further dialogue with the already weakened Mr. Two, Weir recognized that this sentimental individual would never betray Crocodile. With a swift movement, he positioned himself before Mr. Two and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, causing Mr. Two to crumble to the ground, unable to withstand the force of the blow. Weir began to search the surroundings for Mr. Two's communication snail, the one he used to contact Crocodile. It was evident that Mr. Two would possess a direct means of reaching Crocodile. Indeed, Weir discovered a communication snail tucked away in the bedside cabinet. He promptly lifted the receiver, and the familiar buzzing sound resonated through the device. After an extensive wait with no response, just as Weir contemplated giving up, the line was finally answered, revealing a woman's voice. "This is Miss All Sunday. The president is currently unavailable. You may speak with me, Mr. Two." The voice was both familiar and foreign to Weir. "Ah, Robin, where might Crocodile be? I never expected you to answer the call." This encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates intrigued Weir immensely. After hearing Weir's voice, Robin fell silent for a moment. "How do you know me? You are not Mr. Two. Who are you, and what business do you have with Crocodile?" Robin quickly discerned that it was not Mr. Two on the line, yet she remained unperturbed, for she held little concern for Baroque works, being more captivated by the allure of historical texts. "I am certainly not that flamboyant Mr. Two. My name is Weir. As for my purpose in seeking Crocodile, well, I suppose I intend to eliminate him. In any case, just tell me where he is." Weir's sole aim was to locate Crocodile and deliver a sound beating, driven by the simple frustration of his elusive nature. "The Thunder Swordsman, you say? I could tell you Crocodile's whereabouts, but what would be in it for me?" Robin, yet to encounter Luffy, had been hardened by the realities of life, pondering the potential emergence of a ruthless female pirate in the absence of Luffy's salvation, a notion that seemed unlikely, for Robin was inherently kind-hearted. "All right, if you disclose Crocodile's location, I shall reveal to you the location of a historical text. What do you say?" Weir employed his trump card, enticing Robin with the promise of knowledge. "You truly know the location of a historical text? Reveal it to me now, and I will immediately provide you with Crocodile's whereabouts." Robin's excitement was palpable upon hearing the mention of a historical text. "Very well. We shall discuss it upon my meeting with Crocodile. If you choose not to divulge the information now, I can always seek out Crocodile's lair myself. I am not unaware of its location and can wait patiently." Weir was not foolish. Revealing the location of the historical text to Robin could very well lead her to prioritize it over him, potentially jeopardizing his own interests. After a moment of contemplation, Robin finally spoke. "Crocodile is at the gambling den in Ray Base. Remember your promise. Once you encounter Crocodile, you must inform me of the historical text's location." With that, Robin ended the call. Vale's eyelid twitched in annoyance as he realized that the woman had hung up on him. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. It was Tusk. Previously, Vale had inquired whether Tusk harbored any disdain for his lethal deeds. Tusk had replied that as long as El believed in his righteousness, he would lend his support. However, Tusk had no fondness for combat. His sole pleasures lay in feasting and collecting rubies. Thus, while Vale was single-handedly conquering the palace, Tusk busied himself in the background, gathering rubies with great enthusiasm. One glance at the large bag slung over Tusk's shoulder revealed the bountiful treasures he had amassed. Weir understood that today, regardless of his reluctance to travel, he had no choice. Should Crocodile whimsically decide to venture elsewhere, Weir would be left in a relentless search. Having previously rented the Crocodile, he was now more adept and familiar with the process. Perched upon the back of the Crocodile, Weir felt a sense of anticipation, eager to discover the extent of a nature-type devil fruit user's abilities within the pirate world. Although Crocodile had somewhat ineffectively harnessed the powers of the sand fruit, it still belonged to the nature category. At last, as darkness enveloped the sky around 8 in the evening, Weir finally arrived at Rain Base. Weir felt that this was indeed the capital of Alabasta, for the vibrancy of the evening rain-soaked streets was truly enchanting. The night did not exude a sense of chill. Rather, it was aglow with countless lights. As Weir gazed upon the splendid scenery, he found himself in no haste to seek out Crocodile, choosing instead to meander leisurely through the rain-kissed streets. However, Tusk was less content, for it was currently feeling quite fatigued. This brings to light Tusk's peculiar nocturnal habits. He would retire each night around 7 or 8 o'clock, only to rise in the wee hours of the morning, around 3 or 4, and each time he awoke, he would invariably rouse Weir as well. Due to this matter, Wall had frequently taken his frustrations out on Rabbitsky, however, in a drowsy state. Wall found himself facing the spirited Rabbitsky, making the outcome uncertain. Furthermore, Wall hesitated to exert his full strength for fear of injuring Rabbitsky. Observing the latter's demeanor, Wall couldn't help but chuckle with a hint of mischievous amusement. In response to Weil's mockery, Rabbitsky, visibly incensed, stretched out a hand and rubbed his fingers together, indicating a demand for money. Vale was uncertain about the intentions of this individual, yet he retrieved several 100,000 berries from his modest backpack to give to Tusk. However, due to the constraints of his bag, he could only offer this limited amount. To Vale's astonishment, Tusk responded by flashing him a middle finger, before proceeding to the hotel behind them to check into a room, seemingly intent on resting. Observing Tusk's evident exhaustion, Vale decided to let it be, merely calling out to him to come find him in the morning. If he failed to appear, he could always reach out through the communication device. Vale continued to wander in the rain, oblivious to one crucial detail. Tusk was incapable of using the communication device, as he could not speak. Prolonged companionship had led Vale to mistakenly regard Tusk as human, resulting in this rather elementary oversight. After perambulating a few laps, we arrived before a casino, undoubtedly the most opulent establishment in Alabaston, known as the Rain Banquet. Upon entering the Rain Banquet, a charming hostess promptly approached to extend her hospitality. Vale gazed upon the impressive expanse of the casino before him, contemplating the prospect of engaging in a couple of games. As for Crocodile, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with him. Having arrived in the Rain District, he believed Crocodile would pose no significant threat. However, Vale remained oblivious to the fact that he had no money at present. The majority of the funds he had brought aboard had been allocated for the rental of Crocodile, with the remainder given to Tusk. Thus, when it came time to exchange for chips, an exceedingly awkward situation unfolded. His pockets were empty. Initially inclined to partake in a little gambling, Vale's interest waned, and he decided against lingering any longer. Vale strode directly to the largest gambling table in the arena, leaping upon it with a fervent roar. "All non-essential personnel, be gone. I am here solely for Crocodile. You have 30 seconds, 30 seconds. If there remains a living soul here after that, I, Vale, shall take their life." As he issued his proclamation, the majority of the onlookers initially gathered with a sense of morbid curiosity, eager to witness the fate of one audacious enough to disrupt the Rain Banquet. After all, it had been quite some time since anyone dared to create a stir at such an event. However, upon realizing that the individual before them was the notorious pirate with a bounty of 170 million berries, the crowd began to flee in panic towards the exits of the casino. As for the members of the Baroque Works, they had vanished completely, evidently having received word from the palace and aware of the dire situation unfolding there. Thus, no one dared to approach. For even the most insignificant henchmen hold a deep-seated fear of death, treasuring their lives above all. Weir gazed at the vanishing crowd, then glanced at the exquisite black pocket watch in his hand. 23 seconds had elapsed. Indeed, when faced with the specter of death, human potential is boundless. Observing the revelry, he mused that if Crocodile were not so cowardly, he ought to emerge soon. However, after a considerable wait, Crocodile's presence remained elusive. Could it be that this fellow truly was timid? Yet that seemed improbable. After all, he had once dared to challenge Whitebeard. Although Weir held such reckless bravado and disdain, it was evident that Crocodile was far from timid. In truth, Weir's speculation was correct. Crocodile was not absent out of fear of Weir, but rather biding his time, anticipating Weir to seek him out. Having gleaned the strength of Weir from the events of the day, Crocodile had resolved not to engage in combat at the Rain Banquet. Firstly, this was not his territory, and secondly, the Rain Banquet was his domain. Damaging it would be a source of great regret. Thus, the two remained in a stalemate, each waiting for the other to make the first move. After waiting impatiently for half an hour at the casino, Will could no longer endure the delay, for he harbored a profound disdain for waiting. He was never late and held a particular aversion for those who were. Thus, Will resolved to take the initiative. Vale did not meander through the Rain Banquet. Instead, he surged forward with a swift flash. However, as he arrived in the corridor with his flash, he caught sight of Crocodile, who had just turned around and was about to dash inside. For the first time, Weir felt a sense of shame regarding his observation hockey, realizing that he had been so close yet unaware. However, this cannot be entirely attributed to Weir, as it represents a flaw following the development of his ability. Upon discovering the deeply moving nature of his talent for observation hockey, Veer resolved to relinquish certain aspects. What he chose to forego was the extensive range of his observation hockey, opting instead to concentrate it within a circular area of 10 meters around himself. Moreover, Veer discovered that he could imbue his lightning with his observation hockey. Although the attachment was limited, he unexpectedly unlocked the ability to create an electromagnetic barrier. Typically, Wei envelopes himself in a minuscule electromagnetic barrier, which encases his entire being. This electromagnetic shield possesses neither offensive capabilities nor substantial defensive strength. Its sole purpose lies in significantly amplifying his sensitivity to the nuances of observation hockey. Veer confidently asserts that within a 10-meter radius, he can detect any attack, even those veiled by the most cunning of devil fruit abilities. Should anyone dare to approach within this distance, he is certain to sense their presence. However, this capability does not come without its drawbacks, specifically the rather inconvenient range. In the corridor, Veer and Crocodile engage in a silent standoff. Their eyes locked in an intense exchange. Crocodile feels a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to wait for Veer to lose patience before making his move, luring him into the desert. Little did he anticipate Veer's astonishing speed. Before he could even initiate his elemental flight, Veer had already appeared before him. Crocodile, you certainly made it easy for me to find you. Nevertheless, I have matters to discuss with you. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall simply dispose of you. Veer remarked with a smile as he regarded Crocodile. Humph, what an arrogant fellow. Do you believe that a mere bounty makes you untouchable? I've encountered many newcomers like you, and most meet their demise rather swiftly, Crocodile retorted, a mocking grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, beneath his facade, anxiety gripped him. Veer's earlier speed had left him with no time to react. He could only hope that Veer remained ignorant of his vulnerabilities and lacked the armed hockey. Now, let us dispense with the trivialities. I am primarily interested in the title of Warlord of the Sea. By the way, you must have a Den Mushi that can contact the Navy, preferably one that can reach Sengoku. If you provide it, I might let you off the hook. Veer stated candidly, his indifference towards Crocodile evident, for the latter was undeniably weak. Crocodile relied solely on his devil fruit abilities, with his physical combat skills being rather subpar, and his mastery of his powers was lacking. Interested in the title of Warlord of the Sea? How laughable. Do you truly believe that anyone can ascend to such a position? He scoffed, and before Veer could respond, he launched an attack. Erosion cycle, Crocodile declared, pressing his right hand against the ground. In an instant, the earth of Rain Feast rapidly desiccated and transformed into sand, swiftly followed by the walls. It appeared that Crocodile intended to convert Rain Feast into a terrain advantageous for his combat. Veer swiftly arrived before Crocodile using Flash. Just as Crocodile was about to unleash his erosion rebirth, Veer, with his right hand enveloped in armament hockey, delivered a powerful punch that sent Crocodile soaring. I had no intention of resorting to violence, yet you dared to strike first. Do not blame me for the ensuing consequences. A peculiar, manic grin, characteristic of battle, reappeared on Veer's face. With arms crossed, he drew blood of intent, shrouding the blade in both armament hockey and lightning, simultaneously activating lightning mode. As Crocodile was barely rising to his feet, Veer executed Flash once more, positioning himself behind him and delivering a swift strike. Crocodile felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, an imminent sense of danger looming behind him. He refrained from utilizing his intangibility the moment he witnessed Veer's armament hockey enveloping his fist. He recognized the peril he was in, yet he had not anticipated such a grave threat. In a desperate bid for survival, Crocodile disregarded his dignity and executed a roll to narrowly evade Veer's dual swords. However, before Crocodile could even relish his narrow escape, Veer launched a second assault. This time, the strikes from the dual swords were exponentially swifter than before, leaving Crocodile unable to evade in time, resulting in 2 intersecting gashes across his back. This was not the gravest of his concerns, for he felt a significant loss of blood gushing from the wounds, an intensity of bleeding he had never experienced before. The blood of intent lingered in the wounds for merely a few seconds before Crocodile sensed the imminent danger of severe blood loss. Veer was indeed taken aback. He had never anticipated the formidable blood-sucking prowess of Essence Blood. Just moments ago, Crocodile had been as lively as ever, yet now he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Gasping for breath, his once dark skin now pale as death. Hey, I thought you were a natural type. Is this really all you've got? Don't die on me. Tell me where I can find the Navy snail phone, or else I might resort to the techniques my second sister taught me. Veer kicked the fallen Crocodile, anxious that he might perish. If that were to happen, his efforts today would be in vain. Humph, You think you can obtain the special snail phone of the warlords? Even if you were to kill me today, I would never divulge that. Crocodile, though gravely injured, still retained an air of arrogance. While this pride was commendable at other times, it was a grave mistake to belittle the techniques of Weir's second sister. That very statement would soon become the most regrettable utterance of his life. You dare to look down upon the interrogation skills my second sister taught me? Very well. I'll let you experience them firsthand. With that, Weir sheathed Essence blood. Hidden within a small pouch on the inner side of his right chest pocket was a set of interrogation tools gifted to him by his second sister. Though these implements were modest in size, they were capable of inflicting immense despair and suffering. Weir did not act immediately. Instead, he grasped Crocodile by the scruff of his neck and dragged him inward until he located Crocodile's office. Only then did Weir enter, securing Crocodile to the chair where he usually sat. This action was not born out of boredom, rather. The previous location had been transformed into a desolate expanse of sand by Crocodile himself. In such an inhospitable environment, Weir feared that the interrogations might lead to Crocodile's untimely demise, prompting him to seek a more suitable setting. Furthermore, within a familiar environment, Crocodile's resolve would undoubtedly intensify, rendering the experience all the more intriguing. A neurotic smile spread across Weir's face, sending a shiver down Crocodile's spine as he beheld it. A sense of foreboding rising within him. As Weir proceeded with his actions, Crocodile emitted a sound akin to a human wail, yet profoundly unsettling. An hour later, within Crocodile's office, the anguished cries that once filled the air had ceased. Now, Crocodile trembled, tears and mucus staining his visage. Yet, despite his torment, he remained unyielding. Even as an array of peculiar instruments pierced his body, each breath he drew was a source of excruciating agony, for this twisted individual had inserted something into his lungs. Crocodile had never imagined that he would come to long for the arrival of death. However, such a release was unattainable, for this maniac feared his demise. He had administered life-sustaining drugs and a modicum of anesthesia, yet the suffering persisted unabated. Ah, what a tenacious fellow, Weir chuckled. Is it really necessary to cling so stubbornly to life for merely being a telephone bug? Very well, let us proceed to the next phase. Oh, by the way, that was merely the first phase. There are 4 in total. My best record was completing the second phase, as most succumb before reaching the 4th. Only my senior sister has managed to achieve the 4th phase on several occasions. After all, it is her invention. Upon hearing Weir mention 4 phases, despair washed over Crocodile. Was the previous ordeal merely the first? 3 more awaited him. Ultimately, Crocodile capitulated. Get the telephone bug from that cabinet, he uttered, his voice strained. And it was no wonder, considering the iron-like instrument lodged within his lung. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Weir's eyes brightened, observing the man's capitulation. Fortunately, had he persisted any longer, he would have been perilously close to death, for the essence blood had drained far too much from him. Weir retrieved the snail phone from the cabinet and examined it closely. Is this truly the specialized snail phone of the 7 warlords? It appears rather unremarkable. Hand it over to me. This is not the designated phone for the 7 warlords. Furthermore, remove this damned contraption. It is exceedingly difficult for me to speak. I need to communicate with my partner and instruct her to fetch it. Crocodile could no longer endure the strange object lodged in his lung and sought to use the call as an excuse for Weir to remove it. Are you certain? You might want to brace yourself. Extracting this item is a procedure that only occurs in the later stages of the 3rd phase. Weir hesitated, realizing that had he known Crocodile still required a call, he would not have inserted this object in the first place. Weir reluctantly retrieved some anesthetics from his backpack and administered an injection to Crocodile. Subsequently, he began to extract the iron brush embedded within Crocodile's lung lobe. Groans of agony escaped Crocodile's lips, accompanied by the emergence of blood bubbles. Once the iron brush was completely removed, Crocodile lay in a state of exhaustion. The iron brush had transformed from its initial form. It resembled an unruly explosion of curls, swelling from a teardrop shape to a spherical one, covered in minute, sharp spikes. This was one of the second sister's creations. The tip of the iron brush was crafted from a special material that would gradually absorb moisture, becoming straight, hardened, and expanded, which also explained Crocodile's difficulty in speaking. After a considerable time, Crocodile regained consciousness. Which perverse mind conceived this dreadful tool? All of you from that sector, maniacs, lunatics. Crocodile glared at Weir with contempt. Well, Crocodile, it seems you are ready to advance to the next stage, Weir remarked, setting down the snail phone and gazing intently at Crocodile. Crocodile fell silent, for he was reluctant to provoke this madman further. Noticing Crocodile's silence, Weir did not press aggressively. Instead, He picked up the snail phone and placed the receiver beside Crocodile. Before long, the snail phone was answered by Robin. "Miss All Sunday, this is Mr. Zero. Please head to the secret base. Under my office chair, there is a hidden compartment. The code is 084355. Inside, you will find a snail phone. Bring it to the rain banquet, and then come to my office. I shall await your arrival." After delivering his message, Veer hung up before Robin could respond. "I have already instructed Miss All Sunday to deliver the snail phone. Just kill me," Crocodile thought to himself, consumed by a desire for death, as he believed Veer would never release him. Who would grant freedom to someone subjected to such brutal interrogation? Little did he know, Veer had a penchant for such peculiarities. Vale paid no heed to Crocodile, instead meandering through the opulent office. However, his aimless wandering was cut short as he was captivated by a particular object, a wine cabinet. "Ah, what exquisite wines," Vale remarked, gazing at the collection before him. Yet, his astonishment transformed into incredulity upon spotting a specific bottle. "Good heavens! You have the audacity to display a 200-year-old TAC wine in your cabinet. Pray tell, how long has it been here, and from whence did it originate?" Vale's anger simmered at the sight of such a rare vintage being so carelessly treated by Crocodile. Crocodile was taken aback by Vale's reaction, perplexed by his fervor, yet, having endured enough torment from Vale, he reluctantly responded, "These wines were discovered in the cellar of the palace when I abducted Nefertari Cobra. I thought them rather fine, so I took them back. They've only been here for a few days." After answering Vale's inquiry, Crocodile shut his eyes, wishing to cease conversing with the maniac before him, fearing that a single misstep in dialogue might provoke further wrath. If it came to that, he would rather face death. Were it not for the knowledge that biting his tongue would not lead to his demise, he would have done so long ago. The pain of biting his tongue paled in comparison to the current torment he faced. Upon hearing Crocodile's reply, Vale felt a surge of delight. As if he had unearthed a treasure, he carefully wrapped the precious bottle of wine, intending to present it to his senior brother upon returning to Rock Town. For such a remarkable vintage was not easily acquired, even with ample wealth. As for the other wines, they too were of exceptional quality, and Vale promptly packed them together. In the midst of this, he retrieved a bottle of an unknown variety, intending to indulge his palate at once. Upon uncorking the bottle, he took a sip. So pure, so potent, such exquisite flavor, a truly magnificent wine. Vale closed his eyes for a moment of indulgence, unable to resist taking a hearty sip. Strangely, during the lifetime of his elder brother, Vale only indulged in alcohol on rare occasions. However, after his brother's demise, he found himself increasingly drawn to drinking. Lately, 3 days without alcohol felt utterly unbearable. Yet, Vale was aware that, given his robust constitution, alcohol could no longer pose any threat to his physical well-being, let alone foster any dependency. Thus, the likelihood of addiction was minimal. If anything, it seemed to be a psychological reliance, perhaps a manifestation of his longing for his brother. As thoughts of his brother surfaced, a smile graced Vale's lips, recalling the humorous escapades they shared after a night of revelry. The most amusing incident occurred when both he and his brother were inebriated, hosting their master, who had also partaken in the festivities, causing him to become somewhat tipsy. Since they were at his brother's abode, Sister Anne was also present. In a moment of unexpected fervor, his brother insisted that Vale should marry his 5-year-old daughter, little Anna. Remarkably, the inebriated Vale agreed, vividly remembering their master rising from his seat, slamming his hand on the table, and exclaiming, "I shall be the officiant." Ultimately, it was Sister Anne who managed to escort the trio of intoxicated souls back to their respective chambers. Reflecting on this, a smile crept across Vale's face, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. However, at that moment, he heard the sound of sand being trodden upon. Vale understood that it was Robin who had come to deliver the telephone book. Upon her arrival at the rain banquet, Robin quickly sensed that a battle had taken place. And recalling her earlier conversation with Vale, she realized that Crocodile was indeed present. It must have been a confrontation between Vale and Crocodile. Although Robin felt a pang of hesitation, aware that both parties were formidable adversaries, her desire to turn and flee was tempered by the knowledge that Vale possessed crucial insights into the historical text. Thus, her resolve only strengthened. As Robin opened the door, she was taken aback by the horrifying scene before her. Despite having faced countless shadows in her past, she felt her legs weaken. The sight of Crocodile surrounded by an array of grotesque instruments was too much for her. She doubled over, retching uncontrollably. Though she had encountered death and dismemberment before, what lay before her now was a brutality far surpassing those experiences, And even this resilient woman found tears welling up as she fought against the urge to vomit. In a moment of panic, Robin turned to flee, but a chilling voice from behind her halted her in her tracks. "If you dare to run, I will ensure you sit there and experience crocodile's treatment." The coldness of the voice rendered her immobile, her slender legs trembling slightly. She sensed someone approaching her from behind and knew it must be Vale. However, what she did not anticipate was Vale's unexpected cruelty. Upon witnessing Crocodile's gruesome fate, all she could think of was escaping as far away as possible. Vale slowly approached Robin, captivated by her enchanting silhouette. A rather sinister thought crossed his mind. He pressed closely against her back, gradually slipping his hand beneath her garment, indulging in the fullness that lay before him. Robin felt a wave of despair wash over her. For the man behind her was not only cruel but potentially a lecherous fiend. The impending situation filled her with a profound sense of hopelessness, and the thought of resistance only deepened her despair. Yet, just as Robin succumbed to her desolation, Vale unexpectedly withdrew his hand. As Weil observed Robin on the verge of tears, having already indulged his whims, he ceased his teasing. "Hee, are you pondering something peculiar? Fear not. I am merely searching for a transponder." After taking advantage of the situation, Weil continued to provoke Robin. "You seek the transponder, pray tell. Where might I find the historical text?" Rather than addressing Weil's inappropriate conduct, Robin held in her hand the transponder specifically designed for the Seven Warlords. She did not offer it directly to Weil, implying instead that she would relinquish it upon receiving the location of the historical text. Vale, certainly undeterred by the threats posed by the young girl, swiftly summoned Robin to his side with a flicker of movement, seizing the phone bug for examination. This particular specimen, larger than the average phone bug and emblazoned with the insignia of the Navy, bore no extraordinary characteristics. However, it seemed to have witnessed Crocodile's unfortunate state, rendering it somewhat fearful of Vale, as it retreated into its shell, reluctant to emerge and fulfill its duties. "Tell me, where is the historical text? You promised," Robin reiterated, her fear of Vale overshadowed by her desperation for the historical document. "Ah, the historical text. There is a fragment in O'Hara. You might wish to seek it out." Vale replied, well aware that another piece resided in Alabasta, but now was not the moment to divulge that information to Robin. Such acts of redemption as rescuing Robin were better left to Luffy, that fool. Killing was one thing, salvaging others was quite another, and thus Vale found a modicum of respect for Luffy in this regard. "You see, I am aware that O'Hara once possessed a fragment, yet it now lies in ruins. And the historical text has been seized by the world government. A deceiver, indeed." Upon hearing Vale's response, Robin realized she had been outwitted. "Have I ever deceived you? Does O'Hara lack a historical text?" "Ah, I neglected to mention, it once did." "Such a grievous grammatical error," Vale mused, shifting his focus back to the phone bug before him. "Now, if you do not emerge to work, I shall repurpose you as escargot," he warned, his expression cold as he regarded the quivering creature still cowering in its shell. The phone bug, upon hearing Vale's threat, hesitantly extended its head, beginning to labor for this formidable human. Vale observed the telephone snail's astuteness and smiled, promptly picking up the receiver. A series of bubbling sounds emanated from the device, and before long, the call was answered by a man's voice. "This is the Navy headquarters. May I inquire if Lord Crocodile has any matters to discuss?" The voice on the line was not that of Sengoku. It must belong to another naval officer. "I am not Crocodile. Have Sengoku take the call. If he refuses, one of the Seven Warlords will be lost." Vale was disinclined to engage in trivial conversation with the naval soldier, knowing that the individual lacked authority. It was more prudent to speak directly with Sengoku. "May I ask who is calling?" "Mr. Sengoku is quite busy and may not be able to speak with you," the naval soldier replied, failing to heed Vale's request. Vale discerned that the soldier was whispering something to a colleague nearby. "Do not compel me to repeat myself. If a warlord dies due to your negligence, are you prepared to bear the consequences?" Vale stated, falling silent thereafter, awaiting a response. The other party was momentarily taken aback. "Please hold, I will inform him shortly." "The wait shall not be long," the voice said, after which there was silence. Meanwhile, at Marineford, Sengoku was, as usual, engrossed in an array of documents. The daily influx of paperwork was exhausting. He set down his work, gently pressed his forehead, and sought to relax. Glancing at his counterpart, Garp, who was peacefully asleep across from him, Sengoku felt a pang of envy. He envied Garp's life, which, devoid of high status, afforded him ample freedom. He wondered if he should have followed a similar path and become a rear admiral instead. Yet, recalling his responsibilities, Sengoku dismissed such thoughts. Someone must rise to oversee the greater good, The Navy required a wise fleet admiral, a role he was aptly suited for. If Garp represented the Navy's might, Sengoku was its intellect, though sadly, both were growing old. As Sengoku pondered these reflections, a knock at the door interrupted him. "Come in," he called, and his secretary entered. "Report, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We have just received a specialized call from the warlord Crocodile. However, the caller claims he is not Crocodile and furthermore states that Crocodile is gravely injured. The caller demands to speak with you and threatens to kill Crocodile should you refuse. That is all." The secretary saluted, awaiting Sengoku's command. It seems Crocodile has been defeated. Those scoundrels ought to perish. If not for the greater balance, the 7 warlords would have long been eradicated. Very well. Bring the telephone snail here. And do we have any information on the caller's identity? Sengoku's disdain for the warlords was evident. He viewed them as reckless and insubordinate, often shirking their duties. The caller did not disclose his identity. "I take my leave, Fleet Admiral," the secretary said, bowing slightly. After Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement, the secretary departed to instruct the staff to retrieve the telephone snail. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, the voice of Sengoku resonated through the din mushi. "This is Sengoku. May I inquire who you are? What is the status of Crocodile?" The robust voice of Sengoku echoed through the device. Finally, someone competent has arrived. I am Veer. As for Crocodile, he is likely on the brink of death. Let us not concern ourselves with him. I have a rather intriguing proposal, though I wonder if Mr. Sengoku would be amenable to it." Hearing Sengoku's voice, Veer chuckled. He had finally found the right person. Yet he was uncertain whether they could discuss the matter of the 7 warlords. "You scoundrel, you have slain Vice Admiral Spider, and now you intend to kill Crocodile? What exactly do you wish to achieve? Do you seek to challenge the Navy's authority?" To his astonishment, Sengoku found himself confronted by the very newcomer who had been a persistent thorn in his side, igniting his fury. "Authority of the Navy? Mr. Sengoku, do not jest. In my view, the current Navy, while more dependable than certain pirate factions and the Revolutionary Army, is merely a lapdog of the Celestial Dragons, brazenly boasting about its authority. As for my intentions, Mr. Sengoku, I am primarily curious about how you would react if I were to eliminate Crocodile and claim the title of warlord. I have a keen interest in that designation." Veer unwittingly activated his sharp tongue once more. Even in the presence of the Navy's highest commander, Sengoku, he showed no signs of hesitation. "You insolent child, it is not your place to judge the Navy. Do you truly believe the warlords represent the pinnacle of strength? Eliminate the previous one, and you shall be next." "Not a chance." Sengoku, visibly agitated, had veins bulging on his forehead as he spoke into the din mushi. "Indeed, it is not for me to judge the Navy, but I trust Mr. Sengoku is aware of its current predicament. Among the 3 admirals, the influence of the Gorosei has begun to manifest. Do you believe that after your resignation, the Navy will remain as it is? Although we are adversaries, I must confess, I respect your character, Mr. Sengoku." Veer suddenly realized that conversing with Sengoku was rather entertaining, despite the old man's foul temper. Veer was aware of his true nature from the original narrative. "Who exactly are you to possess such intricate knowledge of the Navy? And why do you seek the title of warlord?" Hearing Veer's words, Sengoku calmed himself. His earlier fury had merely been a fade to gauge the reaction of this young pirate. And he was confronted with the very scene he had dreaded. The young pirate remained composed, albeit somewhat neurotic, and astonishingly aware of Akainu's situation, which piqued Sengoku's vigilance. "I have already informed you that my name is Veer. However, I must clarify something for Mr. Sengoku. I am an adventurer, not a pirate. Let me emphasize, not a pirate. Not a pirate. I have repeated this crucial point thrice, and I trust Mr. Sengoku will remember it well. I possess considerable knowledge regarding naval matters, though I shall refrain from divulging such information to avoid alarming you. As for the title of Warlord of the Sea, it was merely out of curiosity that I aspired to it. Upon my arrival in Alabasta, I recalled Crocodile and found the title quite imposing. Thus I wished to see if I could attain it. Is that reasoning sufficient for you, Mr. Sengoku?" Veer continued to engage Sengoku in idle chatter, unperturbed by Robin's astonished expression or the imminent peril Crocodile faced due to excessive blood loss. Ultimately, it was Robin who could no longer bear to witness Crocodile's plight and rushed to staunch his wounds. Should Veer fail to reveal the location of the historical text, she would still follow Crocodile, for neither she nor Veer had explicitly confessed their prior betrayal of him. Before Veer's arrival, Robin had even informed Crocodile of Veer's impending approach. Their relationship was one of mere collaboration, devoid of any hierarchical subservience, and thus Robin felt no apprehension regarding future repercussions from Crocodile. Whether you are a pirate or not, the Navy will ultimately judge, and they will not heed your single account. What other naval intelligence do you possess? I am quite intrigued to hear it. As for the title of Warlord of the Sea, it is not for me to confer. We shall address that matter later. For now, let us discuss your understanding of the Navy. Upon hearing Ver assert his knowledge of the Navy, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat. Had it been anyone else, Sengoku would have merely chuckled and dismissed the remark. However, through various channels, Sengoku had learned of Ver's close ties with a former celestial dragon. Though the specifics of this individual remained somewhat obscure to him, it seemed to be connected to a scandal involving the celestial dragons, and he only knew that the individual was named Ferdinand and was an arms dealer. Celestial dragons often possess knowledge of secrets inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Did that former celestial dragon disclose such information to Ver? Contemplating this, Sengoku felt a wave of irritation wash over him, muttering inwardly that they were indeed a troublesome lot. Mr. Sengoku, do you truly think I would divulge the extent of my knowledge regarding the Navy? Do I appear to be 3 years old? As for the matter of the warlords, consider it at your leisure. I am in no particular rush. The pressing question is, how shall we deal with Crocodile? Shall I assist you in eliminating him, Mr. Sengoku? Ver unmistakably recognized that Sengoku was attempting to extract information from him. Yet, given Sengoku's acumen, it was improbable that he would reveal his intentions so overtly. There was surely a deeper conspiracy afoot. Ver pondered briefly before deciding against furthering the exchange. To engage in a battle of wits with Sengoku would be nothing short of self-deprecation. Is this the entirety of your purpose in contacting me? Is all this merely for these ends? For these reasons, you have taken the life of a vice admiral and a warlord of the sea. Do you truly expect me to believe your words? It is evident that Sengoku has misjudged Ver, for Ver acts solely on whims. Mr. Sengoku, please do not misunderstand. My assassination of Vice Admiral Spider was purely out of interest, devoid of any ulterior motive. Furthermore, should I find myself labeled as a pirate on the next bounty poster, I shall deliver quite a surprise to the Navy. With that, Ver ended the call. At this moment in Marineford, Sengoku gazed at the phone, now silent, and struck the table with force. It was clear he was genuinely enraged. What manner of anomaly is this individual, devoid of decorum and principles? Years of experience had taught Sengoku that Ver was not lying, yet the more he understood, the heavier his heart became. A person who would kill a vice admiral merely for interest, what actions might he take in the future? Even Kaido, that monstrous being, had never exhibited such capriciousness. Casting a glance at the ever-soundly sleeping Garp, Sengoku felt a deep envy for his lifestyle. Soon, in just a few years, once Aokiji matures a bit more, he could support him as the next fleet admiral. As for Aokiji's character, it had been thoroughly assessed through years of observation alongside his old friend Garp. There was absolutely no doubt. Although he was laid back, his sense of justice was neither lacking nor extreme. Initially, both Aokiji and Akainu were contenders for the next fleet admiral. Yet Akainu had become too aligned with the Gorosei. While the Navy is indeed an arm of the world government, in Sengoku's heart, the Navy was the Navy, and the world government was the world government. The Navy may serve as the facade of the world government, but if it were to be entirely subjugated, it would not bode well for the Navy. Thus, after conferring with several old friends, Sengoku resolved to back Aokiji's ascension. Aokiji had not disappointed expectations, as his reputation, accomplishments, and strength were all commendable. What remained now was merely the opportune moment for his own retirement. Ver hung up the phone and chuckled softly. Although Sengoku had not explicitly agreed to his proposal regarding the 7 warlords of the sea, it was implicitly understood. Ver had subtly threatened Sengoku, and his own strength was indeed sufficient. As for the matter of the admiral's death, Ver felt little concern. There were far worse transgressions, and he was certainly capable of such actions. Ver claimed to possess extensive knowledge of the Navy, yet this also implied a potential inclination to divulge such information. With the wisdom characteristic of the Warring States period, it was certain they would comprehend this nuance. However, Ver never grasped why the Warring States would so overtly attempt to elicit information from him. Nevertheless, he resolved not to dwell on it. If the Warring States indeed harbored ulterior motives, the truth would eventually reveal itself. As long as he fortified his own strength, he believed he could navigate any conspiracies that might arise. Ver glanced at his pocket watch. It was nearly midnight. He resolved to seek out Rabbit Key, but before doing so, he had another task at hand, to reclaim the interrogation tools from Crocodile, as they had been a gift from his second sister. Approaching Crocodile, he was taken aback to find that the wretch was still alive. Before retrieving the tools, Weir cast a glance at Robin, who stood silently in the corner. Hey, over there, little cat. It would be wise for you to leave now. What is about to unfold may leave you with lasting psychological scars, Weir kindly cautioned Robin. Though reclaiming the tools was not as harrowing as the act of interrogation itself, Robin, with her outwardly strong demeanor yet fragile inner self, would likely struggle to cope. Robin remained motionless, her silence a firm rejection of Weir's advice, showing no inclination to depart. Realizing his counsel had fallen on deaf ears, Weir proceeded with the retrieval. The process was brutal. Crocodile, already unconscious, was jolted awake by excruciating pain, his mouth agape, as if to silently scream to the heavens. Witnessing this, Robin's legs buckled, and she leaned against the wall, gradually sinking to the ground. It was evident that Robin was truly frightened. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Yet the resilient young woman did not allow herself to weep. After several agonizing minutes, Weir finally completed the recovery of the tools. He meticulously cleaned each instrument and even disinfected them with a potion invented by Rabbitsky, which he happened to carry. Having secured the tools, Weir grabbed the special communication snail designated for the 7 warlords, slung a bottle of fine wine over his shoulder, and set off to find Rabbitsky. However, just as he reached the entrance to the rain banquet, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Knowing it was Robin, he paid her no mind. To his surprise, she unexpectedly grasped the fabric of his coat from behind. Weir turned his head to gaze upon the girl, whose complexion had turned pale with fear and whose eyes glistened with tears. Is something troubling you, Robin? Weir's tone softened slightly, recognizing that Robin was genuinely frightened by him. Please tell me, where is that historical document? You must know, given your access to such highly confidential naval intelligence. You certainly know the whereabouts of the historical text. Robin's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with trepidation, yet she compelled herself to confront Weir for the sake of her relentless pursuit. Weir remained silent, meticulously observing the girl before him. If he had once merely admired Robin as a character in anime, he now found himself genuinely appreciating her. Although Robin's actions were somewhat reckless and decidedly immature, had it not been for Weir today, any other adversary might have led her to a dire fate. Do not rush, Robin. Your time will come, and it shall not be long, Weir remarked, intending to turn away. Yet, Robin grasped the fabric of his clothing, her delicate fingers tightening their hold, turning pale with determination. As Weir gazed upon Robin's pitiable expression, he felt an unprecedented sense of guilt for deceiving such an adorable girl. Observing Robin's silent demeanor, Weir spoke again. Do you truly wish to know the whereabouts of the historical texts? Do you genuinely believe you can venture to those places now? Upon finishing his words, he averted his gaze from Robin, gently pushing her hand aside, and seated himself on the steps at the entrance of the rain banquet, turning his back to her while casually retrieving a bottle of wine to continue drinking. I can, no matter where it is, I will surely reach it. Robin's voice was resolute and defiant. You cannot. Do not think that after a few years of fleeing, you have grasped the darkness and dangers of this world. In this vast ocean, you are merely a fledgling. Without a proper vessel, how do you intend to search for the historical texts? Not to mention the perils you may encounter at sea. How much do you truly understand about navigation? How will you procure food while at sea? How will you face formidable foes? Will you simply wait for death if illness befalls you? Child, you remain oblivious to the ocean's cruelty. At sea, the most terrifying aspect is not the weather, but humanity itself. After speaking, Weir took a large swig of wine, unsure of why he felt compelled to impart such words to Robin. Perhaps it was the stark contrast between the Robin he witnessed today and the one from the original narrative that stirred his emotions. Robin bit her lip, unable to retort, for she did not know how to counter his assertions. I know at least 4 locations of the historical texts. Even if I divulged them to you now, what would it matter? One of those places is certain death even for me. Revealing it to you would only add to your burdens. Continue to wait and endure. Perhaps one day, you will realize that what you seek is not history, but something else entirely. With that, Weir turned and walked away, drinking deeply from his bottle as he went. Robin stood there, stunned, watching Weir depart without attempting to stop him. For the plethora of information he had imparted left her mind in disarray. Weir ventured a considerable distance, glancing back at Robin with a mischievous grin before bursting into laughter. Today, he had certainly played his cards well. Robin appeared utterly bewildered by his ruse. Even now, one could still faintly discern Robin's silhouette at the entrance of the rain feast, seemingly lost in contemplation of life's enigmas. Weir's mood brightened considerably. He was not mocking Robin, but rather wished for this tragically fated young girl to remain in Alabasta. awaiting the light that Luffy would bring her. Veer is acutely aware of his own nature. When he boasts of killing without a moment's hesitation, it is merely an expression of self-aggrandizement. If he were to traverse into an ancient world of warfare, he would undoubtedly be of the caliber of a notorious butcher. Fortunately, he has arrived in the realm of pirates, and by a stroke of luck, has found himself within the esteemed Swordsmanship Academy. Suddenly, Veer recalled some memories from his past as an assassin, which dated back to when he was merely 16. He had successfully completed a mission and was in the process of clearing the scene. However, during this endeavor, he encountered a stunning woman. Though she trembled in fear at the sight of the seemingly formidable Veer, she made a remarkably astute decision. Before him, she shed her garments, using her exquisite form to entice him. Veer, caught off guard by this enchanting femme fatale, unexpectedly succumbed to her allure, losing his first blood in the encounter. Throughout this episode, Veer never learned the woman's name, nor did he inquire. She remained silent on this matter. Ultimately, this beautiful woman emerged as the sole survivor within the target stronghold. The following morning, Veer departed Alabaston alongside his companion, the rabbit. Weir retrieved the record pointer he had obtained from Dr. Coloca's. The direction indicated by this pointer was presumably the course that Luffy and his companions would take in their future voyage. Consequently, Weir contemptuously discarded it onto the ground, crushing it underfoot. If one were to embark upon an adventure with a path already known, could it truly be deemed an adventure? How could Weir possibly have the audacity to consider himself an adventurer? He adjusted the course to align with the new record pointer's direction. This was something he had just purchased that morning from Alabasta, locking in the course to continue his maritime escapades. Vale has recently observed that his progress and strength has been somewhat sluggish. The advancement of his swordsmanship, at this stage, cannot be achieved through sudden insights. Rather, it necessitates the tempering of time. In contrast, his mastery of armament hockey and martial arts has seen more considerable improvement. Vale senses a significant enhancement in the quality and speed of his armament hockey, which also requires accumulation and refinement. As for his martial skills, they have been steadily progressing, albeit at a modest pace, largely due to the influence of his thunderstab technique. Thus, if Vale wishes to augment his power, he must delve into the development of new techniques. He feels that his current moves, such as Swallow's Return, no longer align with his burgeoning strength. Presently, Vale can employ Swallow's Return as a standard technique, with its only drawback being a slight depletion of stamina. Therefore, he now seeks a sword technique that surpasses Swallow's Return in potency. Although he has conceived an idea in his mind, one aspect appears exceedingly challenging, casting doubt on its feasibility. Consequently, Vale resolves to begin with something simpler and heads directly to the training room. The walls of this space are constructed from a specialized metal that is detachable and replaceable, as long as Vale does not excessively damage the ship's hull. There should generally be no issue. Weir swiftly drew forth the blood of intent, channeling lightning into the two intricately hollow metallic spheres situated beneath the hilt of the sword. Remarkably, the diminutive blue orbs within the hollow spheres began to absorb the lightning. After assimilating a modest amount of the electric energy, the blue orbs transformed into miniature thunderbolts, surrounded by a dazzling aura of lightning. Weir infused an abundance of lightning into both swords until they transformed into a shimmering silver-blue hue. Subsequently, he hurled the swords into the air, where they began to spin rapidly around a hollow metallic sphere, yet this was not the end of his endeavor. In Veer's hands, two spheres of lightning materialized, and as these orbs of electricity took form, the radiance of the blue metallic sphere intensified, as if it were responding harmoniously to the bolts of lightning in Veer's grasp. Weir began to exert control over two silver-blue sword wheels with remarkable ease, yet could only manipulate their directional changes. While their flight speed was rapid and their cutting ability formidable, their agility remained rather average. Weir has named this new technique the Wheel of Blood. In fact, this ability is derived from a previous skill, which utilized only electromagnetic attraction during its retrieval. Now, it has been enhanced with repulsive forces. Additionally, the blue orb beneath the handle of the Intent Bloodsword is a metal capable of storing lightning, enabling Weir to exert greater control over his blood intent. Although this ability appears formidable, it possesses numerous shortcomings, rendering it suitable primarily for clearing out minions during group battles. When Veer manipulates the formation of the blood of intent through the blade's wheel, he must exercise meticulous control, as any swift movement on his part could disrupt the electromagnetic forces at play, leading to the failure of his technique. Furthermore, this ability lacks agility. It is a mere manifestation of Veer's nostalgic yearning for swordsmanship, cultivated from his extensive reading of cultivation novels in his past life. However, reality has imparted a sobering truth. He will never experience the thrill of flying on a sword. Although he can control his sword for a brief period after releasing it from his grasp, the principle behind this ability is fundamentally based on magnetic attraction and repulsion. Should an adversary wield a substantial magnet, Veer would find himself compelled to tightly grip his swords once more. Upon successfully developing this ability, Veer felt little joy. For it was merely a means to fulfill a dream, devoid of significant practical combat value. It may suffice for bullying weaker foes, but employing it against formidable opponents would be tantamount to courting disaster. Not only is the lack of mobility a critical flaw, but it would also render him vulnerable to being thoroughly outmatched by rivals of equal standing. The true trump card lies in another concept he envisions, contingent upon successful development. Thus, Veer plunged into an intense regimen of training, dedicating his days solely to eating, sleeping, and honing his skills with the rabbits, all in pursuit of new techniques. After a month of relentless dedication, though he had yet to realize his new ability, he stumbled upon a novel island. This island, the most peculiar he had ever encountered in the world of pirates, boasted a unique ring-like shape, with a notable gap at one of its edges. Strikingly, the center of the island was not land, but rather a vast expanse of pitch-black sea, occupying the majority of the island's area. From a distance, it appeared as though a drop of black ink had been cast into the ocean, encircled by the island, which, instead of being perfectly circular, bore a gap, seemingly inviting travelers to navigate into the depths of that inky abyss. Veer did not sail towards the dark sea, for merely gazing upon it instilled a sense of unease within him, the precise cause of which eluded articulation. The absence of a single vessel upon its surface alone aroused profound suspicion regarding the unnaturalness of the scene. Veer approached the island from other directions. Steering clear of the gap, Veer observed that the entirety of the island's perimeter was lined with docks, save for a solitary gap, which piqued his curiosity. It is well known that the construction of a dock is no trivial expense, let alone the establishment of so many. Furthermore, the waters surrounding this small island were nearly brimming with vessels, a veritable convergence of diverse factions. The navy, pirates, and various merchant guilds were present, alongside flags he had never seen before and many ships that bore no insignia at all. As he approached closer, Veer discerned that the island housed no buildings, only a multitude of tents. This revelation deepened his perplexity. What could possibly be the nature of this situation? Could it be that the legendary treasure had indeed surfaced, drawing all these factions together? Such a notion seemed implausible, for this was still the realm of pirates, where aside from the devil fruits, anything else possessing a hint of scientific merit seemed unlikely to manifest, let alone the mythical treasures of nature. Veer resolved to abandon his aimless guessing and decided to visit the island to assess the situation. After calling out to Tussie to come and witness the spectacle, he began searching for a suitable place to dock his boat in preparation for disembarkation. However, after a while, Veer was dismayed to discover that the area was inundated with an overwhelming number of vessels, leaving no space for him to anchor. In his previous life, he had encountered difficulties finding parking, but now, in the world of pirates, he faced the same predicament regarding his boat. Was he to simply abandon it by the shore? Yet, the distance to the island was considerable. If he were to moor here, he would have to navigate past a dozen ships before reaching the isle. This vividly illustrated the sheer magnitude of vessels surrounding the small island. With no other choice, Veer could only anchor his boat here and use the vessels of others as a springboard to gradually approach the island. Just as Veer intended to seize Rabbit's Kai and leap towards the small island, Rabbit's Kai surprisingly brushed aside Veer's hand, gazing at him with evident disdain. Subsequently, under Veer's envious gaze, Rabbit Kai fashioned a pair of wings from its own fur, thereafter solidifying the fibers. After a brief moment of adjustment, the rabbit took to the skies with remarkable grace, suggesting it had honed this ability for quite some time. As Rabbit Sky hovered above, casting a contemptuous glance back at Veer, he felt a deep-seated frustration gnawing at him. Veer could only bitterly shout to the sky, "How impressive it is to fly! One day, I shall master the moonwalk, and then I too shall soar." After uttering these words, Veer proceeded to hop towards the island, moving like a grasshopper with each leap. Meanwhile, Tusk grinned broadly, revealing his prominent incisors, and leisurely flew towards the island. Only Tusk dared to tease Veer in such a manner. If it were anyone else, be they weak like Crocodile or strong, Veer would not hesitate to confront them fiercely. Upon reaching the island, Veer's earlier perplexities remained unresolved, and a more peculiar scene unfolded before him. Several groups of people were engaged in a standoff, as if on the verge of a violent clash, while many spectators, akin to Veer, looked on. Two groups stood out. The largest among them, each surrounded by smaller factions. One group, easily identifiable by their uniforms and orderly formation, was the Navy. The other, displaying a brazen demeanor and a variety of attire, appeared to be pirates. At that moment, a commanding officer from the Navy spoke up. Charlotte Lonnie, you have already obtained a peace. Do not be overly greedy. Do you truly wish to stand against the world government? The officer's voice was resonant, his stature imposing. Adorned with metallic gauntlets extending to his forearms, clad in blood-red trousers, and bare-chested. His most striking feature was the golden goatee that complemented his head of golden hair, exuding an air of fierce dominance. This officer was, contrary to Veer's assumptions, a representative of the world government, not the Navy. The woman referred to as Charlotte Lonnie was indeed remarkable. She differed greatly from the average woman. Though undeniably beautiful, her allure was of a unique kind. Charlotte's hair was short, barely covering her ears and neck, similar in length to Veer's but slightly longer. Her petite frame appeared somewhat frail. Her fair complexion and delicate features did not embody the conventional beauty of women, but rather an androgynous grace. Her attire also reflected this neutrality. Yet there was an intriguing quality about her physique, particularly her bosom. Charlotte Lonnie's chest was neither excessively large nor particularly small. Ordinarily, this would be unremarkable. Yet it conveyed a sense of balance, as if this woman were inherently not meant to possess a more ample figure. With a dismissive smile directed at the officer, Charlotte Lonnie retorted, "It is merely a matter of skill. Who said anything about splitting? I am a pirate. If you disagree, then let us fight. Why all this unnecessary chatter?" Her crisp voice rang out, displaying no fear of the world government. Vale discovered that the events of today had taken on a more intriguing nature. Although he was unsure of what both parties were vying for, one was the world government, while the other appeared to be the formidable Big Mom pirates. The object of their contention must surely be of considerable value. Just as Vale contemplated further observing the situation, a group of pirates approached him. "Hey kid, state your name and bounty. I am Perkin from the New World. If you do not wish to support us, then you should leave promptly. This is no place for a novice like you." Perkin's tone bore a hint of arrogance, likely stemming from his status as a pirate from the New World, looking down upon what he deemed the insignificant figures of the first half of the Grand Line. To be honest, it was Vale's first encounter with such an audacious pirate, and he found himself quite taken aback by the other's foolishness. It seemed that pirates from the New World truly held a disdainful view of their counterparts in the first half of the Grand Line. Although Vale was also navigating through the first half of the Grand Line, he was not a pirate. Feeling confident in his own abilities, he directly responded to Mr. Perkin with a single word, "Gone." After uttering this succinct reply, Vale chose to disregard his opponent, intending to continue enjoying the spectacle. Should Perkin dare to act arrogantly again, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Upon hearing Vale's curt response, Perkin was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this fellow had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner, which was swiftly followed by a surge of rage. Perhaps the ease of his journey had made Perkin a bit overconfident. Thus, he drew the spiked club from behind his back, aiming to strike Vale with lethal intent. Vale, observing the lack of discernment in his opponent, delicately extracted a hint of blood essence with his thumb. Subsequently, a pale blue sword energy surged forth, aiming directly at the face of Perkin. Before Perkin could react, he was swiftly decapitated by Vale's blade, his head bursting forth like a splatter of soft tofu. In that fleeting moment when Vale's sword emerged, both Charlotte Lorne and the military officer from the world government instinctively turned their heads, sensing the formidable aura of the swordsman. As Perkin collapsed to the ground, all eyes in the arena converged upon Vale. Although the two factions were in a standoff, under the deliberate control of both sides, no casualties ensued, as their objective was not to annihilate one another, but rather to seek greater advantages for their respective forces. Thus, the unfortunate Perkin became the first to fall. While the crowd's gaze remained fixated on Vale, Tusk arrived shortly thereafter. Instead of heading directly to the island, Tusk had circled above, surveying the situation, where found himself to be the center of attention, which dismayed him, as he had intended to witness the impending clash between the Big Mom pirates and the world government. Unexpectedly, all eyes were fixed upon him. "Why are you all looking at me? I am merely a passing adventurer. Please continue as if I were just a bystander." Weir endeavored to divert the focus away from himself, hoping to leisurely enjoy the forthcoming grand melee. Both parties fell into silence, neither side engaging in conversation, neither attempting to recruit nor expel Weir. Instead, they resumed their standoff. It appeared that both sides were astute, fully aware that persuading such a formidable swordsman known for his propensity to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, would prove challenging. Conversely, expulsion was equally unfeasible, as they remained uncertain of the other's true strength. But it was evident that he was indeed a swordsman. Thus, both factions tacitly continued their standoff, as Vela passed by a pirate, initially exhibiting a hint of impatience. The pirate's demeanor shifted upon noticing Vela, who then inquired about the situation on the island. The pirate regarded Vela with curiosity, questioning, "Are you unaware of the secrets here? How did you arrive?" It appeared that this pirate was intrigued by Vela's purpose. However, upon hearing Vela explain that she had navigated to this location following the direction indicated by a record pointer, the pirate gazed at her with a look of astonishment before revealing the events that had transpired in this place. Charlotte Lonnie, an original character created by the author, who is prepared for criticism, as this character does not exist in the original work. After this introduction to the pirates, Veer finally grasped the general situation. It turned out that this island was not suitable for human habitation. Each year, there was less than a month when one could set foot on its shores. For the rest of the time, the island would submerge, and the dark sea at its center would spread to encompass the entire island, forming a conspicuous circular expanse of darkness amidst the azure ocean. The island's fame did not stem from its peculiar climate, but rather from a particular mineral it produced, known as sea prism stone. Indeed, this is the bane of those endowed with the powers of devil fruits, the sea prism stone. Many believe that hockey, seawater, and sea prism stone can all restrain the powers of devil fruit users, yet this notion is erroneous. Hockey can indeed capture the physical forms of Logia and certain paramecia users, but it does not impede their ability to wield their powers. Thus, hockey can only be regarded as a means to contend with Logia and some paramecia types. Moreover, one must possess a formidable mastery of hockey. Simply having it does not guarantee the ability to seize the physical form of a Logia user. If the hockey is insufficiently strong or the power disparity is too great, capture remains impossible. Seawater can be considered a true restraint for devil fruit users, as immersion in seawater renders them utterly powerless, preventing the active use of their abilities, though it does not cause their powers to vanish. For instance, Akiji once fell into the sea but managed to escape by freezing the surrounding water in time. As for sea prism stone, it cannot merely be classified as a constraint. It is, in fact, the nemesis of devil fruit users. Upon contact with sea prism stone, a devil fruit user loses all strength and temporarily forfeits their abilities, reverting entirely to an ordinary human. This applies to all categories, Logia, Paramecia, and Zoan alike. Therefore, this small island that produces sea prism stone is essentially the property of the world government, had it not been for the island's exceedingly unique environment. A considerable naval presence would have long since been established there. This year, as in previous years, the world government dispatched personnel to the island to collect sea prism stone. Most of the stone is readily exposed, with only a small fraction buried beneath the earth. Consequently, the world government has summoned a large contingent of Navy personnel to scour the island. However, this year's circumstances are somewhat different, as the big MOM pirates have made their appearance, claiming a stake in the matter. To make matters worse, news of the big MOM pirates vying with the world government for sea prism stone has somehow leaked, prompting a multitude of factions to converge, all eager to seize an advantage amidst the chaos. Vale was acutely aware of the preciousness of sea stone, as evidenced by the few small fragments he had obtained from his ship, which underscored its rarity. While the price of sea stone in the black market is not exorbitant, its scarcity often results in a situation where it is highly valued yet difficult to procure. Moreover, even if a lesser faction manages to acquire sea stone, it is typically regarded merely as a means to combat users of devil fruit powers. The process of smelting or altering the shape of sea stone is exceedingly challenging. The specific techniques for smelting are classified secrets of the government. One cannot help but wonder why the big MOM pirates are so intent on seizing sea stone. Could it be that they possess knowledge of such techniques? The mere act of polishing requires a complex series of procedures, and in a pirate world where technology is often underdeveloped, even the cutting of ordinary gemstones poses difficulties, let alone the formidable task of shaping sea stone, which possesses hardness comparable to diamonds. Upon discovering that the island yielded sea stone, Vale's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he too had a pressing need for this remarkable substance. Veer had long desired to embed more sea stone within his vessel to diminish the likelihood of being besieged by sea kings. However, he had yet to find a suitable means of acquisition. In the world of pirates, the sea kings varied significantly, with some colossal creatures being truly terrifying. Should Veer encounter such a formidable sea king while sailing, his chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. He could never forget the memory of a gargantuan sea king he once glimpsed from afar during a previous voyage, a creature so massive it resembled a mountain, capable of crushing him effortlessly. Thus, Veer was eager to obtain sea stone, as embedding it in the hull of his ship would substantially reduce the odds of an encounter with such fearsome beings. Now aware that this island housed a plethora of sea stone, Veer lost interest in observing the chaotic clash between the two factions and instead turned his attention towards another direction, intent on seeking out the precious material. However, after taking only a few steps, he realized that the outermost layer was also encircled by a throng of individuals, comprised equally of Navy personnel and pirates, seemingly to prevent other forces from taking advantage of the situation. This strategy might be effective for others, but it held little sway over Veer. Weir strode directly towards a naval officer, forcefully pushing him aside as he advanced with an air of confidence. The officer, recognizing Weir's identity, refrained from acting foolishly. However, he was equally bound by the command of his superior, even at the cost of his own life. Thus, the officer, along with several colleagues, encircled Weir. "Do not obstruct my path. I harbor no desire to shed your blood," Weir declared, casting a glance at the naval personnel. He truly wished to keep his sword untainted by the blood of these soldiers. Despite the inefficacy and folly of the world government, these soldiers were indeed deserving of respect, loyal, steadfast, and undaunted by formidable foes. Unlike those naval officers who retreated upon Weir's approach, one resolute soldier proclaimed, "Thunder Swordmaster Weir, the commander has issued an order. No one is permitted to breach the perimeter without authorization. Please step back." With that, the soldier raised his weapon, aiming it squarely at Weir, his resolve unwavering. Weir ceased his futile banter with several naval soldiers, recognizing its utter pointlessness. However, instead of delivering a lethal strike, he activated his lightning mode, deftly maneuvering past them. At that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind, within the confines of Weir's electromagnetic barrier. He sensed an adversary rapidly charging towards him from the rear. Weir swiftly leaped aside, and with a resounding thud, the ground where he had just stood was left with a substantial crater. It was the military officer from the world government. "Pirate, what gives you the audacity to wander about this island? Do you wish to court death? It would have sufficed to remain on the sidelines and observe. Yet you dare to covet the sea prison stone? Have you sought my approval, Apollo Bernal?" This officer, named Apollo Bernal, appeared exceedingly displeased with Weir. Adjusting his metallic gauntlet, Apollo fixed his gaze upon Weir, intent on extinguishing this pirate. Though his opponent was a master swordsman, Apollo Bernal possessed unwavering confidence in his own prowess. Weir gazed at Apollo Bernal before him, sensing a profound arrogance in the man, which led him to swiftly draw his weapon, blood of intent, intending to eliminate this officer of the world government. Just as a confrontation was imminent, Charlotte Lawney, accompanied by her subordinates, encircled them. Noticing Charlotte's arrival, Apollo Bernal spoke up, "Charlotte Lawney, let us join forces to eliminate the lightning swordsman. We shall divide the sea prism stone equally." It appeared that Apollo Bernal was not lacking in cunning. He recognized that the allocation of the sea prism stone had already been compromised by the big MOM pirates this year. Instead of risking greater losses, he pragmatically proposed a partnership with Charlotte Lawney, offering to split the spoils. While sharing the sea prism stone with the big MOM pirates was acceptable and would be easier to justify to his superiors, losing it to a novice pirate could jeopardize his future, casting doubt on his capabilities in their eyes. Charlotte Lawney, after contemplating the proposition, found it quite agreeable. She nodded and positioned herself beside Apollo Bernal, intent on joining forces to dispose of Weir, the unexpected intruder who had already claimed the life of one of their pirates upon arrival on the island. Albeit the deceased was not a member of the big MOM pirates, Weir discovered that two factions intended to unite against him, which stirred a sense of tension within him. He merely advised Tusk to ascend into the sky once more or seek out some weaker pirates to hone his skills. Tusk soared into the heavens, seemingly averse to combat, showing no concern for Weir's peril. "Who are you peculiar beings? The world government actually collaborating with pirates? That well-endowed tomboy over there. I'll give you a chance, leave at once, and I shall pretend you never existed." Weir had a favorable first impression of Charlotte Lawney and thus had no intention of making her his enemy. However, he was somewhat naive in his reasoning. Why couldn't he the world government ally with pirates? Strength alone defines justice. "I too offer you a chance, depart immediately, and I shall regard your presence as non-existent." Charlotte Lawney was similarly reluctant to oppose Weir, especially since she was unaware of his true capabilities. "Apollo Burner, Noticing the potential for negotiation between the two sides, and Weir's continued obsession with Sea Prism Stone, decided to take action. Enveloping his metal gauntlets with dark armament hockey, Apollo Burner charged at Weir with full force. As Veer observed Apollo Burner charging towards him, his impression of the man deteriorated further. Without exchanging more words with those present, Veer drew blood of intent. It had been quite some time since he had experienced a satisfying battle, and he wondered if these adversaries would prove to be formidable. While Apollo Burner rushed at Veer, Charlotte Lonnie chose not to assist him in his assault, but rather to observe the unfolding situation from the sidelines. The pitch-black hockey and shimmering silver-blue lightning enveloped both swords, giving blood of intent an ethereal quality, enhancing its ferocity. Originally a demonic blade, blood of intent became nearly indomitable when augmented by Veer's lightning and hockey. As Apollo Burner's fist, infused with armed hockey, swung towards Veer, the latter perceived the attack as painfully slow and was somewhat disappointed by his opponent's lack of strength. In Veer's eyes, the approaching fist was almost lethargic. His superhuman reflexes granted him an extraordinary reaction time. He swiftly struck down upon his opponent's arm with a single sword stroke. Although Apollo Burner had coated his arm with armed hockey, the mastery of his hockey left much to be desired. With a cry of anguish, Apollo Burner's arm was severed and sent flying, landing some distance away. Strangely, no blood flowed from the severed limb. However, upon catching sight of Veer's swords, Apollo Burner realized that they were, in fact, siphoning his blood. Retreating at a speed even greater than his initial charge, Apollo Burner's face was drenched in cold sweat. As he came to the grim realization that he had indeed encountered an immovable obstacle, the sword strike he had just endured had allowed him only a fleeting glimpse of blue light before he was overwhelmed by a searing pain, resulting in the loss of his arm. Weir gazed at the swiftly retreating officer of the world government, shaking his head in disdain and muttering a curse under his breath. This was a quintessential example of a sheltered flower, thriving in a greenhouse, who found it easy to bully the weak but utterly lost the will to fight when confronted with a formidable adversary. Veer swiftly utilized a flash to traverse before his opponent, Apollo Burner, and, amidst the latter's horrified gaze, cleaved him into several pieces. The onlookers on the island collectively gasped. Bewildered by the sheer ferocity and might displayed by Veer, they were gradually retreating in shock. Charlotte Lonnie, too, found herself in a dismal mood. She had received her mother's directive to venture to the first half of the Grand Line to seize a substantial cache of Sea Prism stones, intending to counter the threat posed by Kaido's artificial Zoanfruit army, even if she could not vanquish them. The mere act of acquiring these stones would serve as a deterrent. Otherwise, should hostilities arise, Kaido's Zoan troops would inflict catastrophic damage upon her subordinates' mid-tier combat capabilities. Charlotte Lonnie had accepted Big Mom's task to procure the Sea Prism stones. Initially, she regarded the mission with a degree of nonchalance. Although her prowess within the Big Mom pirate crew was respectable, she firmly believed herself to be a formidable force in the first half of the Grand Line. At merely 18 years of age, she still possessed considerable potential for growth, and thus she embraced the assignment with confidence, eager to prove to her mother that she was not inferior to her siblings. However, Lonnie now found herself confronting an unprecedented crisis, as she faced a perilous adversary, a ruthless swordsman. Swordsmen, by their very nature, are exceedingly aggressive, requiring utmost caution in combat. While they may not possess the unpredictable abilities of devil fruit users, a moment of carelessness could result in grievous injury, particularly when contending with such a merciless opponent. Observing the maniacal grin on Veer's face, pulsating with excitement, Lonnie realized that reconciliation was no longer an option. She was left with no choice but to fight for her life, even though she felt her chances of survival were slim. Surprisingly, however, Veer did not launch a direct assault against her. Vale gazed at the exceedingly anxious impostor before him, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Thus, he resolved to clear the area first, subsequently relishing the opportunity to engage with her at a leisurely pace. It was time to experiment with his newly developed abilities. With that, Vale began to channel lightning into the twin swords. Once the transfer was complete, he hurled the swords into the air and initiated the blood wheel. The individuals on the island, witnessing the swords whirling rapidly above them, sensed impending doom and immediately made haste toward the dock, hoping to escape the treacherous land. Unfortunately, they had no chance of salvation. As the blood wheel approached the crowd, the first victim, a pirate, was cleaved in half, yet astonishingly staggered forward a few steps before collapsing lifelessly. Whether they were pirates, merchants, nobles, or members of the navy, all were paralyzed with fear at the sight, their flight hastening in desperation. Yet, this frantic escape could not avert their demise. As one after another was mercilessly shredded by the blood wheel, within a mere 2 minutes, the island was strewn with dismembered bodies, though blood was scarce. It seemed the insatiable creature was voraciously consuming the life essence. More than half of the island's populace had perished, many of whom had attempted to break free. But the speed of the two blood wheels was insurmountable, preventing them from reaching their vessels. The slaughter continued unabated, and some, resigned to their fates, charged at Vale, intent on slaying him to halt the blood wheel. However, while Vale could not move swiftly during the execution of the blood wheel, he was not immobile, and these valiant souls soon became martyrs, meeting a gruesome end at his side. Upon witnessing this calamity, some individuals chose to sit on the ground, awaiting their demise, while others prostrated themselves before Vale, incessantly pleading for mercy. "Please, spare me. I possess wealth. There are 300 million berries on my ship, all yours if you grant me a reprieve. I have a devil fruit aboard, and if you let me go, I shall offer it to you. I cannot die. I must return to Lilith. How can I perish here? Oh, heavens, what should I do? Someone, please, save us from this demon." Under the relentless onslaught of Vale's blood wheel, all factions on the island crumbled into chaos. Veer gazed upon the group of supplicants before him. "Spare you? 300 million berries? The devil fruit? Such wealth? If you possess such riches, why venture here to court death?" He observed the peculiar sight of these individuals, astonished by their unexpected affluence. As Veer spoke, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of desperate pleas. "Yes, my lord. I can offer you anything. I possess countless treasures. My fruit is of the Zoan type. Do not be deceived by its classification, for if it is a mythical beast, it holds immense value. So please, grant me mercy. Indeed, we ought not to covet the sea prism stone. It is all yours, entirely yours." Though these individuals harbored deep-seated resentment towards Veer in their hearts, they resorted to flattery in the face of imminent peril. Veer gazed upon the group of spineless individuals kneeling before him, an unsettling feeling washing over him. He had always been one to slay those who begged for mercy, sparing only those with grit and fortitude. Unfortunately for the wretches before him, their fear of death was palpable, sealing their fates. "Since those wretched things are aboard your vessel, it would be far more advantageous for me to eliminate you and then personally search your ship." Upon finishing his words, Veer commanded the blood wheel to resume its merciless slaughter of the remaining individuals. The moment the survivors heard Veer's pronouncement, a profound sense of despair enveloped them. The most striking display of this was from a female pirate, who, despite not possessing conventional beauty, exuded a certain vivid charm. This vibrant pirate, to everyone's astonishment, pointed at Veer and erupted into laughter, her face a tableau of tears and snot, portraying a visage utterly shattered. Veer gazed upon the expressive figure before him, effortlessly commanding the blood wheel to bring about her demise. He neither struck her nor engaged in any peculiar behavior, so why the display of such vivid emotions? Her countenance, marred by a sense of being utterly toyed with, was decidedly displeasing. 5 minutes later, only a handful of survivors remained on the island, among them several valiant sailors. Charlotte Lonnie, and a delicate, enchanting woman standing behind her. This woman had previously escaped Weir's notice, but as he prepared to execute her, Charlotte Lonnie intervened. Now, the woman languished against Charlotte, her grip tightening around the fabric of Charlotte's attire. "Eileen, do not be afraid. I shall protect you. I will distract this madman. And you must seize the opportunity to flee," Charlotte Lonnie declared, unexpectedly bestowing a deep kiss upon Eileen before gently pushing her behind, signaling her to escape. A twitch flickered at the corner of Vale's eye, and a torrent of expletives raced through his mind. This must be Alala. It absolutely must be. Can it be that Alala has emerged even in the world of pirates? I had certainly never noticed this before. Veer regarded the two individuals with the gaze one might reserve for observing rare creatures. Meanwhile, the nearby naval officers appeared bewildered, caught in indecision over whether to advance or retreat. "Gentlemen of the Navy, you may depart. Return to Sengoku, and do not forget the matter of the 7 warlords. Lest I extend a rather unconventional greeting to him," he declared, thereafter dismissing the naval officers from his attention. The officers, feeling as if granted a reprieve, retreated towards the dock, glancing back at Veer with a sense of trepidation, as if fearing an imminent ambush. Veer gazed at the two rivals before him, refraining from immediate confrontation, instead choosing to observe the unfolding drama. Indeed, the pair did not disappoint him. The gentle Eileen surprisingly declared her intention to stay, uttering, "I shall not leave. I wish to remain by your side." Thus began their theatrical performance, enacting a poignant tale of life and death. As the celestial rabbit, Tusk, perceived that Weir had nearly vanquished his adversaries. He descended to the ground to join Weir in appreciating the spectacle. Weir observed Tusky settle beside him, rummaging through the backpack behind him. To his astonishment, Tusky produced a bottle of wine, commencing to drink while savoring the unfolding spectacle. Meanwhile, Tusky felt a twinge of displeasure at discovering Weir had surreptitiously stashed alcohol in his bag. With practiced ease, Tusky retrieved a large apple from the backpack, munching on it as he continued to watch. As these two shameless characters reveled in the drama, the scene across from them reached its zenith. Charlotte Lonnie, upon realizing that the madman and his pet were engrossed in the performance, felt a genuine sense of relief. However, this was quickly overshadowed by concern. One could never predict when the madman might grow impatient and act impulsively. Thus, she resolved to hasten Aaron's departure. After a moment of hesitation, Charlotte Lonnie struck Aaron sharply across the face. "Leave. Do you wish for me to beg you on my knees?" Her eyes brimmed with tears, not from fear of a formidable adversary, but from anxiety over her beloved's stubbornness. Aaron, still unwilling to depart, shook her head, her face awash with tears. Weir had consumed a bottle of wine, yet he observed that the performance was far from over, prompting him to lose interest in the play. "Hey, are you truly acting? That woman over there, will she depart or not? If she chooses to leave now, I might just let her go." Weir resumed his mischievous antics. A glimmer of hope flickered in Charlotte Lonnie's eyes, only to be dimmed by a sudden thought. "Come, let us battle. Today, victory shall be mine," Charlotte Lonnie shouted, diverting her gaze from Aileen, fully aware that Aileen would not be departing, thus compelling her to triumph. She shed her outer garment, revealing a fitted black tank top, at which point Weir noticed a long dagger tucked into her waistband. Charlotte Lonnie unsheathed the dagger, enveloped in the fierce aura of armament hockey. Indeed, many pirates of the New World wielded the prowess of armament hockey, yet few attained a level of mastery that Weir possessed, let alone the extraordinary might exhibited by the likes of Garp and Zephyr. Charlotte Lonnie gripped the dagger with a reverse hold, opting not to strike first, but rather to bide her time, meticulously searching for Weir's vulnerabilities. Weir intended to ascertain the true prowess of Charlotte Lonnie. Thus he unsheathed blood of intent and charged toward Aileen. Indeed, Weir did not directly assault Charlotte Lonnie. Rather, he opted to target Aileen, not out of a belief in Eileen's weakness, but to provoke Charlotte Lonnie, igniting within her a spark of motivation. As Weir rushed towards Aileen, Charlotte Lonnie, her eyes blazing with fury, swiftly positioned herself in front of Aileen. When Weir's sword clashed with Charlotte Lonnie's dagger, a tremendous spark erupted. Blood of intent sliced through her dagger as if it were a mere twig, leaving a profound wound on her abdomen. Since Weir did not unleash his full speed, Charlotte Lonnie managed to keep pace, albeit barely. However, the razor sharpness of Weir's sword caught her off guard, and before she could evade, she sustained a grievous injury, losing copious amounts of blood. Charlotte Lonnie's complexion darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, she made a resolute decision. Aileen, observing the change in Charlotte Lonnie's demeanor, seemed to grasp her intentions, yet her own understanding brought her only deeper sorrow. Without hesitation, Charlotte Lonnie stripped off her black tank top, displaying her bare torso before Weir, perhaps in her mind, believing herself to embody masculinity. She tore the black fabric into a rudimentary chest wrap, binding it around her chest. Subsequently, she clenched her fists tightly, closed her eyes, and appeared to await her fate with a sense of resignation. Weir did not seize the opportunity to approach, for he sensed that Charlotte Lonnie's aura was intensifying. At that moment, Charlotte Lonnie seemed to be suffused with a crimson hue, her entire being radiating warmth. After a few moments, the redness subsided, revealing the emergence of defined abdominal muscles upon her formerly flat stomach. Charlotte Lonnie opened her eyes, and at the very center of her pupils, a faint red dot manifested. Subsequently, she enveloped her hands in her armed color dominance and charged towards Weir. Vale observed the approaching Charlotte Lonnie, noting that her speed was commendable, only slightly faster than Apollo Burner. Without hesitation, he brandished his sword, eager to discern the changes within her. At the moment their weapons clashed, Vale was taken aback by an immense force that surged through his sword, propelling him through the air. While he sustained no injuries during his airborne trajectory, a deep ache coursed through his arms. Anticipating his landing, Vale cast one of his swords ahead, embedding it into the ground. He then landed upon it, channeling a surge of lightning between the sword and the earth, remarkably halting his backward momentum. As he steadied himself upon landing, a wave of astonishment washed over him. Could this be the power of a devil fruit? What kind of fruit could amplify strength so dramatically? And why had Charlotte Lonnie not employed such an ability from the outset? Weir adopted a serious demeanor, if struck directly by the current Charlotte Lonnie. he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries, for her strength was formidable. He lifted his gaze towards Charlotte Lonnie, noticing that her hands were now stained with blood. It appeared that her mastery of armament hockey was rather lacking, as she could not withstand his slashing attacks. Upon realizing this, Veer felt a sense of reassurance. In his eyes, Charlotte Lonnie's speed resembled that of a tortoise, and he could dispatch her in a mere moment. Nevertheless, he remained cautious of any other peculiar abilities she might possess. Vale swiftly materialized behind Charlotte Lonnie, his dual swords hanging effortlessly at his sides. With a whisper of his secret technique, Yin returned, for colossal arcs of sword energy surged towards the vulnerable back of Charlotte Lonnie. Despite her utmost efforts to react, the sheer speed of Vale rendered her defenses futile. The 4 violet-black blades struck her back with relentless force. As Vale unleashed his sword energy, the essence of Yin returned transformed, becoming even more fearsome, its color deepening to a menacing violet-black, and its cutting power sword to alarming heights. From his vantage point behind Charlotte, Vale distinctly observed how the sword energy first sliced through her hockey armor, then cleaved through the muscle of her back. And as the energy dissipated, he even glimpsed her spine. The impact was devastating. Charlotte let out a horrid scream, staggering several paces as she fought valiantly to maintain her footing. Yet, the severity of her injuries proved insurmountable, and ultimately, she collapsed to the ground. In the wake of her fall, Aaron, nearby, emitted a cry of her own. To Vale's astonishment, he witnessed 2 adorable beast-like ears sprouting atop Aaron's head, white whiskers appearing on her face, and a long, fluffy tail manifesting from her rear. Veer instantly recognized it as the cat-cat fruit in its feline form, perhaps the weakest of all the cat-cat fruits. After transforming, Eileen lunged at Veer as if embracing her own demise. As Veer beheld the creature with feline ears, his immediate impression was one of sheer cuteness. However, he soon realized that she was undeniably feeble, lacking in both speed and strength, possessing only a modicum of agility. When Eileen's fluffy little paws reached out towards Veer, the voice of Charlotte Lonnie from the ground cried out in protest, urging her to desist. Upon observing the fluffy little paw, Veer found himself devoid of any interest in wielding his sword. He first sheathed the blade, then executed a swift leg sweep against Aaron, following it up with a punch to her abdomen that rendered her incapacitated. Aaron clutched her stomach, collapsing to the ground in agony. Weir searched Charlotte Lonnie thoroughly but found no trace of the seafloor stone. Previously, he had heard Apollo Berna mention that they had acquired one, so there should at least be one in existence. Yet, after searching for quite some time, he discovered nothing on her, aside from the... Weir had thoroughly examined every inch of Charlotte Lonnie, and there was simply no sign of it. Could this individual truly have concealed the seafloor stone in? Shaking his head, Weir dismissed this implausible notion. Setting aside the issue of comfort, the size of the seafloor stone that could fit into would be minuscule, hardly worth the contention. Thus, it was evident that the seafloor stone was not on Charlotte Lonnie. Weir's gaze shifted to the equally fallen Aaron. Just as Weir was about to approach Aaron, he felt a tight grip on his pant leg. Charlotte Lonnie, lying on the ground, had unexpectedly seized him, attempting to prevent him from getting closer to Aaron. The corners of Vale's mouth twitched. Just moments ago, his trousers had nearly been yanked off. How much strength did this woman possess? Had he not swiftly grasped his belt, he would have undoubtedly faced the mortifying spectacle of losing his pants. Especially with Tusky observing nearby, what an excruciating embarrassment that would have been. Given Tusky's nature, he would undoubtedly revel in mocking Vale. "Release me, you insufferable brat. Do you wish to part with your hand?" Vale glared at Charlotte Lonnie, his right hand firmly resting upon the hilt of his sword. Charlotte Lonnie, though unwilling to let go of Vale, was succumbing to the effects of significant blood loss, and her grip inadvertently weakened as double vision began to cloud her sight. Taking advantage of the moment, Veer broke free from Charlotte Lonnie and made his way towards Aaron. Lying on the ground, Aaron gazed at Veer approaching her, fully aware of his intention to seize the sea stone. In response, she grasped the bag that had fallen beside her and clutched it tightly to her chest. It was a precious item entrusted to her by Lonnie, one she could not afford to lose, as it served as proof of her capabilities before her mother. Veer gazed at Aaron, who clutched her bag tightly, and he was now convinced that it contained the sea prism stone. Observing this stubborn yet innocent woman, Veer felt a surge of frustration, for he found her character intolerable, too rigid and obstinate. Why wouldn't she simply leave? Wouldn't it be better for her to grow stronger and seek revenge against him in the future? Instead, she insisted on remaining, risking her life. Perhaps she was indeed correct. It was merely that their convictions diverged. Weir directly placed his foot upon Aaron's head, not applying excessive force. Yet her head still sank slightly into the ground. Subsequently, Weir reached toward Aaron's chest, Please do not misunderstand. We're merely intended to seize the bag. Nevertheless, Erin clung tightly to the bag, refusing to relinquish her grip, her delicate, slender fingers grasping it with unwavering determination. Virga intensified the pressure beneath his feet, eliciting a delicate gasp of pain from Erin, who soon found her grip faltering, unable to retain hold of the bag. Upon seizing the bag, Virga glanced inside, revealing a rough, uneven black stone, presumably a piece of sea prison stone. Vale chose to disregard the two women, intending to abandon them to their own fates. The prospect of Charlotte Lonnie's survival had grown exceedingly bleak, while he held no inclination to eliminate Erin. After taking a few steps, Vale noticed Tusky crafting a note for himself. Al, you should go in search of sea stone. I will practice my medical skills and that ability to heal injuries. Upon reading the note, Veer immediately discerned that this character, Tusk, was likely overwhelmed by an excess of compassion, perhaps unable to bear the thought of the beautiful Charlotte Lonnie meeting her demise. Truly, he is a rather lascivious rabbit. However, it is prudent not to restore Charlotte Lonnie to full health too swiftly. Otherwise, once she regains her strength, she may subdue him and use him as leverage against me, which would pose quite a dilemma. Veer felt compelled to remind the rabbit of this, for Tusk's ability to heal is indeed extraordinary, and such a scenario is not beyond the realm of possibility. After hearing Veer's concerns, Tusk nodded in agreement, utilizing his powers to conjure thick strands of fur, binding the hands and feet of both Charlotte Lonnie and Erin, and then severing the strands. Upon witnessing this scene, Veer was reassured and began to traverse towards the other side of the island in search of the sea tower stone. On the island, Vale diligently searched for a while and indeed discovered numerous sea stone. However, he soon encountered a dilemma. His bag was too small to accommodate the abundance of sea stone. Consequently, Vale had no choice but to procure a larger bag from the boats anchored nearby, which now belonged to him. After completing his search for sea stone, he intended to scour through each vessel in succession. Having circled the island several times, he could find no more sea stone exposed on the surface, and he had no intention of excavating underground, as he had already gathered enough sea stone to fill a substantial bag, ample to replace the entire bottom of his ship. Thus, Vale returned to the battlefield, burdened with the bag filled with sea stone. Upon his return, he discovered that Charlotte Lonnie had regained consciousness, and her back wound had vanished, leaving only the injury on her abdomen, which had been stitched by Tusk using hair generated from his fruit. However, upon seeing Erin, Vale, who had been drinking, was suddenly choked by his drink, resulting in a fit of coughing. Once he regained his composure, he approached Erin, who was now flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Erin found herself bound tightly with Tusk's hair, which was embarrassing in nature. Most notably, Tusk had inexplicably tied Erin in a manner that accentuated her figure, with her arms restrained and her legs forcibly spread apart, making it appear as though she had been subjected to some perverse form of humiliation. Truly, Tusk was quite the seasoned expert in such matters. Hey, Tusk, what is the meaning of this? Release her at once. It is far too shameful for me to bear, Vale urged, noticing Erin's expression nearing unconsciousness from mortification. Tusk nodded, seemingly not intent on binding Erin in such a manner. Perhaps after Vale's departure, Erin had been unruly, prompting Tusk to restrain her. Once liberated, Erin immediately rushed to Charlotte Lonnie's side, embracing her tightly. Charlotte remained silent, aware that even in this fortunate moment of survival, she might not be spared from whatever intentions that man harbored for both her and Erin. She felt utterly drained of the strength to resist. Even though Tusk had miraculously healed her back injury, the abdominal wound, while not severe, was nevertheless a hindrance to her combat capabilities. Just as Vale was about to signal Tusk to bring the sea stone aboard the ship and subsequently embark on a treasure hunt, an unexpected sound erupted from Charlotte Lonnie, a bubbling noise, the unmistakable call of a snail phone. Hearing the sound, Vale turned to Charlotte Lonnie and gestured for her to hand it over. With a resigned sigh, Charlotte retrieved a pink snail phone from her pocket. Ware answered the phone and then picked it up. Lori, how are matters progressing? I have prepared the dessert for the banquet upon your return, my beloved daughter. To his astonishment, the voice on the line was that of Big Mama. Well, under the current circumstances, things are not going smoothly. Your daughter, Charlotte Lori, has been abducted by me. How about we discuss the terms for her release? Initially, Ware had intended to abandon Charlotte Lori, but a brilliant idea struck him, to use Charlotte as a hostage to threaten the 4 emperors of this new world. What of the daughter of the 4 emperors? I can easily kidnap her as well. It appears that neither Leone nor Erin is present, May I inquire as to your identity? Big Mom was taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to threaten her, momentarily at a loss for words. I am Veer, he stated. You may not recognize me now, but you shall come to know me in due time. Spare me the trivialities and let us discuss the matter of the ransom. Veer was not motivated by avarice in extorting Big Mom. Rather, he found the idea of kidnapping the daughter of the 4 emperors to be rather amusing. You insolent wretch. I believe I have heard of you, though the memory escapes me. How dare you threaten me? Do you wish for your demise? Even if it concerns my most beloved daughter. I shall not part with a single coin due to your threats. Meanwhile, on Cake Island in the New World, within an enormous chamber, a corpulent woman lay upon a bed resembling a giant pastry. Her eyes were bloodshot, a clear indication of her extreme anger. This woman was Big Mom. Beside her stood a diminutive, gaunt man, his bare torso adorned with a piece of armor on his right shoulder, and a scar marred his right eye. Upon hearing Big Mom's intent to relinquish Leonie, the man lunged forward, seizing the communication snail from her grasp. Mother, that is Leonie, family. How could you contemplate abandoning her? Leave this matter to me. Trust in your son, Charlotte Cracker. I shall certainly rescue Leonie. After uttering these words, the man named Charlotte Cracker knelt partially on the ground, awaiting Big Mom's response. Very well, Cracker. I entrust this matter to your capable hands. Clearly, Big Mom held a deep affection for her daughter, as she placed the resolution of the situation in the hands of the family-oriented Charlotte Cracker. All right, Mother. I shall commence negotiations with the adversary. With that, he took the communication snail and stepped outside, wary of uttering anything conciliatory that might displease his mother in her presence. I am Charlotte Cracker, the biscuit minister and a sweet commander of the Big Mom pirates. I am unaware of your demands, yet if you release Leonie now, I shall consider your abduction of her as though it had never occurred. Charlotte Cracker's countenance was shrouded in gloom, for someone had dared to abduct his sister. Meanwhile, Vale, having overheard the conversation between Charlotte Cracker and Big Mom, realized that the latter was no ordinary adversary. He had not anticipated that it was indeed Charlotte Cracker. Ha ha ha, as if I could simply disregard this incident. Do you think I'm frightened of your Big Mom pirates? Vale declared. He then made a chilling demand, to exchange the road poneglyph for Ronnie. The road poneglyph is distinct from the historical poneglyph. It is red and comprises 4 pieces, while the historical poneglyph is black, with its exact number unknown, known only to the creators, the Kazuki family. Among the 4 road poneglyphs, one is in the possession of Big Mom. Another belongs to Kaido of the Beasts, and one is held by the Kazuki family, while the whereabouts of the final piece remain a mystery. The significance of the road poneglyph pertains to a colossal secret. Each piece marks a location, and when these points are connected on a map, the center reveals the location of the final island, Laugh-Tale. Vale's audacious request rendered Charlotte Cracker speechless. Upon hearing Vale's demand for the road poneglyph, Charlotte Cracker was taken aback. How did this individual know that his mother possessed one? As Charlotte Cracker pondered this, Vale spoke once more. Ha ha ha, no need to be alarmed. I was merely jesting. I have no interest in Laugh-Tale. As for Ronnie's ransom, let me consider. Since you all enjoy calling Big Mom Mama, how about this? Call me Papa, and I shall release Ronnie. What do you say? Vale resumed his mockery of the sweet commander. Biscuit Minister Charlotte Cracker, a figure of considerable stature in this new world. You bastard, are you courting death? Charlotte Cracker felt his fury reaching a boiling point. Had it been any other member of the Big Mom pirates, they would have hung up the Den Mushy and rushed to the Grand Line's first half to confront this scoundrel. Yet he was Charlotte Cracker, who feared pain and was cruel, yet cherished his family above all. Enough, teasing you is of little amusement. Bring me something you deem worthy of exchanging for your sister. Vale concluded, abruptly terminating the call, and, in a fit of rage, hurled the Den Mushy into the sea with all his might. From the very outset, Veer had no intention of deriving any benefit from abducting Leonie. Now, engaging with the IGMOM pirate crew is tantamount to courting death. Although Veer delights in peril, he does not share Kaido's penchant for self-destruction. After casting the snail phone into the sea, he regarded Leonie with a chilling gaze, as if contemplating how to deal with her. Leonie had never before felt such terror emanating from a single pair of eyes, in Veer's gaze. She felt reduced to an object in his possession, disposable at will. However, at that moment, the freed Aaron stood resolutely in front of Charlotte Leonie. Come at me with whatever you have. Spare her. I would even agree to be your female slave. This gentle girl, driven by her love, displayed extraordinary courage and reckless abandon. Oh, what a brave girl you are. Let me see just how far you can go. Upon finishing his words, Vale unsheathed his sword with a single hand, and, before Eileen could react, swiftly severed Charlotte Lonnie's head. Eileen, taken aback, remained stunned for a moment before emitting a heart-wrenching scream and collapsing to her knees, weeping uncontrollably as she cradled her head in despair. Where kicked Charlotte Lonnie's severed head before her. Upon seeing the head, Erin trembled as she gently cradled it in her arms. Do you hate me? Rest assured, I shall not kill you. Grow stronger, in every conceivable manner. When you feel sufficiently powerful, come and avenge your beloved by ending my life, were proclaimed. Before delivering a swift kick to Erin's head, ensuring he did not strike too hard, merely rendering her unconscious, the intermittent neurosis of Veer resurfaced, imparting a lesson to the fragile young girl about the harsh realities of the world. Beside her, Tusk covered his forehead, exuding an air of resignation towards the child's condition. Veer called out to him, and together, they commenced their treasure hunt. Given the overwhelming number of vessels, Veer opted for a more forceful approach, dismantling the ship's hold to expedite the treasure retrieval, thus avoiding the tedious search for concealed compartments and the unraveling of complex mechanisms. After several hours of diligent searching, Veer and Tusk successfully transported all the treasures back on board. To be candid, Veer was pleasantly surprised by their bounty. The gold and jewels had amassed to such an extent that the storage room could scarcely accommodate them, leaving a considerable pile on the deck. Among the rarer finds were 2 animal-type devil fruits and an exquisitely crafted, elongated black flintlock pistol, albeit devoid of ammunition. The remaining items consisted of various rare materials and metals, the value of which eluded Veer. However, the clandestine nature of their concealment suggested a significant worth. Veer promptly placed the devil fruits and rare materials into the collection cabinet in his bedroom as exhibits. As for the pistol, after conducting a test, he found it capable of firing only a single shot before requiring reloading, yet its power was undeniably formidable, so he entrusted it to Tusk for protection. Veer pondered why the ship's owner had not taken it for his own defense. Regarding the bounty, Veer discovered a total of 600 million, which he likewise stored in the treasury, as money held little significance for him. Upon entering his bedroom, Veer retrieved his snail phone and picked up the receiver. The device buzzed and soon the other party answered. Hello, this is Ferdinand. Is this Veer? How have you been lately? Ferdinand's voice resonated through the snail phone, and Veer detected a newfound warmth in his tone, a hint of sincerity in his inquiry. Had Ferdinand perhaps taken a turn for the better? Ferdinand, I have an incredible opportunity for you. Care to take advantage of it? While it may leave a negative impression on the world government, its value is immense. Veer sought to inform Ferdinand about the unexcavated sea prism stone on the island, feeling it necessary to repay Ferdinand for his contributions during the sword forging. Oh, what incredible opportunity do you speak of? Others may fear, but you know me, I am not easily intimidated by the world government. What could they possibly do? Hang me? Haha. Ferdinand erupted into laughter, recalling his past as a celestial dragon. Despite his expulsion, the world government would not dare act recklessly against him. I have sailed to a peculiar island that yields sea prism stone. I have cleared out all the factions there, and only the exposed sea prism stone remains for the taking. There should be a substantial amount underground as well. You may send people to excavate it while I guard the site. Anyone who dares approach will meet with dire consequences. What do you say, Ferdinand? Does this qualify as a great opportunity? As Vale smiled, he felt quite pleased with Ferdinand's demeanor. He admired those who were unafraid of the world government. The abundance of sea prism stones is indeed a magnificent gift, Ferdinand. However, my current status is somewhat unique. The 5 elders intend to promote me as the representative for this maritime region. I will send my brother in my stead. What do you think? Ferdinand, not intending to come personally, tentatively inquired about Vale's thoughts. Oh, the 5 elders plan to develop you into the representative for that maritime area? This is indeed splendid news. Does this not imply an expansion of our intelligence channels in the future? To what extent can you now mobilize CP? As for who to send, that is your decision. I merely provided you with these sea prism stones. It was never my intention for you to come personally. My point is simply for you to consider the consequences of possessing these stones, and it seems there is no need for concern now. Vale felt gratified by Ferdinand's words, for he had always placed great value on intelligence. He could now mobilize a portion of CP9, and had it not been for that scoundrel Spandam's interference, he could have summoned the entirety of CP9. Ferdinand boasted of his accomplishments without concealing anything from Vale. Spandam, is it? If I have the chance, I shall deal with him. Additionally, I recently spoke with Sengoku. I intend to acquire the title of Warlord of the Sea. I would appreciate your assistance in this matter with the government. Vale suddenly recalled Ferdinand's influence within the world government, prompting him to seek help. Vale, under no circumstances should you kill Spandam. I am on the verge of a successful power grab. His demise would be counterproductive. As for the warlord title, that is entirely feasible. I will petition the 5 elders. Given my current position, I trust it will not be a significant issue. Ferdinand appeared quite intrigued by Vale's proposal to become a warlord, intending to directly request it from the 5 elders. Very well, I shall await your associate's arrival. By the way, who is your brother? I have not heard of him before. Haha, you must know him. Coincidentally, he is the current warlord of the sea. Don Quixote da Flamingo, Ferdinand revealed, indicating that it was da Flamingo who would assist in handling the sea prism stones. Ah, how unexpected. It is he. Given your similar circumstances, it is quite natural that you have such a connection. I shall await his arrival. Let him come swiftly. Vale, the inebriate, opened another bottle of wine and began to drink. Indeed, no problem. He just received a substantial shipment of arms from me and is currently returning to the New World. Due to the enormous quantity, he is coming personally. He is not far from your specified location. I will contact him shortly. He should arrive in a few days. So you won't have to wait long, Vale? Ferdinand brought yet another piece of good news to Vale as the longer one lingered on this island. The more unpredictable the situation became, it was indeed a place fraught with peril. Very well, I shall await him. No need to prolong the conversation. Goodbye. After Ferdinand responded with a sound, Veer hung up the phone. Rising to his feet, Veer surveyed the ships surrounding the island. Momentarily at a loss as to how to manage them, should he simply set them ablaze? As he contemplated the fate of these vessels, an unflagged ship approached from the sea. Could it be that a new force was seeking to seize the sea stone? Ultimately, he decided to wait on the island. Engaging in battle at sea felt devoid of sensation, leaving him uncertain of the presence of formidable adversaries. With that, Veer leapt from the ship and made his way to the island. Following suit was Tusk, seemingly intent on witnessing the unfolding drama. Upon Veer's return to the earlier battlefield, he found that Aileen had vanished, along with the body of Charlotte Loney. Yet, there remained a message inscribed on the ground, written in blood. Veer, I will seek vengeance upon you. Await my return. I shall inevitably claim your head to avenge her. Loney Aileen. Upon reading these words, Veer found the matter increasingly intriguing. The frail girl must have perished on this island, yet what form might the newly reborn Ronnie Aaron take? Let me behold her swiftly, thus, let her grow expeditiously. He resolved to cease contemplating Ronnie Aaron and awaited the arrival of new adversaries in tranquil anticipation. The enemies did not keep Veer in suspense for long. As a group soon arrived on the island, led by a figure that struck him as particularly familiar. She wore a red hat adorned with an exaggerated pair of goggles. Her golden hair cascading down, dressed in a pink top and a strikingly short red skirt, complemented by ankle boots and black stockings. Her slender figure accentuated her ample bosom. Was this not Kella of the Revolutionary Army, the charming beauty who accompanied Sabo? What an unexpected encounter. Kella's mission was to seize the precious sea prism stones acquired by the world government, for such wartime resources were not to be relinquished by the Revolutionary Army. However, upon disembarking, Kella sensed an unsettling atmosphere pervading the island. The docks were indeed filled with vessels, yet an eerie silence enveloped the land. As if the island had transformed into a monstrous entity, eager to devour its unsuspecting visitors. As she ventured further onto the island, Kella ultimately comprehended the source of the oppressive stillness. The ground was littered with dismembered corpses. Among them were sailors, pirates, and some so mangled that their identities were beyond recognition. This gruesome sight stirred a sense of unease within her stomach, despite her experience in numerous battles. She had never before witnessed such a scene, where the ground was strewn with severed limbs. At that moment, the only living soul on the island was a young man seated upon a large rock, indulging in drink. He bore twin swords at his waist, and the meticulously severed bodies surrounding them suggested that he was the very architect of this carnage. In any case, this man exuded an aura of danger. Caution was imperative. Weir observed Kira approaching him, but chose not to drive them away immediately. Instead, he awaited their closer proximity before speaking. The sea tower stones on this island already belong to someone. If you wish to avoid demise, I suggest you depart swiftly. After delivering his message, Weir resumed sipping his drink, unwilling to engage in further dialogue with these revolutionaries, yet also refraining from taking their lives. Those who dared to stand against the odds were indeed warriors. Who could say what victories lay ahead for them? It was quite plausible, especially considering their leader was none other than D. Esteemed sir, Kira began. I am Kira of the Revolutionaries. We have come seeking some sea tower stones to confront the world government. Even a trade would suffice. After careful consideration, he articulated these words. Hearing that the other party actually wanted to negotiate with him, Vale felt a sense of novelty. The Revolutionary Army was indeed different, far more reasonable than the world government. A trade? What could they offer in exchange? Sea prism stone was the most effective weapon against devil fruits. Would they offer a devil fruit in return? Kella pondered for a moment. I apologize, but we are unable to meet your request for a devil fruit. Could we perhaps discuss an alternative? Please. Kella discovered that Vale was still open to communication, even displaying a hint of playfulness. Well, that is not entirely out of the question. I have heard of a rather intriguing individual within your Revolutionary Army named Emporio Ivankov, whose hormone fruit can transform men into women, correct? Do you possess any of that special hormone? It could prove remarkably effective in interrogations, especially against those stubborn tough guys. If you have it, I would contemplate an exchange with you. Furthermore, have you noticed those ships on the island? Not only will I provide you with sea prism stone, but those ships will also be included. Suddenly, an exceedingly mischievous thought struck Vale, one that required the feminine hormones of the Okama king. Kella's eye twitched. What on earth was this man thinking? Nevertheless, she promptly responded to Vale. I do not have Ivankov's magnetic hormones on hand, but we have some at our temporary headquarters. I can dispatch a news bird to retrieve them immediately, but those ships must serve as collateral. We take them now. As for the sea prism stone, it can be delivered once the magnetic hormones arrive. How does that proposal sound, Lord Vale? For the Revolutionary Army, Ivankov's hormones were indeed a prized asset, not only serving as a stimulant with minimal side effects, but also capable of healing certain special injuries. As for the magnetic hormones, indeed, as Vale mentioned, they were the bane of tough men, which is why they had reserved a small quantity. It was just that Ivankov had been captured by the world government for many years, and supplies were limited. No problem, you may take the ships. But you must leave something as collateral. Once the feminine hormones arrive, you can be on your way. By the way, at least 5 doses are required. After speaking, Vale gestured for the Revolutionary Army. The ships were now theirs. Kella felt somewhat speechless. After all this, it seemed she had unintentionally become a hostage. The Revolutionary Army proved to be quite efficient. Within an hour, only a few ships remained at the dock. On the island, Vale lay in a chair crafted by Tusk's abilities, idly sipping on alcohol, while Kella stood nearby. Both were unusually silent. The rabbit was engrossed in reading medical texts, while Vale contemplated his recent transformations, whereas recently noticed a marked shift in his demeanor, becoming increasingly casual in his actions and words. He finds himself acting on whims and speaking his mind without restraint. For instance, he has brazenly threatened Charlotte Kreja to refer to him as father, a behavior he would have once deemed utterly inconceivable. What, then, has prompted this transformation? Vale couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. After much reflection, he arrived at a conclusion. It was the absence of rules that shaped his current state. Once constrained by regulations, he found himself in a world of pirates where such constraints vanished. Although he indulged himself somewhat, altering long-held habits proved to be a formidable challenge. Years had passed since he entered the realm of piracy, and many of his former principles had faded from memory. His penchant for combat had morphed into a proclivity for slaughter, and he now recognized that his behavior was increasingly erratic. He had once speculated whether this change was influenced by the will of blood, but he dismissed the notion, for he was nearly the creator of the 2 cursed blades. The likelihood of them rebounding upon him was minimal. Thus, he discerned that it was not the will of blood that transformed him, but rather himself. During his last encounter on Black Iron Rock Island, he had acquired advanced techniques for honing his haki and insights from the legendary Swordsman, the greatest in the world. Vale's strength surged rapidly, nearly rivaling that of an admiral. Although he might not stand a chance in direct combat against an admiral, they would certainly incur a price if they sought to capture him easily. This swift increase in power left Vale somewhat disoriented. He was not a particularly composed individual. Unlike protagonists in novels who, despite gaining immense strength, engage in self-reflection, he had been an ordinary man before entering the pirate world. Losing oneself is not inherently frightening, but failing to recognize that one has lost their way is truly alarming. If there is anything of which Vale can be proud, it is his self-awareness. He understands he is not the chosen one, and that even if he sought mentorship from the powerful figures of the original story, he would be met with closed doors. Consequently, he sought out a small swordsmanship dojo, relying on his own efforts and the willingness to fight for his life, coupled with a stroke of good fortune, to attain his current prowess. Vale felt he could not continue down this path. If he persisted, it would either lead to the world's destruction or his own demise. The notion of annihilating the world was far too grand for him to entertain. The fear of being obliterated by the world did not sit well with him either. Thus, Vale resolved to implement changes within himself and establish certain principles. First, he would no longer slaughter those who posed no threat to him. If confronted by an enemy, he would spare the innocent unless they were truly detestable, allowing circumstances to dictate his actions. Second, he would cease to torment the innocent and the weak. Take Erin. For instance, he had already toyed with her emotions, leaving him uncertain of her future mental state. Should she ever attain the power to take his life? It would be a consequence of his own actions, and he would harbor no resentment. Third, he would engage in endeavors he deemed valuable, though he lacked a compassionate heart. He must avoid actions as foolish as threatening Charlotte Correja to call him father. Such deeds bore no significance, and he felt a tinge of shame in their aftermath. Thus, he could not continue in such a reckless manner. Reflecting on these thoughts, Vale found himself smiling. Although he was now undeniably a villain, he felt an increased sense of freedom in his heart. The pirate world operated in a constant dance between killing and being killed, and for a battle enthusiast like him, abstaining from combat felt akin to death. Moreover, he had many unfinished matters to attend to, such as fulfilling the wishes of his master and senior brother. Vale downed the remaining wine in one hearty gulp, glancing at the bored Keela beside him, who was gazing up at the sky. He decided to strike up a conversation with the young revolutionary. Hey, Keela, what does your revolutionary army usually do? Do you just cause trouble for the world government? Vale observed the lovely young woman, secretly thinking how fortunate Sabo was to have captured the heart of such a beauty. Keela was taken aback that this notorious swordsman initiated a conversation with her, but her interest piqued upon hearing his words. Of course not. We merely resist the world government, assist nations oppressed by its tyranny, and overthrow those despicable kings. Then we must also care for the displaced. In short, it is quite exhausting. By the way, did you kill all these people on the island? Why did you kill them? Keela seemed eager to engage in dialogue with Vale. Why did I kill them? Well, that is a profound question. Perhaps I have lost myself, but the greater reason is that they stand opposed to me. Isn't it natural to eliminate one's enemies? Vale regarded Keela with curiosity, sensing that if she had experienced war, she should not be so naive. Eliminating enemies is one thing, but to kill in such a manner is downright hellish. Even if one must kill, must it be so brutal? Keela appeared quite disapproving of Vale's methods. This presents a dilemma. You must understand, a swordsman's aggression is inherently intense, and my abilities are unique, surpassing those of ordinary swordsmen. Alas, it is a sorrowful reality. Sometimes I struggle even to spare a life, and I must tread carefully. Vale had no intention of altering his combat style. Establishing principles was one matter, but in battle, a dead enemy was a worthy enemy, and considerations of mercy could wait until after the formidable foes were dealt with. After all, Vale firmly believed that mercy towards one's enemies equated to cruelty towards oneself, hence his style would remain unchanged during hostile encounters. Keela sensed that the man before her possessed a decidedly skewed worldview, yet he was unexpectedly easy to converse with. Given his combative demeanor, one would expect him to be brimming with murderous intent, yet here he was, exuding a neighborly charm. It was a stark contradiction, causing Keela to relax her previously tense posture. You need help. You're sick. But then again, everyone has their own beliefs and thoughts. Just like me. I only do what I believe is right, and I never kill indiscriminately. If I can avoid killing, I will, for that is life. Keela surprisingly attempted to correct Vale's worldview, showcasing her navet. What difference does it make if one lives or dies? Life and death are but an endless cycle. We live, they die. If one fears death, they might as well return home and tend to the fields. We're found conversing with Keela quite intriguing and couldn't help but engage in a subtle display of bravado. Although Keela's words seemed profound, there lingered an unsettling feeling. Perhaps, judging by your demeanor, you must have taken the lives of many, though surely not in the hundreds. Keela chuckled, regarding Weir with the curiosity one might reserve for a rare creature, eager to discover why this seemingly ruthless swordsman was so affable. How many lives have I claimed? The specifics elude me, but it must be close to 5 figures, as I was once an assassin, and now I am an adventurer. Come, follow me, and I shall treat you to some delectable fare. Weir had not eaten since arriving on the island, and felt a pang of hunger. 5 figures. Are you not a slayer of thousands? What misfortunes must have plagued your childhood? Keela was taken aback by Weir's words, yet sensing no malice in his intent, and recognizing that she might not stand a chance against him, she decided to accompany Weir toward the shore. What are you insinuating with your impolite remarks? How does this relate to childhood? In these tumultuous times, death is a common occurrence. Do you think the Revolutionary Army suffers fewer casualties? Do you feel you are in the wrong? As they strolled towards the ship, Weir continued his casual banter with Keela. Certainly not. We strive to transform this grotesque world and topple the decaying world government. The celestial dragons trample upon the dignity of the common folk. Equality should be the norm. Upon hearing Weir's disparagement of the Revolutionary Army, Keela immediately retorted, "Regarding your notion of equality, I wholeheartedly agree. In my understanding, all sentient beings, be they fishmen or fur folk, are equal. Yet reality presents a different picture. Some are strong, while others are weak. As for your remarks about the celestial dragons, remember, Keela, they represent merely a cycle. Each new dynasty begins with vigor, and the populace thrives, but time breeds arrogance in its rulers, leading to eventual ruin. Consider this. Should the Revolutionary Army indeed overthrow the world government and establish a new regime, can you guarantee its prosperity centuries hence? Will it not devolve into a second iteration of the world government? Do you comprehend how the world government fell into its current state?" Having unburdened his heart, Weir felt a surge of elation and found himself unwittingly discussing the world government with Keela. She was astonished by his words, questioning whether such profound insights could truly emanate from one who was a seasoned killer. Is the world government not inherently flawed? How can we alter this cyclical predicament? It seems that the young Keela has truly been captivated by Weil, as she has begun to seek his counsel. I am uncertain whether the world government has always been this corrupt, but I do possess a solution to break the cycle. The only question is whether your leader can accept it, for a person who has seized power is unlikely to make such a decision. The method is quite straightforward. We must abolish the hereditary system, preventing relatives from directly inheriting the throne. Instead, we should implement an electoral system to select capable individuals as leaders, which could be achieved through popular voting or parliamentary elections. Upon finishing his remarks, Weil leapt onto the ship, intending to prepare a delightful meal for the newly acquainted young girl in Tusk. Keela promptly followed suit, deeply moved by Weil's words. "I will convey your message to the leader," she declared. "With your innovative ideas, would you consider joining our Revolutionary Army?" It appears that Keela has indeed been mesmerized by Weil, as she unexpectedly extends an invitation for him to join their cause. Weir was momentarily taken aback. "You wish to invite me to join the Revolutionary Army? Are you not afraid that I might become a bloodthirsty killer, slaying even your comrades?" He scoffed. "Huh. The dragon would never have me. We are not of the same ilk." With that, he ceased any further idle chatter with Keela and retreated to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous meal. Keela, realizing her blunder, could only sit silently on the deck-S lounge chair. Just as she reclined, she felt a gentle nudge beside her, and upon turning her head, she was astonished to find the adorable rabbit that had been following Weir. Then, to Keela's utter astonishment, this charming creature began to write notes and soon handed her a piece of paper. "Thank you for your guidance, Al. You are truly a good person, and thus I have decided to bestow upon you a gift." The rabbit waved at Keela and made its way to the laboratory that Weir had specially modified for it. Keela felt her heart melt. Upon first seeing this rabbit, she had found it irresistibly cute. Yet, the imposing presence of Weir, the god of death, had dampened her ability to appreciate the rabbit's charm. However, the moment she discovered that the rabbit could communicate, she could no longer contain herself. She scooped up the rabbit, nuzzling her face against its head and joyfully exclaiming, "Kawaii." The rabbit, overwhelmed by the affection of this beautiful woman, felt an immense sense of happiness. As Al would put it, in this life, I have truly found fulfillment. Are you Weir's pet? How adorable. Keela released the rabbit and inquired with genuine curiosity. The rabbit quickly began to write another note. "No, I'm a member of Al's family. Please do not utter such claims in Al's presence, or he may become enraged and could even harm you. But I do like you, so please refrain from referring to me as Al's pet. My name is Tusky." Keela nodded vigorously, but her interest was now piqued by the formidable swordsman, Weir. She followed Tusky into its laboratory, which had originally been a spare room reserved by Weir without a specific purpose, later repurposed as a laboratory for the rabbit. The laboratory was filled with an array of instruments and equipment for concocting potions, all of which Weir had acquired at great expense for Tusky. Approaching a long table against the wall, Tusky expertly sifted through an assortment of vials and potions, selecting a large bottle of emerald green liquid, which it then handed to Keela. Curious, Keela tapped on the bottle. "What is this? Given the setup here, are you a doctor?" Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at the rabbit. Swiftly, the rabbit scribbled a note and presented it to her. "Indeed, I am a doctor. This bottle contains a potion I developed using my abilities, names. 1 foot. It has remarkable effects on external injuries and can also heal minor internal ruptures. I offer it to you as a gift. Kella gazed at the vial of potion in her hand, sensing that the other party was not deceiving her. Thus she resolved to give it a try. She first dipped her finger into the vivid green liquid, inhaled its scent, and tasted it with her tongue. It was harmless yet exceedingly bitter. Subsequently, she retrieved a small knife and made a slight incision on her hand. Following the rabbit's guidance to apply some of the emerald liquid, known as S1, onto the wound. To her astonishment, Kella observed that her injury was healing at an astonishing speed, shrinking to a mere faint mark in less than half an hour. She was taken aback. If the Revolutionary Army possessed an ample supply of S1, the casualties during battles would diminish exponentially. Kella contemplated inquiring about the specific formula from Robusky, yet hesitated, retracting her words. She and Robusky, along with Veer, did not share a deep camaraderie, and it seemed rather presumptuous to demand the recipe for S1. Nevertheless, the significance of this potion was paramount for the revolutionary forces. Robusky discerned Kella's thoughts and handed her a note. I can provide you with the formula. It is not a matter of great consequence. However, it is concocted through my unique abilities. If you employ precise instruments for its preparation, you should achieve at least half the efficacy. Robusky casually picked up a formula from the table and offered it to Kella. She accepted the recipe, feeling uncertain about her understanding, yet trusting that he would not lead her astray. Truly, they were two remarkably generous individuals. Just as Kella carefully tucked the formula into her bosom, the voice of Veer echoed from outside. Upon hearing Veer's call, Robusky's large ears perked up, revealing his evident enthusiasm for culinary delights. Kella, puzzled by Robusky's hasty departure, wondered if Veer often mistreated him or neglected to feed him. Given his eagerness at the mention of food, with her curiosity piqued, Kella exited the laboratory and followed Veer's gesture to the dining hall. As she approached the entrance, an enticing aroma wafted towards her, suggesting a delightful meal. However, upon witnessing the lavish spread on the dining table, Kella gazed at Veer in disbelief. This master swordsman, known for his prowess in battle, could actually cook. Moreover, one can sense the delectable nature of the food on the table merely by savoring its aroma and observing its appearance. Upon sitting down, Kira picked up her knife and fork and commenced indulging in the red wine steak before her. After taking a bite of the steak, Kira's eyes widened in delight. It was utterly delicious. She then began to sample the other exquisite dishes. Thus, the three of them embarked on a joyful dining experience. After the meal, Kira reclined on a deck chair, basking in the sea breeze while sipping fresh juice, and she couldn't help but envy Veer. His life was truly splendid. This mission had become one of Kira's most enjoyable tasks, not only yielding bountiful rewards but also allowing her to relish fine cuisine. Just as Kira was reveling in her contentment, her messenger bird returned, bearing the magnetic hormones Veer had requested. The messenger bird, indeed, lived up to its reputation for delivering news with astonishing speed. A journey that would typically take 3 to 4 days by sea was accomplished in mere hours. Kira approached Veer. The female hormones you desired have arrived. As for the sea prism stone I seek, the quantity is entirely at your discretion. Having already obtained an ample bounty, Kira felt somewhat hesitant to make further requests. Were it not for the mission entrusted by her leader, she would not have broached the subject of the sea prism stone at all. How could Vale possibly go back on his word? Thus, Vale generously presented several substantial chunks of sea tower stone, weighing perhaps dozens of pounds. While this may not be a significant sum in light of Vale's considerable gains, it is still a notable offering. Here, there are approximately several dozen kilograms of sea tower stone. I still have use for the rest, so I shall part with these for you. Kira felt even more embarrassed, as dozens of pounds of sea tower stone could be deemed a fortune, especially after having already benefited so greatly from Vale and Tusk. Veer observed the embarrassment of the foolish girl and could not help but laugh. She was indeed a sincere person, feeling shy even while accepting gifts. Do not be embarrassed. We have already reached an agreement. I, Veer, have always been true to my word. I possess ample sea stone, so take it. If you do not, I shall toss it into the sea. Seeing Veer's demeanor, Kila had no choice but to hoist the sea stone upon her back. The weight of dozens of pounds seemed as effortless to her as carrying a bundle of blankets. Very well, I shall accept it. Here is my contact insect. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. With that, Kila leapt from Veer's ship, evidently intending to return home. As evening descended, Veer's vessel remained the solitary presence along the shore, starkly contrasting the earlier bustle of his arrival. Thus, Vir began his wait for Don Quixote da Flamingo. The first day passed in tranquility, yet in the ensuing days, various factions landed on the island, seeking to seize the sea stone. Vir's approach to these intruders was one of reason. He would first attempt to drive them away. Should they resist, he would resort to lethal force. If he succeeded in slaying their leader, and the opposing forces retreated, he would refrain from pursuit, allowing the disorganized mob to flee. However, some would seek their own demise. There were factions that continued to resist even after their leaders had fallen. If, after dispatching several adversaries, there remained no sign of surrender or flight, Vir would eliminate every last one of them. Do not presume that Vir, having established his principles, had developed a compassionate heart. For these defiant individuals, he believed that extermination was the most effective solution, without exception. A tiger may forego drinking blood, but it is inconceivable for it to adopt a herbivorous diet. At last, on the morning of the 6th day, Vir beheld a pink ship approaching, its form reminiscent of a flamingo. The white sails bore the emblem of the Don Quixote family, painted in pink. "Ah, finally you have arrived. How slow you are." "Making me wait all these days," Vir remarked, seated atop a heap of corpses left in the wake of battle. The area still bore the hallmark of Vir's presence, littered with remnants of conflict. Among those who disembarked was not only Don Quixote da Flamingo but also several family members, including the princess of the Dressrosa Kingdom, Violet, and two of the highest-ranking officials from the Don Quixote family, the Spade, Pica, and the Spade, Buffalo. As Vir saw the individuals brought by Da Flamingo, he found the scene somewhat amusing. One was an undercover agent, another a flamboyant character, and the last a helicopter pilot. Meanwhile, Da Flamingo, upon observing the state of the island, was taken aback. Although he had long been informed by Ferdinand that this fellow named Vir was a lunatic and notably ruthless, witnessing the hellish landscape before him prompted a chuckle from Da Flamingo. He cared little for the identities of these individuals. As long as there was profit to be gained and they possessed sufficient strength, cooperation was on the table. However, the others did not share his level of composure. At this moment, Violet felt exceedingly unwell. Her legs were somewhat weak, and her stomach was in discomfort, forcing her to suppress the urge to vomit. Were it not for Da Flamingo's presence beside her, she would have collapsed onto the ground, retching uncontrollably. Having been a princess since childhood, she had never encountered such a scene. Even under Da Flamingo's command, her battles were infrequent, and she rarely left Dressrosa. However, thinking of her father and sister's plight, she endured all physical discomfort. It was not Da Flamingo who spoke first, but Pica. "Are you Vale? We received a notification from Ferdinand to come here and excavate sea prism stone. Lead the way." Pica's tone was somewhat arrogant, his voice exceedingly shrill. "Ha ha ha. You crack me up." "Hey, don't speak. Let someone else negotiate with me," Vale retorted, erupting into an unrestrained laugh. As for the Don Quixote family's rules, did they concern Vale? Da Flamingo, witnessing Vale's demeanor, felt a vein throb on his forehead, clearly incensed by the sound of others mocking Pica. Thus, Da Flamingo took immediate action, enveloping his lower legs in a pitch-black hockey, preparing to strike. Vir gazed at the approaching Da Flamingo, sensing the formidable strength of his opponent. With resolve, he unsheathed his twin swords, enveloping them in the dark sheen of hockey and crackling lightning. The clash of blades and threads erupted in a thunderous roar that resonated across the island. Following their fierce encounter, both combatants retreated simultaneously. Vir felt that Da Flamingo was perhaps the most formidable adversary he had ever encountered, and thus he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. It had been so long since he had experienced such a sensation. A thrilling rush of life and death, a fervor that set his blood ablaze. Vir directly activated the maximum thunder mode. A surge of bluish-silver lightning emanated from his being, causing his hair to billow dramatically due to the immense energy he was expelling. Grasping the intent blood, Vir, in this electrifying state during battle, exuded an aura akin to a bloodthirsty azura. Upon sensing Vir's formidable presence, Da Flamingo unleashed his conqueror's hockey without hesitation. Vir sensed an extraordinary intention rushing towards him, yet it bore no significant weight. Is this the conqueror's hockey? Is this all there is to it? Vir felt a peculiar sensation. The renowned conqueror's hockey, which was celebrated in the original work, seemed rather unremarkable upon his personal experience. In truth, Vir was unaware that the reason Don Quixote da Flamingo unleashed his conqueror's hockey was due to the overwhelming might of his presence. Vir had no intention of confronting Da Flamingo any longer. Instead, he surged towards him at full speed, employing a technique known as flash. To Pika and the others, Veer appeared as nothing more than a fleeting blue shadow. Only Doflamingo was capable of keeping pace with Veer's velocity. With a swift stroke, Veer aimed his sword at Doflamingo's neck. Yet his efforts proved futile as a sharp clang resonated. Doflamingo's strings had intercepted the blade. However, it was not a complete obstruction. In that fleeting moment of contact, Veer sensed he had severed numerous strands. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Doflamingo noted that the strings before him were on the verge of being entirely severed. The sudden onslaught of the 5 colored strings did not rattle Veer. Instead, he adeptly parried the attack with another sword. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle upon the island, where silvery blue sword auras clashed with the razor-sharp strands, and even the occasional misstrike wreaked havoc upon the very land itself. Violet and her companions could only observe from a distance, for the intensity of the battle rendered them utterly incapable of providing any assistance, potentially hindering Doflamingo instead. Even mere proximity to the conflict was fraught with peril. While Doflamingo's attacks posed little concern, the sword energy unleashed by Veer was exceedingly hazardous. Had it not been for Pika shielding Violet from a lethal strike moments earlier, she would have suffered grievous injuries, if not death. As the skirmish with Doflamingo progressed, Veer gradually discerned the latter's combat style. Doflamingo's speed paled in comparison to his own, and significantly so. However, he compensated for this shortcoming with his devil fruit abilities. Furthermore, Doflamingo displayed formidable physical prowess, exhibiting a powerful application of Busashoka Haki, although his Kinbunchika Haki was rather average. The true strength of his capabilities lay in the mastery of his devil fruit, as evidenced by the strings that floated around him. It was astonishing to realize that, at this juncture, Doflamingo had already awakened his devil fruit, and not just any, but a Paramecia-type awakening. Indeed, a remarkable feat. Veil once again unleashed a wave of sword energy, and Doflamingo promptly manipulated a multitude of threads to obstruct the onslaught before him. Debris flew in all directions, as many of the threads were severed. However, Doflamingo remained unscathed. Seizing the opportunity presented by Veil's momentary lapse, he launched another assault. Although the string bullet traveled with remarkable speed, it was rendered sluggish within the electromagnetic barrier's perception, allowing Veil to deftly evade it. In response to the aggression, Veil let his hands fall naturally to his sides. Secret Sword. Swallow Return. 4 strands of black-purple sword energy surged toward Doflamingo. Recognizing the gravity of the incoming attack, Doflamingo immediately activated his defensive technique, White Shield Thread, with a sharp clang. All the white threads before him were severed. Although the purple-black sword energy was significantly weakened, it did not dissipate and continued its relentless pursuit of Doflamingo. At that moment, the threads he had assimilated with his ability unexpectedly ensnared him, allowing him to evade the impending strike. The energy of the Swallow Return ultimately struck the earth, carving deep gashes into the ground. Weir was equally astonished, marveling at the remarkable dexterity with which Doflamingo wielded his strings, reminiscent of Spider-Man's agility. The white line of the wild waves appeared like a mass of twisted dough, converging into a singular point that swiftly advanced towards Weir, as if intent on consuming him. Having just employed the Swallow Return, Weir found his reaction somewhat sluggish. The strings were already upon him, leaving no time for evasion. He could only muster all his strength to deliver a decisive strike. The blood intent did not disappoint, severing the strings before him and granting Weir a brief moment to recuperate. As the two resumed their standoff, Weir had activated his body to an extraordinary degree, experiencing an exhilarating flow into combat, rekindled by the presence of a long-awaited adversary. His face adorned with the Weir smile. Meanwhile, Doflamingo perceived that Weir's strength was not vastly different from his own. The notion of risking everything for a mere exchange of words seemed unworthy. In Doflamingo's view, only the strong possessed the right to negotiate. And Weir's formidable prowess led him to reconsider the futility of this conflict. He contemplated a truce, recognizing them as allies of sorts. While Pika's offense was indeed a transgression, it was equally unacceptable to mock his family. Thus, he deemed the matter resolved, suggesting they converse. However, Doflamingo overlooked a crucial aspect. Weir had become quite fervent since the battle commenced, relishing the intensity of the confrontation. Do not dwell on Pika's incident. Today, encountering a formidable opponent like you is truly fortunate. Let us postpone all discussions until after the battle. Now, unleash your most powerful strike, and let us determine the victor. With that, Weir enveloped his lower body in armament haki, a surge of lightning crackling around his calves as he prepared to execute his ultimate technique, the electromagnetic cannon. Doflamingo, observing this battle-maddened warrior before him, realized that mere negotiation would no longer suffice to deter Weir. Furthermore, the determination reflected in Weir's actions indicated he was poised to unleash an exceedingly formidable blow. Doflamingo summoned all the strings at his disposal, enveloping them in armament hockey. With a mighty roar, Weir unleashed the electromagnetic cannon, while Doflamingo, equally fervent, echoed a similar cry. The 16 sacred deadly bullets collided with the electromagnetic cannon and divine judgment in midair, resulting in a tremendous shockwave that spread outward upon their contact. The three onlookers nearby were nearly blinded by the fierce gust of wind. With Violet in the most precarious position, had she not clung tightly to Pika, she would have likely been swept far away by the force. Even the rabbit, observing from above, was tossed about unsteadily. The most magnificent sight, however, was the ocean surrounding the island, as colossal waves formed around it, radiating outward. At that moment, dense cracks appeared in the air before Weir and Doflamingo, yet their techniques remained locked in confrontation, continually generating shockwaves. Lacking personal animosity, the two retreated almost simultaneously, which did not diminish the impact, but rather propelled it to its zenith. Dust swirled upon the island, revealing two upright figures within its midst. Pika, astonished, thought, "Is he truly that formidable? This is the first time I have witnessed someone withstand Doflamingo's divine judgment." As she gazed at the silhouettes amidst the dust, her pupils constricted to the utmost. Simultaneously, Violet and Buffalo stood dumbfounded, mouths agape. Buffalo was taken aback by Weir's astounding strength, astonished that he could stand his ground against the young master. Violet, on the other hand, was overwhelmed by the realization of human potential, drowning in despair over Doflamingo's might and her country's bleak future. Yet, upon seeing Weir, her eyes sparkled with hope. If only he would lend his aid, perhaps her nation could be saved. But then, recalling the rumors about Weir from Tutu Island, her eyes dimmed. Even if he did help her defeat Doflamingo, should Weir ascend to the throne afterward, her country might find itself in even greater peril due to his reputed ruthlessness. In that moment, Weir felt an unparalleled exhilaration. How long had it been since he last encountered a worthy opponent since departing from the Iron Fortress? Not even the former ghost spider had provided him with such a thrill. He chuckled heartily, the two sharing a laugh that belied any hostility born of combat. Indeed, Ferdinand did not deceive me. Weir, let us forge an alliance. Together with Ferdinand, the three of us shall unite. With Ferdinand's intelligence, my influence, and your martial prowess, we shall be a force not to be trifled with, even in the New World. It appeared that Doflamingo had acknowledged Weir's capabilities and was contemplating an alliance. An alliance? This truly is an excellent proposal. Very well, let us form an alliance. Should any matters arise in the future, we shall communicate via telephone. My voyage has not been long, and there remains a considerable distance to the New World. Once I arrive there, everything shall be much more convenient. Come, let us celebrate today's battle with merriment. Join me aboard my ship for a drink, as I possess fine wines." With that, Weir made his way towards the vessel. Doflamingo signaled to his numerous subordinates disembarking from the ship to commence mining for sea prism stone on the island, and then he, along with his family, proceeded towards Weir's ship. After giving Doflamingo a tour of his vessel, he introduced them to Tusk. Upon learning that Tusk possesses an ability strikingly similar to his own, Doflamingo was indeed taken aback. After meticulously preparing a sumptuous feast, Weir signaled to Doflamingo and his companions to wait momentarily as he ventured into the kitchen to retrieve a well-aerated bottle of red wine. In consideration of the presence of ladies, Weir selected a cherished vintage, opting against a more robust option. At the very bottom of the ship lies Weir's cellar, where he has meticulously categorized his wines into 3 distinct tiers. The first tier consists of rare and exquisite wines that are not to be consumed lightly, as they are intended for sharing with his brothers, master, and sister upon his return to Rogue Town. Weir possesses only 2 bottles of this esteemed collection. The second tier encompasses top-tier wines that are exceedingly difficult to procure, even for those with substantial wealth. Weir has a mere dozen of these exceptional bottles. The third tier consists of wines that Weir indulges in regularly, considered fine yet accessible for those willing to invest. The wine Weir chose to serve Doflamingo is from the second tier, as his admiration for Doflamingo compelled him to offer a bottle he typically reserved for himself. Following a delightful sampling of Weir's culinary skills, Doflamingo was effusive in his praise, while Pika and Buffalo indulged voraciously, and Violet savored the meal with an elegant grace, clearly relishing the experience. "How does this wine fare?" "It is one of my prized possessions," Weir remarked, pouring half a glass for each guest. Doflamingo lifted his glass, scrutinizing the vintage with a discerning eye. After raising an eyebrow, he took a small sip, closing his eyes in contemplation. Ah, splendid wine. Veer, you are truly generous. I wonder what your future plans entail. Would you consider joining my family? Doflamingo appeared somewhat intrigued by Veer's formidable prowess, extending an invitation for him to join his clan. Ha ha ha, let us not entertain that notion. I am but an adventurer. Joining your family would inhibit my pursuit of adventure. While I could certainly head directly to Fishman Island, I prefer to follow the record pointer at a leisurely pace to savor the scenery along the way. I seek to understand the essence of good and evil. After all, some label me a demon. Does taking a life inherently signify malevolence? Ha ha ha. I find it perplexing. Doflamingo, what do you deem to be evil? Veer declined Doflamingo's invitation. His aspirations rooted in exploring the wonders of the pirate world and indulging in culinary delights from various locales. What a pity. As for the concepts of good and evil, I never anticipated you would ponder such matters. To individuals like us, we are perceived as evil in the eyes of others, yet seen as virtuous by our kin. Hee hee. No one comprehends the sensation of loss, of betrayal by family. After speaking, Doflamingo took a hearty sip of wine. The two engaged in conversation while drinking, and before long, they had consumed 7 or 8 bottles of exquisite wine, both while, and Doflamingo feeling somewhat inebriated, perhaps due to the excitement of battle, while unexpectedly brought out the remaining 10 bottles of fine spirits after finishing a bottle of red wine, toasting with Doflamingo. Among the others, apart from Pika, who was giggling with a cup in hand, the other two had already succumbed to slumber. Though I have not personally experienced the sting of betrayal from family, I have endured the profound loss of loved ones. Thus, I vow to grow stronger, resolutely refusing to lose my last remaining family member. Moreover, Doflamingo, how do you intend to deal with King Riku? A disobedient dog that dares to claim dominion after its master's demise. What purpose does he serve? Do not question my knowledge of such foolish matters. I assure you, I am well versed in all affairs of Dressrosa. It appears Wal wishes to deliberate with Doflamingo regarding King Riku. In his previous life, Wal had harbored disdain for that king, a monarch who neglects to consider how to safeguard his citizens, instead employing the nation's resources to cultivate formidable military power, while merely professing love and concern for his people. Yet, this is not the most nauseating aspect. How could a nation as affluent as Dressrosa be so poorly managed under his stewardship, once flourishing under the Don Quixote banner? Dressrosa has been left impoverished since King Riku took control. Furthermore, with the former ruler deceased and the new lord poised to inherit the throne, while it may be understandable for King Riku to retain his position, it is utterly ludicrous that he resorts to soliciting funds from his subjects to placate the new lord. The mere thought is laughable. Perhaps King Riku genuinely cares for his people, but his folly is an undeniable truth. His indulgence of the diminutive folk's thievery illustrates that. For the sake of his throne, he grants privileges to certain individuals. As for his sympathy towards the little folk, that is laughable, aside from their practicality. Their combat prowess is formidable. Their diminutive stature only enhances their agility, and they do not lack strength. Many among them possess extraordinary might. Does this race truly require King Riku's pity? It is a farce. It would be fortunate for him if he were not overthrown by the little folk. Doflamingo, upon hearing Wal's remarks, exhibited little surprise. As for King Riku, it is not yet time to eliminate him. The former royal family, save for one princess who has perished, remains intact. Have you seen her? She is one of the former royal family members. Despite the Riku family's ineptitude, their image among the populace is too pristine for them to be disposed of at this juncture. At this point, Doflamingo fell silent, choosing instead to sip his drink contemplatively. So, you plan to utilize sugar's fruitability to control those disobedient citizens? What a foolish notion. Should anything happen to Sugar one day, it would incite a nationwide rebellion. The image of Sugar as a young girl might one day be whisked away by some perverse uncle. However, once such events commence, there is no turning back. If a nationwide rebellion were to arise, do reach out to me. I shall assist you, for we are allies, and I, Vale, am a man of my word. Vale chuckled as he observed the astonished eyes of Doflamingo. Do not underestimate Sugar. I am well aware of your impending failures, Trimble. Mere mortal, pray tell, from whence comes this information? Nevertheless, it matters not, for I am not without support from other factions. Kaido of the Beasts contacted me some time ago, and we forged certain agreements. Should Dressrosa ever descend into chaos, the assistance of the 4 emperors would ensure our safety. It appears Doflamingo holds Vale in high regard, even confiding in him about collaborating with the 4 emperors. Kaido is notoriously unreliable, Doflamingo. If you were to ally with Whitebeard or red-haired Shanks, that would pose no issue. but Kaido and Big Mom are an entirely different matter. However, Caesar Clown is a remarkable talent, albeit one whose abilities remain unrecognized. If he were truly devoted to your cause, he would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. Vale felt himself slightly intoxicated, the world spinning around him. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, in contrast to Vale, had succumbed to slumber on his chair, despite their inebriated state. Should an enemy approach, both men possessed the means to regain their composure swiftly, for their physiques surpassed that of ordinary men. Upon awakening the next day, Vale discovered that it was nearly noon. How curious. When did I fall asleep? Alas, it seems I drank myself into oblivion. A most undignified state for one such as I, Vale. After a moment of melancholy, Veer changed into a fresh outfit to wash up. Due to the sweltering heat of the region, he opted for a pair of black shorts and casually donned a checkered tank top, while his trusty sword, Ishiwe, remained ever at his side. After all, for a swordsman, leaving one's blade behind would be utterly disgraceful. Lightly equipped, Veer made his way to the deck, where he found Tusk indulging in snacks while perusing medical texts. Not wishing to disturb him, Veer proceeded directly to the island, intending to bid farewell to Doflamingo. However, upon arrival, he found not Doflamingo, but rather Pika, who was fervently wielding a large sword in a rather theatrical manner. One could say it possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. Yet, Veer mused, such practice would only yield a well-toned physique. Young man, this is not how one hones swordsmanship. Unable to watch any longer, Veer interrupted the seemingly bat-swinging swordsman. It's you, Lord Veer. I am unsure what you meant by your earlier words. Is there something amiss with my swordsmanship? Pika began, almost addressing Veer informally, but then recalled Doflamingo's recent alliance with him. Recognizing Veer's formidable prowess, he opted for a more respectful address, primarily hoping to glean some insights into swordsmanship from him. Otherwise, Pika's disposition hardly warranted such a title. Spare me the unnecessary formalities, just call me Veer. As for your swordsmanship, I must candidly say that it is not swordsmanship at all. What you practice resembles primitive bat-swinging, and it even contains elements of imitation. I advise you to abandon swordsmanship altogether, for it truly does not suit you. Focus on developing your innate abilities, and consider swordsmanship merely as a means of physical exercise. Pika, you possess no talent for swordplay. I do not wish to deceive you. Your lack of progress is not due to incorrect training methods. A person's energy is finite, so it is wise to specialize in one discipline. For instance, I dedicate myself to swordsmanship, while Doflamingo develops his devil fruit powers. Your stone fruit is quite promising and worthy of exploration. How to cultivate it, however, is for you to determine. I cannot presume to instruct you on the specifics, as I am not a user of such abilities myself. Mastery of everything is not advantageous. Ultimately, one may find oneself merely mediocre at all pursuits. With that, Veer turned away from Pika, continuing his search for Doflamingo, leaving Pika standing in contemplation. At last, Veer located Doflamingo aboard a ship. Doflamingo, the task is complete. I intend to set sail now. Here is my transponder snail. Contact me should you require anything. Veer stated, handing Doflamingo the transponder snail as he prepared to depart the island. Very well, I shall reach out via the transponder snail for any future matters. When you arrive in the New World, do visit Dressrosa. I shall be sure to entertain you there. After bidding farewell to each other, Veer returned to his ship, where he and Tusk continued their nautical adventures. As he gazed at the island diminishing in the distance, Veer couldn't help but reflect that such an island, rich in sea tower stone, would inevitably become a coveted target, embroiled in conflict among various factions. The island gradually vanished from sight, and Veer made his way back to the training room, resuming his efforts to refine the unfinished skill. This skill was a form of swordsmanship, developed by Veer in response to the unique conditions of the pirate world. Vale discovered that the fabric of the pirate world is remarkably fragile. Whether during his execution of the yen return technique or while engaging in combat with Doflamingo, he sensed this vulnerability. In the moment he unleashed his second strike with yen return, he faintly felt a sensation of tearing through space, albeit subtly. However, during his confrontation with Doflamingo, their techniques collided, resulting in visible fissures in the surrounding space. This revelation underscored the precarious nature of the pirate world's spatial integrity, prompting Vale to contemplate exploiting this very aspect. In Weir's ideal conception of swordsmanship, it is not merely about striking the target, but rather about cleaving the very fabric of space itself, creating fissures that lead to the demise of his foes. Thus, Weir's aim is to carve cracks into space, not to sever it entirely, for while these two actions may appear similar, the potency of each is worlds apart. To rend space is merely an exercise of brute force, whereas to sever it embodies a profound artistic essence, one that one wonders if he will ever attain in his lifetime. Consequently, War devoted himself wholeheartedly to wielding his sword. Yet the results were rather lackluster. Beyond creating mere ripples in the air, he could discern not a single crack. This led him into deep contemplation. Why is it that the second strike of the yin fan could subtly tear through space, while his own attempts yielded no effect, regardless of how fervently he struck? What, indeed, was the root of this conundrum? We're resolved to approach the matter from a different perspective. What determines the potency of a strike? It lies in the comprehension of swordsmanship, the force of the slash, and the cutting capability of lightning. Additionally, there is the element of speed. Indeed, speed is paramount. The reason why the technique of Yinbai evokes a sense of slicing through space is that it is, in essence, a skill that harnesses the sword's velocity to its utmost limit. If War wishes to shatter the fabric of space, he must undoubtedly focus on the aspect of speed. For speed is synonymous with power. Veer once again closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of wielding the swallow's return technique. Drawing forth his essence blood, Veer executed a single sword strike through the air before him. This time, he employed the swallow's return with only one sword, deliberately omitting the violet sword energy to ensure the safety of his vessel. Nonetheless, Veer still experienced that subtle feeling of fracturing space. It was insufficient. His speed lacked the necessary swiftness. Relying solely on the swallow's return to shatter the fabric of space proved impossible, thus he needed to contemplate alternative methods. We're once again plunged into deep contemplation. The development of new techniques, if not approached with caution, could impose significant strain on the body. And the mind was not spared either. Many only witness the glorious moments of the strong, yet who can truly appreciate the sweat and toil they endure during training? The torment of grappling with the intricacies of capability enhancement is often overlooked. Weir has always firmly believed that only through dedication can one reap rewards. Much like the formidable figures of the Warring States period, Kapu, Whitebeard, Gold Lion, and Red-Haired. These great warriors undoubtedly experienced moments akin to his own, sweating profusely to hone their bodies and straining their minds in pursuit of new abilities. After quietly encouraging himself, Veer continued to develop his new techniques. 3 days later, while engrossed in his training, he was interrupted by a message brought by Tusk. Tusk presented him with the day's newspaper and several bounty notices. The newspaper was unremarkable, but the bounty notices were striking, prominently featuring a new bounty on his head, Thunderblade Master Veer, with a reward of 680 million berries. Upon witnessing the bounty, veins throbbed upon Vale's forehead. These scoundrels dare to mock me. What of my status as one of the 7 warlords? Instead of securing my position, the bounty has only increased. Sengoku, brace yourself. I shall soon deliver a grand surprise. Vale was infuriated. He had believed that through Ferdinand's connections, his ascension to the ranks of the 7 warlords was nearly certain. Little did he expect Sengoku to intervene. Raising his bounty instead, was this a sign that he had no intention of allowing Vale to join the 7 warlords? Veer returned to his chamber, grasping Ferdinand's telephone bug, and awaited a response amidst the buzzing sound. Before long, the connection was established. Moshi Moshi, this is Ferdinand, he announced. However, before Ferdinand could finish his sentence, Veer interjected abruptly. Ferdinand, please assist me in locating any naval fortifications in the vicinity. The more significant, the better. I have just completed a handover with Dover and am not far from their island. Ultimately, the location should hold considerable importance to the Navy. I refuse to be underestimated. It seemed Veer was intent on fulfilling his promise, intending to deliver a grand gift to the warring nation. Hello, Veer, what has transpired? You sound quite aggressive. Are you not aiming to become one of the 7 warlords? It would be prudent not to offend the Navy just yet, Ferdinand attempted to counsel, hoping to steer Veer towards a more rational course of action. Weir remained silent for a moment, then, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, the 7 warlords are nothing but a farce. That scoundrel Sengoku has directly inflated my bounty. My head is now valued at nearly 700 million. After we're finished speaking, Ferdinand on the other end of the transponder paused in contemplation. I have already petitioned the Gorosei for your appointment as a warlord. Though they have not given a definitive response, their demeanor suggests tacit approval. It seems Sengoku is obstructing the process. Hold on. I will utilize my connections to gather more information. With that, Ferdinand ended the call. Weir has now calmed down, silently contemplating how to impart a lesson to the Navy. Slaughtering civilians? Absolutely not. Even if he were to take the lives of numerous innocents, the Navy would suffer no repercussions. Instead, He would only invite the ire of various just forces, and the principles he has established would not permit such actions. Thus, he must resort to attacking some fortifications. Typically, these strongholds are under the command of vice-admirals. While it is true that a general like Weir cannot contend with them, he can certainly handle the vice-admirals with relative ease. Weir could hardly believe that he had consecutively dismantled 3 or 4 naval fortresses, wondering if Sengoku would still dare to be so arrogant. As for the notion of attacking Marineford, such an idea had never crossed Weir's mind. Not only would he likely face a coordinated assault from the 3 admirals, but even if fortune favored him and the admirals were otherwise occupied, he felt that merely encountering Garp would leave him gravely injured, subsequently tossed into impelled down. Though Garp had aged, what of Whitebeard? The old man, at 72, had wreaked havoc upon the Navy headquarters. Despite his eventual demise, who could claim he was not formidable? Garp was a figure of the same era as Whitebeard and Roger, capable of chasing Roger across the globe, a testament to his immense strength. Even with Akiji by his side, one must not forget that aboard Roger's ship, including himself, there were the formidable trio of gold, silver, and bronze. This clearly indicated that Garp was not to be trifled with. On the battlefield at Marineford, had it not been for Ace's execution that plunged the old man into despair, the Whitebeard pirates might have indeed remained at Marineford. The statement, "Then stop me, Sengoku. Otherwise I might lose control and kill Akainu," speaks volumes about Garp's prowess. While Weir contemplated revenge against the Navy, he was interrupted by the ring of a transponder snail and answered without hesitation. "Have you located the nearby fortress, Ferdinand?" Weir was eager to discover the location of the naval stronghold to strike swiftly. "Ah, I have pinpointed the fortress, though it is quite distant. However, I have uncovered a more intriguing island. I wonder if it piques your interest," Ferdinand said, feigning mystery. Their relationship had grown closer following the incidents involving Blood of Intent and Sea Prism Stone. "What island?" "It need not necessarily be a naval fortress. Anything significant to the Navy will suffice." Weir expressed curiosity. "I recently discovered an island under naval control near you, marked on the map as a timber production site for shipbuilding. However, the presence of the warlord Bartholomew Kuma is frequently reported nearby. Moreover, it has consumed a substantial amount of special steel and is home to a significant naval garrison. I wonder what thoughts that stirs in you." At this point, Ferdinand ceased speaking, donning a sly grin. "Heh, you've stumbled upon such a place. Could it be a testing ground for pacifists? Might there be an admiral lurking within?" Upon hearing the mention of Bartholomew Kuma and the extensive consumption of special steel, Weir pondered deeply. "Who knows? Should we pay a visit? I can provide you with the coordinates." Ferdinand awaited Weir's response with anticipation. Weir pondered for a moment, then, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Who am I afraid of?" He proceeded to record the coordinates dictated by Ferdinand. Once the direction was noted, Weir terminated the call and retrieved a compact directional compass, followed by a recording device. He began to ascertain the precise location of the island known as Baycast. According to Ferdinand's description, this island could not be accessed via the recording device. It remained a mystery how the Navy managed to ensure that the island would never be locked onto the recording compass. To locate Baycast, one would need to navigate through several nearby islands to confirm its position. This was precisely why the Navy had established a secret base there. If the island could be pinpointed, the frequent landings of pirates would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for the Navy. Ordinary pirates might be manageable, but an adventurer like Weir could spell disaster. Yet now, this very disaster was diligently attempting to discern the location of Baycast. If the Navy stationed there were aware of this, would they shed tears of joy? Thus, Weir commenced his search for the secret base upon the sea. Truth be told, it proved to be exceedingly arduous. He miscalculated his course 5 times. However, after a month and a half of relentless effort, the elusive island that would never appear on any recording device, only verifiable by coordinates, finally came into view. Baycast. This island was far more enchanting than he had imagined. Adorned with lush green forests and carpeted with soft grass, where one could occasionally spot a beautiful wildflower. The air was imbued with a sweet freshness, and the forest teemed with vitality. It was indeed a splendid island. No wonder the Navy had chosen it as a secret laboratory. After mooring the ship with Tusk, Weir disembarked to stir trouble for the Navy, specifically instructing Tusk to put into practice the combat techniques and fruit abilities that Weir had taught him. Tusk had grown increasingly lethargic. Whenever Weir called for training, he would collapse on the ground, appearing utterly lifeless. If not for Weir's insistence on dragging him to training, Tusk might not have trained even once in a year. What was most perplexing was Tusk's weight. Weir had weighed him the previous day, and he tipped the scales at a hefty 120 pounds, while Weir himself weighed just under 140, standing only to Weir's chest. Tusk prompted Weir to ponder whether he should help him shed some pounds, as Tusk was fast approaching a point where he could no longer see his own feet. Leading this increasingly corpulent companion onto the island, they were immediately surrounded by a group of Navy personnel. "Who are you? State your name and how you arrived here. Also, lower your weapons and toss your sword over here," one Navy officer commanded, aiming his gun at Weir. Weir gazed at the naval officers before him and chuckled softly, drawing forth the two blades known as blood of intent from his waist. However, he showed no inclination to engage in combat. Instead, he tossed the swords towards one of the officers. The officer, taken aback by Weir's seemingly surrendering act, quickly assessed the two blades soaring towards him. He instantly recognized them as exquisite weapons, and the thought of seizing the opportunity to eliminate Weir crossed his mind. Should he succeed, these remarkable swords would belong to him. In a flurry, he discarded his firearm and clumsily caught the two swords. Yet, as his fingers clasped the hilt of blood of intent, the officer's countenance twisted grotesquely. His head began to convulse unnaturally, and a strange crimson light radiated from his pupils. His companions, noticing his alarming condition, inquired with concern. "What is wrong, John? Your complexion seems off. Speak to us." "Indeed, John, what has happened to your eyes? What have you done to him, you scoundrel?" The group of naval officers stared at their bewildered comrade, turning their accusatory gazes towards Weir. "Hehehe, I assure you, I have done nothing. However, you must exercise caution. Blood of intent possesses a rather temperamental nature." No sooner had Weir spoken than John, the afflicted officer, burst into a maniacal laugh, drooling uncontrollably. As his bewildered comrades looked on in confusion, an even more sinister transformation unfolded. From the hilts of the two blood of intent swords, numerous slender red tendrils began to materialize. Ethereal like mist, these tendrils suddenly plunged forcefully into John's wrist, halting his laughter and rendering his expression blank. The situation took a dire turn as John abruptly raised his dual swords, turning them against his former allies with violent intent. Moreover, John's speed and strength surged, overpowering the weaker naval officers who could do nothing but succumb to his assault. "John, what are you doing?" "It's me, Jeffrey," came a desperate cry, only for it to be silenced as John struck down Jeffrey. A torrent of blood pooled onto the ground, and moments later, Jeffrey's life flickered away. This horrific scene repeated itself across the island, and finally, after John had felled the last naval officer, he approached Weir, a bizarre grin plastered across his face, his eyes aglow with crimson light. In a tone reminiscent of a dazed child, he addressed Weir. "Master, hello." With that, John raised his hands, gripping the blades of blood of intent, directing the hilts towards Weir. "Hehehe, well done, blood of intent." With those words, Wall grasped the hilt and swiftly withdrew the twin blades from the Marine's grip, sending several of John's severed fingers spiraling through the air. As the Marine was released from the control of bloodthirst, he emitted a guttural groan before his skin and muscles began rapidly withering, his hair turning ashen white. Indeed, bloodthirst had granted him combat prowess far beyond his normal capabilities, but at the cost of consuming his very life force. Thus, while John wielded the cursed blades in battle, they did not drink blood. Instead, these demonic swords feasted upon something far more precious, his vitality itself. Vale inserted the blood of intent into his sword sheath and continued his journey towards the island. Meanwhile, Robuskis, watching in off from the side, recalled his own experience training with the blood of intent. However, apart from the slight chill he felt from the hilts of the two swords, he did not experience anything extraordinary. Upon seeing the desiccated corpses on the ground, a shiver ran down Robuskis' spine, prompting him to vow never to touch the blood of intent again. As Vale moved farther away, a monitoring insect stealthily emerged from a nearby tree. At that very moment, chaos erupted within the experimental base at the heart of the island. In one disheveled laboratory, a slender man with a small mustache was busily engaged at a massive testing table. Lying upon this table was none other than Bartholomew Kuma. Yet a closer inspection would reveal that his palms bore no traces of the flesh of the pawpaw fruit. This was, in fact, the Navy's secret weapon, Peacekeeper. What was the Navy's predicament? Why had the batch of sea prism stone not yet arrived? If they could equip the Peacekeeper with some sea prism weaponry, defeating a natural-type pirate would not be an impossibility. Just as Vegapunk lamented this, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Vegapunk, somewhat displeased, disliked being interrupted during his experiments. A Navy officer burst into Vegapunk's laboratory, first catching his breath, then speaking with frantic urgency. "Dr. Vegapunk, it's bad. The Thunder Swordsman Vale has landed on the island. Please seek refuge immediately. The Thunder Swordsman Vale? He is merely a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. Sintamara can handle him. There is no need to panic. Come, have some water. Despite Kazara being temporarily absent from the island due to official duties, the island's defense system was robust, so there was no cause for concern. No, Dr. Vegapunk. Headquarters has just raised the bounty on the Thunder Swordsman Vale to 680 million. Sintamara may not necessarily be his match, so please, Doctor, hurry to safety. We have already notified the main office. Reinforcements are on their way. Vegapunk exclaimed Nanny, before obediently following the officer to safety. Concurrently, as Vale invaded Backcaster Island, another group opportunistically landed as well. This group, however, employed a markedly different strategy, quietly disembarking near the shore within a thicket rather than making a grand entrance. Their leader bore an X mark on both his chin and chest, with a hooked nose and eyes obscured by a black mask. He wore a medieval swordsman-esque hat and wielded a four-bladed axe and a stiletto at his sides. At this moment, one of the crew members behind the leader whispered, "Captain, is this island truly a Navy secret base? Are we not at risk of being surrounded by the Navy? If we become encircled here, we are finished." The leader pondered for a moment. "It matters not. I have witnessed the yellow ape depart from this island with mine own eyes. Everything upon this isle must be obliterated. Otherwise, this expanse of ocean shall forever lack a foothold for pirates." Subsequently, a group of individuals continued to stealthily approach the island. At this juncture, Wall felt a peculiar sensation, for he had roamed the island for quite some time without encountering a single naval officer attempting to thwart his progress. Could it be that the Navy had become so astute? Unbeknownst to Weil, the naval forces on the island were already intimidated by the two demonic blades at his waist and his exceedingly high bounty. With no one to be found, Weil could only meander aimlessly across the island. "If only I had spared one life," he lamented. "What shall I do now? Perhaps I should take to the skies to survey the island for any structures." In his desperation, Wall had no choice but to enlist the aid of Tusky. The moniker Old Driver had been bestowed upon Tusky after the recent errand binding incident. Initially, Tusky had been quite pleased, but upon learning the true connotation of the title, the rabbit had given Wall a rude gesture. Rolling its eyes, Tusky utilized its fruit powers to manifest a pair of wings and took flight. Just after departing from the Black Iron Rock, Tusky was capable of employing Wall's assistance to replicate Doflamingo's sky walk. However, not long ago, Tusky had sorrowfully discovered that due to its weight, the technique had failed. The fibers of the mafu fruit were indeed resilient, yet if the hair grew too long, its toughness would diminish. Previously, when Tusky weighed less than 50 pounds, it had been manageable. Now, it was entirely unfeasible. Thus, Tusky's only means of flight remained the self-developed rabbit wings. Before long, Tusky returned to Weil's side, gesturing towards a direction in the island's center and presenting Weil with a note. "Al, there lies a cluster of buildings over there. There should be someone present." After reviewing the note, Veer nodded. Indeed, there must be a secret naval base on this island, though it remained uncertain whether a high-ranking officer was present. Discarding the slip of paper, Veer proceeded in the direction indicated by Tusk. Meanwhile, Vegapunk was being surrounded by a throng of naval officers, hastily retreating deeper into the experimental facility. Beside Vegapunk stood an adorable little girl, a young lady with golden locks cascading down her back, a fair complexion, and bright green eyes exuding an undeniable charm. Despite her youthful visage, she wore a somewhat haughty expression, which only added to her cuteness and humor. At that moment, this delightful little girl was panting heavily from the exertion of running and began to complain imperiously. "Dr. Big Pants, how much further must we go?" "He.S. just a pirate. Why are we running? I am Anita of the Celestial Dragons. That mere pirate should kneel before me. And what of my super communication device? When will you complete it? You promised me, Big Pants." Vegapunk gazed fondly at the girl, chuckling softly. This was the little celestial dragon he had met at a world government conference. Although her words dripped with entitlement, her heart was kind. Growing up in Mariehua had not corrupted her like many of her kind, and astonishingly, she had even removed her hood after leaving that place. "Anita, please cease your nonsense and come with me to safety. The pirates we face this time are exceedingly vicious. The number of lives lost at their hands likely exceeds those you have ever encountered. I should never have brought you here. I've put you in danger," Vegapunk sighed. Clearly fond of the little girl, and given his stature, he was unconcerned with her lineage or status. "Humph, mere pirates, tremble before my might." Just as Anita finished her proclamation, a thunderous crash echoed from the corridor they had just traversed, as the iron walls were forcefully breached, creating a gaping hole. From this breach emerged a young man, dual swords sheathed at his waist. Upon sighting this figure, the naval officers braced themselves for confrontation. The Thunder Swordsman, Veer? How could he arrive so swiftly? Doctor, you and Lady Anita must go ahead. We will hold the rear. A naval officer, resembling a commander, urged Vegapunk to flee. Vegapunk grasped Anita's hand and nodded to the officer before continuing towards the escape route of the base. The little girl, now thoroughly frightened, dared not speak further and followed Vegapunk as they raced towards safety. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene before him, Veer felt an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Casually creating a breach in the experimental facility, he was astounded to discover Vegapunk right before him, accompanied only by a few inconsequential minions. A chuckle escaped his lips. Capturing you would be quite the achievement, Vegapunk. I can hardly wait to see the Navy's reaction. With that, Veer unsheathed his twin blades and activated the lightning mode. In the terrified gaze of the naval officer, he struck with one sword, sending the opponent's head soaring. He then unleashed a pale blue sword aura. In a flash, the sword aura cleaved through the unsuspecting naval personnel, leaving them in utter disbelief as they beheld their severed lower halves, followed by the onslaught of excruciating pain. The corridor of the experimental base echoed with anguished wails. When Veer beheld the scene before him, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, sending several individuals to their eternal rest. His gaze then fell upon Bejapankra and the little girl by his side. Anita, paralyzed by fear, ceased her flight. Standing frozen in place before collapsing, her emerald eyes brimming with tears, yet she dared not utter a sound, lest she disturb the harbinger of death before her. As Veer's focus shifted to Anita, the adorable young girl felt a chilling sensation envelop her. The very essence of Veer seemed to emanate a blood-red mist. Once, her elders had praised her for possessing a talent known as the observation haki, yet in this moment, such a gift offered her no solace, only amplifying the terror of the figure before her. Anita, sitting helplessly on the ground, became aware of a dampness beneath her. A pale yellow liquid had formed around her, a testament to her innate sensitivity that rendered her utterly paralyzed by fear. As Wal beheld the scene before him, an inexplicable sense of a certain allure washed over him, reminiscent of something he had encountered previously. However, he swiftly dispelled such thoughts. This was not the moment for such musings. His priority was to capture Vegapunk first. Veer swiftly appeared before Vegapunk, just as he intended to seize the greatest scientist in history. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind. Exercising caution, Veer evaded backward, allowing Vegapunk to create distance between them and seizing the opportunity to lift the incapacitated Anita from the ground. With a thunderous crash, a massive axe plunged into the ground before Veer, cleaving the iron surface as effortlessly as if it were mere tofu. We turned to see a chubby young man. A prominent scar etched across his face. It was none other than the captain of the Navy Science Corps, Jean Tamaru. Thundersword Master, you scoundrel. You dare to slay my subordinates. I shall avenge them. We're dug into his ear, indicating that he had heard such words many times before, yet here he stood, very much alive. If you intend to strike, then do so. Why the excessive prattle? You have 10 seconds to deliver your final words. As soon as he uttered 10, Weir charged directly at Jean Tawan, who had only just opened his mouth to speak, unaware of how swiftly Weir's countdown had passed. Lacking a weapon, Jean Tawan could only envelop his right hand in haki, hoping to block Weir's impending strike. Unfortunately, his mastery of haki was insufficient. Had it been someone of Karp or Zephyr's caliber, perhaps the blow could have been deflected, but Jean Tawan was not capable of such feats. A slender beam of azure light flashed, and half of Jean Tawan's arm was severed. You bastard! He cried out in agony, quickly shrouding his left hand in haki, intent on seizing the opportunity to retaliate against Weir. One must commend Jean Tawan for his tenacity. Despite having half of his arm cleaved off with nothing more than a scream of pain, he pressed on to counterattack, which explains why Kizaru held him in high regard. Just as Jean Tawan's left fist was about to connect with Weir's head, Weir's eyes transformed to a brilliant blue, activating his super speed, effortlessly evading Jean Tawan's assault. Not bad, kid. You possess quite the spirit. Weir toyed with the blood of intent in his hand, gazing at the plump figure before him. Humph. I am the pride of a new generation of pirates. Had it not been for the old man's interference, I would have long ascended to the ranks of the Navy, hunting down pirates upon the open sea. Meanwhile, in a state of urgency, Sento Maru had just emerged, activating PX-1 to PX-3. However, due to the lengthy activation time, he chose to proceed alone to safeguard Dr. Vegapunk. He felt a sense of relief for not waiting for the pacifista to complete its activation before rushing to protect the doctor. Otherwise, it would have been too late. Although he lost an arm in the process, Maru bore no regrets, for the old man had instilled in him that a soldier must obey orders. The old man had lived by this principle throughout his life, and Maru intended to carry it forward. Though you exhibit great spirit, had this been a different time, I might have spared you. However, the Navy's prior provocations have left me in a foul mood, so you shall meet your end here, my lord. With that, we're charged at Maru. Upon witnessing Weir's speed, a chill ran down Maru's spine. His entire strength was heavily reliant on that axe, with the remainder stemming from his hockey and martial arts. Engaging in physical combat with a swordsman was a foolhardy endeavor, especially against a master swordsman. As for the use of Busashoka hockey, it was not a wise choice either. The sharpness of his opponent's blade was evident, having severed his arm despite all his hockey being concentrated there. Just when Maru felt his end was nigh, 3 beams of laser light suddenly shot from one side of the corridor. Boom, 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 the simultaneous explosions echoed through the air, and were glanced back at the crater left behind, muttering in admiration of Kizaru's lasers. It was none other than 3 pacifistas that had arrived at the battlefield, forming a protective triangle around Maru. One of them even recited Weir's name and bounty aloud before the trio unleashed a barrage of fire upon him. Although Veer could effortlessly evade the laser, he found himself unable to advance for the time being, given that it was the laser of the yellow monkey. He dared not to be careless. Meanwhile, Vegapunk and the frightened little girl had vanished without a trace. Even Maru appeared to be in a state of strategic retreat. Weir found himself somewhat exasperated by the individuals before him. One after another, they either fled or rushed to their demise. With a grave demeanor, Veer gradually intensified his lightning mode, significantly stimulating his bodily cells. This time, the 3 pacifists could no longer keep pace with Veer's speed. With a single strike, PX-3 was neatly cleaved in 2, resulting in a burst of electric sparks followed by a thunderous explosion. Just as Veer intended to pursue Vegapunk further, he found himself confronted by Yamato, who wielded a massive axe with one hand, coordinating with the 2 pacifists to impede Veer's advance. While Veer possessed the capability to eliminate Yamato and shatter the 2 pacifists simultaneously, it would require precious time he could ill afford. Who knew where Vegapunk might escape to? If this forsaken place indeed harbored a clandestine underground escape route leading directly to the sea, the opponent could simply board a ship and flee. Without a doubt. Given Vegapunk's intellect, such a feat was entirely plausible. Thus, Veer needed to swiftly resolve the conflict before him. However, both the determined Yamato and the 2 closely positioned pacifists were not adversaries that could be dispatched in a short span, especially considering their seamless cooperation. The previous strike that obliterated one pacifist was merely a consequence of their underestimation of Veer's speed. Now, both the pacifist and Yamato launched relentless assaults without hesitation. Even if it meant striking their ally, all to buy time and hinder Veer. Weir intends to take the risk of utilizing the electromagnetic cannon, no longer prolonging the encounter with the individuals before him. For the time being, there should be no formidable generals on the island. Otherwise, they would have sought him out by now. Veil enveloped his lower body with armament hockey, and a multitude of lightning sparks enveloped his legs, transforming his right calf and foot into a radiant orange hue. Upon witnessing Veil's actions, Battle Peach felt an ominous premonition and promptly commanded the 2 pacifistas to shield him, while he himself desperately began to flee. It was evident that Battle Peach's decision was prudent. The pacifistas could be rebuilt, and Dr. Vegapunk would certainly not hold him accountable. At this juncture, the mission of stalling for time had been accomplished. Dr. Vegapunk had already made his escape. Remaining any longer would be tantamount to courting death. Thus Battle Peach fled without a moment's hesitation. With a swift motion, Veer appeared beside the 2 pacifists and delivered a powerful kick. The base erupted with a resounding boom, followed by 2 enormous beams of orange-yellow light soaring skyward. Weir found the situation resulting from that strike rather peculiar. In his imagination, the 2 pacifists should have been shattered. Yet to his astonishment, they were launched in the form of an electromagnetic cannon. Upon reflection, it was likely due to the considerable amount of metal on the pacifists, which could indeed be seen as a flaw of the electromagnetic cannon. Stretching his right leg, which had grown sore from the cannon's discharge, Weir continued to pursue the direction of Vegapunk's escape. It wasn't that Weir was unwilling to sprint at full speed. Rather, his entire right calf felt somewhat numb after the cannon's use. After covering a considerable distance, he did not catch up to Vegapunk, but unexpectedly encountered the unfortunate Yamato. At that moment, Yamato was in a dire state, with a large hole in his lower abdomen, possibly a result of Weir's recent attack that had sent some parts of the pacifist flying, which then penetrated the wall and struck the unfortunate Yamato. One should not underestimate the aftermath of the electromagnetic cannon. It was among Weir's most formidable attacks at this stage. Having lost an arm and simultaneously suffered significant blood loss due to bloodletting, Yamato was on the verge of collapsing. Observing his pitiful condition, Weir had no intention of stopping to assist. He simply walked past him. Yamato attempted to impede Weir's progress, but his body had reached its limit, causing him to fall to the ground. Yet, as he tumbled, Yamato clung desperately to Weir's leg, preventing the perilous pirate from advancing toward Dr. Vegapunk. Seeing Yamato nearly losing consciousness, Weir felt a surge of admiration for this steadfast warrior. If the Navy possessed such qualities, would there still be so many lawless pirates in this world? What of the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords of the sea, or even the revolutionary army? Truly tenacious, I commend you. I shall not proceed further before you lose consciousness. With his arms crossed over his shoulders, Weir stood still. However, these words were lost on Jean Tamaru as his gaze had begun to glaze over. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, unable to cling to Weir's leg any longer. Old driver, hurry over. I know you're right behind me. There's a ruby here. Soon. In the corridor behind, Tusky approached slowly, casting an inquiring glance at Weir. Don't let him die. I have high hopes for this fellow. With that, Weir resumed his pursuit of Vegapunk. Tusky watched Weir disappear into the distance, grinning widely, before turning his attention to the fallen Jean Tamaru. While an ordinary doctor might be at a loss, Tusky, being a member of Weir's family, was far from daunted by such injuries. The rabbit's hands began to sprout minuscule hairs, which then entered Jean Tamaru's wounds, meticulously stitching together torn muscles, blood vessels, and even bones and nerves. This ability, which Weir had named the Holy Healing Line, surpassed the medical prowess of most doctors in the pirate world. After a brief chase, Weir finally caught up with Vegapunk and the terrified little girl. However, the situation was rather peculiar. Logically, Vegapunk should have already escaped. Yet he was unfortunately intercepted by a group of pirates, the very ones who had stealthily approached the island. It seemed that this band of pirates was embroiled in a heated debate with Vegapunk. Doctor, that kind of thing should never have been invented. Don't you understand how corrupt the Navy has become? I don't comprehend, but only the world government can bring peace to this world. Don't obstruct me, Drake. Enemies are pursuing us. If we don't enter the emergency escape route now, both Anita and I are in grave danger, so step aside, Drake. Vegapunk's expression was frantic, fully aware that Jean Tamaru could not hold off the enemies for long. If it were only himself, he would not have feared. But with Anita's safety at stake, he could not allow this innocent girl to come to harm. Doctor, you're using such excuses? You've disappointed me greatly. I will destroy this place. Drake's face darkened, utterly shocked that the esteemed doctor he had respected could utter such absurd lies. This island, had he not inadvertently learned of the Navy's secret plans, he would never have found it. No. He isn't lying to you. And also, thank you for helping me hold him off. Weir regarded the former Navy officer, now a pirate, Drake. Upon hearing the voice behind him, Drake's pupils constricted. Who are you? Are you? Drake had just intended to inquire about the identity of the newcomer. But upon noticing the 2 swords at the stranger's waist and assessing his age, he froze momentarily. A certain individual came to mind, one who had recently gained notoriety. A pirate whose bounty had skyrocketed by several billion. If it truly was him, then the doctor had not lied to him. Drake unsheathed his weapon, seemingly preparing to engage in combat with Weir. Leave at once. Considering your assistance in stalling Vegapunk, I will allow your pirate crew to depart safely. Humph. If you wish to harm the doctor, you must first contend with me. With that, Drake charged towards Weir, while behind him, Vegapunk anxiously shouted, Don't go. However, before the words had fully escaped his lips, Drake propelled himself in the opposite direction with even greater speed. It turned out that upon realizing Drake was charging at him, Weir had swiftly drawn his sword, blood intent, intending to dispatch him, only to be caught off guard as Drake simultaneously raised his dagger and axe, precisely intercepting his strike. Weir was somewhat astonished. In the original narrative, Drake's capabilities were rather mediocre, having been effortlessly subdued by Kizaru. Could it be that he was concealing his true strength? That seemed unlikely. Yet only Drake understood the peril of that recent strike. He swore to the heavens that he hadn't anticipated Weir's movements, which had prompted his defensive posture. He had intended to strike at Weir's head, but as soon as he raised his weapon, he was sent flying backward. It was only midair that he grasped the gravity of the situation. Upon landing, Drake was devoid of his earlier bravado, drenched in cold sweat, for at that moment, he had narrowly escaped death. Quite impressive, indeed. Let us see how well you can handle this, Weir remarked as he activated his lightning mode, adopting a more serious demeanor. At that moment, Drake's body began to swell rapidly, soon transforming into a dark green Tyrannosaurus Rex. Weir's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the dinosaur. During his time at the Sword and Ten Academy, he often heard his master recount tales of his ancestors slaying dragons, and he had always harbored a fascination for such mythical creatures. Although the being before him could hardly be classified as a legendary dragon, it could be deemed a distant relative, making it a worthy target nonetheless. Thus, Weir naturally shifted his focus from Baroque works to the menacing Tyrannosaurus Rex. In that instant, Drake felt a surge of dread. Had he not been a notorious pirate with a bounty of 200 million, he would have already turned to flee. However, even if he attempted to escape now, Weir would not grant him the opportunity. Within Drake's line of sight, he merely perceived a flash of blue light, followed by an agonizing pain in his chest. When he looked down, he was horrified to find that Weir had cleaved a significant chunk of flesh from his torso. After severing a large piece of Drake's flesh, a smile crept across Weir's face. The sensation of cutting is rather delightful. Let us keep this going. Vale gazed at the somewhat retreating Drake and realized that the fellow had merely been fortunate enough to block his strike moments ago. However, such matters were trivial. The sensation of wielding his weapon against this adversary was unexpectedly gratifying, and Vale could feel the exhilaration of his intent blood surging within him. Recently, he had discovered that intent blood did not simply grow stronger from consuming any blood. The blood of ordinary individuals yielded negligible results. It was the blood of the powerful that truly enhanced its potency. The mightier the warrior, the greater the increase. Just moments ago, after absorbing a considerable amount of blood from the formidable Watanabe, Vale distinctly sensed his intent blood becoming sharper. Thus, his relentless assault on the dinosaur was not merely a matter of enjoyment or some peculiar inclination. It was a necessity to allow intent blood to indulge in the lifeblood of more formidable beings. The sanguine essence of such colossal ancient creatures served as a tremendous boon to intent blood. Consequently, Vale commenced his brutal onslaught on Drake, and within mere minutes, Drake reverted to his human form. To Vale's astonishment, he was so easily vanquished. Hey, get up. If you rise now, I shall spare your life. Vale began to nudge Drake with his foot, hoping to rouse him for further combat. After calling out for some time with no response, Vale reluctantly confirmed that Drake had indeed been bested. Yet, he was not inclined to release him so readily. Instead, he plunged his twin blades into Drake's chest, allowing intent blood to continue its feast. Captain, what have you done to our leader, you scoundrel? Release him, or I shall open fire, shouted a bold crew member, while others scrambled to find an opportunity to rescue their captain, fearing for his life. Weir gazed at the swarm of insignificant foes rushing towards him, feeling somewhat speechless. Why did these supernovas prefer to lead such a horde of trivial adversaries? Could they not take a cue from the likes of Luffy, who has chosen the path of elite distinction? With a single kick, he sent a minion barreling away, crashing into the iron wall of the experimental base with a resounding thud. The unfortunate wretch then slumped against the wall like a splattered mass, slowly sliding down and leaving behind a gruesome streak of blood. Witnessing the fate of their comrade, the other pirates hesitated, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Just as Weir intended to seize Vegapunk, a chilling aura emanated from the wall beside him, and several ice shards hurtled towards his head with alarming speed. The electromagnetic barrier surrounding Veer sensed the rapid approach of those ice spikes, sending a shiver down his spine, compelling him to activate his overclocking ability. His pale blue eyes fixated on the incoming projectiles, and he evaded with all his might. Nonetheless, a gash marred his face, blood trickling down, creating a rhythmic drip against the ground. Yet, Veer remained motionless, vigilant against the formidable opponent who was sure to arrive shortly, none other than Akiji. Known for his mastery over ice, pirates should confine their misdeeds to the seas. Why venture to a naval research base? Come with me, and I shall arrange your accommodations. Akiji, enveloped in an aura of cold, emerged slowly from the shadows. Although his demeanor and movements were graceful, the creases in his attire betrayed his haste. Upon receiving the alert at headquarters, Akiji had rushed here without a naval vessel or his 2/8 bicycle, opting instead to utilize his moonwalk technique, freezing patches of ice on the sea whenever he needed a brief respite. In previous emergencies, Kizaru would have provided support, but this time he was occupied in the new world, leaving Akiji to take charge. Veer scoffed lightly, expressing his disinterest in Impel Down, stating, "If you can capture me, then I shall have no further words." With that, He amplified the intensity of his lightning mode, pushing his body to its utmost limits, fully aware that his opponent was Aokiji, and a moment's carelessness could lead to his downfall. In a flash, Veer positioned himself behind Aokiji, his twin blades poised to strike. However, as Veer swung his weapons, Aokiji had already transformed into a crystalline ice sculpture. With a sharp clang, Aokiji was cleaved into 3 segments, scattered across the ground. Yet, Veer's expression bore no trace of triumph. His blades had failed to capture Aokiji's true form. It was not a deficiency in his haki, but rather a testament to Aokiji's exceptional mastery of his devil fruit. Aokiji's position as an admiral was not merely due to his Logia powers. He had nearly perfected his ice abilities to their limits, rendering it exceedingly difficult for even a haki expert to seize his essence. Just a hair's breadth away, let us see whose reflexes are swifter, Veer mused, acknowledging the remarkable strength of a pirate like himself in the first half of the Grand Line. The two engaged once more, with Aokiji opting to strike first. With a subtle flick of his finger against the ground, the research base was swiftly enveloped in ice, transforming into a frigid realm. Upon observing the ice crystals surrounding him, Vale felt a significant drop in temperature, rendering him somewhat unsteady on his feet due to the treacherously slippery ground. This confined terrain was indeed perfectly suited for the battle prowess of the blue pheasant, prompting Vale to resolve to alter the battlefield's landscape. Weir gripped his twin swords tightly, unleashing several massive light blue sword energies that wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures of the experimental base. Mere moments later, the facility began to collapse. The crumbling of the base had no impact on Weir and Aokiji, yet it posed a significant danger to Vegapunk and Anita. Thus, Aokiji refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack Weir and instead moved to shield Vegapunk and Anita. In the blink of an eye, the once dimly lit experimental base had been transformed into a desolate ruin with sunlight streaming down onto the cold metallic floor, causing the ice atop it to glisten with an even brighter radiance. Secret Sword, Swallow's Return. As the dust settled, Weir employed his most frequently used sword technique, Ice Ball. Aokiji summoned 5 ice pillars from his palm, launching them towards Weir with the intention of encasing him in ice. A tremendous roar echoed as the 2 techniques collided midair. The overwhelming sound forced Vegapunk and Anita to cover their ears, while the sword energy from Swallow's Return cleaved through the ice balls, hurtling toward Aokiji. Though injuring Aokiji was out of the question, it undoubtedly presented an opportunity. Once the moment of vulnerability passed, Weir retrieved a slender iron rod, measuring merely a few inches in length, from within the inner pocket of his coat. This rod was delicate, no thicker than a finger, but upon activating its mechanism, it emitted a sharp sound as segments sprang forth on either side, one end forming a needle-like point. This was not particularly remarkable. What set it apart were the numerous barbs that protruded from its surface. Essentially, it was a large iron needle adorned with barbs, with a single iron rose positioned at its base. This device, aptly named Blood Rose, was a creation of the second sister, designed specifically to ensnare fleeing adversaries, provided they were not overly formidable. Vale hurled the deadly weapon towards Vegapunk, while a thin thread remained tethered to the tip of the Blood Rose from within Vale's sleeve. Aokiji, witnessing such a perilous projectile aimed at Vegapunk, could not remain passive. Numerous ice spears surged forth, targeting the Blood Rose, and concurrently, Vale himself. Upon witnessing the imminent demise of the Blood Rose, Veer subtly tugged at the delicate thread that linked him to it. Miraculously, the Blood Rose altered its trajectory just enough to evade the 2-pronged spear of Qingxi. However, it did not strike Vegapunk. Instead, it pierced through the calf of Anita, embedding itself fiercely into the ground. Anita, initially oblivious to the peril, shifted her leg only to realize, with dread, that she was rendered immobile. As she glanced down, the horrific scene unfolded before her eyes. Oh, it hurts. Please, someone, help me remove it. It hurts so much. Anita, how are you? Vegapunk exclaimed, incredulous at the mercilessness displayed by the Thunder Sword Master towards such a young child. After uttering these words, Vegapunk crouched down, intending to extract the Blood Rose from Anita. Yet it was designed by the second sister, and thus, it would not yield easily. Weir's aim did not strike Vegapunk. Instead, it inadvertently pierced the frightened little girl. Much to his surprise, he swore to the heavens that it was not intentional. He had only wielded the weapon a handful of times, which accounted for his lack of precision. While his shots were generally accurate in a straight line, any adjustments rendered his aim a matter of chance. Furthermore, today, the Blood Rose seemed eerily on point. However, As a notorious figure known for his prowess, Weir was hardly deterred by such inquiries. He swiftly retrieved the blood roseline reel from his sleeve, anchoring it to the ground with another part of the blood rose, embedding it with lightning to prevent any escape from his target. With Aokiji present today, the idea of abducting Vegapunk had become utterly impractical, prompting Weir to focus on the girl who appeared to be Vegapunk's daughter. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Aokiji's expression turned frosty. How outrageous. Such a beautiful maiden, yet you show no mercy. I shall freeze you to shards. With that, Aokiji instantly elementalized. Frozen time capsule. A flurry of ice projectiles hurtled towards Weir at breakneck speed, with Aokiji following suit, charging at him. Observing Aokiji's complete elementalization, Weir felt a surge of trepidation. In the past, he had seen the three admirals engage in battle utilizing their physical forms, only elementalizing in response to an attack. Now, Aokiji had fully elementalized, forgoing his corporeal form entirely in combat against Weir. Weir was unaware that if Akainu were to confront an opponent capable of elemental transformation, he would undoubtedly engage in combat utilizing his physical form along with the haki of armament, employing his devil fruit abilities only as a supplementary measure. However, when facing someone like Weir, who possesses the power of lightning yet cannot undergo elemental transformation, complete elementalization would indeed be an excellent option. Weir gazed at the incoming ice projectiles. Although their speed was formidable, their power was lacking. With a few deft strikes, he shattered these icy missiles. However, had Weir recalled the original narrative, he would have undoubtedly refrained from making such a foolish choice. After he obliterated the ice projectiles, a thick cloud of white mist enveloped the air. Upon witnessing this fog, Weir sensed impending doom. Indeed, this white mist possessed an extraordinary sub-zero temperature, and in an instant, it encased Weir as if he were a mere ice sculpture. The arriving Admiral Aokiji did not shatter this frozen form, for he had observed that Weir was enveloped in a layer of haki before his entrapment. Thus he merely pressed his hand against the icy figure, initiating a second freezing. Subsequently, the ice sculpture formed from Weir began to expand rapidly, ultimately transforming into a colossal statue standing 5 meters tall. After completing this act, Aokiji's expression remained far from relaxed. For through his haki, he perceived that Weir had not yet lost consciousness. Crack! A slender fissure appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, which then spread relentlessly until it encompassed the entire structure. Boom! The ice sculpture erupted, revealing Weir within. At that moment, Weir appeared quite disheveled. The upper half of his attire lay in tatters, and a significant frostbite marred his chest. He exhaled a breath of icy air, only to be seized by a fit of coughs. Cough, 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 cough. Truly, the naval admiral's vigilance is commendable. One cannot afford to be careless. Ha ha ha. Yet I relish this kind of battle. Subsequently, Vale brandished his twin swords and charged towards Aokiji. Under normal circumstances, a person suffering such grievous injuries would have sought to flee, but regrettably, Vale had never been quite normal in the heat of battle. In a flash, he appeared before Aokiji, severing the latter's head with one strike, and then in swift succession, he cleaved through one of Aokiji's arms, simultaneously with the second strike. Vale unleashed a kick, empowered by his haki, towards Aokiji. With a resounding thud, although Aokiji managed to evade the second sword strike through elemental transformation, Vale's foot struck true against his corporeal form. It is a misconception to believe that Aokiji could entirely disregard Vale's assaults merely because he had transformed. Each of Vale's blows was imbued with considerable haki. The reason Aokiji could sidestep Vale's attack lay in his preemptive maneuver, converting part of his body into genuine ice while his elemental form shifted to another location, thus rendering Vale's haki ineffective. This phenomenon is akin to how Kizaru, upon elemental transformation, had his arm severed by the supernova, Aphie, with the severed limb still being a part of his physical body, since the positioning of his form could change after transformation. However, a crucial point remains. One must accurately predict the opponent's intended strike location. After being sent flying by Vale's kick, Aokiji tumbled awkwardly on the ground twice before gradually rising, coughing up a small amount of blood. Observing Aokiji's bloodied state, one might surmise that Vale had inflicted grievous wounds. In reality, Vale's own injuries were tenfold worse. At that moment, Vale could only feel the faint rhythm of his heartbeat, while a numbing sensation enveloped his other organs, indicating severe frostbite. Although haki could indeed capture the abilities of a Logia user and enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities, Aokiji's chilling aura had been overwhelmingly potent. Had Vale not possessed exceptional physical resilience, he would have already succumbed. Time was of the essence. He could no longer afford to delay. for his body was on the brink of collapse. Vale retracted all the armed color hockey enveloping his body, and to everyone's astonishment, he deactivated the lightning mode. He sheathed one blade of intent back into its scabbard, grasping only a single sword of intent with his right hand. Where intends to employ his newly developed technique. This time, failure is not an option, as his current condition renders even escape impossible. Furthermore, he must urgently seek out Tusky for treatment, for Ware has not forgotten that his family member, Tusky, is indeed a highly skilled physician. With his right hand gripping the blood of intent, Veer subsequently enveloped it entirely with his formidable aura, causing the blood of intent to gleam with a deep, lustrous black. However, this was not an act of aggression, but rather a protective measure for the blood of intent. He then channeled all the lightning from the core of thunder into the blood of intent, causing its surface to radiate a blinding orange-yellow, as if it had transformed into a miniature sun. Akiji, this is my final strike. Should you withstand it, my life will be yours. Yet, Akiji showed no intention of enduring the blow. Instead, he planned to retreat with Vegapunk and Anita at once. He sensed the lightning and aura compressed to their utmost limit upon Veer's sword. Only a fool would dare to withstand such an onslaught. However, Akiji miscalculated, forgetting that Anita was firmly tethered to the ground by the blood rose. One end of the blood rose was deeply embedded in the earth, crackling with lightning, while the other was lodged into Anita's calf, making it impossible to extricate easily. Although Akiji could easily sever the connection, time was not on his side, forcing him to endure the situation like a fool. Veer gazed at the fleeing Akiji, a smile breaking across his face, and then, with a fierce shout, unleashed his mightiest strike. The Sword of the Void, a single line of brilliance emerged, a colossal orange-yellow blade of light materialized before Akiji, simultaneously rending the very fabric of space with numerous fissures. Upon witnessing this formidable sword light, Akiji's pupils contracted to their utmost, his usual languor evaporating from his visage. He pressed his hands against the ground and let out a low growl, invoking the Ice Age. A massive wall of ice rose before him, behind which stood Vegapunk and Anita, who was slumped on the ground. The ice wall surged upward, thickening until it nearly resembled a grand fortress. Just as the immense ice wall took shape, the colossal orange-yellow blade of light approached, poised to strike the formidable barrier. A cacophony of cracking echoed against the ice wall as the sword's aura inflicted damage upon its surface even before contact was made. With a resonant clang, the blade began its assault on the massive ice wall, generating immense shockwaves. Yet, Akiji did not cease in his efforts. With a roar, he commanded the beleaguered ice wall to mend itself. However, even with such relentless determination, it could not fully withstand the onslaught of the sword light. Thanks to Akiji's protective ice wall, Vegapunk and Anita remained unscathed from the ensuing shockwave, leaving Veer as the primary casualty. Having just executed his ultimate move, Veer felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He had to plant his blood essence into the ground to avoid being swept away by the blast. At that moment, Akiji, too, was not unscathed, veins bulging on his forehead. With a thunderous boom, a blinding light enveloped the area, prompting everyone to shut their eyes. In a last-ditch effort, Akiji conjured another ice wall before Vegapunk and Anita. Following this, an even more thunderous clash echoed through the air. When the dust settled, Akiji shook his head and glanced at the wound on his chest, exhaling in relief that it was not grievous. Yet, confusion clouded his mind. Despite having elementalized, how could the sword light still have struck him? Due to the overwhelming force, Akiji remained oblivious to the fact that Veer's sword light had shattered the space around him. Doctor, how are you two faring? No issues, just a bit of tinnitus. Anita, how's your leg? After waiting for a considerable time without receiving a response from Anita, Akiji and Vegapunk exchanged glances, turning toward her direction, only to find it eerily vacant, save for a few bloodstains. Following the trail of blood led them back to Veer's previous location. Indeed, after the conclusion of his strike, Veer had forcibly dragged the little girl away using Blood Rose. You scoundrel! I will ensure your demise, Thundersword Master. A low, rumbling roar escaped Akiji as he swiftly pursued the trail of blood. Regrettably, his direction was misguided, for Vale had already rendezvoused with the arriving Tusk. Tusk soared low towards the ship, cradling Vale within his fur, who had already succumbed to fatigue. After a few minutes, they finally returned to the vessel, where Vale, having regained a modicum of strength, activated the ship systems before collapsing onto the ground. Defeat had befallen him. His encounter with Akiji had ended in utter failure. Tusk hastily retrieved a medical kit, intent on tending to Vale's wounds. I won't perish just yet. Prioritize stopping her bleeding, Vale instructed, gesturing towards Anita, At that moment, Anita's complexion was ashen, having lost an alarming amount of blood, and she was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Tusk resolutely shook his head, determined to assist Vale first. It seemed that in Tusk's heart, Vale held paramount importance. Fear not, Tusk, attend to her first. Should she perish, our losses would be significant. I refused to believe that Vegapunk would forsake even his own daughter. Veer initially assumed that Anita was the daughter of Bijapunk, unaware that he had indeed captured a significant prize. Ultimately, Tusky, unable to withstand Veer's insistence, prioritized staunching Anita's bleeding. A few minutes later, having stabilized Anita's life-threatening condition, Tusky hurried to assess Veer's injuries. However, as Tusky's holy healing line gradually penetrated Veer's frostbite, his eyes widened in astonishment. It became evident that Veer's injuries were indeed grave, prompting Tusky to devote his full attention to healing him, occasionally administering medication to Veer as well. This marked Veer's first tangible experience of Tusky's remarkable medical expertise and the profound impact of the holy healing line on the wounded. Most notably, Veer began to perceive pain once more. Indeed, he could feel it. Previously, his organs had been largely frostbitten, rendering them completely numb, and each breath had been an arduous task. After a while, Veer noticed the pain subsiding, eventually vanishing, only to be replaced by an overwhelming sense of weakness. The frostbite on his left chest, however, showed no signs of abating, indicating that Tusky's abilities could not revive the already necrotic cells. After taking a few deep breaths, Veer realized how exhilarating it was to breathe freely. Glancing at the now slumped Tusky, he chuckled softly and patted Tusky's ample belly. I often advised you against overeating, yet you never listened. Now that you've grown so plump, I wonder if you regret it. Tusky revealed a broad grin, showcasing his pristine white tusks, and laughed heartily. Veer did not express words of gratitude to Tusky, for family does not require verbal acknowledgement of thanks. Such an utterance would be an affront to Tusky. Veer strained to rise, gently assisting Tusky onto the bed in the bedroom. Subsequently, he collected a small lowly from the deck and also placed her onto the ship's bedroom. Finally, after increasing the ship's speed to a certain extent, he returned to the bedroom. Vale nearly crawled back to his bedroom, collapsing onto the floor in a deep slumber after securing the ship. Unlike his usual practice of halting the vessel before locking it, this time was different. His adversary was Akiji, a formidable foe capable of freezing vast expanses of ocean. Thus, Vale, undeterred by the peril of running aground, allowed the ship to continue its course. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in Mary Geos. In a lavish conference room, a tall middle-aged man, his face contorted with fury, demanded to know the circumstances surrounding his daughter's abduction by a pirate. Where is Kizaru? Isn't he on that island? What has become of him? Is he relinquishing his position as an admiral? His anger escalated, culminating in a resounding slap on the table. Before this irate man stood 5 elders, whose identities would surely astonish anyone who recognized them. These were the 5 elders. Indeed, we have been remiss in our duties, one elder, a bald man wielding a katana, stated solemnly. But why was Princess Anita's bodyguard not by her side? If memory serves, the strength of number 4 is certainly on par with Kizaru. Would you not agree? The middle-aged man's expression darkened further, yet he could not refute the elder's logic. He himself was in a predicament. Anita was unlike her peers, free from the arrogance and cruelty often found among the celestial dragons. This brought him solace, as his family, despite being among the elite, had witnessed the decline of their kin and the disgraceful acts occurring beyond their walls. His daughter's integrity was a source of pride, and he had contemplated passing his position to her in the future, should she continue to excel. However, on this outing, Anita had declined the company of her bodyguard, believing that with Kizaru's protection, she would be safe. He had acquiesced, never anticipating such a calamity would occur. Let us set aside other matters for now. I only wish to hear one thing. Can my daughter be rescued, at any cost? The curly-haired elder smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, we will ensure Princess Anita's safe return. I guarantee it. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man felt his resolve soften. Despite his considerable influence, he could not press the 5 elders too hard. He nodded curtly and stormed out. The curly-haired elder then turned to his companions. Contact Ferdinand. He can assist us in resolving this matter effectively, given his close ties to that pirate. The others nodded in agreement, choosing silence thereafter. After a meticulous search on the island, Akiji ceased his futile endeavor. For his observation Haki had failed to detect the presence of a pirate named Veer. If the aura of an ordinary person could be likened to a white silhouette, then this pirate, Veer, manifested as a crimson specter, with his twin cursed swords radiating an even more pronounced energy. During their earlier confrontation, Each sweep of Akiji's observation haki over those swords revealed a sickly sweet scent, a byproduct of being drenched in a copious amount of blood. True to his reputation as an admiral of the Navy, Akiji excelled not only in martial prowess but also in intellect and strategic foresight. Thus, he made his way to the shoreline and unleashed his renowned technique, Ice Age. However, after a brief exertion, he found himself seated upon the ground. Fatigue evident in his demeanor. It seemed that the toll of exhaustion was not borne solely by Veer. Even Akiji felt the weight. The reach of Ice Age had not extended far, diminishing the likelihood of capturing Veer. Akiji exhaled, a headache forming as he contemplated how to report to Sengoku. Yet, the source of his greatest anxiety was not the mission's failure, but rather the fate of the kidnapped celestial dragon. Akiji could easily envision the trouble that awaited him upon returning to Marineford, as the celestial dragon would undoubtedly seek him out. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved his transponder snail, intending to relay the situation to Admiral Sengoku. Hello? This is Kazan. Kazan, how fares the mission? Have you apprehended the Thunder Swordsman? Return swiftly. The current circumstances are quite precarious. Sengoku's voice echoed through the transponder, accompanied by the sound of crunching. Don't lean so close to the transponder, Garp. And refrain from eating nearby. It may compromise its functionality, Sengoku admonished, his tone laced with exasperation. Haha, Sengoku, fret not over trivialities. Kazan, upon your return, come to my office. There are matters we must discuss, came the banter between the two esteemed Navy figures, prompting a wry smile from Akiji, who felt a sense of helplessness at their exchange. Yet, with Garp present, he found it even more challenging to articulate his thoughts, if Zifa was his mentor. Garp was akin to a spiritual guide. Admiral Sengoku, Mr. Garp, I regret to inform you that my mission has not succeeded. What? Dr. Vegapunk has been kidnapped? This Thunder Swordsman truly is insufferable. Sengoku's words were cut short by Akiji's interjection. No, Admiral Sengoku, Dr. Vegapunk has not been taken. I arrived in time to thwart the Thunder Swordsman. Upon hearing from Akiji that Vegapunk had not been kidnapped, Sengoku exhaled with relief. Vegapunk was undeniably the most crucial individual within the Navy, surpassing even the admirals in Sengoku's estimation, having developed numerous technologies and innovations for the Navy. However, Akiji's subsequent revelation darkened Sengoku's expression considerably. But the Thunder Swordsman has abducted that celestial dragon accompanying Vegapunk, Saint Anita. After stating this, Akiji fell silent, awaiting Sengoku's response. Sengoku remained quiet for a prolonged moment. How was the abduction executed? Was that celestial dragon harmed? The Thunder Swordsman engaged me in combat. That individual is formidable. Although I have inflicted internal frostbite upon him, he still exhibits significant combat prowess. Yet, Admiral Sengoku need not worry, given his current injuries, even if he survives. His strength will diminish considerably. As for Saint Anita, during my confrontation with the Thunder Swordsman, he was pierced in the calf by a peculiar weapon and subsequently dragged away. Upon hearing Akiji's report, particularly the keywords formidable, pierced calf, and dragged away, Sengoku's fist clenched tightly, producing a resounding sound. Regret began to seep into Sengoku's mind. He questioned why he had previously obstructed King Warlord's appointment of Don Quixote da Flamingo, why he had chosen to oppose a madman, knowing this individual was unhinged. Why had he not granted him the title of Warlord to placate him? It was futile, even if the Thunder Swordsman's injuries were severe. It was unlikely they would significantly impair his capabilities. According to reliable intelligence, he was accompanied by a rabbit named Tusk, a highly skilled physician. Kazan, please return swiftly. And bring Dr. Vegapunk with you. Once this concludes, we shall send him to the New World. Has he not longed to delve deeper into the study of devil fruits? There. Another scientist is also an expert in that field. Very well, that will suffice. With that, Sengoku ended the call, contemplating how to address this matter. Yet, barely had he hung up when another snail phone rang almost simultaneously. Upon seeing the phone ring, Sengoku's expression grew even more troubled, and he muttered under his breath. Thunder Swordsman, you scoundrel. Just as Sengoku intended to answer the phone, a rough yet resolute hand preemptively picked it up. Moshi, this is Garp. Sengoku is momentarily unavailable. He has stepped away. What can I assist you with, gentlemen? The person on the other end seemed surprised, as evident from the expression simulated on the snail phone. It's Garp. This is the Gorosei. There is no other matter. After our deliberations, we hereby appoint the Thunder Swordsman, Veer, as a warlord of the sea. Please relay this to Sengoku. After finishing the call, the phone worm was discarded. The five elders refrained from reproaching the celestial dragons for their abduction. nor did they issue a request to the Navy for their rescue. Their silence regarding the kidnapping stemmed from the fact that the call was answered by Garp. Although Garp held a position that they deemed insignificant, his name bore a weight they could not disregard. When one mentions Garp, the epithet hero of the Navy inevitably comes to mind. As for the mission to rescue the celestial dragons, they had already made arrangements with others, and involving the Navy at this juncture would only complicate matters. Sengoku gazed at his old friend, recognizing that the latter was shouldering the burdens imposed by the world government on his behalf. After decades of shared struggles and camaraderie, Sengoku felt no need to express gratitude. Such words would seem insincere. He merely nodded at Garp before returning to matters concerning Garp, too, rose to attend to his own affairs, specifically to pay a visit to someone whose mere presence brought him profound sorrow. Meanwhile, on Tutu Island, Ferdinand, having just received notification from the five elders, sat bare-chested on his bed, a blanket draped over his lower half. Beside him, peeking out from under the covers, was the flushed face of Little Six from the Iron Clan. One could only marvel at how Ferdinand managed to bring Little Six out of her clan. Indeed, the power of love is truly formidable. Ver, that rascal, had the audacity to abduct a celestial dragon. Yet, it was rather audacious of these old geezers to call him at such a moment. If they were too old to handle the situation, they had not to disturb others. With that thought, Ferdinand tossed aside the phone worm and lunged toward Little Six. Clearly, the call from the five elders had interrupted something quite important for Ferdinand. After a while, Ferdinand leaned against the headboard, lit a post-coital cigarette, and began to smoke in silence. As for Little Six, the cleanly girl had already retreated to the bathroom for a shower. It was time to contact Ver. Ferdinand promptly retrieved the phone worm to reach Ver, but no one answered. It seemed that abducting a celestial dragon was no simple task. He couldn't have met with a fatal end, could he? With that rabbit around, he should be fine. Never mind. I'll reach out to Doflamingo to inquire about the success of Caesar Clown's endeavor. If it succeeded, the rewards could be immense. With that, Ferdinand picked up another phone worm and began to contact Doflamingo. At that very moment, Ver lay soundly on the floor of his bedroom, deep in slumber. On the bed beside him lay a petite girl and a plump rabbit. It was not that Ver preferred the floor, nor was it merely due to the presence of an underage girl on the bed. It was simply that after securing the ship, he had become so weak that he lacked even the strength to climb onto the bed. The ringing of the phone worm earlier had failed to rouse him, for both his body and mind were in dire need of rest. A day later, Ver's foot twitched slightly, and he gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? Ver once again fell victim to the peculiar affliction of forgetting his own identity upon rising. It is a most bizarre occurrence. Each time he sustains severe injuries followed by an extended period of recuperation, this malady manifests, yet it has never surfaced at any other time. After a while, Ver regained his memories, shook his head, and began to stretch his limbs. The prolonged immobility during his slumber had caused his joints to emit a series of cracking sounds as he moved. Subsequently, Ver sensed something unusual. It was as if his mind had accumulated additional fragments, perhaps remnants of memories, though he could not quite grasp what they entailed. Or perhaps these were not his memories at all? Yet, at that moment, he felt invigorated, more so than ever before. Even though Tusk's medical prowess was remarkable, it could only mend his physical wounds. This profound sense of bodily and mental ease was inexplicable. While Ver was deep in thought, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his head. His mind was filled with an insistent voice. Protect her. Help me protect her. You must protect her. You may have my body entirely, and I shall allow you to devour my consciousness, but you must safeguard her. Just as Ver felt as though his head might split apart, the voice vanished, and the pain dissipated simultaneously. Then, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. He found himself at a loss for words to describe it. As if his very being had finally and irrevocably become his own. Ver fell into a deep contemplation, pondering the nature of his peculiar sensations. Upon his arrival in the world of pirates, he had indeed consumed the soul of that young boy. Thus, this body should rightfully belong to him. Yet, why did these strange feelings persist? Could it be that Vale contemplated a possibility during the moment he devoured the young boy's soul? The latter had not been entirely consumed, but had instead concealed himself, lurking within the confines of his own body. After all, this vessel had once belonged to the boy, not to Vale, which is why the latter remained oblivious to his presence. As Vale engaged in relentless training, combat, and daily life, the boy's consciousness abruptly realized that his body had grown remarkably strong, or rather, it was no longer his. It had become the domain of the formidable man named Vale, leaving him as but a remnant of a soul. Yet, he harbored a lingering regret. He yearned to see her, the girl who had played with him in his childhood, the one who would tug on his clothing and run alongside him, his sister. Thus, upon witnessing Vale's ability to contend with the powerful adversary, Kizaru, he resolved to relinquish his body entirely to Vale, but not without leaving behind some cherished memories for the sake of that girl. Vale lifted his gaze. Scrutinizing the reflection of himself in the mirror, he could sense that another soul, dwelling within him, had vanished. Souls cannot merge. Should the souls of two individuals intertwine and coalesce into one, dire consequences may ensue, potentially leading to a fractured psyche. Thus, it is imperative to consume. Much like a formidable entity that, after devouring others, emerges even stronger. In a state of unconsciousness, Vale had completely absorbed the soul of that nameless little boy. Rest assured, I shall safeguard her, my brother. Indeed, they were brothers, having trained together, committed acts of violence side by side, and even engaged in intimate encounters with women. Yet, the soul of that little boy was significantly weaker than his own and, until today, had utterly dissipated. After contemplating these matters, Vale found himself troubled by another issue. The child had left behind scant traces regarding his sister. The sole clue was a stuffed toy, the precise design of which remained shrouded in ambiguity. Weir felt a sense of bewilderment. Brother, I am a swordsman, not a detective. While I could certainly take a life, you expect me to protect someone with such scant clues? Where on earth is that person? Vale was rendered utterly speechless by his so-called brother, yet he vowed to do his utmost. Vale turned his head and smiled at the already awakened, yet still languid and motionless, Tusky. He then shifted his gaze towards the little girl, who was almost curled up into a tiny ball. Weir acknowledges that his observation hockey is rather lacking. However, he is still capable of discerning whether a person is awake or asleep. With a beaming smile, Vale gazed at the little girl, then uttered words that sent her into a fit of tears. If you do not rise at once, I shall cast you into the sea to feed the fish. Of course, this was an impossibility. Vale merely intended to frighten the child. Startled, the little girl immediately sprang from the bed, evidently realizing that Bunnyski had once again tended to her wounds. No, please don't kill me. My father can offer you money. I implore you, do not harm me. As she spoke, she instinctively recoiled, colliding with Bunnyski behind her. I have no intention of extorting money from Vegapunk. For now, you shall remain aboard the ship until I reach an agreement with the Navy, after which you will be released. Upon hearing the name Vegapunk, the little girl's eyes sparkled, and she hastily nodded in response. Weir discerned an unusual expression on her face and tentatively remarked, Vegapunk must cherish you dearly. Does he often spend time with you? The little girl nodded in affirmation. Yes, my father loves me very much and often plays with me. Lies were interjected, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon the little girl. Who exactly are you? Vegapunk is a scientist, a truly remarkable one. Though I am not well acquainted with him, individuals of his stature typically remain ensconced in their laboratories, leaving little time to accompany you. Who are you really? And what is your identity? Anita, paralyzed with fear by the formidable and cunning adversary before her, felt utterly overwhelmed. Had her opponent been an ordinary pirate, she could have confidently declared her status as a celestial dragon, perhaps instilling enough fear to secure her release. However, this man possessed the audacity to assault a naval secret base single-handedly. Revealing her lineage might yield even graver repercussions. Thus, Anita could only gaze at Weir with tear-filled eyes, too frightened to utter another word. Confronted with the tearful little girl, Weir found himself at a loss for solutions. Speak, or I shall truly feed you to the fish. Yet, to his surprise, Anita resolutely shook her head in defiance. Weir's eyelids twitched twice, and he felt a bit troubled. If an adult, regardless of gender, were standing before him, Weir would have countless methods to compel them to speak, all while allowing them to experience a pain more excruciating than death itself. However, before him stood an adorable little girl, and Weir found it difficult to bring himself to act against her. In his previous life as a self-proclaimed otaku, he held a deep fondness for such innocent beings. Just as Weir grappled with his dilemma, Tusky approached, wearing a mischievous grin that suggested trouble. As Vale observed the expression on Tusk's face, he couldn't help but wonder if the creature had devised some clever scheme. Soon after, Anita noticed that the rabbit and that fearsome man were engaged in some sort of silent communication, both of them smiling at her. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Anita. Tusk had divulged a method to Vale, one that stemmed from a night when Tusk had arisen in the dead of night, calling out to Vale. However, after much practice, Vale had become rather difficult to rouse. Despite Tusk's myriad attempts, from kicking to tugging, Vale remained unperturbed. In the end, Tusk devised a cunning plan. Utilizing the abilities of the fluff fruit, he conjured soft, fine strands of fur, weaving them into a small brush. With this brush, he tickled Vale, ultimately leading to Vale's defeat by laughter. Today, these two miscreants intended to employ this shameless tactic against the little girl. I shall grant you one last chance to reveal your identity, name, and origin. I will count to 3, and if you remain silent, you shall face the consequences. 1. 2. Tusk sprang into action, and under the distressed expression of the little girl, he bound her limbs to the bed with the strands of fur. Anita grew increasingly frantic, desperately attempting to break free, but to no avail. Meanwhile, Vale extended his wicked hand, stripping Anita of her top. Help! You pervert! Let me go! The once docile Anita, who had behaved like a sweet lamb moments ago, now cried out in terror. Were it not for her well-mannered upbringing, Vale would have surely received a barrage of curses from her ancestors. Shout all you want. Your chest is not even as impressive as my muscles. Who would be interested in you? However, you may find the ensuing events rather displeasing. Wah! You vile pervert. I will exact my revenge. When my father arrives, I will make sure he punishes you. Unfortunately, Anita's threats bore no fruit. We approached Anita with a small brush, newly crafted from rabbit fur. Initially, Anita was somewhat perplexed. But upon realizing that we're intended to tickle her, the little girl wore a look of disdain. She had never been particularly sensitive to tickling throughout her life. However, she underestimated the ingenuity of the rabbit's invention and the resilience of Weir's tickling prowess. If even Weir could not endure the sensations, how could this petite girl possibly withstand them? Just 2 seconds later, Anita erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, get away from me. Ha ha ha, take that thing away. Ha 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 ha. Unfortunately for her, Weir remained undeterred, diligently continuing his brushing. Approximately 30 seconds later, tears of laughter streamed down Anita's cheeks. Ha ha ha, woo-woo, let me go. Whoa, ha ha, I give up. I'll tell you everything. Ultimately, this little girl could no longer bear the sensation and succumbed to the relentless tickling. Weir halted his actions, gesturing for Tusk to release her. Speak, and if you choose to lie, proceed. This time, it shall be your Saul's. Upon hearing Weir mention the intention to tickle her feet, Anita quickly curled her legs, wrapping her arms around them, resting her chin on her knees. I am Anita, hailing from Marlin Vendo, the daughter of the Warring States. After uttering this, she fell silent. Oh, is that so? A daughter of the Warring States, I recall now. I once saw a photograph of you and the Warring States in the newspaper, alongside what appeared to be a dog. It seems your father has a fondness for canines. Indeed, yes. My father greatly enjoys keeping dogs. With a humorous glint in his eyes, Veer gazed at Anita. Although one might assert that the saints cannot be vanquished by the same technique twice, it was evident that this little girl was not a saint. She had once again fallen into Veer's clever trap. It's a sheep, the Warring States' favored sheep, he remarked with a beaming smile directed at the young girl. Ah, yes. Sheep. I always confuse sheep with dogs. Anita attempted to concoct a plausible excuse, yet her reasoning was riddled with inconsistencies. You are lying again. Right beside the Warring States is a dog. It seems your father is not from the Warring States after all. Ah, yes, a dog. I misspoke. Anita flailed her arms, continuing her defense. This time, however, Veer refrained from further commentary and instead retrieved an old newspaper from nearby. The headline featured the Warring States prominently, and in one corner of the photograph stood a small white sheep. Woo-woo, I detest sheep, I loathe dogs, and I despise you even more. I abhor rabbits. From now on, I shall feast on rabbits daily. Anita cried out, tears streaming down her face. Rabbit, go. Veer gestured with his head, signaling Rabbit to bind Anita to the bed once more. Just as Rabbit was about to take action, the little girl surprisingly assumed a defensive posture, curling herself into a tight ball. Weir discerned that the little girl was aware he would not resort to violence against her, and thus she began to adopt a defiant demeanor. Veer felt his lips twitch, a sense of unease enveloping him. As a formidable swordsman of thunder, he had previously instilled fear even in the hearts of ferocious foes like the sand crocodile. Yet today, he found himself confounded by a mere little girl. However, he could not bring himself to employ cruel tactics against a child. He forbade such actions within his conscience. Back at the experimental base, had it not been for dire circumstances, he would not have even considered capturing her. Despite his propensity for violence and the madness he exhibited in battle, he could not allow himself to strike a defenseless child. Observing the equally perplexed Tusk, Veer gestured with his hand, signaling for an end to the matter. Noticing their reactions, Anita discreetly formed a peace sign with her fingers. Upon perceiving Anita's movements through his observation hockey, Veer let out a sigh. Though this little girl cried with fervor, her tears were scarce. Veer now comprehended that this child was undeniably resilient. Although he did not extract the precise identity of Anita, he gleaned certain information from their exchange. This young one held significant importance to the Navy, and Veer's objective was to capture such an individual as a means of exacting revenge upon the Navy. With his goal now achieved, Anita's specific identity had become less relevant. Following a rather disheveled battle against Akiji, Veer was now covered in dust and decided it prudent to take a bath first. Veer first activated the ship, releasing it from its locked state, and then proceeded to the control room to adjust the vessel's speed. As for Anita, Veer harbored no concerns regarding her potential escape amidst the vastness of the oceans. Where could she possibly flee? He did not believe that Anita possessed the audacity to leap into the sea, so he chose to disregard her, allowing her the freedom to roam the ship while he made his way towards the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, Veer intended to prepare a meal, for both he and Tusk were quite famished. However, upon exiting the bathroom, he was taken aback to find the young girl waiting at the bathroom door, seemingly intent on taking a bath herself, clutching some toiletries and a set of fresh clothes belonging to Veer. How slow, she mused. I wonder if anyone else is waiting behind me. And with that, the little girl entered the ship's expansive bathroom, closing the door with a decisive slam, leaving Veer with a striking silhouette. Vale did not take offense with the little loli, merely taking a moment to breathe deeply. After a meticulous preparation, a sumptuous feast was laid out before Tusk, who, driven by hunger, promptly seized a piece of meat and began to eat. Just as Vale was about to partake in the meal, he noticed that Anita, the little loli, had somehow joined him at the dining table and had commenced eating as well. Ah, quite impressive. I did not anticipate your culinary skills, he mused, observing her with a hint of surprise. At this moment, the little loli was devouring her meal with grease smudged across her face, disregarding any utensils. The table manners instilled in her from a young age had been completely overshadowed by her ravenous appetite. You can hardly silence your appetite, can you? And besides, you are the meat ticket. Who permitted you to dine? Meat ticket? What a peculiar term. I am hungry, of course I must eat, and I also desire some juice, Anita replied, blissfully unaware that meat ticket was a term used in Vale's previous life on Earth to refer to captives. Veer, of course, paid no heed to Anita's insistence on juice. Yet, this little girl surprisingly erupted in a fit of temper. I want juice, I want juice, I want juice, Anita shouted 3 times in Veer's ear, presenting a demeanor that suggested if he did not provide her with juice, she would refuse to allow him his meals. With a sense of resignation, Veer could only fetch some juice from the refrigerator. Were discovered that although this little girl could be rather headstrong at times, she was not unpleasant and possessed a remarkable sense of situational awareness. Initially, upon merely catching sight of Veer, she was almost brought to tears out of fright. However, upon realizing that he posed no genuine threat to her, she unexpectedly transformed into a spirited songstress. Vale placed a glass of juice before Anita. What is the matter? Are you no longer afraid of me? Afraid that I might take your life? Vale gazed intently at Anita, hoping to discern some flaw in the eyes of the petite girl. Alas, all he could see were her adorable, large eyes, somewhat cunning, yet predominantly innocent. You wouldn't dare. You still need me to threaten the Navy, don't you? Rest assured, whatever demands you have can be presented to the Navy, and they will acquiesce. The delectable food had certainly brightened the little girl's spirits, prompting her to chatter more freely. Unbeknownst to Anita, the more she spoke, the greater the likelihood of making a misstep. Weir set down his cutlery and gazed at Anita, speaking slowly. Any request is permissible? I see. I was curious as to why Akiji would have you and Bartholomew Kuma together for protection. I even thought you were Kuma's daughter. But it turns out you are a celestial dragon. How intriguing, truly intriguing. You ought to be addressed as Lady Anita, am I correct, Miss Anita? At this moment, Anita was taken aback, the large lobster in her hand clattering onto the table. Her previously relaxed demeanor vanished. I truly wonder what you are thinking. Not daring to admit you are a celestial dragon. Fear not, I shall not harm you, even if you are a celestial dragon. Disregarding the young girl, Weir resumed his meal. After satisfying his hunger, Weir reclined on a deck chair under the sun, basking in the warmth. The previously tranquil atmosphere was interrupted by footsteps. It was Anita, for Tusky made no sound. What is it? Weir inquired without turning. And nothing. May I ask why you captured me? What do you truly seek from the Navy? If they refuse you, what will you do to me? You wouldn't resort to anything peculiar, would you? Upon sensing no danger, Anita reverted to her playful self. I captured you to exchange for Sengoku's head. If they refuse, I shall sell you to the ant nest. How is that possible? Even if I am a celestial dragon, I could not exchange for the head of an admiral. And what does ant nest mean? It's so small. How could you possibly sell me there? You wouldn't bury me, would you? Anita was also startled by Weir's demands. Hey, do speak. What does ant nest truly mean? As she realized Weir was ignoring her, she began shaking his shoulder from behind. Vale vowed that if he could return to his past life, he would certainly eliminate all those who extolled the virtues of the lowly. He was almost driven to madness by Anita's incessant antics. The ant's nest was merely a euphemism for a den of iniquity. With a glare directed at Anita, Vale resumed his meditative state. In response to his words, Anita kicked him sharply in the calf before scampering away. In truth, the ant's nest was not a brothel but a coded reference to a place where abducted children were confined. Just as Vale was on the brink of slumber, a distant buzzing sound reached his ears. It was the telephone bug. He had no choice but to rise and retrieve it from the bedroom before returning to the deck to bask in the sun. Ferdinand, it seems we have succeeded, he exclaimed. Haha, indeed, we have triumphed. You have now ascended to the status of a warlord of the sea, replacing Crocodile in that esteemed position. Furthermore, I have heard that Crocodile was surprisingly defeated by a newly emerged pirate crew, led by someone named Luffy, who belongs to the D lineage. Upon hearing the news of his ascension to the Seven Warlords, Veer felt little surprise. Upon learning of Anita's identity, it had become an inevitable conclusion. However, the revelation regarding Luffy took him aback, as he had not anticipated that the Straw Hat crew had reached Arabasta. It is Monkey D. Luffy, he warned. I advise you not to provoke him, for the repercussions could be severe. At this juncture, Veer suddenly recalled Enel, a truly unfortunate soul, whose misfortune lay in encountering an insurmountable foe. What abilities does he possess? He pondered. Isn't his grandfather Garp? Surely, a mere marine would not seek vengeance for a pirate. Such an outcome seems improbable. Yet, what is impossible? Moreover, Monkey D. Luffy's father is named Monkey D. Dragon, commonly referred to as Dragon. I trust you now comprehend the gravity of the situation. Hey, I believe I have just heard a name of great significance. It would be wise not to incite that young man. Weir chuckled, realizing that Ferdinand was merely pretending. Weir, I have observed that upon receiving the title of the Seven Warlords, you do not seem particularly elated. Haha, my friend. The title of the Seven Warlords is merely an appellation to me. I do not revel in the benefits it may confer, but rather in the journey itself. With that, Weir bid farewell to Ferdinand and ended the call. I am still a bit drowsy. Let us continue our voyage to the next island. The title of the Seven Warlords, haha, quite an amusing designation. I wonder if the Navy will summon me regarding that matter. It truly piques my curiosity. Setting the phone aside to return to its cozy spot in the bedroom, Weir began to doze on the deck. Upon noticing Weir's slumber, Anita broke into a grin, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth. She then slowly approached Robusky, leaping onto him and beginning to climb towards his head. Such soft fur, how adorable. Meanwhile, Robusky wore an expression of resignation. Among the 2 on the ship, he was the most easily trifled with, and he also cherished this little girl. He began to play with her using the fur generated from the fur fruit. On the deck, the melodic laughter of the little girl echoed joyfully. Weir had scarcely fallen asleep when he was roused by the commotion caused by the 2 rascals racing about on the deck. To his surprise, Tusky and Anita seemed to resonate with each other, as if they were kindred spirits who had long been separated. Just then, Ferdinand's snail phone unexpectedly rang again. Weir, I forgot to mention something crucial. What has become of the little girl you kidnapped? The 5 elders are exerting considerable pressure on me, so you must release her. If only I could be so careless, Weir replied. Nanny, you can't be serious. Please tell me this is a jest, Ferdinand exclaimed, evidently flustered by Weir's response. At that moment, Anita, having overheard both sides of the conversation, rushed over and seized the snail phone. Hello, can you hear me? Are you my father's envoy sent to rescue me? Yes, Miss Anita? Ferdinand responded, relief evident in his voice. Oh, what a relief. Weir, do not frighten me like that. I've been turning gray from all the stress you've caused alongside Doflamingo. Weir regarded the weary visage of the snail phone and smiled, choosing not to engage further. Yes, I am Anita. When will you come to rescue me? Greetings, Miss Anita. I am Ferdinand, and we can set sail for your rescue at any moment. Hooray! I can finally reunite with my father. Their conversation grew increasingly jubilant, yet they overlooked a critical detail. Did Weir ever promise to release her? Weir had not taken her to gain a position among the 7 warlords. Rather, it was an act of vengeance against Sengoku and the Navy. Releasing her hastily would yield no consequences for the Navy. Moreover, fortune had smiled upon them by capturing a celestial dragon. Holding this individual for some time would undoubtedly place immense pressure on Sengoku. The very thought filled her with an inexplicable delight. Did I ever state that I would release her? Upon hearing Weir's words, Anita turned around, her expression one of indignation. Weir, surely not. You have become one of the 7 warlords. How can you not release her? How am I to explain this to the 5 elders? Ha ha ha, Ferdinand. Have you forgotten the reason I assaulted the Navy's secret research facility? I aim to teach them a lesson. If I release her now, what impact would that have on the Navy? Have you forgotten how Sengoku treated us back then? Do you not wish to avenge this grievance? A month. I shall release her in 1 month's time. We're concluded, hanging up the snail phone before Ferdinand could respond. He then turned to see the small girl glaring at him in frustration. Though I shall not resort to violence against you, I am certainly capable of binding you and allowing you to endure hunger for a couple of days. Anita stepped back, looking at Weir, before eventually lowering her gaze. Very well, I shall comply, but you must not harm me or let me go hungry. It's settled, you will release me in 1 month. As Veer lifted the wine glass from the table and took a sip, he found himself spewing the entire contents upon hearing Anita's response, followed by a fit of violent coughing. It seemed almost as if Veer were engaging in a form of captivity play with her, rendering the atmosphere decidedly salacious. Observing Veer's reaction, Anita chuckled softly and remarked, "Serves you right," before making her swift exit. Vale also rose, extracting the exquisite black pocket watch, glancing at the time. Tusky. The training time has arrived. Upon hearing Vale's words, Tusky's immediate reaction was to collapse, falling flat onto the ground. Anita, observing Tusky's response, erupted into hearty laughter. Upon witnessing the reaction of Tusk, were found it entirely predictable, having become accustomed to it. He approached Tusk directly and lifted him up with ease. If you meet today's training goals, I shall prepare a carrot cream cake for you this evening. Upon hearing Weir's words, Tusk's eyes sparkled with fervor as he tugged at Weir's arm, nodding enthusiastically. The carrot cream cake was undoubtedly one of Tusk's favorite delicacies, a treat Weir seldom prepared, not due to the intricate process involved, but rather to entice Tusk during moments of reluctance towards training. As anticipated, with the revelation of this tempting reward, Tusk promptly headed towards the training room, followed curiously by Anita. Weir, however, did not accompany them, for he needed to prepare the carrot cream cake. A creation of his own invention, non-existent in this world, and its preparation was quite complex. Thus, he needed to begin early, ensuring it would be ready for Tusk after the training concluded. As he engaged in the baking process, 3 hours swiftly passed, and Weir was nearly finished, with only the baking remaining. After adjusting the oven, he made his way to the training room. Inside, Tusk was diligently practicing his martial skills, and Weir refrained from disturbing him, opting instead to engage in his own training. Hey, could you teach me swordsmanship? Anita unexpectedly inquired, having been watching Tusk train. Upon noticing Weir's presence, she boldly made her request. Weir regarded the petite girl before him with a hint of intrigue. I am Weir. Not Hey. Do you wish to learn the art of swordsmanship? Do not jest. Can you truly wield a sword? With that, Weir extended Ishiwet towards Anita. To his surprise, she took 2 steps back, refusing to accept the weapon. Initially, Weir intended merely to startle her. He still held Ishiwet in his grasp, retaining control over it. Yet, this little girl had retreated instead. Can I exchange it for another sword? Anita inquired. Intrigued by her request, Weir responded, Why? This is a renowned blade, quite exceptional. Give it a try. Anita shook her head, her gaze wary as she observed Ran Ishiwet. Can you sense it? Even from this distance, you can feel that Ishiwet is not to be touched? A sudden thought flickered in Weir's mind. Could this little girl be a prodigy endowed with the ability of observation haki? Weir decided to give it a try. Veal unsheathed 2 blades imbued with blood of intent and subsequently activated the thunder mode, fixing a detached gaze upon Anita. Observing Veal's initial movements, Anita felt a sense of bewilderment, yet as she met his penetrating stare, memories flooded back, recollections of the formidable aura he exuded when she first encountered him at the clandestine research facility. A chilling sensation coursed through her entire being, rendering her body somewhat unresponsive as she sank to the ground, and the familiar, damp, and shameful feeling resurfaced upon her legs. Weir looked at the little girl, who was once again frightened to the point of losing control, and was quite astonished. He realized that Anita possessed an extraordinary talent for observation, a master of Kinbunchika haki. Her 2 bouts of panic were not due to cowardice, but rather a heightened sensitivity to external threats, leading to instinctive bodily reactions. What are you doing? You aren't thinking of practicing swordsmanship, are you? I promised you, but you need to take care of your little accident first. You Woowa, you're scaring me. Rusky, come help me deal with him. To Weir's surprise, Rusky actually rushed over, but instead of attacking Weir, he embraced Anita tightly, shaking his head fervently as if to signal Weir not to harm her. Weir was somewhat astonished. When did these two fellows become so close? Time flew by, and Anita had already spent a week aboard the ship, gradually acclimatizing to the maritime environment. Moreover, the bond between Tusky and Anita had deepened significantly, with the two of them now almost inseparable. One morning, while Weir was enjoying a peaceful slumber, he was abruptly jolted awake by a tremendous force that sent him tumbling to the floor, causing various small items aboard the ship to clatter down. Huh? Did we run aground? Weir shook his slightly dizzy head. Weir's initial reaction was that the ship had run aground, as its propulsion relied on electric power. Moreover, both Tusky and Weir were rather indolent, often locking the direction and sailing monotonously. They had encountered grounding incidents in the past. However, given that the entire vessel was constructed from atom wood, there was little concern regarding the possibility of running aground. After Weil departed from the bedroom, he was certain that it was not a case of running aground. The vessel must still be navigating onward. Weir was utterly confounded by the situation before him. He had not run aground, so why had such a tremendous tremor occurred? Thus, Weir resolved to head to the control room to ascertain whether a mechanical failure was to blame. Let us not forget, in his previous life, Weir had been a chief engineer. Diagnosing and repairing the vessel's mechanical issues was child's play for him. However, upon entering the control room, he soon realized that something was amiss. Rusky was seated on the floor, munching on a carrot, seemingly oblivious to Weir's presence. Even more egregiously, Anita had taken refuge behind Rusky, her plump form completely obscured by him. Little did she know, there exists a phenomenon known as observation hockey. Weir surveyed the situation before him. It was evident that these two rascals were responsible for the disturbance during his slumber. What had transpired? Had they collided with something? His tone remained remarkably calm, undisturbed by the recent events. This vessel was not solely his. It belonged to both him and Tusk. And even if Tusk were to render it scrap, Weir would harbor no grievances, instead opting to seek another ship to continue their maritime adventures together. Truth be told, Weir held a deep affection for this vessel, for it had been the means of his escape from numerous enemy pursuits, owing to its remarkable speed. It was clear that Tusk also cherished the ship, as he kept his head lowered, unable to meet Weir's gaze in response to his inquiry. Anita, noticing that Tusk had not produced a note, felt compelled to speak first. I am unsure, she began. Originally, Tusk mentioned he would show me the world's fastest ship. And soon after, we both entered the control room. Yet, before long, we collided with something, and the entire ship was sent soaring. Weir found himself increasingly perplexed, unable to conjure an answer. Perhaps he had collided with a creature of the sea, yet why did such a being not retaliate? It was truly baffling. Fear not. The entire vessel is crafted from atom wood, and the bow has undergone special reinforcement. It is impervious to damage. Do not feel remorse, Tusk, for this is not your fault. Tusk nodded slightly, yet his gaze remained cast downward. Weir understood that Tussie seemed to be feeling guilty. It was not the right moment to offer consolation, and his presence would only exacerbate Tussie's discomfort. Upon exiting the control room, Weir was left speechless. Was it merely a collision of vessels? Why did Tusk seem so burdened with guilt? It appeared there were deeper issues at play, yet such matters felt inconsequential. Never mind that. He decided to prepare a delightful meal to soothe Tusk's wounded spirit. Sailing upon the vast ocean often proved to be a rather monotonous endeavor. Thus Weir dedicated most of his time, aside from honing his skills, to training the rabbit and perfecting his culinary artistry. Presently, while Weir's culinary prowess may not yet reach the heights of a master chef, it certainly could be deemed exceptional. As a true gourmand, particularly one who navigates the seas, it is utterly intolerable for Weir to lack the ability to craft exquisite dishes. The notion of hiring a skilled chef aboard the ship? How many chefs possess the culinary prowess and combat skills akin to Sanji? Even if there were chefs comparable to Sanji, they would be exceedingly rare. Weir believes he lacks the fortune to encounter one. Thus he has taken it upon himself to assume the role. After preparing a sumptuous feast, he called out to Tusk for dinner. The fellow eagerly emerged, and it appeared that the joy of a meal had significantly alleviated his guilt over the ship collision. Meanwhile, in the office of the marshal at Marineford, Sengoku was unleashing his wrathful roar. Garp, what on earth is happening? Speak up. I have received reliable information that your grandson is en route to Eni's lobby, intending to launch an assault. Explain this situation to me. What is going on with the Monkey D clan? I want to even mention Dragon S affair, as that has already been settled. But how is it possible that Monkey D. Luffy is involved? Provide me with a solution. Sengoku's fury was palpable as he fixed a steely gaze upon Garp. Garp was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, his grandson was indeed advancing towards Enies lobby, yet Sengoku's insistence was pressing. Without much thought, he replied, "Just send a vice admiral to handle it." Upon hearing this, Sengoku nearly erupted. "Who do you suggest? I grant you the authority to assign someone. If I dispatch any vice admiral, they will undoubtedly go through the motions without genuine effort. Which vice admiral in the Navy is unaware that the Straw Hat Brat is your grandson? If they were to capture or kill him, how would they face you? A hero of the Navy? No vice admiral is without ties to you. Furthermore, how could the Navy possibly deploy troops to Enies lobby without the world government's consent? Unless under extraordinary circumstances, such an action would be an overreach of authority. Do you understand that, Garp?" Once Sengoku finished, it seemed he had vented some of his pent-up anger, and he snatched the bag of donuts from Garp, munching away. Garp opened his mouth, struggling to find a response, for Sengoku's words were undeniably valid. Perhaps it could be said that Sengoku was speaking nothing but the truth. "Then I shall go personally?" Garp scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous, you rascal. You should focus on retrieving your other grandson first." "Garp, I am already aware of that matter. You actually raised him to adulthood. What were you thinking? Do you comprehend the consequences? And to think he has joined the Whitebeard pirates and risen to captain, do you grasp what that signifies? If Whitebeard were to perish, and he truly managed to take command of the Whitebeard pirates, the emergence of a second Roger could become a reality. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that after our retirement, our successors in the Navy may continue to confront adversaries akin to Roger. Furthermore, it would not merely be Roger that we face, but also the other three emperors. Have you contemplated these matters, Garp?" As Sengoku spoke, he struggled to contain his mounting fury. This old comrade possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is overly sentimental. If the opponent did not bear an official title, it would not be a significant issue, but they are members of the Navy. One is the mind of a Navy officer, the other the fist of the Navy. How can one afford to be swayed by emotions? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp bowed his head, retrieved a cigar, ignited it, and silently exhaled puffs of smoke, choosing not to engage Sengoku further. "I have conceived a plan, albeit a perilous one. However, given the circumstances, there is no alternative," Sengoku declared as he began searching his desk for a particular den mushi. "What scheme?" Garp inquired, perplexed. Sengoku produced a unique den mushi and gazed at Garp. "I intend to forcibly recruit the new Shichibukai, the Thunder Swordsman, and dispatch him to resolve this situation. If I am not mistaken, he is located within that maritime region. After all, that secret base is not far from Enies lobby in Marineford. As a Shichibukai, he holds connections with both the Navy and the world government. Is there anyone more suitable than him?" Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Garp felt a tightening in his chest. He had heard tales of the Thunder Swordsman's character. He was nothing short of a butcher, operating without regard for the law. To send such a person against his own grandson would be. At this thought, Garp's countenance darkened, and he contemplated dissuading Sengoku from this notion. Yet, as a Navy officer, he could not permit himself to do so, and thus he cautiously inquired, "Will the Thunder Swordsman acquiesce to the summons? Moreover, he is currently holding a celestial dragon captive." After uttering this, Garp noticed Sengoku's expression darken considerably, realizing he had touched a sensitive topic. If he does not comply, the Navy will never recognize him as a Shichibukai. Sengoku bit out these words with palpable resentment. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for this pirate, who had abducted a celestial dragon and issued demands for their release in a month. Daily, celestial dragons had been causing disturbances at his doorstep, and most infuriating were the late-night knocks on his door, accompanied by absurd inquiries. Though Sengoku bore these childish annoyances with patience, he was nonetheless perturbed. Thus, he ceased his idle conversation with Garp, directly dialing the den mushi that had once connected him to Crocodile. Meanwhile, was, while engaged in fishing, specifically targeting sea kings, he has gone 2 consecutive islands without resupplying food. On the island abundant with sea stone, due to his disdain for the inferior ingredients provided by pirates or the Navy, he opted only to replenish his water supply, discarding everything else. Little did he anticipate the subsequent rise in bounties. Having escaped from a secret naval research facility, the issue of resupplying became moot. Consequently, the provisions aboard his vessel have dwindled significantly, compelling him to remain vigilant and strive to procure some fresh meat. However, despite his efforts to catch a sea king, it was the sound of the transponder snail that interrupted him. Reluctantly, he proceeded to answer the transponder snail, and upon locating the source of the sound, he was taken aback to discover it was the specialized transponder snail used by the 7 warlords. Who could it be? Sengoku? Where answered the phone, refraining from uttering a word, instead waiting for the other party to speak, curious as to what the Navy sought from him. Was it a threat regarding the celestial dragons? To his astonishment, Sengoku did not broach the subject of the celestial dragons, but instead addressed him forthrightly. Thunder Swordmaster Weir, I am here to enforce a mandatory summons on behalf of the Navy. Should you refuse, it would equate to relinquishing your status as a warlord of the sea and reverting to a bounty criminal. Hey, Sengoku, are you threatening me? Do you believe I would hesitate to eliminate this celestial dragon right now? If those individuals from Mary Geos discover that this celestial dragon's demise is due to your machinations, what do you think the repercussions would be? Weir's eyes narrowed, his expression inscrutable. If Sengoku were to utter a single misstep at that moment, he would undoubtedly proceed to slay Anita without hesitation. Sengoku remained silent for a moment. Thunder Swordmaster, if you acquiesce to this summons, the Navy will officially announce your reinstatement as a warlord of the sea. Furthermore, this assignment is not particularly arduous. It merely involves suppressing a group of pirates to prevent them from wreaking havoc on Judicial Island. Upon hearing about the endeavor to thwart the pirates threatening Judicial Island, Wile's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pirates, and particularly those audacious enough to assault Judicial Island. Could it be Luffy? Who else, except for a fool like Luffy, would dare such a feat? He chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Very well, I shall accept this challenge, though I am unaware of the precise location of Judicial Island. Fear not, for this is not the New World. The Navy can ascertain the coordinates of your intended destination. Shortly, I shall have someone calculate the coordinates for you. By adjusting your record pointer accordingly, you will undoubtedly reach Judicial Island. After concluding his remarks, Sengoku seemed disinclined to continue the conversation with Wile. Placing the microphone aside and awaiting his secretary to procure the necessary naval expertise. It must be said that the efficiency of the Navy is commendable. Before long, Wile received the location of Judicial Island, along with various verbal authorizations, including the entry and exit commands. Once the call was terminated, Wile reclined on a deck chair, lost in contemplation. He had always been intrigued by a particular question. In his previous life, Luffy would undoubtedly survive, for he resided within the realm of anime, where he was the protagonist. However, now that Wile had ventured into the authentic world of pirates, he found himself pondering whether Luffy still held the mantle of the main character. If Wile were to unleash his full might upon Luffy, would he indeed perish? Such a captivating experiment. Yet, the thought of his master's entrusted Autumn Water surfaced in his mind. The future master of Autumn Water would be none other than Luffy's right-hand companion, who had also promised Dr. Kureha to look after Brook, the skeleton. Thus, Wile reluctantly relinquished this enticing notion. Tusky, allow me to take you to a delightful place. Wile jested, observing Tusky engrossed in his medical studies. Tusky looked up in confusion, seemingly inquiring, where to? To Judicial Island, the site where the Navy judges the guilty. You might even encounter a kindred spirit, akin to yourself. Anticipate it, Tusky. Tusky's eyes widened. While he had encountered numerous rabbits, none possessed wisdom. The kindred spirit, while alluded to, suggested a rabbit endowed with intelligence. Tusky's face radiated anticipation as Wile adjusted the course towards Judicial Island. At that very moment, Luffy and his companions were already rocketing towards Judicial Island. It appeared that the dissemination of news in the pirate world was indeed rather slow. Weir is currently a considerable distance from Judicial Island. At his present speed, by the time he arrives, Luffy and his companions will likely have already caused quite an uproar there, perhaps even departed aboard the Mary. However, Weir remains unperturbed, for the intelligence he received indicates that Luffy's crew is still at sea, and according to the original narrative, they will not reach Judicial Island until tomorrow. Based on the Navy's calculations, he is set to arrive today, allowing him ample opportunity to reach Judicial Island before Luffy's group and possibly lie in wait for them to stumble into his trap. Perhaps he might even have the chance to tease Khalifa? Lost in this enchanting daydream, Weir is unaware that he has fallen victim to the Navy's erroneous intelligence. Due to a severe cold, I can only update 2 chapters today. I hope the esteemed readers will forgive me. I will go for in 4 drip shortly, striving to recover by tomorrow. After several hours of navigation, Weir finally arrives at Judicial Island according to the Navy's coordinates. However, the scene before him leaves him momentarily speechless. The island is nearly encircled by warships. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Weir understands that he has been misled by Sengoku's intelligence. The conflict at Judicial Island is nearing its conclusion, and he finds himself at a loss as to how to intervene. Even if he were to eliminate Luffy and his crew now, it would be of little consequence, as the island has suffered severe damage. Gazing at the ravaged Judicial Tower, Weir's spirits dampened, for he had pledged to protect it. Yet, considering the woeful accuracy of the information provided, he cannot be held accountable. Weir gradually approached Justice Island, where the ground was strewn with incapacitated Navy personnel. Strangely, there were no fatalities. All were merely rendered unconscious. What a naive bunch they are. Should I teach them a lesson today? Perhaps dispose of one of their comrades? As Weir walked, he engaged in a rather malicious conversation with Suki. Suki, observing the scene on the island, was equally taken aback. In his memory, battles typically left behind a gruesome tapestry of severed limbs. Yet here, it appeared no one had perished, a curious anomaly. Clearly, Suki's worldview had been somewhat skewed by Weir's influence. Meanwhile, the young girl, Anita, looked on with wide-eyed curiosity, brimming with excitement. Having grown up in Mariehua, she had never witnessed such a large-scale battlefield. Fortunately, it was the aftermath of a confrontation involving Luffy's crew. Had it been the aftermath of one of Weir's battles, the imagery would have been too horrific for the young girl to bear, potentially leaving her with lasting psychological scars, much like Suki's distorted perceptions over time. Just as Weir was on the brink of reaching the Justice Tower, a group of individuals appeared before him, peculiarly dressed figures, namely Frankie's family and two giants. Noticing the unfamiliar presence on their island, and uncertain of friend or foe, Frankie's family surged forward, partially encircling Weir. "Who are you, and what brings you to Justice Island at such a time?" they demanded. "Indeed, this island is no sanctuary for the likes of you. If you do not depart promptly, we shall not hesitate to show you our displeasure." Frankie's family wore an air of arrogance, dismissing Weir, who stood alone, accompanied only by a rabbit and a young girl. Weir was also taken aback by their arrogance. However, upon reflection, it was quite understandable. In the city of Seven Waters, under the protection of the iceberg and Frankie, how could one not develop a haughty disposition? In his past life, Weir held a profound disdain for the icy demeanor of this individual. When his master was murdered, he did not dare to utter a word of protest. Astonishingly, he ultimately entrusted the blueprints of the Underworld Sovereign to Frankie, claiming to have placed the Underworld Sovereign in his care. Weir found the situation rather amusing. How could one not be aware of the dangers posed by the king of the underworld? Entrusting such a perilous entity to Frankie was a mystery known only to him. Had he truly forgotten the circumstances surrounding Tom's demise? Was it for the sake of building ships for Roger? How absurd. In Weir's eyes, Frankie was the true heir to Tom's spirit. At the very least, he had the courage to stand against adversity. Though his efforts were akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, there was a certain masculine bravado to it, was there not? "I shall grant you 1 minute to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, you shall bid farewell to the mortal realm," Weir declared, producing a pocket watch and silently commencing the countdown. He was a man of his word. Should these individuals prove to be obstinate, he would not hesitate to take lethal action. It appeared that Frankie and his family were also intimidated by Weir's imposing presence, as one of the lackeys murmured softly, "This fellow, I feel like I've seen him before." "What? Where have you seen him?" another inquired. "Indeed, tell us of his background. How dare he be so audacious?" The lackey pondered for a moment before catching sight of Weir's twin swords, his eyes widening in realization, mouth agape. This man is the Thunder Sword Master, Weir. Those two swords are unmistakable. Nanny, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 680 million? Surely you must be mistaken. I am not mistaken. Those two cursed blades at his side are even more renowned than he is. The cursed sword Bloodlust, said to insatiably drain the blood of humans. Upon realizing Weir's true identity, Frankie and his family began to panic, finding themselves at an impasse, uncertain of how to proceed. Yet Weir paid them no mind, continuing to observe his pocket watch. As the minute elapsed, he tucked it away. What a pity, time is up. Thus, let us commence the feast of slaughter. With his hands crossed, Weir unsheathed the blood of intent and subsequently activated the lightning mode. Just as the Frankie family contemplated extending the conversation to buy time, Weir swiftly flashed before them and unleashed a single, decisive strike. In executing this blow, he also released a surge of sword energy, resulting in the front line of the Frankie family being cleaved in two, leaving behind a gruesome collection of severed limbs. The individuals in the rear were rendered utterly frozen by the horrifying spectacle. They were mere thugs, emboldened only when preying upon the defenseless civilians and ordinary sailors. Yet in the presence of Veer, they resembled infants, devoid of any capacity for resistance. This was still under the assumption that Veer had not fully committed to the confrontation. Had he done so earnestly, perhaps only the two giants would have remained standing. "Demon! You wretched demon! Why must you slay our comrades?" Vale recognized the boisterous individual before him as a familiar figure from his past life, a character from an anime, seemingly the small leader of the Frankie family. The specific name eluded his memory, but it hardly mattered, for the man was soon to meet his demise. Just as Vale was poised to shatter this foe, a sudden and formidable rush of wind swept over him. Veer nimbly leapt aside, a resounding thud echoing from the spot he had just vacated. He then turned to face his assailant, one of the towering giants. "You must leave at once. This foe is beyond your capacity to confront. Do not throw your lives away needlessly. We shall hold him off. You should seek refuge. This individual is one of the newly appointed 7 warlords of the Navy, likely dispatched to assist them. Hurry, or you shall meet your demise. He is known as the Thunder Azura, a man who fights without regard for reason." Upon hearing the giant's words, Frankie and his companions began their retreat, for it became evident that even the most indomitable spirit would falter in the face of overwhelming strength, let alone that of mere ruffians. Weir observed the slowly retreating Frankie family, choosing to disregard them, as he perceived them to be rather feeble, merely, in his words, insignificant. Instead, Weir discovered something far more intriguing. He had never engaged in battle with a giant and was curious about the experience. Previously, he had felt exhilarated watching Luffy deliver a powerful blow to a giant in an anime, and now, unexpectedly, he found himself with the opportunity to try it himself. "You two," he declared, "if you can endure for 5 minutes, I shall let you go, for I am pressed for time." With that, Weir activated his thunder mode to a heightened level, mindful that his opponents were giants and deserving of some respect. The two giants showed no inclination to attack. Rather, they began to draw closer together, seemingly intending to coordinate their efforts in combat. Weir had some recollection of them. The yellow-haired giant with a prominent nose, who had cried before Usopp, was named Oimo. The other, a black-haired giant, was called Kashi. Weir abruptly materialized beside Cassie, yet, regrettably, his stature merely exceeded that of their feet by a slight margin. Upon realizing this predicament, a twitch of dismay crossed Weir's face. Were giants truly nurtured by fertilizers? These two beings towered at least 30 to 40 meters high, rendering Weir a mere dwarf in their presence. Furthermore, his height had always been his Achilles heel. Standing at less than 1.8 meters, undoubtedly the shortest among the 7 warlords of the sea. Although Weir could confidently assert that his prowess ranked among the foremost within the 7 warlords, capable of easily overpowering the likes of Moria and Jinbei, his diminutive stature remained an insurmountable disadvantage. Vale gazed at the towering giant, his heart swelling with envy and resentment. The height in the pirate world was indeed abnormal. A faint blue sword aura sliced through the air, striking Kasai's thigh. The giant's robust limbs proved no defense against Vale's blade, resulting in Kasai's leg being severed in one swift motion. At that moment, neither Oimo nor Kasai had fully comprehended the situation. Kasai merely felt a chill in his leg before his body began to tilt. Witnessing the giant's leg cleaved asunder by his own hand, Vale felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not anticipated such weakness, having harbored considerable expectations. Another wave of sword energy surged forth, and once more, Kasai's hand was severed, followed by his torso and another leg, culminating in his neck being decisively severed before he could even register the events unfolding around him. It was not merely that Kasai was slow to react, it was that Vale's speed was astonishingly rapid. Even Akiji struggled to keep pace with Vale's swiftness, resorting to elemental transformation to evade Vale's strikes, let alone Kasai. Within the Navy, perhaps only Kazara could match Vale's velocity. Oimo, witnessing his comrade reduced to mere chunks of flesh in the blink of an eye, widened his eyes to their utmost limit, opening his mouth, yet only managing to emit a soft whimper. Meanwhile, Vale sheathed his sword, the essence of intent blood conveying a distaste for the giant's blood. Vale found this curious. Logically, one would assume that giants possessed a more robust vitality, so why would intent blood harbor such aversion? Vale first enveloped his upper body with an aura of dominance, subsequently concentrating an immense amount of lightning in his right fist. He intended to unleash an electromagnetic cannon strike upon the giant. This marked Vale's inaugural attempt to wield his fist in such a manner. With a flash, he struck Oimo's shoulder, and before the giant could react, he delivered a powerful blow to its head. A deafening roar suddenly erupted from Judicial Island, drawing the attention of all towards the source of the sound. They beheld a beam of orange-yellow light soaring into the sky, though only a few vice admirals could discern the true magnitude of this attack. One vice admiral, sporting a distinctive mustache, murmured to himself, "Has it arrived? You bastard." The remaining vice admirals wore tense expressions, clearly aware of who had just made an entrance. However, one particularly curious female vice admiral appeared somewhat oblivious to the specifics of the situation. This was none other than the rarely seen Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. "Who has arrived?" Peach Rabbit inquired, puzzled as to what individual could instill such a sense of urgency in these vice admirals. The mustachioed vice admiral stroked his small mustache and sighed. "The newly appointed warlord of the sea, the Thunder Sword Master Vale. Since you were summoned on short notice, you missed the recent impromptu meeting called by Mr. Sengoku." "Oh, I have heard of him. Is he not the new warlord of the sea? He should technically be considered one of our own," Peach Rabbit remarked. The mustachioed vice admiral's expression darkened as he recalled a deceased friend. "Let us not kid ourselves. A pirate is still a pirate. And do you know why you were summoned so hastily? It is because the vice admiral who previously held your position has perished, killed by this very pirate. How can I regard him as an ally? Let us be serious." Subsequently, the flying squirrel inhaled deeply, feeling that his previous words were somewhat inappropriate, and thus offered an apology to the Peach Rabbit. Upon hearing his words, the Peach Rabbit grasped the situation fairly well and sensed that the events of the day were taking a turn for the worse. However, she felt no trepidation, after all. She was one of the future vice admirals of the Navy. Although she was still in the supplementary stage, her strength was formidable. With this thought in mind, the Peach Rabbit tightened her grip on the renowned sword, Kenpira. Meanwhile, while shook his hands, now stained with blood, his clothes and trousers soaked in the crimson remnants of Oimo. He deeply regretted engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the giant. Ultimately, Wal had no choice but to ask the rabbit to assist in safeguarding the items from his pockets. While he discarded his blood-soaked shirt, leaving only a black and white striped undershirt on his torso. As for his trousers, he had no option but to keep them on. He certainly could not afford to go without them. Soon, Wal retrieved a bottle of liquor from the bag behind the rabbit, beginning to sip as he continued his ascent toward the judicial tower. The rabbit, remaining calm, followed closely behind. However, after taking only a few steps, he noticed his friend Anita still standing in place. Turning back, the rabbit observed that Anita's face was pale, her large eyes brimming with tears, and her small legs trembling uncontrollably. It seemed that without assistance, she would soon collapse. The rabbit could not stand idly by, so he conjured a basket from his fluffy fruit behind him, complete with a seat woven from soft fur. Gently, he placed Anita inside and affectionately stroked her head. At that moment, Anita began to regain her composure and, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced the rabbit, bursting into tears. Veer observed all of this unfolding before him, choosing to remain indifferent. As long as Tubsky did not oppose his actions, he dismissed the opinions of others entirely. "Let us go, Tubsky." Upon hearing Veer's call, Tubsky hurriedly pursued him, accompanied by Anita. Veer swiftly arrived at the judicial tower. Upon entering, he discovered the interior in a state of disarray, a chaotic mess that, remarkably, had not yet collapsed, attesting to the exceptional quality of the construction. Rather than ascending the tower directly, Veer sought to locate a general map of the area, as he was in search of several individuals. Before long, he found the map of the judicial tower and began his ascent. After taking only a few steps, he encountered a figure sprawled on the ground, grievously beaten and unable to rise. This unfortunate soul was none other than Gabra, a member of CP9. Possessing the Inu Inu no Mi model, Wolf, Veer signaled to Tusky to lift the individual and continue ascending. With Tusky's remarkable abilities, he could easily bear the weight of numerous individuals, not to mention his exceptional physical prowess. In no time, Veer encountered several defeated CP9 members, Kaku, Gabra, Bruno, the lion, the owl, and Khalifa among them. Notably, Khalifa received the most favorable treatment, as Veer carried her on one shoulder. Unlike the others who were unceremoniously tossed into a large basket woven from Tusky's hair, huddled together. However, judging by Veer's hand, which ventured beneath Khalifa's short skirt to caress her smooth and delicate form, it was evident that she was not in an entirely enviable position. As for the additional mischief of that hand, only Veer was privy to such knowledge. Had Khalifa been conscious, she would undoubtedly have resisted, though the outcome of such defiance might have been rather poignant. Having recovered somewhat from my cold, I am now able to type normally. Yet I still experience a headache. After a brief walk, Veer arrived at the battlefield, refraining from further impropriety towards Khalifa, and instructed Tusky to provide her with a special seat before advancing towards the fray. At this juncture, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Luffy had already triumphed over Rob Lucci, yet he found himself utterly incapacitated, lying on the ground, devoid of strength. Upon observing Luffy's condition, Vale approached him slowly. This marked the first occasion since his arrival in the pirate world that he laid eyes on Luffy. It was indeed a long-awaited reunion, Monkey D. Luffy. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to say that encountering you is a miracle for me. At that moment, the utterly exhausted Luffy, upon hearing a voice beside him, managed to turn his head with great effort and beheld Vale. Who are you? I don't seem to recognize you. Just after conversing with Usopp, Luffy appeared even more feeble. Hiki, you need not recognize me. With that, Vale shifted his gaze away from Luffy and directed it towards the battle unfolding on the opposite bridge. The once-linked bridge had been severed, leaving Luffy and his companions divided. Meanwhile, Luffy's comrades were engaged in a fierce skirmish with the Navy, employing a plethora of techniques, which Vale observed with great interest. Among these, Robin's flower fruit abilities stood out as particularly remarkable. As Veer observed Robin at that moment, he noticed she had transformed entirely from her former self. Could this be described as a newfound brightness? Simultaneously, Robin cast her gaze upon Luffy, eager to discern her captain's current state. Yet, in that fleeting instant when her eyes fell upon him, she beheld a figure, a person who had once instilled in her a profound sense of dread, the very embodiment of her nightmares, the Thunder Swordsman, Veer. Robin appeared unable to believe her eyes, retreating 2 steps, as if she could scarcely bear the weight of this revelation. Why? Why was he here? Having glimpsed a glimmer of hope, the prospect of setting sail, why did he have to appear now? Was it truly meant for her to exist only to bring harm to others? Robin murmured softly to herself, her countenance growing increasingly desolate. Perhaps only Robin understood the magnitude of the psychological shadow cast upon her when she witnessed Veer inflicting torment upon Crocodile. She had never anticipated that a single individual could evoke such terror within her. If her initial feelings had been one of fear, this reunion had morphed that fear into sheer horror, for now she had companions. She dreaded the thought of a past scene involving Crocodile repeating itself with her newfound friends. Luffy, we must flee. Robin's voice, tinged with desperation, reached Veer's ears. Weir found it rather peculiar what had transpired with Robin that moved her to tears. Yet, her voice carried an unsettling tone, as though it resonated with a sorrowful lament. Had he not once encouraged her? Why then did she regard him as if she had encountered a specter? The collective gaze of the crowd instinctively shifted towards Luffy upon hearing Robin's anguished cry. It was at that moment they beheld Weir. Luffy's companions looked upon Weir with confusion, unable to immediately identify him, yet Robin's tone suggested he was an adversary. The Navy, however, was resolute. 5 vice admirals had converged on a ship, their eyes fixed intently on Weir, wary of any malevolent actions from the newly appointed warlord. Suddenly, Weir perceived a unique aura, one that was not of humanity, reminiscent of some kind of artifact, akin to his own blood will. Another who shared this perception was Usopp, the innate sharpshooter, a prodigy capable of awakening the observation haki through sheer will. Luffy, jump, leap into the sea. Usopp urged. Robin, can you toss Luffy into the ocean? At this moment of despair, Robin's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope upon hearing Usopp's words. No problem, leave it to me. Yet Zoro, amidst the chaos, interjected, Fool, do you wish for death? Even if you risk everything, there's no hope. He resumed his fierce battle against the Navy, with Sanji's inexplicable disappearance. He had become the battlefield's linchpin, bearing the greatest burden. Help has arrived. It's coming to rescue us. We still have one more ally. Usopp's words instilled clarity among Luffy's crew. They understood that the going merry had come for them. Jump. Dive into the sea. Robin prepared to unleash her devil fruit powers to cast Luffy into the water. However, just as the hand formed from her powers grasped Luffy, a foot came crashing down upon him. Hee, Robin, how naive you are. Do you think you can leave so easily while I remain here? Before I came this time, I promised Sengoku to safeguard Judicial Island. Though his intelligence led to the current predicament, capturing this instigator would fulfill my original commitment. Vale gazed at Robin, eager to observe the reaction of the once-teased young beauty. Robin stood still for a moment, contemplating, before raising her voice. You were the one who urged me to continue waiting and enduring, weren't you? Now, I have companions by my side, and I fear no danger upon the sea. Together, we can venture to any destination we desire, and sustenance will never be lacking. Even in times of illness, I shall receive care from my comrades. Therefore, I implore you, allow me to set sail with my companions, dear Oni-chan. With those words, Robin's face was streaked with tears as she knelt upon the ground. Weir felt utterly unwell, and he distinctly recalled having uttered those very words. However, he could hardly believe that Robin had retained them all, and to utter them in such a context today was beyond his expectations. Vale's current contemplation revolves around returning to the past to eradicate the version of himself that once sought to impress Robin with pretentiousness. Nevertheless, he recalled his previous admiration for Luffy, and with Robin now uttering such profoundly moving words, he decided to grant them a reprieve. With clarity of thought, Vale released his foot from Luffy's form and turned to approach Rob Lucci. Meanwhile, Robin, with wide eyes filled with a hint of despair, was taken aback by Vale's decision to spare Luffy. In a flurry, she cast Luffy into the sea and, after casting a deep gaze at Vale, leaped into the water herself. Weir gazed at Rob Lucci, filled with a sense of melancholy. Yet another unfortunate soul, not only misaligned with the wrong superior but also entangled with Luffy. However, Weir's intent to rescue all members of CP9 was not driven by benevolence. Rather, he intended to bundle these individuals and sell them to Doflamingo. Each of them possessed a degree of strength and mastery of the six powers, ensuring that Doflamingo would be willing to pay a handsome price. As for the fate of these CP9 operatives, it was unlikely to be favorable. Yet what concern was that of Weir's? Meanwhile, Luffy's crew had already set sail on the Going Merry, having covered a considerable distance. The few vice admirals, along with their men, launched a symbolic pursuit. However, upon activating the large warships, they discovered that several critical components had been sabotaged, rendering the vessels incapable of proper navigation, with two of the large warships even colliding with one another. Ultimately, only a handful of smaller vessels managed to give chase. Weir gazed at the generals, momentarily at a loss for words. Their complete inaction, coupled with a sluggish command, left him questioning the integrity of the situation. Surely, there must be some hidden agendas at play. As he observed the Merry slowly drifting away, Weir gestured for Tusky to escort the CP9 individuals back to their vessel, promising to follow shortly. Though Tusky yearned to linger and enjoy the unfolding spectacle, the fearful presence of Anita behind him compelled him to reluctantly acquiesce to Weir's request, all the while offering him a defiant gesture. Of course, Weir did not hold back and returned the gesture to Tusk with a single raised finger. As Tusk was about to depart, he instructed him to tend to the injuries of the CP9 members upon returning to the ship, but to ensure that they were bound with sea stone. Most of these CP9 individuals were formidable devil fruit users, while the few who were not could easily be dealt with by Tusk's Momo Momo fruit. Although Tusk had not amassed extensive combat experience during their long voyage together, his fighting prowess was undeniably formidable. With Weir's daily rigorous training, it would be quite challenging for him to be anything but strong. After Tusk's departure, Weir leaped onto the bridge, intending to negotiate with the Navy. After all, he was now one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and no longer merely a pirate in name. The Navy was not necessarily an adversary to be met with hostility. However, upon approaching the group of vice admirals, Weir sensed their unfriendly demeanor, which bordered on hostility. Thunder Swordmaster Weir, why did you let the Straw Hat brat go? If you fail to provide an explanation today, we will not easily acquiesce, inquired a vice admiral, his face marred with numerous scars, gripping his sword with a single hand. Weir did not respond to the evidently provocative question. Instead, he scrutinized the several lieutenant generals before him. After a prolonged examination, he recognized only one among them, General Squirrel. However, one of the women present piqued his curiosity. He could not recall any naval lieutenant general possessing such striking beauty, prompting Weir to pay closer attention to her. This captivating lieutenant general was clad in a revealing pink top, paired with impossibly short shorts and high heels. Adorning her pristine legs was a tattoo of a spider, and although she appeared to be of considerable age, she exuded an aura of mature allure. The gaze of Weir was swiftly detected by the Peach Rabbit. For individuals like Weir, a harbinger of death cannot be overlooked by anyone possessing the ability to wield observation haki. The menacing aura and bloodlust emanating from where Annie Shue are undeniably conspicuous. How rude. Tao Tu let out a cold snort and placed her hand firmly upon the hilt of her blade. Upon witnessing the reaction of Peach Rabbit, Weir felt a twinge of displeasure. Was it truly necessary to exhibit such a dramatic response merely because he had gazed at her for a brief moment? Furthermore, if she was so averse to being observed, why don such an ostentatious attire? Observing her flamboyant garb and noting her not-so-youthful age, Weir impulsively uttered, "Old spinster." Instantly, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Peach Rabbit, remain composed. Do not let this insolent pirate provoke you. If we strike first, It will lead to dire consequences, especially considering he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea appointed by the world government," murmured Rear Admiral Weasel, sensing that the situation was deteriorating rapidly, and hastened to soothe Peach Rabbit. Although trembling with rage, Peach Rabbit forced herself to regain her composure upon hearing Rear Admiral Weasel's words. The two parties maintained this peculiar standoff for a while longer. Observing the unfolding situation, Veer concluded that remaining any longer served no purpose. His presence on Judicial Island alone represented a significant statement. Should Sengoku continue to be obtuse, Veer would ensure he comprehended the depths of despair. The case of Zephyr had set a noteworthy precedent, and Veer would not hesitate to make Sengoku the second Zephyr. Just as Veer was about to depart, Rear Admiral Weasel spoke up. Despite sharing a mutual disdain for Veer, he was the most composed among them and felt compelled to convey some words that Admiral Sengoku had specifically instructed him to relay. "Thunder Sword Master, I am Rear Admiral Weasel. Prior to my arrival, Admiral Sengoku requested that I inform you that following the Judicial Island incident, he wishes to have a private discussion with you. Here is Admiral Sengoku's Den Den Mushi." With that, Weasel produced a modest Den Den Mushi from his pocket. Welch gazed curiously at the Den Den Mushi. If Sengoku intended to contact him, he could easily employ the specialized Den Den Mushi reserved for the 7 warlords. What could this signify? Nevertheless, Welch did not dwell on it for long. After stowing away the Den Den Mushi, he resolved to head back to the ship to reunite with Trusky. Meanwhile, several Marine Vice Admirals utilized the Den Den Mushi to report the situation to Sengoku. Upon returning to the Judicial Tower, Welch suddenly recalled that there might be valuable items within. Why not seize the opportunity to scour the place? Thus, Welch temporarily altered his plans, opting not to rush back to the ship, and instead began to meander through the Judicial Tower. Indeed, fortune favored the diligent, as he made notable discoveries. Not only did he uncover numerous classified documents and a pile of seastone handcuffs, but he also unexpectedly stumbled upon Vangufried, a blade imbued with the powers of the Zozonomi. Although Vangufried was practically worthless in terms of combat efficacy for Welch, it held considerable collectible value. Just as he was about to grasp the sword, it surprisingly attempted to strike him with its trunk. However, when Welch drew bloodlust to sever it, the blade promptly became docile. As Welch was preparing to set sail, he noticed a small military vessel approaching Judicial Island. Upon docking, he beheld Spandam being carried off the ship by a contingent of Marines. It turned out that this was the very vessel that had pursued Luffy and his crew moments earlier. Following Spandam's arrival, the Vangufried in Welch's grasp began to exhibit its unruly nature once more. We gazed at the knife in his hand, suddenly overcome by a sense of displeasure. Although the blade possessed remarkable intelligence, it exuded an air of arrogance, as if it thrived on the strength of its wielder. Consequently, he hurled Vangufried into the air, drew blood of intent with a single hand, and with a swift stroke, severed Vangufried along with its sheath into 2 pieces. The broken fragments of Vangufried then plummeted into the depths of the sea. Vale chose to disregard the commotion on Judicial Island, swiftly igniting the ship's engine and departing